Lasso. They found him. The right clicks. 23 is going to be on the Glacier. They get the kill to save. They'll take him out immediately.
No this time.
Warnoff gets that kill. He's godlike. Toronto, Tokyo again. 23 with the BKB. They've got themselves eyes on GPK, who will pop his own BKB and try and stand his ground. Now TPing out, but the damage is going to be enough. Yes, it will be. Oh!
Too quick.
Oh, now they're going to turn it. They've got the Lincolns. They've got the Hex. Post stomp. The right click. They ticket the Aegis. Now GPK needs to run. He bought back earlier. They've got the Timber going in. Warnoff with the whirling death on the 3. Oh!
They need to blow this man up. The thing is, he has a BKB up now. And Supreme, he's going to see him. The BKB is there in time. They could not blow up the Keeper. Low now. He's in a very awkward position. They'll just hold him down and just smash him with force. Golden, he's still healing up through all of this. But with the Voodoo Restoration, he's just not dying. And Force
not again.
He's jumped in with the pulver. Oh, I can't even finish the sentence. I really can't. Low is gone again.
Onslaught actually hit XM, popped him in the air for a second. They've got Nisha coming off towards the Shadow Fiend. They get the kill there, the Pulverize throwing down 33, but do they have the damage? They've got Ame coming off to the side with Insidious stealing the Pulverize. He hits the Primal with it. Onslaught trying to get back into the fight, trying to do some damage, but 33 standing his ground will finally fall. Moving forward, going and looking. There's the Doom. They've got the Wind Waker, so he's going to get some distance, but they look over at Xingqiu. They should be able to get the kill, but he gets over into the trees. No, they're running over, and they got him, but a right click following this Ember. It's not going to be enough. BK's going in. He's taking a lot of damage from Ame. They've got the BKB. Xingqiu comes back to the fight. He's got the Totem and the Echo Slam, the Fissure, the damage, the kill. So they'll go. The damage. Nisha?
He has no mana.
Dead. He fought back, and now Doom's gone. 33 falls. Nisha, he needs to try and survive. He just bought back. He'll remnant back and forth, but I don't know how much this is going to work out for him. XXS, they've got the Nimbus down. They'll have the Gust. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out.
There goes the jump in. Notice he's going to try. They're onto the Sea King. GH will jump into the intervene. A very nice snowball as well. Will save from the Mystic Flare. RTZ still taking a lot of damage, but has the BKB up. He's going to be just fine. To walk away as Squadix jumping in again might be in a little bit of danger. Will get jumped. RTZ though immediately stunned, and RTZ's gone. Completely destroyed here by the TA. There goes Kidrak as well. There's no buybacks available on Shopify, and they call it. Meanwhile, Notice dropping another arena, trying to go onto the Hoodwink. He might at least have Kidrak towards the south, though. Saberlight, he's been caught out, but Arteezy, he's going to be around to help out. They're on to Kerosish. Now Kerosish's got no hope of survival. He'll still be disrupted. They'll save him a little bit longer. He's still going, but not for long. But Arteezy is down. Maybe the fight can continue here from VP. Notice dropping lower. Sumbel, he'll take him out.
On Earth, they decides, all right, I'll grab you. Comes on over, they get him linked up on both. Oh, it's not enough damage. Skinner can't stand toe-to-toe against that. They're getting ready to jump. Oh, you gotta be careful, Yuma! He gets jumped right at the start. Stolen Doom, though, but immediately Lelis drops down. Not able to get it off in time. While lassoed in, Copy, he gets the roll-off multiple times through. He's stuck up on the high ground. They have enough damage. Yuma lived through it all. Wait a minute. This turnaround is real. Yuma living through it, starts to beat into him. Does he have enough left in the tank to beat these heroes down? Doesn't look like it.
Because he's just trying to end the game. Chrono's going to be popped here. K1's going to be able to hold down Picard's and Sacred. K1 turns over all Sacred. The Yules is there in time. The field will push back Picard's, punch back onto K1. They've got the grab as well. K1's out of the game. That should do it here as Boom are able to look back over towards the Ancient. No buybacks to be had here from the side of Heroic as Boom will take this game one. They're ready to try and close it. As Picard's going up towards the tier 4s. Doing a fair damage, but yeah, with the tether up from Knight, You're just not touching this gyrocopter. He's going to get the triple kill. I mean, he'd love to get the rampage. We'll see if he gets a chance. I see he's going to get brought over towards the side. There's the Ultra.
Duraccio rooted, he's in trouble, pulled back in. This is looking great for Team Spirit. The Infest inside, and now Wind Waker running away, trying to get out of there. The disarm, the kill, and now Quinn goes in, never mind. You want to fight? Let's go after it. Ace shows up though, now they gotta run. Laurels finds him though with that stun. That is what they needed, but they don't have the damage. No more focus fire. The Deep's coming for Laurel, taking this man apart. They try and turn and survive. It's not gonna happen. GG is called.
JT's able to run down Boom. Boom's going to try for the TP out, but the damage from JT's too much. He dies through the BKB. Is 3 dead. Corden, oh, they're going to get him. The BKB comes to an end. They get the glimpse in. They bring him back. They get the jump, they get the lasso up onto X-Nova. Fizz going to push the back, jump forward, nothing to say. He's looking for the chrono opportunity. He's going to get it down onto 2 of them. It allows them to finish off the other core. Can they threaten Crystallis? They can. Monet, and a BKB jump forward from Boom. He's in with the Dragon Tail. Monet's dead. No buyback on him. The racks are taken out. Jump forward from Boom. They'll add some more kills to the scoreboard as they look towards Baboka. Nothing to say. He's getting gone on as well. Completely destroyed. GG is called.
A very good morning to everyone. You are watching PGL Wallachia, and we are here with the 3rd day of our group stages here, and it has been a fantastic road. You've seen a lot of highlights just now because there was a lot of games played yesterday. And there will be a lot of games played today as well, but today is also the final day that we have as many games played. We'll make it a little bit more manageable starting tomorrow. But today there's a lot to go through. Yesterday, already so much happened. There's so much we would like to talk to you about. And for that, I have got Kezu and Tigov here next to me. Good morning. Kezu, how are you doing?
Doing great. It's a good day. Some teams will have to go home today, which is a bit sad, but this is why I like this format. Every day matters. Every game matters. People will go home today. And a special shout out. It is, at least in many places in the world, it is Mother's Day today. Yeah. Without our moms, we wouldn't be here. So my mom, I love you. Happy Mother's Day. To everyone else, you know, make sure you cherish your mom. Remember.
My mom's not watching, but happy Mother's Day, Mom.
It's not back to you, Tigo.
It's not Mother's Day in the UK.
So whatever.
The UK does not care.
I was going to try and do a bit. I was going to copy exactly what your intro was for the morning. But then you did this whole Mother's Day thing, so I can't do it.
Oh, you could try.
No, I'm done. I'm good. Back to you, Shiva.
Oh, yeah, all good. So, you know, we have Swiss format here. I do want to continue with that because what Kez is very true. We're going to send our first couple people home today. We started 2 days ago talking about the format and talking about the impact. And in the results that we see for both secondary stream and mainstream, secondary stream first, I want to talk about the impact of the format on the improvement, because that is what this format should create. It should create an environment where the teams every day will be able to adapt like more than any other group stage, really, because the amount of time they have to prepare, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, you're also going up against other, like, let's say you're 0-2, like Azure Ray, you're going up against another team that's also having to adapt and like prepare differently. So like you will really be able to tell the teams that maybe over prepare or maybe not understand their problems at all. Whereas a team that is like, okay, all we need to do is change 1-2 small things and then tomorrow we're chill to go and they can go back up, you know, from this 0-2. It's a scary spot, but well, it's obviously more than possible.
Yeah,
very possible.
Like you see, boom, they finally beat Heroic, right?
They did.
Like when you think about upsets, like it might not be like the biggest, craziest upset, but this is a meaty looking bracket.
All right, no, I promise you this all makes sense. So obviously we have a Swiss format. If Swiss format was shown in a brackety format, this is what it would look like.
Nice.
Everybody starts even, but then there's going to be a bunch of people with wins, and then there's going to be a bunch of people with losses. Jeez, English is hard. And then on the 3rd day, the 3rd round, did you see, there's going to be a couple of teams with still wins and a couple of teams with only losses, but there's also going to be meaty middle pack of teams that have 1-1. And that's where we are right now. That's by Jello. That's where we are today.
So basically, we are in a position where Azure Ray, G2IG, Heroic, and VP all have the ability, if they lose, they will get sent home, right? So
they will be part of the 0-3 there in the very bottom. 2 teams will get eliminated, and you can also see at the very top, 2 teams will be guaranteed out of the group stages.
But also, don't forget that those teams on the bottom side, their journey to even qualifying is they have to win 3 series in a row now because they have faltered. And it's going to be very spooky and pretty cool as well. What was it? Xtreme, Aurora, G2IG, and Falcons are the teams that can potentially qualify today to the playoffs.
Is that a good thing to have 2 days off? 3 days off, actually, because we are splitting the tomorrow into 2 days.
I guess it depends on how they will use it. Like, it's always like easy to say, oh, they had time off, so they didn't play. But as long as they're like still playing internally, like pubs and watching the games and like maybe scrimming with the other teams that also qualify, then I think they'll be a-okay. Because if like the 2 best teams are 3-0, like whatever, just go use each other while the other teams are using, and then.
But there's only 2 teams, so they can just scrim each other continuously.
You know, it's 18 times a day. Why not? You just get the best team, and suddenly, why are the other teams even still here?
That's true. That is true. You create your own little meta.
Na'Vi like 35 times in TI9. That was fucking great. That was
Let's go, guys.
All right. Well, let's dive a little bit deeper into the results we saw yesterday, just to get a little bit of a better feel of the teams that are, for now, still in the competition. We do want to focus first on the series that Tigov just mentioned on Heroic versus Boom, because that was an inter-regional matchup. So we got some South America versus South America action. And historically, and then just the last couple of months, it's been Heroic that has been basically taking the qualifier slots. So they should be the better South American team. But potentially here, Tigov, no longer the case.
Yeah, so there's been 3 close qualifiers in a row that Heroic have won. It's Dream League Season 23, ESL Birmingham, Dream League Season 22. I think the last time Boom won a meaningful series was an open qualifier time ago, because winning some lower bracket or upper bracket game wasn't that important. And I think at least coming into it, Boom clearly had, some insane hunger to win that series, all the prep that we're talking about. And I think maybe Heroic, they assumed potentially, I don't want to, assume myself, but that they were just going to be the better team. And it is cool to see a team, especially in this type of logic, where Boom used to be the main name of the region, come back swing in a Swiss format to kind of put Heroic back and go, no, just because you're beating us online, when we get to LAN, we are a super experienced team, and we know what to do when we're on site.
I mean, Boom also, like, they look good in like a lot of games. I feel like the problem is also, we've heard it from so many teams, it's just this type of consistency. Are you hitting the draft you want? Is the gameplay gonna match up? Like, how are people really performing? But in this series against Heroic, who I'm really scared for Heroic, because they don't look the same as they did like around Birmingham, where they're showing flashy stuff. I feel like there's a lot of pieces that aren't working out. Like, I think Dalai Lama's having some atrocious lanes. Some of the things like aren't really coming together. But on the upside for Boom, they took that. They showed up in this series. They played a lot better. I'm still a big fan of Pakaz. I feel like he's had a bit of some few quiet months. But if they're on the up now, that's obviously great for them.
Yeah, it's looking good. And speaking of inter-regional competition, the series that I want to focus on wasn't inter-regional, but what was, for me at least, big, because we had Falcons versus Nouns. And I think Nouns is in a similar situation as Boom. They are gate-kept. If you look at their qualifier results, it's basically, they make it to the grand finals every time. And the grand finals is 5 games every time. And almost every single time, they go the full 5 games and they lose against Shopify Rebellion, almost every single time. So this is a team that I think a lot of people have their eyes on as well, because this is a team that potentially could learn a lot by being here and maybe surpass Shopify. And they didn't win the series against Falcons, but guess who? They did take a game, which they played very well.
Yeah, like they took game 1, like very convincingly, and overall they're starting to look like a lot better. I'm still not quite sure where I would rank them now, like if I had to make a tier list, but they're definitely better than what people give them credit for. And I feel like they keep catching people off guard. Like in these game 1s, they're just kind of owning you. They keep running at you. They have a lot of like some Sven, some people that go in with this Primal here as well. And honestly, I just feel like they're doing good. Sometimes a team just needs something small. They have the newest edition of Milan. I've played with him before, and he is a smart guy. I don't know if he's the greatest coach, but sometimes you just need something. It doesn't even need to be
breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it can be like another idea, someone that bounces ideas, or some small help in the draft, or helping people like take their pressure away when it comes to gameplay or post game. So whatever they're doing right now, it's great and it's working. So if they keep building on that, this team can be very good, and they're showing that already.
Yeah, I think Yuma, at least in the carry-off for Nouns, even when he was back in Western Europe, then he moved to Nigma for a little bit. Of course, Nouns after. Like, I think he is, one of the standout carries. One of the, to be fair, he's not really been coined as like an up-and-coming carry. I feel like he's just kind of been about doing his job. But no, I think he is one to look out for. And if Nouns are to do well, I think Yuma will be probably, the name that we'll be talking about a lot more.
Yeah, and we should also then focus on the other North American team because Nouns did not win, but they did win the first day, so they're tied 1-1. Shopify Rebellion lost the first day, but yesterday they won, so they're also 1-1, and this is definitely a little bit of a rivalry that I'm keeping extra track of because it's just very interesting, and they are they're that close. But yesterday, Shopify Rebellion, they were able to take the series up against Virtus.pro. They did go the full distance. It did go to that game 3.
I mean, this game 1, it was really clean. Like, RTZ seems to be doing really well on like these Svens and CKs, like lane dominating, then play aggressive. And I have to say that Sumail as well, like in this series, of course, they have 2 stand-ins with GH and Sumail. We've mentioned that a few times, but they're great stand-ins. It looks like they're starting to like maybe fit in a little more. And once we get to like the 3rd game highlight, it was really like it was the Sumail show. Like he showed the fact that this guy used to be the best mid laner, like the uncontested king, because he just ran ham on his slash rag later on, where it's like, it literally looked like he was playing 1v5 in some pub game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of team that they come into the tournament with 2 standards, no real practice.
Yeah.
You expect them to, be okay, no real crazy runs to be made. But if after each day they use their experience to find a development, they easily can become a team that even without all the practice, the run can be made. So especially after yesterday's games, I'm hoping that it is just going to be better today. And then we are going to see potentially some more moments from them because, again, it's like a one-off tournament.
Yeah.
We won't see this roster again. So
No.
we need to see it as much as we can. And hopefully it gets to, like, high quality.
Yeah, because playing with 2 stand-ins definitely unique. One of the stand-ins being JT stands in because they literally a week ago or something, they removed Teal Decor from their roster, but he's still playing, and that leads me to the next team I want to highlight, or the next series that I want to highlight, rather, because Team Secret did win, and it was very good. It's great to see them do better, because it's definitely a little bit of a dark horse coming in to Wallachia, but I want to focus on G2IG, because Nothing to Say had a interesting choice of mid laner, and I heard that he has done it twice before in a pub before he busted it out here on LAN. But tell me, my analyst, please, will I be seeing this?
Yeah.
Faces Void mid.
Yes, you will.
Oh no.
Into Coddle. Yeah.
Yes.
So Topson during I believe the Wallachia closed qualifiers for Europe, he also done this. I don't know if Topson started it or
He started, yeah.
but it's like along that territory. But basically he goes for the Coddle, the Faces Void against the Coddle. You can time walk away from the eliminate damage. You can.
Oh, the time dilation must be really annoying.
Yeah, time dilation is like the Exodia against Coddle. This guy doesn't move.
Yeah. So like you slow him down, you dodge all the damage, you farm, you then have big spell. Like it's meant to be a haha, you can't threaten me in laning phase mid pick, but it is also now your mid laner is a Void, and you need to have damage elsewhere. Hence why in the draft you have Enchantress and Willow and Weaver, like super skirmishy cores to cushion the fact that your mid won't be that hero. It's commendable to give it a go.
Yeah, like I still like it, but I think it's something that can falter very quickly. You see that they have offlane Doom. Like the Void is supposed to stop the Coddle's tempo, but if Coddle's teammates still help him to still do it, even through like the time dilation and the time walk, then it will fall flat, which is kind of what happened there. But overall, like he said, we saw Topson. It's really good. This stuff, we will see it again. If people pick Coddle, high chance Void gets banned. If not, it will get picked, and we will see it succeed.
It's like
I promise.
The old school days where you put mid Alchemist, and then people would pick mid Morphling against mid Alchemist. Because like you want to farm, it's like I'll just farm better than you and outscale you. That's like the logic they're doing.
It's a very like hero specific, like you do this, now I can do this.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We need building blocks on our, I think. Because we do a lot of this. Like imagine if we had like little pieces that we could move
You
around.
do this, now I do
and then I see this, and we little Jenga or something, and then I take a piece out, and it all comes crumbling down.
Well, we had a lot of games yesterday. We should be able to take a look at the standings as well, see how we do. We still have, at the moment, for the final day, we have 16 teams. Won't last that long. The next 24 hours, 2 will be sent home. And I mean, it's pretty cookie cutter. When you get 3 wins, you are through to the next stage, the playoffs. When you get 3 losses, you are eliminated. And yeah, that means that today we do have 2 elimination series and 2
get through series?
Yeah, I'm
Qualification.
thinking. Qualification series, yeah. There's a different word for it too.
The good team series.
Sure, we'll go with that. 2 series with the good teams, 2 series with the bad teams.
There we go. No sugarcoating here.
All right, the bad teams are playing on stream. No, the secondary stream, they will actually have the elimination series. As you can see, it's at the final 2 series of the day. Azure Ray, G2IG. Sad that it's an interregional matchup, I will say, but at the same time, they both haven't had the greatest showing. I mean, they're there for a reason.
There have been disappointing, actually, too. I'm sure that they're disappointed, too. Like, 0-2 on both of these teams. Like, you expect more. G2IG did a lot better at Birmingham. Azure Ray also, overall, they are inconsistent, but this, like, ending up being eliminated potentially on day 3 is not a position that either of these teams wanted to be in or even thought they could be in.
I mean, most of Azure Ray's losses have been around 30-minute averages. It's not even as if they're getting it to like 40, 45 like some of the better teams where they are at least making it look competitive. It's just a pretty one-sided. So I think Azure Ray do have a bit of a battle to face, and it's most likely within themselves.
That's a bad sign. Oh, wow, 30 minutes on this patch.
So it's 28-minute 32 loss. MOUZ yesterday was 30-minute 3 seconds, 25 minutes 39 seconds. Their win was 31 minutes.
So they win fast.
And then they also had the 94-minute game, hence why the average is probably heavily skewed up and making them better.
Yeah.
But
well, we also have obviously some 1-1 teams that we'll definitely see again playing, not just on the secondary stream, but also on the main stream. So on the main stream, also on the second half of the day, are the qualification series for all 4 teams that have 2 series wins so far. But the first 8 games, 4 on the secondary stream, 4 on the main stream, are all series to put people at match point, because all the teams are 1-1, and that cannot continue. We've had definitely some upsets here and there. I think actually though, when you look at these series, I want to focus on Spirit versus Nouns a little bit first, Kezu, because I feel like both of those teams are in a surprising position.
Yeah, they are. I feel like Spirit have just been very, I don't know how to call it, maybe weird, but they are the type of team that they're like very hot and cold phases, depending on, people like to meme the money and
yeah, I was going to say, how much prize money
we're getting closer to Ria, we're getting closer to TI. There's $1 million here too, it's no joke. So they are on the way up, but we've seen Nouns, they surprise you. So if Spirit don't show up, which, they've done better, it's going to be a very contested series for sure.
Contested series for sure, and obviously with a lot of games already played, and we talk a lot about the improvements that we want to see from the teams. I do also feel like we should check in a little bit with some of the things that we've noticed from the heroes that are being picked the last couple of days. And one thing in particular is that there's some tanky heroes that are very popular right now, and therefore their counters are getting more and more popular as well, Tigov.
Yeah, and actually, Kezu, this was your graphic. If you want to talk about it,
I'll take it away.
Take it away.
So T-Governor mentions a lot in the draft as well. You have the tanky boys, the Swarmer, so credit where credit is due. But we see Timber's win rate, 6 games, 100%. Centaur, 10 games, 80%. Primal Beast, 77% rate in 9 games as well. So all of those really high. But when specific heroes rise up, like the tanky boys, you need the beef eaters, the beef destroyer. So you have Slaughter, just good laner. You have the minus armor with the amp lifestealer as well. 5 and 3, but some games that the hero could have won more too. So overall, it's just the type of heroes I'm looking for, where it seems like you have these 2 bodies, you go and you try to break the enemy lineup, and if you don't have these heroes that allows you to stand your ground and stop these big boys like the Amar Timber and you just kill them on the spot, if you can't do it, you're in for a bad time. So I'm looking for more beef eaters.
I just like the fact that tanky boys, those 3 heroes, they're complementary with layering with other heroes. They're not super, when you see some heroes, it's you can't pick more in that direction. They really complement other frontlining styles, and I think I'm really enjoying the types of Dota where you have multiple forms of frontline with skirmishing abilities around it, and some of the best teams are utilizing that a lot, where it's 2 or 3 frontlining heroes rather than the old school days of 1 big body up the front.
I will say though, a lot of the wins that we saw on the Timber Saw are in the hands of Loranov. I think he's got at least 3 of the 6 wins.
I think Nouns has 2 as well.
Okay.
So even an up-and-coming team is showcasing how Timber's very good as well.
Yeah.
Pretty nice hero.
It is a nice hero. And then we also have, obviously, it's only day 3, so there's a lot of heroes that are unpicked. But there's a couple of heroes unpicked that we did not really expect to be unpicked.
Yo, what up? So, my man Kezu coming here with the whole beefcakes and whatnot, and now Elder Titan one of the better heroes against the Beefcakes. Where is he? He was picked during ESL1 Birmingham. Why is this hero not in play? And then I think if you quickly look to the right-hand side, the Tide and the Venge, we're mentioning how Salala's getting banned out. Any form of minus armor is going to be super useful. Tidehunter with the Aghanims, with the kind of AoE gush, should be, in theory, pretty good, just to eat through that front line. And I think Omni Knight and Visage I think Omni Knight is a little bit more undervalued, I think. High damage, bursting some of these squishier supports that want to play on the back line. You'll always find them, but any thoughts on those 5 heroes?
Yeah, I guess like Visage is maybe a bit more, like you need a specialist, right? And then also like the right situation with the right support to make it work, but
too much front line in the enemy team.
Yeah, like the Tide and the Omni are heroes that I'm at least looking at. Like Omni does some nice, complementing, Tidehunter lanes well, and he's the type of hero where, like, you see SF yesterday, suddenly a team busted out and people think, oh, it's not that dead. I feel like some of these heroes, they're in that same category. We just need this one guy.
Specialist. I was going to say one guy.
One specialist.
33 is quite the specialist, I'd say. And I think Saberlight can definitely hold his own as well, especially with the Tidehunter. So who knows? Maybe in our upcoming series, we'll see some of that, because we do, of course, have the 2 teams that are 1-on-1 coming your way with Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. Both of these teams incredibly familiar with each other. They used to scrim all the time in the past, and I don't know how much they still do that, but at the same time, some familiarity obviously just does not go away. I will say that on paper, Liquid should win this easily. That being said, they disappointed yesterday, T.
Yeah, and just double checking the stats.
Yes, please.
How many times do you think Shopify have beaten Liquid?
0.
Yes.
Good homework. I would have said like twice or something.
The thing is, I know Shiva's done her homework. It was more like a test to the other student.
Sorry.
In the room. No, it's fine. It's like I'm asking, okay. But anyways, Kazu, it's fine. Question's been ruined.
No, but it's a lot of series too, right?
Okay, so Liquid have won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and they've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4 times. But Shopify have never felt the concept of winning.
No. Against Liquid.
Against Liquid, yeah.
In particular.
Yeah, Liquid are kind of weird. I know.
In general, to be fair.
Don't do them like that.
Some teams are weird in terms of how they play against one another, depending on style. So I can't like pinpoint why that is. Sometimes it's also just a skill issue. It happens. But sometimes you just don't match up well against a specific team. But Shopify shouldn't be too unfamiliar with Liquid. Like Saberlight stood in for Liquid before, Sumail has been there, right? Like Liquid every now and then needs some stand-ins. So, we've got some stuff going on. But anyway, we're in the draft. We have our good old let's ban Bloodseeker. We pick Pangolier. We have it here, and it's into the TA. This is like some draft meta that even happened at like a Dream League not too long ago, where it's like first pick Pango, you take TA.
And this is already an interesting development where, Shopify picked Pangolier 3 times in a row yesterday. Therefore, Liquid coming into this series, it's fresh on their mind, got to think about the heroes, so they take it away. Shopify's second pick, they picked this TA now. They can flex the TA from mid to safe into the very end, which is a lane winner against the Pangolier. The Meld Strike plus any other right click will put the Pango to half HP. And we'll see if Shopify want to flex that the entire way and how Liquid can deal with what potentially is a difficult laning matchup. Yeah, because the answer is not just for, like you mentioned, the lanes, right? Of course, because Pango will flex. I've seen 3-3 also practice it in his pubs and whatnot. So the TA can go there. But I always like when you have the tool that when he rolls, you still have like somewhat of an answer. Sometimes I see Doom, obviously, if you Doom him before, he can't roll, you can probably kill him. But even the pure damage, TA with some Deso BKB, you can try to threaten him. But Liquid will look to protect it at least a little bit more with some Bane and Weaver.
And this is probably one of the faster drafts that we've seen in a little while, I feel. But that's probably because you guys are saying that this style of drafting, and especially the opening picks and bans, are so familiar for the squads. Yeah, it also feels like this is the type of draft that both teams expected within their prep. Yeah. Like the idea of, if they pick Pango, we want a TA, and then again, the second phase, there's not enough bans that you really need to think too heavily about it. I think the new draft, I say the new draft order, but the draft order we're in right now, you can often prep your second phase bans as well. Yeah. Like the fact that you only have 2 heroes into then more bans, you can prep all the way up to this point. So this is the result of the teams being able to prep in advance for the best of 3 series.
Like pretty much, you do like your first phase bans for your first pick, they will react with something. Now you have like 1 or 2 more to, if you think you need to protect your first phase ban guy more, or otherwise the second phase, but they're so fast, I will try to speed it up. You have a good old Brewmaster Dark Willow. I think Willow always just, it's also like a hero that comes and goes, but it's just good laner, good follow-up. It has team fight. I feel like it's usually just very nice to have. Brewmaster as well, one of the nicer TA answers. Lots of refraction burn. You can build and earn as well. You have your ult, which of course is great. So all in all, I think both teams are very happy with what they have.
But it takes away any flex potential that you might have had with the Pango, or is that flex potential kind of meh anyway? We mostly see Pango still on the mid lane.
It would be Pango mid, yeah, I think. The thing for Liquid is they responded to the concept of Shopify's draft of this double jump single target with having elusive heroes. The brew, if you don't kill him during the stuns pre-split, he then goes into a new form. You can't kill that. The Willow, you jump, you can go into Shadow Realm. If you're quick enough, like it's now 2 ways to exploit Shopify not being clean on their initiations with the reinitiation of a Pango. You're basically respecting what Shopify have drafted, and you're allowing them to run at you, but then counterplay them with the logic of a Brew and a Willow.
I also like the idea, because I think here it's a lot about concept. So if the TA lanes against the Brew, which is kind of like a whatever lane, Brew will be fine. But if Pango and Brew ever rotate together on the same place, it doesn't matter that you had this counter pick of the TA against the Pango, because TA falters when she gets ran at and dove. And if there's a Pango rolling at you in a Brew split, you're going to be overwhelmed even if you do win the lane. So I like what Liquid are doing, at least for now, which just means that Shopify, they have to build on top of this. Like, whoever plays this TA, they're going to need help. Can you get a little Razor TA? So some dual core, some mid-game BKBs, which is very good against the Brewmaster and the Pango combo. And the Razor's like a soft flex as well, right? But it can still go to the offlane. They can decide later if it goes somewhere else.
But then you missed the main ingredient of the draft, which is the tanky boy.
Yeah, but it could come from someone else. You never know.
Sure.
The option is at least there.
With the whole thing of tanky boy, it's less about the direct assumption of it being a hero that is innately tanky, but more heroes that like to be in the middle of engagements. Like for Liquid, they're leaning on the farmed Morphling to be in the middle, the Brewmaster who wants to split, the Rolling Thunder. For Shopify, they've got the pretty much only the Razor at the moment, who is that hero. So in regards to like that logic that we were talking about in the pre-show, Liquid currently has like 2.5 forms of it. Shopify only have really kind of 1.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
A lot more hunting of the map and kill threat though from Shopify here, at least with the Hoodwink Tusk. I like the Morphling pick. It really just puts a lot of pressure on Shopify to execute. If this game does get to the point where Morphling has Manta, Kanda +1, he doesn't really die unless he's constantly overwhelmed with multiple heroes. And the protection of the first 3 will help Morphling a lot.
I feel like Waterboy, Mr. Morphling, was very likely the best pick that they could have closed out the phase with here. For all the reasons you mentioned, like he has good matchups, he has high armor against the TA later. Also, like Pango, Brewmaster, they just want someone that when the fight like gets anchored somewhere, that just dishes out like all the damage or can force them to come to you when you go hit a tower, when you go hit Roche. Obviously, you're great against Razor. You can turn into him. You can turn into the TA as well. So Liquid should be very happy with what they got, because right now, I'm a little afraid for Shopify's mid-game team fighting. Like right now, their strength comes more from like good lanes. You get BKBs. Maybe you get this first Aegis. You fight into them. But even then, like Liquid's overall capability of how to fight, where to fight, and their spells currently seems stronger than Shopify's.
Shopify could potentially lean on their laning phase though.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
The idea that they have stronger supports to punch in the lanes. Potentially, if they can find the correct matchup, they can deal with the Pangolier. They can also have last pick to deal with the the last support pick as well. So they've got options to at least win 2 of 3 lanes.
Would you guys prefer Willow to be the 5 or the 4? Because it is quite unusual to have the 5 as overall last pick.
Be the 4.
But then
they've done this before in Liquid. Yeah, they've done this
like
before.
Not overall last pick, but last pick for the squad.
It is a product of them being first pick, because they enter with the Pangolier, which is their core. They then go for a strong offlane duo. They close the phase with their carry. Like it's just
it makes sense. It makes sense.
So for Shopify, are we saying that Liquid are banning out some offlaners here?
Yeah.
Are we expecting it to be like Razor carry TA mid, and they're still looking for offlane? Is the Razor TA interchangeable between 1 and 2, and maybe like? Yeah, what are you seeing here?
I guess I feel like it's somewhat interchangeable where they do go. I feel like I would have an easier time seeing them last pick an offlaner.
Yeah.
For Mr. Saberchad, which I'm not fully sure yet what it is. It will have to do with Insania's pick, which is upcoming. There's maybe like 1 or 2 heroes I'm looking at, which is potentially like some CM or Phoenix.
Bring me the axe again.
Wait, what?
The axe.
For
Axe?
Saberlight.
Oh, Saber Chad Axe on?
Yeah.
Against
Morphling. They have last pick as well, so they can protect it. So I got a bit carried. You said Saber Chad pick, and my brain just went
You're like Axe.
Axe instantly.
No, because like I'm looking at the Insane pick, and I would kind of dibble between like, you know, some CM or Phoenix if you want more team fight or like more laning. They both give you like minus attack speed on the Tusk, good lanes. Do you see anything else?
If they want to be a bit more lane protecting, they could go for Undying. The caveat there would be if Razor goes to off lane, then it's like Undying into Razor doesn't feel good. But it's more if you expect, like this is where like the Razor pick has a little bit of depth to it.
Yeah.
It prevents this 5 pick being pick the strong anti-melee 5, which is an Undying, because now Razor could go there. So you might have to think about other heroes.
With the success that Bangin has been having on the Witch Doctor, is that a hero that is on the... No, it's the Crystal Maiden.
Oh, CM. Okay.
Yeah, it's just solid, some good mana around. You lane well with Morph. You can Frostbite and like slow down the Tusk. So what's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be? Will it be the Razor going to carry or the Razor going to offlane? So far, I mean, in terms of bans, it looks like Team Liquid is expecting that Razor to go carry, and then an offlaner to still come out for
carry,
Saberlight.
mid TA. I mean, I'm kind of looking for... I mean, I would say that they have multiple ways of taking it. I wouldn't be opposed to like an Axe. I could also see like some tempo, but some of the tempo heroes I'm looking at, I feel like their lane would be horrendous. Like some... I think Beastmaster is cool for their draft, but most likely unplayable into the Radiant lane.
Ooh, there's Watermelon. We did start saying...
Surprisingly unpicked heroes.
Yeah.
There we go.
And we did say if anybody's going to play Tidehunter, it would be Saberlight. So there you have it.
Okay, I do like it because I was afraid for the team fight early on, but Tide is good, of course. You can like anchor the fight quite literally. You have the anchor smash into the Morph. You do very well there too. I think it's going to come down a lot to these lanes and like the mid game. You will have a lot of skirmishing around the mid lane and 50 minutes for like the first ages. But I still feel like that this Morphling becomes Exodia with the team fight around him. This is not to say that Shopify can't do it. They have all the tools if they play well to make it happen, but I'm leaning on Waterman in the Water team. He will make it happen. Yeah,
the Morphling is going to be potentially insane this game for Shopify. I'm looking to them utilizing the early timings that they have. Like the early Deso +1 of TA, the BKB of the Razor, group up, keep overwhelming Liquid, force the roll and the split from these heroes to not really feel like they're doing damage. And yeah, I think Shopify could do it, but it is this like inevitable. If you blunder, Morphling can just take over the game.
But are they going to blunder?
Based on their track record, yes.
We got you covered.
We got you covered.
Oh, no. But it does look like they have got some good team fight going, so if they can execute properly, like...
Delightful drafts. Again, like I'm happy at least. But I think because of Swiss, we are seeing this like 2 drafts that look quite even, and it's more on play, and we're not having such like whiplash drafts where we feel upset that one team has really given themselves a hill to climb.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got a fairly even matchup ready for you guys. Of course, it's the opening series here on day 3. Both of these teams are 1-1 on the score right now. Winning a best of 3 here obviously puts you at match point to be able to move forward here in the group stages of Wallachia. We're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 1 of this best of 3 together with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into the first game of this series, looking pretty even. Lacoste, you must be excited. I know I am.
Absolutely.
Thoughts?
I'm just wondering which team has more water, because I see on one side Team Liquid, of course, then we have Water Boy, then we have Crystal Maiden with the Frozen Water, and on the side of Shopify, we do have Frozen Sigil, which doesn't exist in Dota anymore, unfortunately. The slot still exists for Cosmetic, and also Watermelon, which consists of 90% water. So,
is that factual?
It is. It is.
Watermelons are 90% water?
Yeah, Google it.
I mean, if you say so, I could definitely do that. Spend my time. How much of a watermelon is water? I feel like that's a ridiculous search to make, but you know, we always 92%.
There we go.
I thought you were lying. The average watermelon is about 92% water, making it a great aid to help keep you hydrated.
Yeah. Back to the game, let's talk about these drafts a little bit more. I feel like this is a god-tier Morphling game. I feel like Mickey is going to pop off because they don't have that much control. You are playing into Templar Assassin, you're playing into Razor, so you have good ultis to go for. I mean, just turning into Razor, you're becoming a much stronger Razor overall. And also in terms of lockdown, there isn't that much. I feel like Sumail from the mid lane will need to pick up that shard ASAP before Morphling gets Manta style and try to maybe get a kill or two onto Morphling, because later on there just isn't that much control. There isn't that much burst damage. Tidehunter doesn't provide you with much burst damage. Neither does Tusk. Templar Assassin can be okay. Damage from Razor takes a little bit more time to kick in.
So getting the triple split here of the lanes, and see how this goes. I'm immediately keeping my eyes on top, but it looks like bottom is going to be where the first blood is, as Saberlight gets first blood on Insania, just runs down the Crystal Maiden. And it's that water on ice action, but top lane, Boxy forced to TP away, and already action in 2 of the 3 lanes. So it's looking pretty good in terms of the fans who like Blood for the Blood God.
Yeah, as a Crystal Maiden, you need to be careful with your positioning. Morphling level 1, level 2 doesn't provide you with much, can't really protect you. So really glad that Saberlight started with the Gush. This is the first Tidehunter of the tournament. They needed to have a hero who provides them with a little bit more team fight, because their supports are really good at rotating. Boxy,
he's trying to
it up.
Shadow Realm Strike. They did activate that Cinder Brew, the right click in, and it looks like, yep, it will be a kill for RTZ. Very close, though. And he'll be passed over a Tango. He's got one of his own as well as a wand ready to go. So some healing available for him. He's also already on Tango regen at the moment. Good track against Insania, just throwing back and forth. Just a level 1 for the Hoodwink at the moment with that Acorn shot, but with the Bushwhack too, could definitely see the combination of Hoodwink and Tide be a killer lane.
Yeah, they could also surprise Morph. 1 point in Bushwhack, it's 1.4 second stun duration, so I could see them maybe surprising Mickey if he's not careful enough. Try to blow him up. You also could get a Blood Grenade. Sumail in the mid lane, 10-5 against Nisha's 9-1. After all, it is a TA favorite matchup. And what do you think about Pango? I love talking about Pango.
I am over Pango in
I swear to God, I don't know what to say about Pango. It's been said a million times. I feel like I'm just going to ignore it, because this hero has been first pick material for 2.5 years now.
Since its release.
Yeah,
I would say Pango's been available as a good or great pick since the release. But it seems to be not as favorable in matchups mid these days. We've seen a couple times this tournament alone.
Yeah, he can get exposed in the laning stage. You're still going to get the farm, because you can one-shot the creep waves later on. But sometimes, you know, you're playing into some Dragonite, you're playing into some, like, Storm matchups, which is not the most popular hero right now. But, yeah, definitely does have a couple of bad matchups.
So I'm just keeping an eye, and even with the change on Swashbuckle, which I love to talk about, the change from strike count on it to 4 to 3, it's still a popular pick. I think the initial reaction was, all right, hero dead.
Nah, I wouldn't say hero dead. It's just that sometimes we accidentally buff some of the heroes, like Doom. We wanted to nerf it. Nice miss on the uphill.
Top lane, GH. He's in the face of 33. Box is here with the Bramble Maze. Some damage being done to the Tusk. Who's in that tag team, and they've got the link on the 33, so he's not really right-clicking too hard. GH gets into the trees and away from the vision. Insania's here, but it won't save 33, and now Arteezy's gonna fight. Looking over at Boxy, who goes into the Shadow Realm. Shards block in this Dark Willow, who will throw the right-click over, but will lose his life to Arteezy as well, who eventually gets killed by neutral creeps, so Liquid get 0 benefits.
Oh, Insania also TP'd, so that means Mickey is not going to be able to get much farm from the bottom lane. Crystal Maiden, very slow, very sluggish hero, so needs to run back. Shopify, man, they're super aggressive, playing behind enemy lines. I had to check the clock to make sure that it's not 14 minutes, and it was actually 4 minutes diving near the enemy Ancient in the outer ring.
And not even time for the Wisdom Rune in there over there, but it's a 1,000 net worth lead for Shopify. Nisha having himself a little bit of gold with that D-Ward and trying to get what he can out of this lane, as you can see Sumail leading the experience, but just by a hair? Or, well, now that I look at it a little bit deeper, Sumail's almost level 6. And Nisha just hit 5. They go for GH once again. Going to the snowball towards Boxy on this Dark Willow. Won't get pulled all the way under the tower, but Plasma Field and GH now needs to run away from the Shadow Realm with the urn on him.
GH is
Really
really
thrown over.
pushing the limit.
Insania's up here top, so we'll try to get this kill and will. So keeping 3 top for Liquid, at least for the moment.
Mickey in the bottom lane. Lane is pushed in, so let's see if they try to surprise him. Kid track. No bushwhack attempt.
He's
They're
shifting,
putting the
but
pressure.
they've
He's
got
got
Arteezy here.
Love this move from Arteezy.
Yeah, Link breaks. Bushwhack was holding Mickey in place for a second. The gush, he can only shift so much. Eventually, though, Sumail dies mid as Boxy gets the kill, but Sumail also took out the life of Nisha.
Yeah,
So you lose
he's
your 1 and
solo
your 2 on
killed him.
Liquid.
He's solo killer, so he's gonna be almost level 7, while Nisha is still level 5. And Arteezy making a move. He saw 3 heroes in the top lane. He's like, what can I do? Goes through the gates and kills Mickey. Shopify, they're onto something. I love this early aggression. There are no lanes whatsoever. They're making a move, playing very fast Dota.
They're really making the lanes unstable for Liquid, and I feel like that's something we saw in their series yesterday, where Mickey kind of struggled on the gyrocopter to start. But right now, Saberlight, top of the net worth. Sumail, second on that chart. It's all 3 for Shopify, really, at the top of this list. See how it continues to go as GH continues to look to play aggressively as he finds Boxy in those trees near the tier 1 tower. But maybe for a moment, things just quieting down where Shopify are allowing Liquid to maybe catch a breath. See how long that lasts, though. So
Nisha is finally level 6, has Rolling Thunder available, so, and also does have Invis Rune, so can make a move after clearing this stack, but unfortunately sitting underneath the vision that Kitrak placed.
So yeah, still not going to matter, though. He picks up that stack. They're not coming over. They're not trying to make a move over on killing him while he goes for this stack. This tier 1 tower bottom's in a little bit of trouble. They are going to TP in Boxy bottom. So Saberlight moves up north, goes towards Insania, and this is a Crystal Maiden, so you die very quickly. And Kitrak gets that kill.
It's a lot of minus armor. -3 coming out from Gush, -2 coming out from Blightstone. Crystal Maiden doesn't have much armor to start with, so
Doesn't have much health to start with. 714.
move speed to start with.
Why does Crystal Maiden get picked again?
I feel like we need to buff Crystal Maiden. The way she moves and everything, it just feels very awkward. Same goes for some other heroes like Underlord.
Crystal Maiden is one of those heroes that I feel like you see on the patch chart with +1 armor. And that's it. Or like +5 movement speed. They go for GH in the top lane. Bramble Maze plays perfectly, but GH is going to extend what seems to be inevitable with 4 heroes here with that snowball. Like I said, it won't matter. And they are going to TP Nisha back towards mid. He immediately goes over to try and stop Sumail from pushing in this tower so aggressively.
We said we're not going to talk about Pango, but we're talking about Pango right now. Nisha TPing mid, and he also found a good neutral item, Lance of Pursuit. So that's going to be a big chunk of damage when they're trying to run away. Extra slow coming out.
Yeah, usually a good item. You're almost always running away from a Pango here, especially when you're hit with the inhibit from the defusal that Pangos 80, 95, 99% of the time pick up. So you got to be careful with that Lance Pursuit. Bottom tier 1 tower is going to go down to Saberlight, but they are putting pressure on the top tier 1. Saberlight's going to TP up here after taking that tower. Razor popped that ult. 33 in Boxy going to try and get away, but the Bushwhack lands on the edge. They've got the Acorn shot and the Snowball follow-up. Bramble Maze is down. The trap ends up getting popped, and Boxy will lose his life. But they're still looking at more. They've got Saberlight over here with another Bushwhack landing onto Insania. They'll chase down this Crystal Maiden. It's just a matter of time, and Saberlight's now on a killing spree. So after getting the tower and moving up towards top, Saberlight gets involved, and he saves the tower up top, as well as gets a couple kills.
Their damage still isn't there. Boxy's really struggling with levels, only level 4, 10 minutes into the game. You want to have that Bedlam, you want to have either Pangle you're running in or Brewmaster. Nisha Making the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, trap ends up getting popped.
All
sure you
three
get that
cores
solo.
from Shopify Galaxy on top of the net worth.
It really is a fusion of the two.
It really is. And this was before Sumail even clearing the stacks. There's a big ancient stack that he's gonna farm right now.
Saberlight. He still has Ravage. Getting a kill on him is not going to be easy.
Dire's middle tower is
He's
under
quite the
attack.
tanky boy over there. Xenia and Nisha clearing up these camps together, clearing up some of that vision that was placed down by Shopify. Kitrak has come over into this area a couple times, and you can see Sumail now working on this ancient stack. He picked up the Dragonlance. We've seen TAs in the past. Dragonlance Deso.
From a mid lane, this is Dragonlance, most likely into Blink Dagger Shard, so that you have more map presence. You also have Razor, and you also have 2k gold advantage, so you want to be able to get as much pressure as possible early on. You can see some of the stacks also being made in a triangle for Team Liquid. Problem is, you can't clear those stacks that easily. Pango could do it with multiple swashbuckles, but Morphling without lifesteal, he really can't do it.
See,
You know who can do it? Insania, if he pops that freezing field.
my answer was going to be TA, but I should have been looking at Insania, just taking it with the freezing field. Diffusal is just about finished there for the Pangolier, and that's going to be that big moment where you can use that inhibit, maybe chase a little bit. You have Primal Split available too. Still need to be careful though. Rushing into these fights, rushing into a Ravage could be a mistake. Bushwhack Sharpshooter. Bramble Maze is down, but Kitrak navigates the maze. Shadow Realm Strike hits, but it's not going to be enough. Now they've got the Snowball with the Gush slowing down Boxy. Doesn't have Shadow Realm to get free and home.
Nisha needs to
So
get out.
they get the kill on a Boxy, and they will pressure this Tier 1 mid with everybody here for the side of Shopify Rebellion.
They don't have the damage. Pango needs to hit the roll. We haven't seen Brew using the split. 33 for now. Continues to farm up. Going for Radiance, pinging out this top tower. He wants to get the trade. Shopify will use the glyph, so DPs might still come into this top lane.
They haven't given up this Tier 1 tower just
You
yet.
can see that 33, he's afraid.
Radiant are scanning.
They're bringing
not wanna
Saberlight
commit.
up here. Yeah, he's still working on this Radiance, and he wants to take this tower, get a little bit of an injection in gold, but they've got vision here for Shopify. It's right on the lane, and they see that he's still staying upwards. So 3 heroes here, and make it 4. If anybody is to react to this, and maybe it is Saberlight who ends up dying. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but he does have a wand. So if they drain that mana, maybe he's able to throw that Ravage out afterwards. 21 charge. There it is. 21 charges into the Ravage, but he is going to get low with the Bedlam on top of him. Saberlight ends up falling. And now they've got GH coming over with the Snowball going all the way to Nisha. Crosses over Insania. They get the kill there on the Crystal Maiden. The Terrorize. That hits Sumail as well as Kitrak. They go to the Sharpshooter. That's going to land on the 33. They've got a break on him, but he'll go to the Primal Split. GH is in trouble. He'll end up dead. 2 heroes gone to the side of Shopify, as they will take the tower as well. They forced out the Ravage and took a beneficial fight, but they've still got vision and control onto this
blink
TA.
out? Can they time it?
Sumail blinks, Meld Strike. Eventually lands on Nisha. Bedlam's on top of him. Kitrak looking for the Bushwhack. Acorn Shot slows him down. They've also got a trap. Sumail with the amplified damage, looking for a moment to get some damage in. Saberlight's back into the fight. The waveform over from Mickey. They've got the Shadow Realm Strike goes into the Meld, and now Sumail hiding away, looking over. Meld Strike. Ooh, Bushwhack on a 2.
that's a good
With the
one.
amplified damage, they'll get both. Saberlight cleans him up.
That was such a nice play.
Whoa.
Sumail goes into Invis, they don't have any detection, and he just blasts them, having amplified damage. I want to see the damage coming out from him. 2.6k coming out from Sumail in the previous one, and GH immediately tips him.
Why not?
Overextending. Like, that's just way too deep, and that's why this build on Templar Assassin is so powerful, because you become relatively tanky, you have 1700 HP with Strength Threads, and you're also being able to blink out. They have good ways of dealing with refraction. First of all, you have Urn of Shadows, but Crystal Maiden is not there. Frostbite takes off those in refraction instances almost instantly.
So getting a big flux of gold for Sumail. He's got that Blink Dagger now, and he's working on the Deso. like you said, shard will follow eventually, and I mean, it's one of the best shards in the game.
It's really good once you pick it up, because you can solo kill these supports. You see them right now. Let's say he has a shard, Boxy's dead.
Bushwhack, sharpshooter, some distance. Kidtrack, though, hit with that Rolling Thunder and will eventually die. Freezing Field also committed for that. Is that really everything you want? Pangolier wants that Blink Dagger. 33 still working on this Radiance. Gush thrown over from Saberlight. Doesn't have the Primal Split. Saberlight continuing to run forward with the help of Sumail, and they'll get the count of 33. So Saberlight has that early shard, so he's got that dead in the water. That anchor holding him down and making sure that he doesn't get away.
It's a really good shard. It got slightly nerfed in one of the previous patches. Instead of 5 attacks, now it's 4, and they're thinking about going on Mickey. Got the shift off.
Got the shards up, blocking him in, so the static link is connecting for a long time. And they want to get this kill into the Morphling. Nisha and Insania, I think they just don't know how they can help at the moment. They don't have Rolling Thunder. They don't have Rolling Thunder or Freezing Field. So Arteezy able to get that kill. Plasma Field lands on a Boxy looking for the Terrorize. Only lands on a GH. They'll maybe just get that. A Ravage not in time, but it does land on both these heroes. So they've got the break. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Nisha. Looking over at Boxy. Arteezy doing a lot of damage with 33 coming over the Primal Split, but nobody's alive to help him out anymore.
Hasted Sumail coming in.
Oh no. Sumail doing some damage onto these Brewings, and they are going to clean up all 4 of them as 33 dies in 4 separate pieces.
Oh, what a beautiful fight for Shopify. They're all over the place. Pop the Ravage. Again, Mickey getting caught off guard. Like, he didn't have like any influence in the game yet. 0-3 and 0. Definitely needs that dispel mechanic ASAP, because the shard is going to come out, and we're going to see it again. Mickey used the waveform. Arteezy has been very active on this Razor. Involved in 8 kills.
Yeah, 8-18, and he is really doing a lot. And you can see that link lasted for a long time, and they should have just backed away immediately.
Liquid, they need another set of items. They need this Radiance to be online, because right now, Brewmaster, he doesn't have an item. He does have Talisman, he does have, you know, that Drunken Brawler, so he can be very elusive, but where's the damage gonna come from? If there's no Rolling Thunder, GH, no Snowball.
Yeah, so with Rolling Thunder, they get that kill in the Shadow Realm. Of course, in the Bedlam on top of Nisha, it's a little bit of a dirty combo.
It is. It's one of the best improvements that I've seen for a hero in a long time, where you can use Bedlam. There it is, the shard.
Look at the damage just coming in. Shard again, Freezing Field. They're trying to get a kill on a Sumail maybe, but the Bushwhack will stop and shut that out. Insania's still trying to get anything he can out of this before he knows he's dead. So Saberlight back on a killing spree, and it's 8K net worth lead for Shopify. Terrorize gonna throw a hit onto Kidtrack as well as Saberlight.
Saberlight's blanking
forward,
in,
it's
thinking
still
about
on Spawn.
using Dead in the Water. It's a very low cast range, and Nisha blinks out.
Just
I
able to
really
survive.
Yeah, I really like that Sumail bought that shard. He was thinking about picking up Deso, had Mithril Hammer, and he's like, oh, Morphling's not going for Manta style immediately. He saw
Oh no.
another Blade of Alacrity.
Radiant's top tower.
33
Courier is
with the
dead.
Sacred Relic on it.
Oh my god, that's 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, because Courier also needs to deliver. So I think it's time for Shopify to try to make something happen on the map, try to go for tier 2 tower, kill it. They do have enough damage. Still no Deso yet, but it's going to come out in the next 30 seconds or so.
So they'll put the pressure on top. They are a little early for that timing of Tormentor. They're a minute early on that.
Too good of a timing. They're too farmed and too far ahead in this game.
Slow it down a little bit. Maybe you could get all the timings right. But we've seen it a lot. Like, if you're on the top lane at 20 minutes, you get that Tormentor into the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. It's a good little spot to be in. 33 now working on getting that shard, but he's hoping that Sacred Relic gets to him this second time around when the Courier comes back to being alive.
You had a great idea yesterday. When they kill your Courier, just buy that component and resell. Buy another Sacred Relic and sell.
Okay, to be fair, it was a 200 gold recipe. It's a huge difference.
Okay, I'll give you that.
But, you
Just
know,
wanted to sound more dramatic. These are going to be long 40 seconds for 33. Desperately needs that Courier to respawn.
yeah, just sell everything and rebuy the Sacred Relic. Then you'll have 2 of them. Dead in the water. See if they can continue to have that control. And with the Walrus Punch and the Bushwhack, they do. So not only is he now dead, but I mean, it's another 38 seconds. So technically he'll have the Radiance in death, but it's not getting here until 21 minutes into the game.
Can they delay it further? Can they somehow
kill the courier in base? Don't let it deliver. No, I don't think they can.
Ooh, amplified damage on Sumail. He can go for solo Roche at this point.
Crystal Maiden.
I love the sound of dead in the water.
It sounds like death in water. It really does. There's that Radiance finally finished up. Bramble Maze is down. 3 heroes going after Saberlight. But he's got Ravage. Like, you'll chase, you'll try. You gotta be careful. Shopify is here, ready to react. Oh! Stop that TP just in time.
So he needs to walk from the base, and seems like they're gonna give up on Roche because it's already down to 30% HP. 33 is so far away from it.
They can't commit yet. They're staying close, but not really doing anything for them. They had that vision down, so I mean they can see it, but that's about it. Trap gets popped, and Nisha silenced. They have the vision. They have the
double XP rune
awareness.
for TZ. Okay, that's gonna push him to level 15. There will finish off the Tormi. So a lot in the last couple of minutes has been done. Liquid, they're having a pretty good read what's gonna happen. Tormi already dying. Again, Saberlight in the front line, not the target that you want to focus.
Where's the rest of 33's team? I mean, I see them nearby, but they're not reacting. He's taking so much damage already, and he's dead. There's no primal split. This fight with the Radiance that you were hoping for is already over. Snowball, that's gonna land, hit onto Insania. Saberlight just moving forward. He's right on top of Boxy, who's got the Bedouin on himself, but Boxy dies, Insania will fall. 3 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. I don't really know what they wanted with 33 staying forward by himself for so long.
They think that he can't die. He gets brewed up, but nice spell usage. But you also got to be very careful, even as Pango, playing into Templar Assassin, this overwhelming physical damage, plus you're also playing into Razor, so you could potentially die. You can't get close to these 2 heroes, because the physical damage will bring you down.
A little bit of a late move there from Liquid in terms of reacting to 33. Ravage hits, and he ends up dead, so we'll be back alive now, but still 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis as Shopify.
Under attack.
They're putting their list together. They're looking at what they want next. And they'll go visit the store and get some more gold. But they are playing across the river pretty much exclusively at this point in the map.
Yeah, it's very difficult to cross the river. Maybe they can play the top part of the map, and as you can see, Nisha, he's pinging it out. He's like, we need to get something done in this part, because look at the wards from Nigma Rebellion. They do cover all 3 lanes pretty much. So playing around the mid lane, it also scouts out the bottom lane. So Arteezy feels very comfortable finishing off that tower.
Mickey. Whoo. Dodge there. So see how this guy kind of goes down. I mean, Shopify, like you said, their ward vision's pretty perfect. They do have a big idea of where, you know, if nobody's in that ward vision, where they must be on the side of Liquid. Boxy's gonna clear up this mid tier 2 creep wave that's coming in. With Ravage soon to be up in 20 seconds. See if Shopify want to set up to potentially win a fight and go high ground. Halberd's there too, so all of a sudden, Morphling gonna feel a little less useful.
Yeah, that's going to be a good protection against
Radiant's
just
middle
Razor,
tower is under
pretty
attack.
much. When he turns into Razor, you want to disarm him so that he doesn't deal damage. GH, also he's been on point. Doesn't have a single kill to his name, but he was all over the place some of these early rotations. Has a Blink Dagger, has a Yule Scepter, so even if they decide to focus somebody down, he can easily blink and snowball save him. Radiance delayed. This was supposed to be the big timing for Liquid. 25 minutes. If we could somehow look at the damage dealt by Radiance, it would not be there. Like, I think in terms of hero damage, I don't think he dealt any.
It might be a little bit with that fight that happened.
Yeah, he
near
was
the
like
Tormentor,
there, but you know what I mean.
yeah, it's just it's basically zero. Bye, Boxy. I hope you had a good time there. That was a 2-shot. Was hoping to get that Terrorize out, but when the damage comes in quicker than the cast time, you are in a lot of trouble. So, like you said, Liquid want to play the top end of the map. They're all here. All 4 of them. Can you even TP out? Is that really even an option if you're Morphling? Nobody else is with this tie just yet. They're focusing their attention on the 33, who they know doesn't have a primal split, and there's that TP attempt into the Ravage. So now they've got the disarm with the Heaven's Halberd. He's dead in the water. Plasma field hits. They are going to look for the high five, and they'll start to pass him around, connect the high fives, and look to finish him off, and they do. So Mickey ends up dead. It was a good job by Saberlight. He kept him busy while they killed 33. Then the rest of the team joined in.
Tide Shard really good against Pango, great against Morphling as well. Every single time Morphling dies, he's basically dead in the water.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I really wish there was a visual experience on this, because I look to my left and it's just, he's really dead. And then the smile, it just makes me giggle.
Back to the game we go.
Daedalus being built here for Sumail.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Has
attack.
to pass over a couple things and get that Crystallis there. So let's see. It'll be a little ways till he gets that Daedalus, and maybe I honestly, this Shopify Galaxy might go for Roche, finish the game off that. Another freezing field attempt as dead in the water. That anchor is just holding him back with a swashbuckle. All of a sudden, Kitrak has no mana, and Insania survives.
Good kill. Nisha will take that one. Easy 600 gold for him.
That's a lot of gold for just a hoodwink. Craggy coat for the Razor of Arteezy.
He's gonna be super tanky. Sitting at 30 armor, can get extra 12, so that's gonna be 40. Does slow him down a little bit, but
They're going for Nisha, but there's
no
Boxy
blink for
behind.
a second.
Terrorize is going to be quick enough. Rolls up, and Saberlight is here, so if you think about TPing out, that's probably not going to happen. Although he doesn't have Ravage, it's not going to matter. Nisha and Boxy both die. So two heroes fall on Liquid, and Shopify continue to extend that net worth lead, as I think Liquid are really hoping Mickey on this Morphling gets enough farm to carry the game.
GH with the nice shards there. Blocks him off, so he can't get away. Well, Mickey still needs a lot of time. 0, 4, and 0 on your carry. When you open that scoreboard, you know it's a painful game. Because he needs that Kanda. He also feels like he needs a BKB, needs more levels already. Only level 16 with that XP rune, gonna push himself to level 17. But things are looking very difficult. Shopify are waiting for the next Roche to respawn, which could respawn in 30 seconds, and then go for the potential high ground push.
Is under attack.
We've seen a lot of long Roche timers this for us in our cast so far. I think every single one of them has been 2 minutes plus. It's been a lot of long waiting for Roche. But we'll see if it's going to be a quick one or if they're going to be waiting on the world to change on this next Roche. But Smoke, Saberlight, Bramble Maze is down, as well as the Rolling Thunder coming through. GH is there nearby, but the Ravage is used. Anybody gonna follow this up? Saberlight's still alive. Gleipnir, nope, he finally falls to 33. It's the Radiance Burn that gets him. Sumail gets the kill on Aboxy, and they've got Sumail, but he pops the BKB.
Oh, Nisha.
Oh, yeah. One more shot, snowball in, Nisha falls, and now they're gonna look over at Insania, who tries to TP out, but the Bushwhack lands from Kitrak. They got themselves a third. They've got the Gleipnir on Mickey. They'll take out a fourth. And this is all Shopify Rebellion.
Kitrak tipping Saberlight. He's like, yeah, you did your job. You landed Ravage onto multiple heroes. You bought just enough time. You almost survived there. Having that extra lifesteal coming out from Vlad's didn't deal too much damage. And yeah, 2 cores from Shopify really cleaning up. Sumail almost 2-shot Pango.
Yeah.
That is pretty ridiculous. Double crit with Enchanted Quiver. Can't miss on the high ground as well. He was from the low ground. And that's going to be at least a set of barracks.
If not more. Shopify Rebellion.
They don't need to rush anything, considering the state of the game right now. Roshan just dead respawn, so they can go for that. It's on Radiant's side, the shitty side, with Roshan's banner on it.
Best item in the game. Help them push mid even more. They can get those buffed Giga Super Creeps with the banner down mid. So they're going to walk their way over slowly but surely. They know there is no Ravage. So, you know, maybe this is a fight that Liquid can take. It also feels like a fight that they have to take.
BKBers are coming off cooldown for Shopify, so they're going to be fight ready. Saberlight needs to go through the gates, doesn't have the TP available. Ravage in 45, they might catch him here. Good Bramble from Boxy.
Yeah, Bramble Maze and the Adaptive Strike, they go to the bedroom, and now with no Saberlight, is this a moment for Liquid to get Roche?
Has no buy. Team Liquid. I still feel Shopify takes this fight.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder's gonna end in a second. They are smoked up, waiting for their moment.
Already down to half HP.
It's either time to go or time to let it drop. Shards off to the side. Razor, Plasma Field jumping in. Walrus Punch. They're going to go and try and get
He
it.
got it.
It's going to be snatched by GH. He's got this Aegis. He goes with the BKB. He goes over to Nisha. They go to the Freezing Field from Insania, but they get the kill on a Boxy as well as that Crystal Maiden.
Oh, and look at
They
that
look
shard.
at the last Panda brewing as they're going to find 33. He's trying to run away, and now they've got the Walrus Punch on Anisha at the same time with the Melon Strike coming in, and the right click's coming out from Sumail. They will get the kill on Anisha, take out 3, 33 TPs out, and GH, he's got this Aegis to hold on to, doesn't even die one time in that fight.
Oh, that was so nicely done. Blinks in, gets the Aegis. Not sure who picked up the more important item. That's Roshan's banner. Can't see it in anyone's inventory, nor being placed. But yeah, another great fight for Shopify. Even without Tidehunter, even without Ravage, they decided to take that fight because BKBs were available and they feel like they can go in and take the fight. Razor has Lincoln Sphere, so he can protect himself against the Morphling. Now it's time to siege the high ground.
I'm trying to see if they did place Roche's banner anywhere, but it doesn't look like it exists. So, bottom center racks, they'll go down. And that will be push for Shopify. They still have a top tier 2, so they might want to grab that and maybe grab the range racks that still exists over mid, get those mega creeps going. But it really is a game that is just stuck at the pace of whatever Shopify wants to do, especially they're up 30,000 now. It feels like they're free to do whatever they want. So, we'll see at what point they want to take this fight. 33 actually taking a lot of damage here from that Tormentor. Couple bounty runes picked up by Kitrak, and the shard will go to Mickey.
Okay, that's a good one. If they get some like Blink Initiation from the Tidehunter, Blink Stun from Tusk, he can still get the shift off. Shopify are in a good spot. We didn't talk too much about Kitrak, but he's been also owning in these fights, landing multiple bushwhacks, hiding in the trees. They also don't have the best heroes to find this pesty rat / squirrel.
Yeah, it has not been easy. And he has started with some good Acorn Shot bushwhack combos. Sharpshooter is being on point. He's hit a bunch of those. Don't ask me a percentage, but I think it's 100% always. Daedalus now for that Hoodwink. So Creeps pushing in top. Trying to see if they can put the finishing touches on game number 1. Bramble Maze placed around Sumail, but if he doesn't move, he'll be fine. And he is. Okay. Curse Crown pops. They're going to find Boxy. They jump in. And that was Hex from Saberlight. Sharpshooter comes through and gets the kill to Kitrak.
Nisha and 33 coming around the back. They go to the Primal Split. They've got the Rolling Thunder, but the damage from Sumail. Kidtrack also has that Daedalus, so he's out putting a lot of damage there too. They've got 33 in their sight, so go back to form, but the Melon Strike, the right clicks, the Gleipnir, the control and the kill are all coming through for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Boxy dead again. And they will look for Insania, who is on the freezing field for just about a half a second. Pull everybody into the snowball, and they'll kill off Insania. They'll call GG, and Shopify Rebellion will take game 1.
What a clean performance from Shopify. The way it started, Sumail getting a solo kill on Nisha in the bottom lane, getting the first blood. Top lane was also very difficult for Brewmaster to play into. So picking up 3 strong lanes from Shopify, and look at the big smiles. GH also, after having a bit of a rough day, day 1, I would say the first series that he played, you know, this is the GH magic that we used to see.
Yeah, he's looking really good, and so is the rest of Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if they can take it into game 2 and play that well, but before we do that, we're going to send it off to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Big Up and Lacoste. And can Shopify do a 2-0? We'll find out. That would be the first time that they take a series off of Team Liquid. But of course, we first have to see if they can do that, because Team Liquid also was not maybe playing as well as we were hoping. We're going to break it all down here. I'm here with T-Gov and Kezu. And T-Gov, to be honest, I want to start by crediting Shopify Rebellion, because you heard it from a commentary team. They started out great from the lanes, and they just never let on.
Yeah. Looking at the lineup, the draft enables them to have this laning advantage, and it was so refreshing to see how quickly they were ready to break down their lanes. You know, RT's using the twin gate, overlapping cores, trying to find pressure points. Liquid kind of delayed when they wanted to enter the game, try to go a bit more passive and farm. Maybe they were under threat of all the reaction that they had to do. I think like minute 13, 14 was the first time we really saw them trying to be proactive themselves. But yeah, the first opening part of the game, you can see on Mickey's face there, like, they weren't ready for how quick Shopify was breaking down this game, and they just never let it down. It was just an incredible game from them. Just super aggressive. Love to see it. No complaints.
Yeah, because like what Shopify were doing, it's not just like the laning advantage you talk about. Like they kept going and like amplifying their game and their advantage with what they already had in the game. Like Saberlight, he TPs mid to defend the tower, then they take the enemy tower. He TPs top to defend top. They do well in all their lanes. I feel like, I mean, I would go as far to say as if the teams just swapped drafts, Shopify would still win, because they played so much better. I feel like Liquid, they didn't show up in this game. Like right now, you can literally just tell them, guys, wake the hell up, because this game 1 is, like T was saying, they delayed their entrance in the game by like, so they're supposed to lose lanes. That's okay. But you have Pango Brew. When you connect these 2 heroes, but even if you're down 5k, 6k gold, you will overrun the Shopify draft. They have 1 Ravage, and that's it. But they're not doing that until like minute 15 or whatever the hell it was. So it's just like, guys, let's wake up, play. Let's not waveform into the enemy heroes and feed. Where Shopify, I mean, they played incredibly well. So honestly, just easy game.
I mean, production was also really nice to Liquid as well. They didn't show the highlight of when 22 minutes when the Brew went into the kind of Tormentor area by himself, tried to split, didn't get the split off, and then kind of fell apart. Like, it was question mark for Liquid, but again, let's not take away from Shopify.
Yeah, they played so well.
The aggression they needed and the skill required to keep that going, it was very, very good.
Yeah, and we knew that instantly. You know, we talked about it during the draft, that you know, teams can theory craft the opening picks and opening bans and stuff like that, and that's how we ended up with the Pango versus TA. And the bans after that came very fast as well, so it seemed like this is what we expect to happen, and this is what we deal with. And we were with a Pango versus a TA. It was not even close on that mid lane, and I feel like they didn't have it. Like TA was second pick overall, but it was first pick for Shopify. And I feel like it wasn't answered at all. I feel like Sumail had a great game and nobody really could touch him.
Yeah, I think maybe less about the TA and more when you pick Pango in the first slot, you need to complement it by, if it gets countered, you overlap your Pango with other heroes to overwhelm. And in this game, like we said already, it took 14 minutes for Liquid to make a move, 22 minutes to making a move, and it's just bad move. Like, they never got to do things that enabled Pango to play with others to come back into games where you are in bad matchups. So,
yeah, like if if I look at like the draft strength, you have Shopify who are good at laning. They did good in their lanes and then use that to do more. Whereas Liquid, you're not good in lanes, but you are strong with your ults. But they never use that to then help the guy who lost his lane to come back in the game. And now it's like you have a Brew top who's farming his Radiance without using split. You have a Pango mid who lost his lane, who's like they're all waiting for each other to get in the game.
Morph can't do anything, by the way.
Yeah, Morph is just chilling bottom, waiting for something to happen. So everyone is
But
just
he's
like,
also not able to farm properly because he was very poor.
So if one piece doesn't move properly, your whole draft is just because you lose your lanes, they're strong, they're playing well, and if the enemy team plays well, then yeah, game's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
It was the first time we saw Tidehunter, and we actually talked about it this morning in our pre-show.
High five.
And we also said if someone's going to play it, it's going to be Saberlight. And Kazu, you wanted to highlight a specific moment as a type of power spike for Tidehunter.
Because so he played very well.
Yep.
We'll not take that away from him. We'll give it to him. But I also want to highlight his items, his timings, because you know, no one else has touched his hero yet, but Saberlight, he knows that they wanted his hero. It's good against Morph. It gave them the team fight for his 2-range cores. So he rushes Vlad's, great for his team. Helps them Roche, helps them play fast, but at 60 minutes, he has the shard. And he literally, he goes top, he kills the Brewmaster, he goes bottom, they kill the Pango. Like, he was, even though it's a Tidehunter, people often think, oh, he's very stationary.
Yeah.
He made this hero look like very mobile, just going around the map. And that just comes from you being free, you understanding the game, what you have to do, adjusting your items, and honestly, just super clean performance. Very happy to see it. So Shopify, if they can replicate this in game 2, Liquid better wake the hell up or they have no chance.
It's worrying because we know this is a team that has said plenty of times like, oh, we're not an early morning team. Well, tough luck. You gotta perform when your match is due. You know, there's the first series of the day, and you gotta suck it up. You gotta be able to do better. Like wake up earlier so you get your scrims in before. I don't know, do something. But this was not it. And I don't want to take anything away from Shopify Rebellion because they did play very well, very clean, and we've been continuously talking. It's like the trend to talk about adaptation and the improvement, which is especially visible when you're playing with two stand-ins and you see the team and you know they're adapting and they're getting used to each other, in some cases used to each other again, and it's working out. Where at the same time, when we're talking about improvement, I don't see it on the side of Liquid T. I see decline because they started out in day one, they started out strong, and then it's like,
yeah, I mean, the Liquid, maybe they're doing the whole, we're doing good in other things, so we're gonna, you know, be the team that comes in and doesn't really give it.
Yeah, it's easy, I think.
Yeah.
The one good thing that I will say now is that when you lose a game like this, where you feel like people were just not in it, not in the zone, not woken up, it's whatever. It takes one guy to be like, guys, what the fuck was that? Let's wake up, you know, just go next. It's a BO3 all day.
It's just excuses.
Yeah.
You're a pro team. You know, you have a bad game.
You say your shit, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. There's no room for excuses.
Right.
It's just, you know, get good in the moment. And again, so it's like we could easily say here, oh, maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. You know, they just played bad. They just had a really bad day or game. It's now on them.
Not yet, so yeah.
Yeah, not day yet. Sorry, got carried away there. But game, they had a really bad game. It's like
on the bright side, Team Liquid is used to being in lower brackets. They're used to being one game down and having to win it all to make a comeback, and that's where they are right now. I will say, obviously, even regardless which team loses here in this series, you'll still play the next day because both of these teams are tied. They're 1-1 right now. You need 3 wins or 3 losses to be able to be either eliminated or moving forward. So maybe this is not yet backs against the rope too much, but this series, definitely if they don't win the next game, then they're going to be with their backs against a very strong rope, so with the 1 and 2. But we'll find out, because game 2 of this best-of-3 series coming your way after a break.
PGL Wallachia Season 1. We've got Shopify Rebellion here, and we've got Mr. Saberlight, who gave me so many good interviews before, which is why I chose you again for this one, because I can rely on you. So how are you doing, my man?
I'm great, super excited to be here. Like, so far we've got to the hotel and everything, and the setup for the tournament seems like super fun. So yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm excited for what's to come.
We're definitely being treated very well, and we're going to be enjoying some great Dota for sure. But first of all, have to understand what is happening with your team right now, because we see that you've got 2 stand-ins coming in, Sumail and GH, both from the same team as well. But how did it come together? Why did it come together? Why are you in this situation right now?
Okay, so after Birmingham, we felt like there needed to be some change, since like we did okay in the previous tournament, but as a whole, I feel like we needed to regain some trust in the team that we can actually like win and stuff.
How, or do you even know how the Dota looks right now? Have you had time to scrim? Have you had time to play and understand what you're going to be doing?
Unfortunately, not, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, we start cooking as the tournament starts. That's the secret. I mean, right now we'll have like 1 day of scrims and then, you know, the Swiss stage. So we'll try some things during the Swiss stage. Surely we will not like get knocked out there. And then, you know, after Swiss stage, we'll already be a proper team. We played together for like a few days, so at that point we'll be unstoppable.
I like it. Okay, very confident as well as always. But I want to look at it from also the perspective. You say, okay, don't have the scrim time in there, but you're talking together, so you have an understanding of how you want to play, right? The theory behind how this should look.
I would say so. It's also, we're playing on the same patch for a very long time now, so the meta is like very figured out, I would say. We're all, I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of playing the same heroes because there have been like, what, like 3 tournaments on the same patch. So there isn't much left to be discovered, I would say. I mean, there are probably some things, but yeah. So the main thing is just being on the same page and executing on like a personal level, but also on a team level.
Yeah. And what does all of this do to how you view your chances for this event?
Well, since we're playing with stand-ins and we didn't have much time to prepare, we're kind of going into it like, let's just do the best that we can. You know, we play against like a lot of very experienced teams that did have the practice and that they are in like full rosters. Yeah. So, you know, once we meet them, it's like, what can you do? But at the same time, I think the potential of our team is very high. So honestly, I think it just kind of depends how it clicks.
What I'm feeling from you, okay, you're always confident, but it seems very positive still. You seem like you've got a good idea of what you guys are going to want to do, and it's just finding it out across the journey. So what do you feel like your overall final thoughts are for like before we get to see you in the game? What do you want to say to everyone out there?
That I appreciate everybody rooting for us and staying with us for this entire season. And I mean, you know, you'll just have to wait and see what we cook up with, because I promise you it's going to be good.
That's what you always do, and I know you will deliver on it as well. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good to see you, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shopify is cooking up something good, as you heard from Saberlight, and that is, well, very true, especially since Game 1 was very flawless on their part. And we'll see if they can continue the momentum going into the second game of this series. It's a best of 3. It is 1-up right now. We'll see what happens in game number 2. So we want to see some adaptations, some changes, maybe not too many on the side of Shopify, as it did work. But I do think also, if you're in Shopify shoes, Tigov, I'm sure you're also aware that things could have gone very differently in certain situations. Or how do you feel like they will look back up on the game? How do you improve after a win?
I think for Shopify at least, the foundation of having those lane winners that can collapse onto the map, it's going to be the main approach that they continue to replicate. And if anything, it's just keep the spirits high, go into the draft and make sure that you have just the same prep you use. I think sometimes, obviously not with these types of teams, but other teams can have that kind of get too giddy. Oh, we just beat them. Oh my God. And then they kind of forget the foundation of what they're meant to be doing in each draft. And no, I think that, of course, Shopify with Bulber, etc., that won't really be an issue at all. But I really just want to see them have this like layering of supports can kill. Like we didn't mention it. Kitrak, he finished 11-320 on the Hoodwink. Like this is the position 4E5 because they're kind of sharing the role with GH depending on drafts and stuff. But.
So far, it's been mostly Kitrak playing position 4. I think. But
and
Hero and Hoodwink. Well, he did play it on. He did play it on 4. You're right. Yeah.
Some nice looking items. I feel like Gleipnir is kind of the item of the patch at this point. It did receive some nerfs, but still incredibly good. But yeah, I feel like Shopify are obviously pretty happy as long as you're ready for some small deviations, or you understand next time when they have these heroes, they'll probably connect earlier. Let's be ready for these moves. Apart from that, they should have been happy with the draft, happy with the gameplay, so it's all good.
Yeah, let's see where they take it for game number 2 then, because we are in the draft. We got Team Liquid on the Dire side this time around, Shopify on the Radiant side, and first pick is going the way of Shopify. There we go. And what's up, team?
That was kind of cool. So I just want to jump in straight away. Shopify, they banned the TA preemptively.
Because they want to pick Pango.
And then, but they ban it here because now Liquid has to think, okay, well, if they're banning TA, they want Pango, so we have to ban it ourselves. Otherwise, it is just the Bloodseeker ban into Pango. So because they banned TA in the second position, it forces Liquid to have to not waste a ban, but maybe do what Shopify wants. So I like the fact that that second ban in the first pick position can dictate a little bit more. And now they do a tiny ban that we rarely see into a Tusk. So I don't know, that was pretty cool.
No, honestly, that is very cool, especially with, let's think about like the really nice +4s people like to play. I think Tiny is like on top of the list. Yesterday we saw Tiny, then Tusk being banned out. Suddenly we saw a Nyx Assassin being played by Save. So it's like, you know, you take away the options from Liquid. Like maybe there's also something where, I think, Chiefs, you mentioned yesterday, you prefer seeing Boxy on heroes that can move around. Yeah. So now they're like, we can ban Tiny, we can take Tusk. Maybe we make it even a higher chance Boxy playing a range hero, you know, like maybe it's some style of play that you're trying to box them in. So I like what Shopify are doing.
Boxy them in, no. Sorry, I had to.
That's all right. I'm not Lacoste. He would have done it on purpose. I didn't.
But we do have Team Liquid maybe being a little bit thrown off with this opening, because they're taking some time, and as we talked about in terms of the opening picks and bans, that's sometimes or oftentimes things you prepare. So we are going back to the Brewmaster for Team Liquid in the opening here. Are we happy with that? Because obviously he did not have a great game 1.
Yeah, again, I think we could easily say for any Liquid player, any Liquid hero, it was bad. But if we disconnect ourselves from game 1, assume we are going in blind into this draft. Yeah, yes, it's
refreshed and new game. Yeah,
it's about what they do with it. Like it's very hard to like pick a core here that's like somewhat meta, or your player plays well, and to go like, oh well, this draft's over. It's meta. Just a chill pick. What?
No, don't worry. Moving on. As you were saying, I tried to make a joke and you just didn't hear it because I tried jumping in. So my apologies.
Take it away.
Oh fuck.
We have
It's all good. With the opening of the Brewmaster and the Tusk, I feel like Shopify went for comfort because obviously GH has been hit and miss a little bit over the last couple of days, obviously still trying to fit in, and I feel like Tusk definitely is one of his standouts so far. So they go for comfort with that, but how can you really prepare for what's coming? Because Tusk can fit in any draft, like you can do anything, whereas Team Liquid is a lot more telegraphed. Hey guys, we got Brewmaster, that's a big cornerstone of our draft already.
I mean, it's. I would say it's hard to really, like, work against this Tusk too much because he can go to multiple lanes. He works well with different heroes. I feel like even now, if I'm Liquid, I'm a little afraid of like some Tusk Weaver lane going up against my Brew. Like, if you can pressure Brew early and then have cores that aren't super threatened by split, you can make this hero's game a lot harder. So that's something you have to think about already. Where it's for Liquid, it's important that they have good lanes, maybe slightly better than last time, but then the number one thing I just want them to do later is connect your heroes. Like Brew is not a hero you just leave alone for 20 minutes and then hopefully he comes up with 2-3 items. You have a lane, you use your split, you go, it's like this balance, right? You have your spells, you use it, you go back to farm and have like this nice back and forth.
But creating that is you being able to make the moves on your times, right?
Yep.
And the way Shopify played last time was, sure, you got a Brew, but if we're going top, going bot, if one bad TP from Brew, sure you split, you might get a kill, but now you're on the wrong part of the map, you're not farming, you're delaying the Radiance or even the Vessel. It's difficult to play a Brew under so much threat.
Guys, they just took like a minute and a half at least for the one ban they had, and it's Luna. And I feel like with the amount of thought going into that ban, surely we can learn something from that.
I would say there's two things. First of all, Brew with Luna Aura.
They banned Ench and they banned Luna.
Okay, well, 2 bans. But they
did
Luna,
take a lot of time on Luna.
The Ench was like way earlier, but
it was like giga speed on the Ench and then like, oh shit, now what about the Luna? But to go back to Luna, maybe they're expecting Liquid to tamper a bit more with their lanes, like maybe offset a bit. Last game more. If this game you could go with the Luna, which is just easier to lane, better, helps everyone else. Also, the Pandas benefit from the Luna Aura when he's around or at nighttime. So it's a good combo.
And this Hoodwink, it had to be banned. Like when you think about the simplicity of draft, if Shopify had access to Hoodwink +1 in this part of the phase, then it is just cementing Shopify to create strong counter picks that can win the lanes. It will be interesting to see where You know, Kitrak goes now that he isn't playing a hero that he's played, what, I think 5 or 6 times now so far in 7 games.
I like the fact that with like it's just getting a bit more weird nowadays with the amount of bans you have, right? Like Liquid only had one. They throw it on the Hoodwink, which I love because Tusk Hoodwink together is really strong. And this is more of a, we had this yesterday where it's like you take the hero that's really good for you, but Weaver on Shopify would have been insane. So they take it away. Where Shopify go for Gyro, great against Brew, pretty solid, and an Oracle.
Is Oracle a deny pick in this sense as well, as we know that Insania is one of the more
I feel like that one less. I wonder what the ultimate idea is, because I don't actually like Oracle against Weaver or Brew, personally.
No, I don't mind seeing Oracle with Tusk, because Oracle does do pretty decent damage when you have levels, and you can make moves around the map because of the Tusk. So your lane, outside of lane, there is a lot of purpose. You can push people forward very easily. Go take more fights, I'm behind you. If you are the aggressors, then is it really that easy for Liquid to find the backline? Sure, Weaver can Sakuchi, Brew can split, but if you look at the game 1 logic, then this Oracle pick will just allow Shopify to replicate that. And with still 2 more picks to protect Oracle. You just need 2 more frontlining heroes or heroes that have a stun to now, you know, give Oracle some life in the early game fights. But yeah, overall, it's a very strong-looking 3 heroes.
But that does mean that, well, GH is probably still playing Tusk.
Yes.
So he's actually going to play 4 this game.
He could still lane with the Gyrocopter, and then you pick a melee off lane and put the Oracle there.
Okay.
I think with the way that they're playing, it's just when the draft ends, like, what lane are we going to go to? Because also when GH was Enigma, sometimes he would play in the safe lane, sometimes he plays in the off lane. Like, it's not as if he's the 4 player that has to go to the off lane. They're both pretty flexible in that regard.
Good. We got an Enigma coming out. That is a pause 5 Enigma?
Yeah, that has to be Insania's hero. I don't see why you would pick Enigma into Gyro and willingly lane it in the off lane into Gyro safe lane.
I will say in a distant past, they put Boxy on position 3 Oracle, or at least he played, not Oracle, obviously, Enigma. And they had, Boxy also plays Enigma, I know that.
He used to. I'm sure he still can.
I'm sure he still can as well. But you prefer it not to be?
Yeah, I would prefer Enigma to just not be in the lane where Gyro is.
Okay,
simply because of flag. So
you just don't skill Eidolons.
Yeah, just go stand in Midnight Pulse, easy.
You could also just put the Gyro Tusk as the carry support, but play it into the Enigma lane, right?
Like,
just lane it into the off lane. Farm normally put Saberlight on a hero that after some time solos top lane, and then an Oracle Twins gate to bot and tri lanes. Like Shopify aren't too afraid to break the lanes, and this easily could be a scenario where you just Enigma into Gyro is going to be the weakest lane for Liquid. So if they set that up from minute 0, give Saberlight some time, and then tri lane, then it will create this momentum that we saw again in game 1. We saw the Marcy pick, most likely
that should be
position 4. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like it. Like Marcy is one of the few melee fours that I feel like it defies the idea of dual melee being illegal. Like Marcy with other heroes can actually still pressure if people are out of position. Both Oracle, if you get pulled out, like it's good later with the sidekick, you have the Weaver. So I like that a lot. And Mr. T, you seem very happy about the Disco Pony Man.
I mean, I like the Disco Pony Man because it gives Oracle further life in the game, right? Like in
absolutely.
In the early to mid game, it's make my Leshrac the biggest hero it can be. Later down the line, you have options to save the Gyrocopter as well if you need to, but it's not like Oracle must protect one hero. Now Oracle can position for either of them. And I think it's an incredible amount of damage. And I think for Liquid, something we didn't really touch on in the first game, but they didn't really have damage post-laning phase unless they overlapped. Here, what is their kill threat? Like, Marcy needs often to be good. So when Xtreme beat Liquid, the Marcy popped off once she got to BKB. But the journey there, it can be a little bit awkward. Enigma as well. Your lane has to go well, otherwise you kind of get lost on the map. You need to hit towers. If you can't do that, you're not really a hero. Can you hit towers in this game as Enigma? Like, I don't think you can.
It's hard. Yeah, I think the Sledge Oracle is really strong. I would consider only one hero so far from Liquid to be good against it, which is Weaver. But it's like one Weaver against Lesh who's backed up by like an Oracle, a snowball save. Like as Brewmaster, you hate Lesh. Like you never kill him. He just keeps his spells up. He has Bloodstone. Like he just outlives your split. He's super annoying. So Liquid definitely have to deal with that. It's gonna be on Nisha's last pick to deal with it in the lane, but also be like this constant damage dealer in the mid game that allows them to like really fight into it.
So what? Like you're basically saying that Nisha doesn't just need to win his lane. He needs to kind of crush it.
I feel like he needs to be like the type of hero who slows down Lesh, like a bit of the tempo, and then annoys him in the mid game. So I would be looking at a hero like Lina. Long range, help out maybe with sidekick, like you go around with the bugs and do stuff, because yeah, this Lesh right now is going to be a problem if this last pick doesn't slow him down.
I see a lot of synergy on the side of Shopify, and they get a Huskar, or sorry, a MOUZ there as well, which is even more synergy with, if you think about all the things that's looking very scary, by the way. I don't really see a lot of that synergy on the side of Team Liquid. So at what portion of the game will they be strong enough to fight into that?
Ooh, I feel like this pick is not easy. I'm currently looking at what I would want. MOUZ would make the one hero I did have in mind with the Lina a lot worse.
Yeah.
When I look at this draft, I feel like Shopify, every pick felt like they already knew what the next pick was going to be.
It is still Lina, okay.
And they're going to go Lina. But like Liquid's draft, it felt a little bit more, we have a problem, let's try and think of a solution in the moment. Pick a hero, new problem, new solution. Like the Shopify draft, it's just so clean looking. I think Liquid, if they are to win this game, it is going to be a lot of individual plays, stalling out the game, getting to the point where Boxy becomes an additional core. You hit maybe that one black hole, or like I don't know. I really like Shopify's draft. It is disgustingly strong.
We talked after previous draft. We said, oh, but you know, we're in the point of the game where everybody's, you know, it's on the same patch. Everybody's draft is somewhat even, is relatively.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This doesn't
changed.
feel even anymore. No.
You also asked me if Shopify could win, and I answered no. Ask me the question again. Ask me the question again. I got this.
Do you think Shopify has a chance of 2-0ing for the first time ever? By the way, Team Liquid.
No, I'm joking. They can. They can. Like, this draft, like they should win this game. Like,
I'm with you. I feel
like 90-10. I feel
Lina was like what Liquid needed, but even then they kind of knew that already. Like MOUZ is great for them, but also against the pick that Liquid most likely want. I think if Liquid are to win this game, they need to outplay Shopify. I think this game, like if it's played 10 out of 10 times, I would give it to Shopify like 8 times.
Oh.
And if Liquid win, then I'm gonna praise them to the end of time. But like, yeah, Shopify's draft is.
Well, it has not happened before. Shopify Rebellion has never 2-0'd Team Liquid. Could this be the first time? It seems like they're definitely having the right draft to do it. Let's find out if they can together with B-Cup on the cost.
Thank you very much. Maybe the times they are a-changing. Maybe Shopify can get the 2-0. You think this is the draft to get it done?
Yeah, definitely looks like it. I think they have the upper hand. I think Panel, kind of nailed it there. There was a lot of problems thrown at them during the draft, and they had to adapt with each pick. Lina, I don't know if I believe in the hero anymore. This hero has been, theory crafted a lot, but it's an okay game for Lina if we remove MOUZ from this equation. But yeah, it's kind of difficult because they have no saves whatsoever. And on the other side, it's going to be a really good game for Leshrac. And it's also Smail and his signature Leshrac having Oracle save, having Snowball save. So that's going to be very easy to execute. He's going to become the raid boss, the big boss that needs to be killed. Plus, you also have a gyrocopter going high ground. GH.
Oh, Nisha
gets the ice shard.
Perfect shards, and everybody's around. They've got the rocket barrage and the first blood to follow. Sumail is the one who gets it.
Immediately picks up null tally.
Yeah, you really don't want to be giving up first blood to a signature hero for Sumail, and now it's going to be big issues as Sumail played mid really well game one. I think all of Shopify played game well really perfectly. So now you're starting it up again, and it will be 3 bounty runes on top of
gold
that.
lead already. It's good for Liquid because they're going to be more farmed. They will get more gold killing them.
That being said,
Gotta
your
keep
rule of
the
thumb,
yeah.
your rule of thumb is 1K per minute. And the game's pretty much over. So here we are.
Starting minute 2. Okay.
Okay, so you know what? Now they're on a timer to get 1,000 more gold. If it hits minute 2 and they're 2K ahead, I'll ask you again. That's the plan. I'll have to say, hey, rules still stand? Maybe we will. This mid matchup's going to be really important, especially with this early kill to Nisha and the first blood to Sumail. It just feels like it should be easy goings, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom lane mostly in this time because they're playing 2 melee heroes into 2 range heroes, and also this Fortune's End, they're gonna get a lot from it. they can dispel the Cinder Brew, and also Gyrocopter has a ton of damage. Nowadays, you are going for Falcon's Blade, so you max out your Rocket Barrage. Playing into 2 melee heroes makes it a lot easier. I could see maybe Team Liquid scoring a kill, trading some kills in this lane, but I also feel that Shopify, they have a lot of harassment tools. So extra region will need to be brought. There it is. The dispose immediately.
No real follow-up to that dispose, though. So just eat some right clicks from Arteezy for doing so. We saw before just Rocket Barrage come your way, and all of a sudden you have to kind of run out. But Rocket Barrage isn't exactly the most expensive spell, and if you're not too careful, it puts you in a pretty bad predicament. But Fortune's End, especially with the dispose, the Blood Grenade, and the rebound, it's a trade that is certainly worth it there for Team Liquid.
Oh, absolutely. And they have a huge wave
Nisha
pushing in. Nisha, one hit away from dying. That first blood making a lot of difference in this matchup.
Yeah, and he'll pick up that water rune and get a couple sips on that bottle. Nisha gonna need that fill as well, as it has not been a fun time thus far. Not only Null really helping Sumail out.
Bottom lane again.
Stick. Ooh, Arteezy. Fortune's End charged up, and that will keep Arteezy alive for now. 33 still looking and searching, but he went all the way down, and 33 is not going to chase. So Arteezy, at least this time, survives. And things recovering in this bottom lane, things recovering in this game overall, especially with that good start for Sumail. But that being said, Nisha still has to be careful.
Oh,
the tower.
Very fire available on Sumail if he wants to play aggressive. Another Lightning Storm.
With the creeps under the tower, too, that could be very problematic. But Purifying Flames onto Boxy won't get the kill, so he'll heal up a bit. And now Sumail, he's gone to pick up that bounty rune. He'll put some charges in that bottle, come back to lane as Nisha walks it back all the way. Taking a look up towards top. Definitely killer possibilities here for Saberlight and GH, I'd say.
Yeah, running a bit low on regeneration, is using the courier right now on Saberlight. Insania during BetBoom Dacha Dubai, Insania couldn't get the hands on Enigma. This was a kind of a new trend that people are playing Enigma as a position 5. We had an interview with him. People did not allow him to play because they had some information from the scrims. GH. Musk is very tanky as a hero. 5 armor, you get some extra sitting near the tower, so pretty difficult to take down.
Stun landed onto Nisha. Sumail's gonna get that water in his bottle. Rebound, but GH coming over, and do they want to turn this at all? Don't really have that spell to get out. Kidtrack comes to the other water end.
Move.
Yeah. So they control both water roots, making sure that Nisha's life is just not going to get easier. I mean, that's the right way to go about it, especially you get yourself a good Leshrac start, and you can be really working on taking out towers quickly and opening up the map.
Is looking for potentially a kill. Has his boots coming to him, continues to harass Nisha in the mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There needs to be some kind of a rotation. Boxy needs to be helping the mid lane, especially if the Horseman decides to dive the mid lane.
Yeah. They're looking to actually go into Arteezy again, who had that Rocket Barrage finish off. So Kidtrack, can he even help out here? A lot of Rocket Barrage, another damage, and a lot of creeps on him too. So he's taking right clicks, he's taking dispose
Good
and
body
rebound,
blocks.
and 33. Yeah,
Makes
this
stuff happen.
Another dispose available. Fortune's End. Kidtrack's got to run, but it's not looking likely that he survives and will fall. So this bottom lane going really well for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Marcy kind of makes up for it because she's one of these position 4 heroes that can make a lot of stuff happen with the dispose, now rebound. This is the lane where I want to see if he gets another point in dispose or if he wants to start putting more points in the sidekick, considering that he's playing with Lina and also playing with Weaver, so just to have that little bit of extra damage, a little bit of oomph.
Good DK, but they've got Insania coming from the side. Snowball has that bug on him still, so putting himself right next to the Eidolons is a bit of a problem as GH trying to get away and survive, but Right click needed is enough to get the kill, and all of a sudden, what was a 1-0 first blood for Sumail over mid-game for Shopify with a 1K net worth lead has turned into 4 kills here for Liquid.
Sumail making a move top.
Is sitting
Kaner
about even.
popped. It was even scouted. Insania didn't go back immediately.
Stun lands on the edge. Spear follows it up. That's a dead Enigma.
Observer ward in
on
the river is scouting these rotations. I love this high ground ward in the river from Team Liquid.
The one in Roche Pit?
Yeah.
Or where? The Roche Memorial Cliff, that is. Snowball pulling in the Mars, and they've got the God's Rebuke. They have the Sentry. The Shards blocking Mickey.
That should be a kill.
And they should be able to control him. They've got the Spear. They'll get the kill. There's good recovery there for Shopify in this lane. It's Sumail come to help and get the kill on the Enigma, and now it turns into even more on the Weaver dying. Huge considering that Arteezy is died twice bottom.
Yeah, he did die twice, but in terms of net worth, he's still top 3, so that's pretty nice. In terms of stacking, there hasn't been done much yet for Shopify, but eventually they're going to stack for Gyro, allow Arteezy to come back into the game. And we've seen Arteezy making a move through the Twin Gates quite a lot. He's been very active. I don't know if he wants to make that move and try to gank Beaver, not the easiest thing to do, so might just play on his side of the map instead of being super aggressive going through the gates.
Let's see, 33 going to the Radiance again. See what the timings are on that. Last game, he finally got it about 20+ minutes. So, let's see what the timing is this time around. Is Mickey
still level 5.
Level 5, and here comes Kid Track from Fortune's End. Follow-up, Spear connects, and they will get this kill with Purifying Flames. And that means Sumail can be here to push this tower. Level 2 of the Diabolic Edict, but truthfully for a tier 1 uncontested, that's all you need.
Kid Track TP's mid, tries to stop the push, coming out from Liquid. So they're gonna get this tower in the top lane, and they can still make something happen in the mid lane. Enigma only level 4, Boxy level 5, did take over that Watcher.
Radiant's middle tower is
Boxy
under attack.
disposing GH. Top tier 1 getting low. They've got that kill. Now they can come down and try and help GH here, but with the Laguna Blade and the rebound on top of him, the damage is there. So
Something about Marcy, the way she moves, it makes it so easy and satisfying to jump in front of the hero and makes it like very easy to block. TZ still sitting in the bottom lane, getting some good levels. Level 7 right now. Black Cannon is maxed out.
Not really desperate to move. He's getting free farm. He's got the Falcon Blade already. Going into the Chrysalis afterwards, and things have been pretty easy for him since that lane split up, since it's no longer the Marcy and the Brewmaster. So he'll stay here. Mickey finally level 6. And now it's mid-tier 1 turn to take some damage from the Diabolic Edict. They're going to jump and go for Saberlight. They rebounded, but they won't make up the ground to get this kill. And solo target Diabolic Edict, it really does hurt. They smoke on the side of Enigma Rebellion. Just miss Nisha, but the idea is to potentially get Mickey here, and he's up in this jungle area by that camp by where the tier 1 used to stand.
Oh, let's see if they can find Mickey. With Snowball, they could potentially burst him down. There is OBS placed. Shikuchi off
Right in the
cooldown.
trees. They have the stun. Ooh, time lapse.
Lapse off.
The dust is off the mark too.
Even with the maxed out Snowball, it's not enough. 1 second stun. And Team Liquid immediately making a move. Smoke to try get something out of this. Sumail knows something's cooking. TP's out, and we'll finish off this mid tower.
GH isn't the easiest of kills if Saberlight helps, and maybe you get a TP from the Gyro, so this smoke doesn't look like they're going to execute on anything. They have the tier 1 tower top to respond to, so Shopify, in having that, stops Liquid from continuing on. But now Nisha
and Boxy making a move through the gates. That should be a kill.
Yeah, with the rebound and having that Laguna Blade burst damage, they make it a kill. They start some TPs, but then stop them and kind of knowing that Primal Split is available still. So again, Diabolic Edict on this tower. They'll glyph it up. They go to the Seeds of Serenity. They're trying to take the tier 1 over bottom for the side of Liquid 2. Okay, taking some damage here, but he'll protect that tier 1 tower with the help of the Eidolons coming over. So
Things that slow down for Shopify. They're continuing to farm up. Next move that they're gonna make is once Mars picks up a Blink Dagger, he's getting very close to it, 700 gold away. And also GH trying to get some farm, trying to get his level 6 and closer to his Blink Dagger to track. Does have False Promise available. So that's gonna be a big save if he can get it off, especially on less tracks. Mail continues to farm up, the most farmed hero in the game. Still needs to finish off this tower. As soon as they show on Liquid with 2-3 heroes, he's going to be able to kill it. There's the scan, connected there for a second. Their TZ knows something's cooking.
Taking the stacks and stun. Time lapse, okay. Gets himself out on the high ground. Sumail again, gonna try and get this tower. Diabolic Edict used, and they finish off the tier 1 mid. So they get the tower, but game's still sitting even. This time 33 having a much better time in terms of his timings.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be much better. It's Courier, needs to be careful. Sacred Relic already online, needs another 900 gold to finish off the Radiance.
Much quicker Radiance this time around.
Last game it was what, 15, 16 minutes?
I swore it was like 20 because the Courier died and
then he died.
Yeah.
And then they took a fight, they lost, so you didn't really feel the influence of that Radiance.
Yeah, it felt like it was forever. They smoke on the side of Shopify. Coming down bottom, trying to find something. 33 could be that something. He's up on this high ground, a great place to stand when you think something
Let's see
is going on.
Done. Oh, a little bit of a misplay from Saberlight.
Stops him from going through the Twin Gate, but now they've got to continue to try and get this stun to get the kill, and he's just able to TP out. So not getting that arena up before the spear. Much harder thing to do these days with the arena creation time.
It's easier.
Well, it's much harder to miss.
Oh, yeah.
Is what I was saying. Then our TZ, I assume, Ags next, right?
Okay, he's going for a BKB. I believe that's Mithril Hammer being delivered.
Yeah, he just purchased that. Came to the decision.
Usually it is Aghanim Scepter, but maybe he feels that he's not going to be able to deal damage. Brewmaster gets the split off. Also, Lina with her overwhelming magical damage. There's going to be like more magical / physical coming out from Nisha. Not opting to go for Aghanim Scepter immediately. 33 scouting things out.
Invis under the nose of Sumail. Nisha, meanwhile, with this Maelstrom right-clicking and clearing up some camps, and he's sitting 4th in the net worth. Saberlight's game has really slowed down. They were top 3 on Shopify. He really hasn't had the benefits of the kills that maybe he would have liked. Not too far behind, though. You do have God's Rebuke to just clean up creep waves, as well as your Spear. So all in all, you're in a decent spot to just get as much CS as you can, get that gold going. He's going for the BKB as well. Like that.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to make another move before they get Bloodstone on Lesh. There it is. 5-man rotation. Another arena available.
Double Maelstrom for Liquid. Shards will be short. Scan connects, though, and they're bringing 33 over. They didn't keep any vision down there, though. So they go to that jungle spot. GH finds Mickey for a second, throws shards out. They don't leave any arms in that jungle area.
It seems like Shopify, they think there's a lot of observer wards the way they've been moving, but there is an obs called Sentry near the Twin Gate stop, so scouting some of the movement. Team Liquid getting a lot from the map right now.
much better time getting stuff from the map this game than game number 1. Keeping it way closer. And again, KidTrack and GH, they were looking with the Lashrak. They're not finding anything, and maybe Mickey's the target, but they spot 33, who will go through the trees, looking over at GH and blinking away from Insania, who is stepping up. GH will also TP out.
Sumail immediately pinging out the mid lane. Without Mars, they can't really start a fight. There is no Yule Scepter or anything on Sumail. Picks up the Region Rune, getting very close to that Bloodstone. Just one component away. Game did slow down. Arteezy also continues to farm up. His BKB is ready. Next big timing, if they can wait until Lashrak finishes Bloodstone, then you're gonna have BKB on Gyro, Bloodstone Lash, so you're gonna feel super strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, not too far away from that Bloodstone.
Dire are scanning.
Blink in, Spear Arena this
He
time
doesn't
connects.
miss.
Fortune's End, no Primal Split. They get the kill. The Gleipnir thrown over, but the shards, now the rebound away, but the
Rock is
missile.
coming.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, it's
on this
not-
TP.
He's not getting out.
Oh, Nisha, that's unfortunate. The homing missile got there in
Saberlight
time.
once more. He sees Boxy.
Just has to land a spear, and I see that Insania was staying nearby to potentially have him available for the rebound for the Marcy, but they are going to get all 3 kills. And lose nothing for it.
That was such a beautiful execution from Saberlight. He did miss one, and then turns around, gets the spear pushback into the arena, gives them just enough time, enough stun lockdown, so they can use another snowball, use Split Earth, and finish off Brewmaster before he can get the split off.
Yeah, miss one, but never again. So, take those creeps in the triangle. You've got the Blade of Alacrity already there for Arteezy, so he's sitting just 3,200 gold off of finishing that Ags. See how quickly he can get to that. He's top of the net worth, and now we're kind of back in that spot where we were in game 1, where Shopify
Dire's
feel
bottom tower is under attack.
the advantage, and I think they're ready to kind of start to push it with the items that they just got. So we'll see if they can start taking towers, especially with Lashrak. It's usually a pretty easy objective.
Another one.
They get the spear, they've got the Walrus Punch, the Snowball, and the stun. Mickey is dead, and that's what I'm talking about. They're playing it in such a aggressive spot.
Yeah.
With like a confident spot.
Enigma Geniuses, their execution has been very crisp in the last couple of minutes.
You're telling me this is a team with 2 stand-ins?
Yeah, and this is going to be a tower, and they could
Dire's courier
go for Roche, maybe wait it out till it's on Radiant side so that you have buybacks available, TP to an outpost, try to outnumber the opponents.
tower has fallen.
Tag team, 3 points in it. They could also run, because I still feel that they have enough damage, and KidTrack tipping GH. GH returning the tip back. 2 supports really feeling themselves.
I think tag team, when activated, should high-five all your allies around. Like tag team, you know?
Yeah.
Wrestling.
Or it cannot look like Ghost Walk from Invoker for a start.
Yeah. You're within tag team, though, you know? Get that tag in. Devon, get the tables. And start hitting away. Do what you can. Blink Dagger picked up there for Sumail. They also got the Aegis on to Arteezy. So he's happy with that. They all should be pretty happy with what they've got at the moment. And again, it's just a lead that feels really pretty great for the side of Shopify, and they've got this Aegis. I think this is going to be a point in the game where they can fight again, and we could see them Tormentor, Wisdom Rune, win a fight. You've got Diabolic Edict, and all of a sudden, maybe you're on the high ground. That's
Maybe not high ground
Wishful
immediately,
thinking,
but yeah, take out these outer tier 2 towers and see what's going to happen. Have we seen the split being used yet? In this game?
I
don't
think
think
one's
so.
bottom.
One bottom? Okay.
Yeah.
We've seen split screen being used at the start, but split from Brew, not as much. Double life, they're now finished, so that's going to be a lot of ways to keep them in place from Team Liquid. A lot of damage as well. Easy continues to farm up. And now all 3 cores from Shopify, top 3.
Back to top 3, yeah. Saberlight, whose farm was slowing down a little bit, he found good gold in getting those kills. We're helping to get and be a part of those kills, so yeah. He's going into the Shard next, then he wants that Heaven's Halberd. We saw that in the last game. He picked up that Heaven's Halberd. Good
Great
against
value.
the Weaver and the Lina.
Also Marcy, if she becomes a core. Nisha,
33.
and close. They did the math.
Carried the 1.
Evil Galaxy takes the tower in the bottom lane. And they're going to continue. I think this tier 2 tower is also going to drop for now. Team Liquid dodging the fights. They did not want to fight into Aegis. Arteezy will TP out to the mid lane.
Are you writing all these names down?
No. Oh, Saberlight. Close one. That was a 50-50 chance.
50% right, 50% not right. Hit one of them. It's like flipping a coin. Shard for Sumail, so we'll have that kind of... I mean, really, when you've picked up that Shard for Lestrak, it feels like, yeah, the initial stun is amazing, obviously, but it just feels like you zone out so much, especially if you put it under yourself.
It's also that he bought the Shard 22 minutes into the game. It's great against Brew, because if they're fighting inside of it, a lot of that damage will get reduced because they're getting stunned. Great against Fever, and also Enigma. He can't use the Black Hole. This is position 5 Enigma we're talking about. Let's see, maybe it is time to go for the high ground because Team Liquid are not responding.
Yeah, you put it under you like this, and then Enigma can't really walk in and Black Hole, and it just allows you to take towers, and it's really just area denial. And it's a lot of it, too. Like, the
This is
AoE of
arcade
this is
with
so
your
big.
arcade room, so he has 2 of them. It's impossible to take a fight inside of it. Ice Frog, please.
This Venn diagram's ridiculous.
Use another one. Here we go. Creep wave is approaching.
Racks are in trouble.
Arcane room still up and running for another 15-20 seconds.
So it looks like they're going to get that, but they've got the LSA. Now they look for the spear, but the arena is down. They've got themselves a false promise. They go to the black hole. Encina's going to die, though. They get the kill to Encina. They'll look at the rest box. He's going to melt here. He's trying to run with a rebound and gets just away with a sliver of health, but they found themselves 33 with the shards placed in front of him. Nisha from the high ground has the Gleipnir, but is it going to be enough? They go to the LSA. That lands. Another Gleipnir comes down.
On a 5 heroes, the stun lands on Anisha, but now they're going to look over Mickey, who's going to use that time lapse to get back into the base.
It's still not enough.
Arteezy still has Aegis for 45 seconds, so do you really want to commit for anything more? You do take out the Aegis, but you have to be careful. They don't have Primal Split, but they do have these Gleipnirs. They go to the Walrus Punch. The Snowball hits 4 heroes. The shards in front of them. They've got themselves the spear. Mickey is dead. Down goes Nisha and Boxy. Oh my god.
Man, these snowballs and splitters. First a 4-man into 5-man Gleipnir. I don't think I've seen that ever before. And they're picking out tier 4s. They know the black hole is down. Let's see the buyback status. 1 available on Brewmaster, 1 on Weaver, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be standing under the Reigns of Destiny. They've been blessed by the Reigns of Destiny.
These tier 4s are dropping. Sumail with another Edict. They lose a fight, the game was over. You lose a hero or 2.
It's going to be exposed. They buy back on 33, who doesn't have Primal Split. They're not going to have Lina for another 7 seconds. Do Shopify want to commit to this? For the first time ever, they might be able to do what they haven't been able to accomplish in 2-0ing Liquid, and GH looks for the blink. He tries to get something done. The LSA is going to be on the 3 with the Gleipnir. They go to the arena as well as the spear is going to land around to the Lina. Lina is in trouble. Nisha goes down and Cedia follows at the grave, and so does Boxy. 3-0's dead again on Liquid, and they call GG. Shopify have done the unthinkable, and they have 2-0'd Team Liquid.
They haven't managed to beat Team Liquid ever. 2-0.
Until now.
Until now, but it is a good time. Shopify Rebellion getting the dub here, pushing themselves towards 2-1 score, so all they need is one more to
more
secure
win.
themselves the playoffs. But yeah, overall, the drafts were on point for Shopify today. They were really cooking. Bulba with some next level stuff coming out, and you know, these Nigma stand-ins, man, they're popping off completely. GH playing Tusk 2 times in a row, and also Arteezy. He's been farming up, got a little bit, you know, in the lane, didn't get too much out of the lane, but managed to continue to farm up, and they were stacking a lot for him. So good stuff coming out from Shopify.
Yeah, they looked really good. It's the start that Sumail gets with the first blood. He is just abusing Nisha in that lane. It's really just ridiculous what they were able to accomplish early game, despite the fact that Arteezy dies twice in lane. But Shopify, they don't look like a team with 2 stand-ins. And to break it down further, we got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bicap and Lacoste. This was, this was a beatdown, I'll say it. Shopify Rebellion taking this 2-0, indeed moving forward to be on match point. One more series win, and they will be making it out of the group stage and into the playoffs. Whereas Team Liquid, they'll be 1-2, and one more series lost, and they will be eliminated from the tournament. Obviously, they can still go 2-2, and then maybe qualify in the series after that, but they're in it for the long run. And I want to break down exactly how this game happened. We talked a lot already about the draft, and I kind of feel, Kezu, that this game went the way we kind of thought it was going to go.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of did. We were, well, very much on board with the Shopify draft, that they were going to do well. But like, all in all, I just feel like they played really well. Like the way they did with their lanes and like a lot of the moves. Saberlight, just prior to this, he missed the Arena Spear combo, but he still has the confidence. He continues to do it. And Liquid, I'm still kind of just missing like where's the life like in their gameplay. I feel like Boxy is trying so hard. He made so many nice plays in the lane, going around the map, body blocking people. But all in all, it's just like Shopify, the game, it just looks so easy. It looked like it's just going to play itself.
There was no life in Liquid's play, right? You had, you know, Nisha not doing very well in mid lane. Yesterday he was losing lanes. Today he's not really doing it. You've got this like disconnect between, like Liquid before, you'd see the carry, the offlane overlap their aggression. They would be the ones making the plays that we see Shopify making. There was like purpose in the draft as well. It felt like they were like lacking prep or lacking something, because Shopify, every pick felt like it kind of tumbled into the next one. They were controlling the draft the entire time, and I think, this was one of the weakest Liquid series I've seen in a really, really long time. And for Shopify, they, from day to day, are improving. They do have 2 stand-ins, 2 incredibly, gifted stand-ins, OP stand-ins, and I think GH, at least today, this was one of the best games that I've seen from him on Shopify in this tournament so far. It was just immaculate on his Tusk, and it was a treat to watch.
You can tell when a player is like really a difference maker when they stand out, where they are the reason that one fight gets like turned around, literally like on their own, right? There's this one fight like later in the enemy base, everyone is retreating, but he sees the moment where he can turn around, punch, snowball back towards like 4 or 5 heroes, and suddenly it goes from like a retreat cleanly into like 4 kills into GG being called. So yeah, GH, maybe we said it, they have incredible players, they're insane stand-ins, and they back it up with their gameplay, and yeah, honestly, it's a very, very impressive showing from Shopify.
Oh, just hold on.
Here let's
just watch it here.
Like a punch, while everyone's backing off, Foreman snowball back into the splitter. I mean, everyone's dead into depression, and you call GG. Like, it's just straight up.
Like this entire game, like the way Shopify were playing, they didn't need to overplay their hand, because they just knew the game would inevitably become overwhelmingly strong for them. So they just chilled, they farmed, it made it look like it was a close game. Bloodstone, Blink gets complete, BKB gets complete, boom, go, end the game. And
25 minutes, done.
Done. Just clean, concise. I was going to butcher my words there. I'm just very impressed with that second draft. That was such a nice draft.
Yeah, so now with this win, you want to do the whole spiel. This win is for Shopify Rebellion. T-Gov.
The first time ever.
The first time ever
that they beat Team Liquid. They've overcome the hurdle. That was the watery goodness of Western Europe. And now they have progressed themselves to a 2-1 position in the Swiss format, in which, knowing their luck, they'll have to play up against a team that will probably put them to 2-2, and they'll get all juicy and shit. But no, they're doing it. To be fair, they could easily be a 3-1 team now. Yeah, I think from day one, shaky. But after this game, I am convinced they are a 3-1 team. This is it. That was a great draft, great series.
Great draft, great series, and Tsunami is standing by with one of the winners. I think it's Arteezy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Arteezy, who has just now been made privy to this record that we're talking about. I showed you the record all the way since Lima. You have never beat Liquid, and yet you were surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, I didn't understand that it was that bad for us, Like, every time how I feel, and like the pre-game prep, it doesn't feel difficult. Like, it doesn't feel like, oh shit, it's our bane, you know? It feels like definitely winnable all the time. Like, all the time. They're a very good team, top tier team, one of the best. But personally, when we play against them, I don't feel the stress or anything, like, as the record suggests. I think it just has to do with we haven't been really playing well these couple of months. I think Lima Major was the most confident I ever felt against Liquid. I think that series was, like, kind of sad. We were up, like, 20k gold the second game or something, and we super through, yeah. So, like, in that series, I was super confident. And today, I also felt confident, mostly because I think... I guess I picture that this team is just like super fun. Like, it doesn't matter if we lose, we have no stress. So it's always going to be every game we play very chill. So maybe that helps.
So then have you ever felt demons before? Because like given this win rate, you have like a 20% win rate against Liquid as Shopify. But throughout all of your various teams, have you ever been like, oh God, we're going up against these guys. We always lose against these guys.
Well, the classic like PR answer is like, you don't want to have that kind of mentality, right? I think historically speaking, I thought Spirit was very difficult. I think like there was always a feeling when you played against Spirit at their peak form at TI, especially. I think it was the last TI we played. When you played against them and you're up, it kind of you put yourself in a state where you're more, for lack of a better word, stressed out. Or like let's say like we're 18k gold up. But you kind of are not feeling as strong exactly. You feel like you're kind of constantly thinking of things they are doing on the map that it's sort of like fake pressure.
Yeah, like you're not safe still.
Yeah, it's like, it's not like a free, like you get this win 18k lead against some other team. It's like free, you're coasting, you're like reclining in your seat, you're just chilling, you know? But so I thought like Spirit and all the last like 5 years of Dota, I think they were like ultimately one of the best teams.
Okay, that one makes sense. And then because you're coming into this one with minimal expectations, like you said, it's 2 stand-ins. What's it like having the reunion episode back with Sumail on the team? Just like old times, or has anything changed?
It's definitely a blast from the past. It's he hasn't changed at all since last time I remember playing with him. Like it's literally like the same vibes. Everything is, his behavior is the same. Like his reaction to things in the game is the same. His reaction outside I think the one thing he's improved is actually he's a lot more vocal. And a long time ago, I think he was a lot more like, I'm the best, I'm not gonna need to talk, all this stuff. But now he's a lot more expressive, and I think that just comes with age. I didn't realize he said he's 25 today. Like, he's quite old. Like we're all quite old. So it's been really fun. It reminds me of my youth a little bit. Like, it reminds me of just the clowny stuff, like showing up late to scrims, all this like stupid like stuff that like doesn't really happen. It just happens with this guy. And I mean, he didn't show up late to scrims. It's just like an expression, just in case he's gonna say something. But yeah, it's been fun.
So then, was the last time, I guess, 2019 when you had played with him last?
It must have been TI9, right? I don't think he stood in for us I think he almost stood in for us at some points in the year, but it just didn't happen, you know. So yeah, I think TI9.
Well, the good times have been rolling ever since. Arteezy, congratulations on this first series win against Liquid. Wow, what an achievement as you continue the journey here at PGL Wallachia, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and also Arteezy, obviously, with giving fantastic answers there and going in depth on some of the mentality as well. And to be honest, when he said, you know, it reminds me of my youth. Just for clarification, so Sumail is 25, which according to Arteezy's, we're getting old.
Very
Arteezy
old.
is 27.
Man, I must be an old man. I'm 29. This guy talking about his youth, he's 27.
I'm 27. I'm young. I'm young.
No.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'm old.
The young
You're
kids
also
on the squad, by the way, Saberlight is 23 and Kitrak is 24, and then GH is 28 as well. So just to give it a little bit of an old guy vibes coming out from Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, compared to Fortnite, these guys are pretty
Sure,
old.
sure.
Yeah, these guys are grandpas.
Grandpas. But they're
over.
crushing it still. I mean, I will say that this second game, it just inspires so much confidence in this squad going forward because it just looked so solid.
I do like one small thing that he mentioned where it's like less pressure. And a lot of teams, they like to say that, oh, we're going into this tournament with no pressure. But when you have a stand-in or two, you don't have to fake it. A lot of times you have to fake like, yeah, we don't have pressure, we don't expect anything. When you have 2 stand-ins, you're literally not expecting anything because it's not even your real team. You're just vibing, you're playing, it shows, it
having
looks
fun.
good. Keep it up, let's go.
Yeah, and it's working out for them very well. They are, of course, now 2-1. Liquid is 1-2. We'll see them in the next couple of days because they're still playing, they're still in it, and we're going to go over to our next series, which are also two teams that are 1-1. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it's time for Team Spirit versus Nouns.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion, and it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist, and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over, and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve, and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks, and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room, and the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel, and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Welcome back. PGL Wallachia continues here with our upcoming series. Team Spirit taking on Nouns. Both of these squads have a 1-1 scoreline, which is nice. It's great, but you need 3 wins to advance or 3 losses to get eliminated, but neither of the teams is aiming for that. And it is quite surprising to see these two teams with both a similar scoreline, as they have very different histories with results for the team. So we're going to break it all down before we head into that draft. We're here with Tigov and Kezu. Tigov, this series, I want to focus on Nouns first, because I think they are they were a dark horse going into the event as a whole, and they were a bit more unknown, especially compared to Spirit.
Yeah, I think the Nouns, at least their journey to get to this position of being 1-1, they beat Azure Ray, who are now an 0-2 team, and they took a game of Falcons, who of course are our #1 seed, sitting at 2-0 themselves. So I think for Nouns, like, they easily could make this a 3-game series. I think, of course, people will always put like Spirit ahead of them, but the fact that we can even entertain the fact that Nouns, on paper, it could be 3 games, maybe even should be 3 games if they get the correct draft, then that is going to be it. I think Nouns, like some teams who are aspiring to break into kind of the top levels, they need certain drafts to really showcase their best. They can't play on their like their tier 2 draft, or not tier 2 drafts, as in play like their second rank drafts, whatever. But yeah, I think that they have a good shot to surprise some people.
Yeah, I wonder if Nouns can show us where they can win a game or make a game competitive in a draft where they don't have like this dual body with like a Sven gyro carry, because that's generally how I see them win, or actually just fully destroy a team. Like that, they look really good when Copy plays like Timber mid, or they have some Primal Beast off lane. We need to also remember that Fly is their captain. He's very experienced, like one of like just a legendary captain who will make it work. Milan recently joined him, so like helping out the draft a little bit. But I do feel like, they're in for a tough fight, because Spirit, even though as much people like to meme about them, they're on the way up again.
Yeah.
They lost to Gaimin yesterday, but they made it, like they looked very clean even in that series.
Yeah, and they took a game off of Gaimin as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, it might be stereotypical, and we joked a little bit about it this morning, but Spirit generally does have its up and downs in terms of results. Yeah. And it does seem that they are steering towards a big up again. I mean, in Birmingham, they didn't do too well. In Elite League, they didn't do too well. So it's time to start doing well again, and this squad is definitely, when they do well, they do great. So we'll see if this continues here today, because we also don't know maybe enough about Gaming that they lost to yesterday to see in which form Gaimin is. We'll see them, of course, later today. But Team Spirit, do you also feel like, T, that they are, you got a little bit of a thoughtful face, and do you feel like they're on the up and up?
I mean, based on their 2024 so far, it can only go up, right? Like they've
fair point.
Like, they've gone some qualifiers. They got 4th in online tournaments. They got 4th in Dream League 4th, Birmingham 9th, 10th, Elite League 13th, 14th. Like the last time they were in a grand finals from Liquipedia was like.
We're very far away from a grand finals, though. There's a difference between, are they grand finals form or are they top 6 form?
That is true. And right now for this team, you always expect them to be a top 3 team.
Okay.
So the fact that they haven't really been able to hit that for the entirety of this year so far, not Dota year, actual year, I think fans would be happy if they even got to like a top 6. But they want to be top 3, top 2. They want to be in a grand finals.
I have high hopes for Spirit, because what just happened, they actually didn't make it out of groups in Birmingham. It's like the biggest kick in the ass you can ever get as like this type of caliber team. Like sometimes you can be like, yeah, we're coasting, we're like a middling, we're getting these top 6s, top 4s, whatever. We're not trying so hard. You don't make it out of groups, you make yourself look like absolute noobs. Like it's a wake-up call. Like I was watching their vlogs, they were not happy with Pochka, straight up like, we're just playing like ass. Like we're just playing like shit. We don't understand what we're doing. We don't understand our timings, how to play together. So I'm sure that they sat down, they put in the time, and I can at least see the start of this in some of their most recent gameplay.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, because let's break it down. I feel very strange in comparing these two teams, because they are so vastly different. And generally, when I'm comparing teams, I'm like, hey guys, let's talk about the mid matchup where we got Laurel, TI winner, going up against Copy, new kid on the block. It's like, how can you compare that? That feels very mean.
It's less about the direct comparison and more, I think, at least, let's say if we look at Copy first, he has excelled on his Timbersaw, for example. He has already mentioned the double frontline that they have. And I think it's going to be, can they get that into the draft and it not be exploited? We just saw in our previous series how Shopify pretty much just schooled Liquid on how to approach a draft. Like, it was so one-sided. And I think this is where Nouns really need to lean less on the new kids on the block, and it's more the experienced guys, Milan and Fly, to craft a draft against these, TI winners that is competitive. Because if they ever fall to a wrong pick, or if they go a little bit too quirky trying to be... Because now sometimes they've been quirky in the past. If they try and do that, it could just become Spirit utilizing their experience. And again, every day in Swiss, teams will get better. And the good teams, the teams that have experience, because of how much time they got, they will just level up to being the caliber that they should be.
Yeah, I would like Nouns to like stick with their comfort, like T is saying, and when Spirit are presenting like some problems, like some early pressure, like maybe a lot of like 2-man, 3-manning mid, that you just have like a way that when this happens, that you can answer it. But most of all, like keep your players comfortable, especially Copy. Like he's new, but he's doing very well. Like yesterday, he solo killed 9, so it looks like he's the type of new kid on the block who just doesn't really care, he plays his game, he stays cool, no nerves, and so far so good. Honestly, he's showing some good stuff.
So with the way that we're talking about it now versus the way we talked about previous series, at some point we mentioned, day 3 here in the Swiss group stage, and the meta has been the same for months, feels like years, and we kind of see similar patterns in terms of drafting, and we kind of frequently, apart from previous game, end up with drafts that are fairly even. But what we're saying right now is that for this series in particular, we are going to lean heavily on trying to get an outdraft here with, if you mentioned Fly and Milanti, they are going to have to focus on crafting something that sets them up for success, so more so in the draft than anywhere else.
For sure. I think especially when you have the underdog team like Nouns, I think starting with the draft is always the easiest thing because it's something that you can control with more, minds in the moment. And I think every team always wants to get an outdraft in some way. I think at least when a patch lasts longer, it is harder to get the perfect outdraft because everyone knows a little bit of everything. They're not really getting surprised by anything. So it'll be interesting to see what was given and taken. Like what type of options do you provide Spirit? Do you put them down your line of prep? That's the joy, right? The prep is like if you give the Pango, but then you've drafted like 3 heroes after that are going to destroy this hero, then congratulations, Lyle. You're playing up a TI win, you're against my copy, but I've now got 3 heroes to fuck up the Pango, so it doesn't matter, right? And I'm just excited to see how these two teams approach it. Because at any minute, Nouns are 1 series away from going, oh crap, we're 1 from winning it, like getting to playoffs, right? Like they're sitting 1-1. And like they've been so close at being 2-0 that this could have been like a winning series potentially for Nouns.
Yeah, I am actually very excited to also, not just for the series and for how they're doing this tournament. We mentioned it at the very start of the day that Nouns, obviously from the North American region, they are a team that is often gate-kept by Shopify Rebellion and gate-kept normally only by 1 game. It goes to best of 5 grand finals, game 5, and then they lose it, and they don't get to go to basically any event. They didn't qualify for anything other than this right here, and that's because Shopify Rebellion was invited. And I hope that this event for them will be the one that they need to take that 5th game.
You want? I was waiting for the angle. You want 2 slots in NA or something, or?
No, I want them to be able to win. For example, if you look at Southeast Asia, Aurora wins a lot of qualifiers, but Talon has started to step up and winning a little bit here and there as well. I want it to be that close as well, and not every time. Oh yeah, Shopify Rebellion is here, even though. Well, Shopify Rebellion obviously having a great series before this one, but Nouns, Nouns their full roster.
Like they must have a lot of fire under their butt for sure. Like you keep losing these grand finals 2-3, and again and again and again. Suddenly you make it to this LAN and you have a good start. Things can spiral out of control really quickly, but you have some new changes. You feel like your new mid pickup, he's doing well. Your coach is probably slotting in pretty well. You win one of your games. You take a game of Falcons. I think there's high spirit. So I feel like this game 1 is very, very important for them to start off well, get the type of draft you want, and then just start with the gameplay, because we've seen it in the last series. Gameplay ultimately will trump the draft. If you have a good draft, it helps, but if your gameplay ain't there, your win isn't going to show up.
Yep, true, and a good draft starts with good preparation, and you just saw already on the screen, Team Spirit, they come with the bookworks. They have definitely prepared for this one, and we are in it with the draft here. For game 1 of this best of 3, Team Spirit will be Dire side, Nouns will be Radiant side, and we have first pick going to Team Spirit. Is there any specific flares that these 2 teams have? I guess the Timber Saw is instantly removed. That would be our series-specific flare coming out in the bans. Is there anything else we should be keeping an eye on, Kazu?
Well, I at least love when I feel like Collapse's best hero is just Mars, and it's a very, very strong meta hero, at least for the teams that do play it. So outside of the Timber that's taken out, that's at least one of the main ones that I would be looking at. I don't know if you feel like that Nouns have anything else that they really want to be eyeing out, because of Spirit, at least for now, they kind of understand the script with their 2 bans, Primal and Timber gone, so you can already tell they obviously know what's up.
No, I think at least for Nouns' success, it has been the double front line that we were mentioning in the pre-show, Timber Primal at the front of that. I think a little bit of respect towards Lelez with his Shadow Demon, his Grimstrokes. They have been exceptional as well. The SD, of course, pushing people forward with the protection or even the break down the line. You then have the Grimstroke option with the Inkswell, with the front line that we're mentioning. We don't see it too often, but this hero with a Shard, the hard dispel, it is insanely strong in the correct drafts. And I think there's, at least Spirit right now, these first 2 bans show that they have an immense amount of respect for what Nouns have done so far at PGL. Wallachia.
Yeah.
I forgot to say the tournament name.
PGL Wallachia.
Well, they're also in the PGL studio, so you could mention it.
That's true.
It would work.
Oh, you've just doxed us. Crazy.
Yeah, it's not like there's giant PGL letters.
This is the
on
first time they found out.
Up the security, guys. Up it right now. People are coming. Well, at least you have a lot of like what the other team has shown you in the tournament so far that they've done well, being banned out, the Timber, the Primal, also like the Collapse Mars being taken out. So I think there's a lot of like other heroes that I think T was mentioning, the SD, both teams kind of like it. So there's a lot of like open choosings for what you can go for. Maybe some DK. I know many teams, you know, they don't love it as much as like Falcons, but it's still up in the open. Still a very strong hero.
First pick, there's still the End, there's the Bane. Oh, they go for a Batrider.
Yeah, I was going to say, because there's a lot of bans that are targeted bans specifically towards the team, so that should leave a lot of the usual suspects that are often banned still in. But I don't know which ones we'd actually see in the first pick scenario.
So they played it once so far at the event, and they played it in position 5 for Spirit. So yeah, I'm going to just blindly assume it's 5 for now. Until
I feel like it's probably most likely it's just Miposhka's hero. For Nouns, this is still very open, but I always love SD into bad because you have the save and you get the shard, you have the constant dispel against like Sticky and Flame Breaks and whatnot. So that's always good. We also mentioned that Lelis has played it really well. Stacking is super good, so SD naturally is pretty nice too, but it's still very open how they close the phase here.
But if they don't pick it, it will 95% will get banned.
If they want it, it has got to be here. So this is just a time where pick your most valuable hero, because if you don't, it's most likely going to get banned out.
Yeah, there's still Doom available if they wanted to care about that. It's a hero that Spirit would like to think in the second phase, so if they're not picking it themselves, they're going to need to think of banning it. But yeah, SD is picked up. How many? Yeah, they have one ban. So this one ban in the next phase will be very important. I think I could easily see Spirit going down the line where it's Doom isn't picked or banned, they get it themselves, they have like Doom Willow, very aggressive supports, strong offlane, they get to counter pick with their carry after seeing 4 heroes. Like, I can see Spirit being very comfortable with this, and of course, the SD, like Kezu was mentioning, very stable pick. Lelez, of course, very good player on it, so nothing too crazy here, but expect Spirit to go down a very comfortable draft, I feel.
Okay, already banning out the Lifestealer. There's definitely a few heroes that I've would say that Spirit can eye in like the next phase. I think T already mentioned the Doom, that's one. Centaur is always great against SD because first of all, you reach him, you can save people with your Stampede. Potentially, like the Nakes ban could also go to more. I would say that one of the few carries that, in my opinion, doesn't care about SD that much. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but like closing the next phase with a Sven could be an option. You buy the Axe, you can always like kind of counterplay if you do get purged. So we'll see where Spirit will kind of take this as they ban the Doom themselves.
Because yeah, Nouns have one pick to enter the phase, right?
Yeah.
So
they could be sneaky.
Yes. They value the hero so much that they then ban it themselves. But okay, cool. What are we going for, Nouns? You've got one ban. This is always the meme of being second pick. It's like you pick your one hero, and then it's just like one single ban available.
Yeah.
Until pretty much the entire draft is dictated.
Which is also why your closing pick is so important, because you need to like choose. You have one ban to protect either that pick or your following one. So I at least like that they're going for the Centaur. I feel like there was still a very high chance that Spirit would want it. And Centaur, we've mentioned many times, he just seems very stable. He's blind, he's good for your team. You know, you can leave him alone. Just very, very chill.
And potentially a secondary save against Batrider.
Yep.
Just run away.
Now, Mr. Spirit. They're going to have to look for one core here, plus I would assume their other support. Mars would have definitely been a go-to pick, but of course, that has been banned out as Nouns have done their homework.
Well, you also, as far as Nouns heroes go, you see that's their offlane, right?
Yeah.
There's not much flexibility there, so then you could potentially just pick your safe lane.
No, absolutely. I still feel like the Sven should be up there in the air for Spirit. There's a chance also if you don't take it here that Nouns could be eyeing it, but either way, most likely your like Mira support plus any of your cores that you just feel most comfortable with at the very moment. Could be any thing we like when they play. Willow, I think Rubik is also pretty okay. Maybe not the super best lanes with like bad Rubik, but you can steal good spells from SD and Rubik, from Centaur as well.
Yeah, I feel like Nouns made it a little bit more difficult for Team Spirit to pick because there's not really too much specific like things you need to counter. These heroes are just, they're just solid, but there's not like one specific aspect that you need to have in your next pick?
We said in like the first phase MOUZ ban, we mentioned how the Doom would have been good to just get Spirit through this phase of the draft.
Yeah.
Block picking the Centaur as well. Like the Doom, the Centaur, the MOUZ, like, these are perfect heroes that get you through this stage. And Kunkka used to be that hero tournament ago. It's fallen off so much.
I was going to say, I heard you guys talk about it yesterday, that you guys think is no longer that good.
No, we think it is good.
Oh, you just think the teams don't think it's that good?
There we go. Like, this hero is very, very strong.
Spirit thinks it's that good.
There it is. And
like teams have definitely gotten better at like playing against it, but yeah, we both think that this hero is definitely better than what it seems to be showing us, at least in terms of impact. You have the X mark against the Centaur, your Bad Rider can pull the fight to you. Even if a guy gets disrupted off of some torrent, like first of all, you have to run into some torrent storm that's flying around, some boat, random torrents, maybe you get tidal waved, or another torrent hits the dude when he comes out. Like, saves against the Kunkka are very like, and very 50-50.
And there's the Willow. Like, I feel like this is, after the Bat Rider pick, it's somewhat comedic that we're literally entertaining the fact that it's Willow plus offlane into carry type vibe, and this is the case here. And the Kunkka, if anything, is quite nice because you are flexing it from mid to offlane. A reason why Kunkka fell off in favor a little bit is because people understood the strengths and weaknesses of offlane Kunkka, how to punish it. So it become less of a threat. And it's like, are you really going to pick mid Kunkka early in your draft? You're not, right? So I think that's what made the hero fall off. Less about the game, but more about the laning phase. And I think this is a nice way for Spirit to showcase Kunkka's strengths once again. And we'll see what Nouns' response is. They go
and it's a gyrocopter.
Which is good against Kunkka and lane. If Kunkka is the off lane, you just flak it out. You can pressure him, and Crystal Maiden as well. Just very strong lanes from Nouns.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like both drafts are working like pretty well. They're doing good bans, they have good picks, they're building on top of their draft. You see some Kunkka Willow lane, you want to abuse it a bit, you go CM Gyro. He can tank up, he builds BKB. They're covering all the boxes. I feel like for Spirit still, might be the third time I mentioned Sven, but I think he's still like up in my mind. I like him.
No, he's I was about to say, easily should be up there.
Yeah.
You don't care about SD, you constantly threaten the Gyrocopter, you farm a little bit quicker than Gyro. When Gyro has his BKB timing to be strong, you're going to be able to jump on top of him and create him down. Like, Sven is a very, very strong hero.
Well, because at least now what I'm looking for, you have so much control. You have Willow control, you have Torrent Storm, you have like Bad Rider Lasso, but you're going up against two tanky heroes. So you need to deal a lot of damage. You do have all the stuns already. So I just want like explosive high damage when these fights come out later on.
Okay, well, I have a question. Because you mentioned Sven before the Enchantress was banned.
Yeah.
And that was one ban that Nouns could go for. You mentioned Sven already, like, oh, it would be great if, getting ahead of myself, they could close out with the Sven. I'm going to assume that Nouns would have also come to that conclusion.
Probably.
Maybe.
And saw this coming from 3 miles away.
That is true, but their picks that they have picked so far don't really indicate that to me, because I would consider Sven to be one of the few carries that can stand his ground against the Gyro, at least later on. So unless they feel like their last pick can now cover, because Gyro Sven, not great for Gyro, but maybe you can take another hero that will pivot this matchup. So I'm looking at their last pick to kind of prove the fact that they knew that this was indeed coming.
Yeah.
It could also be the Ench is a respect towards Ench can unlock any carry in the game.
Yeah, and like tempo and whatnot. So.
And when you have a single ban, that pressure can get to you. So, yeah.
So let's see. So we will have Spirit who need to open up the next phase.
Yeah. We are looking for mid-heroes for both sides. Well, that depends really still on the Kunkka, obviously. You could still swap it from offlane to mid or vice versa. So there's a little bit of flexibility there, but they will need to reveal it before Nouns gets a pick anyway. So we'll see where their bans are going to go.
I guess the Kunkka is probably going offlane, at least. So I see ZM Gyro. It's really hard to abuse this lane as an offlaner. So I don't see like this draft win where now I'm sacking my Kunkka, so he goes mid and he's going to get owned by a new pick. Like I can't find this pick that really makes it worth it.
No, I like the idea of just putting the Kunkka offlane.
Yeah.
Like, Gyrocopter will farm very nicely against him. But Willow also prevents the chase down. When you're trying to go for the barrage, potentially, if you go for that build, not going to happen. You'll just go flak. CM can't ever really step up and use her toolkit, because you'll just get... I think the Willow complements the Kunkka to farm. I'd be surprised if either team really died in that lane. It's more on the CM's positioning to feed, potentially, or same thing for Willow. But no, I think Spirit just want a active mid laner to connect the stable sides. And then for Nouns, you have such strong lanes as well. Like both teams just need a mid laner that does stuff, that brings the drafts to life.
Well, they ban out Laurel's Zeus still.
Yep. Spirit banning out some incredibly high-pacing mid laners with the Keeper of Light. that is just a nod towards how static they are going to be. Kunkka and Sven are very farm-heavy heroes. Kunkka wants Aghanims and Shards, and Sven needs Musk Madnesses and BKBs and all the above. Echo Sabers or whatever, any variation. Just items.
Yeah, I can't pinpoint what Larl is looking for, but I would assume if they're looking for a mid, which is what we're assuming, that they want a hero with, especially what T is saying right now, that they can go with this hero with, like, throw the Battle on him, get some, get some stuff.
Puck?
Yeah, like
Puck
some,
or Storm?
Like Puck, Storm. Yeah, I'm on the same line. Those are like the heroes that kind of stand
Are there
out
still
most.
counters in the pool for it, though? Because that's also something that
They did take out the DK at least, so that indicates maybe a little, or that would make it better to go for one of these.
TA is still in the pool as well, though, and doesn't that do well against Puck?
Could have been a bit too much farm for Nouns, where the Gyro is a static hero, Centaur's static hero, CM SD don't rotate kill that very well. You want like a melee hero to bring either of the heroes to life, so I think if you go down a scaling hero...
Ooh, hello!
Kunkka mid offlane Magnus? Maybe?
Probably. At least now.
I mean, if it's not collapse Mag, I think a lot of fans are going to be disappointed.
I know, it's like, surely. It's, so they put Kunkka mid and they put Mag in the offlane.
So can Nouns find the pick in 30 seconds that it kind of owns this flex? Like, no matter who goes mid between Mag and Kunkka, that you just straight up, like, you make them regret life. Like, you shit on them.
Jeez.
You have to do it. Like, they're
you know
showing
what,
you
most
this,
of these
boom.
players want TI twice. I don't think you're going to make them regret life. At any
Okay,
point.
true. You're going to make them regret this game. Okay, so we'll see if they can find that.
Fair enough.
They have 30 seconds to find the very spicy pick.
Death Prophet. How spicy is that? Oh, that doesn't sound like too spicy.
But the problem is that...
Okay, no, you can be...
It sounds like European spicy to me.
You don't see it at all. So
yeah, it is spicy in a way, but I'm not sure if it's the right type of spice. Because DP easily falters against heroes that put you out of position. There's Bat and Mag and explosive damage. You want a BKB, stand your ground, Siphon. Sven doesn't really let you do that. But the good thing is he has SD with him and like the Centaur Stampede to try and protect him. But it comes from him having a good lane. Like, he is supposed to win the lane against DP, against Kunkka as a DP, then they play forward from there. I'm just a bit afraid if they fall behind, because damn, Spirits mid-game, holy base,
you asked about the whole copy versus LAR thing. Yeah. Like, this game with Nouns, when you pick Death Prophet like this, if Death Prophet fucks up any of our early ultimates, this will just become the Sven, the Mag, everything the Spirit show. Like, there's so much emphasis on DP enabling the Centaur or bringing the Gyro into something. Because if DP's doing nothing, Centaur's farming, Gyro's farming, and then of course the repositioning advantage of Spirit will shine in the late game. So yeah, I'm excited for the mid-game, late-game fights of Spirit, but Nouns, they need to try and use this last pick to their advantage. They picked it, so let's see if they can really understand it.
Semi-cool that they still stay within like their tanky body type stuff. Like DP is maybe not the same as Primal, but like similar in terms of tanky, you run in. So they found a cool pick within their comfort. Now they just need to show it with the gameplay, because I think it is very volatile.
So you think that with the overall aspect coming out for Nouns, they just basically, purely for the fact that they have overall aspect, you know, that the fact that they only had 30 seconds to think about what they were going to do with the Kunkka going mid, doesn't matter, you're going to judge them on that?
Yeah, lane is good. Concept is good,
I am.
But we're going to heavily, we will heavily judge them.
No, it's like the type of pick that will go 10-0 and destroy the game, or really fall flat 0-5 and bad.
Yeah.
So it's up to them to show it.
You want to lean one way or another?
I'm leaning Spirit.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll lean Spirit too. But I'm excited to see Nouns do this. Like, this Death Prophet, like Kezu said, it's either hit or miss. It's sink or swim?
Whatever it is, leave it at that.
Sink or swim. It's shit or great. It's game or not game.
In this case, would it be sink or fly?
Get us out to the casters.
Well, no, not to the casters. We're actually checking in with one of the coaches right now.
That's right, you can't get rid of me that easy. I'm joined by Milan of Nouns, where we're left scratching our heads and maybe looking with intrigue on this last pick. So the way that we saw it was that Spirit threw in the Magnus, and then it could be Magnus or Kunkka going mid. You ended up selecting the Death Prophet. Oh, you thought that Kunkka was going to go mid?
Yeah, I mean, it's just player preference. I think Collapse likes it much more, and Lara doesn't really play Magnus recently, at least. I'm sure he's a great player, he can play, but it was 99% Magnus offlane.
Fair enough. Then why Death Prophet either way?
Yeah, it's just like, we had low time, and we consulted our mid laner. There was a bunch of options, because like it's a last pick, but Death Prophet is just like one of his old signatures. I think like he can dominate the game. He confirmed it, and like it's just a good Death Prophet game, and he plays very well. So yeah.
Given the history that you told me that you have with Copy, it doesn't surprise me that you have confidence when he picks his last pick. So let's see how it works out in this game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, as we are into this first game. No first blood yet. There were smokes around and some wards placed, but nothing doing just yet. Lacoste, any thoughts coming out of that panel, out of that interview that intrigues you?
Yeah, seems like they believe in Death Prophet in this game. They did not have much time. I think she's gonna do fine in the lane. I'm just a little worried for her like role in the game, because you're playing into Sven with Warcry against her ulti, which is physical, so you can buff up the whole team with the Rum buff as well. Not gonna be able to achieve what you want to do with Death Prophet, you know, go in, kill somebody really quickly, because it makes them super tanky. And also panel mentioned repositioning tools, so something that Death Prophet doesn't like to play into, where you can easily kill her with the Sven's overwhelming damage. The good thing for Nouns is that they picked these strong lanes. The side lanes are super strong. You have Gyro plus Crystal Maiden, a lot of kill threat, and then you also have Centaur plus Shadow Demon. A lot of stacking will be done by Lilith, that's for sure. Playing into Triangle as well. You have Death Prophet who can clear the big stack. Same goes for Centaur, and of course Gyrocopter who can clear the Ancients.
So we'll see how much this repositioning really does end up hurting Death Prophet at the end of the day when we get to that point in the game. Especially with Kunkka, grab that shard, have that tidal wave. There's Lasso, tidal wave, Skewer, X.
Good luck going for
Lasso.
The yeah.
Torrent lands, and Laurel able to put some damage onto Copy. And how's this matchup really rank out, Kunkka v Death Prophet?
Once you hit level 3 on Death Prophet, having that extra charge on Spirit Siphon makes things a lot more difficult for Kunkka, but also Kunkka's that type of a hero, like pretty unique one. Maybe Nature's Prophet from the mid lane, if that was a thing, you know, a year or 2 years ago, where you can go back to your own fountain, heal up, bring the items. So, power of mid Kunkka. If you're playing into bad matchup, there's also, if you're playing into something really bad, like Huskar, you can always cut the creep waves, go behind the lines, try to manipulate the creep wave.
So, see how that matchup goes. And is there a killer lane that's eyeing out at you?
Both side lanes for Nouns, I would say.
Stormhammer action, Yatoro. Just has to be careful, because we've seen it before where Centaurs just double edge you to death with the right amount of control. So a disruption, hoof stomp,
with
double
the
edge.
next hoof stomp, I could see them setting things up in this lane.
So we'll see if they can. We'll see if they do. For Gunner to make a move. There's a disruption, but nowhere near where Gunner's going to be at. Bottom lane, we had seen before, it was on screen for a second, but they tried to go to the Bramble Maze, get Yuma caught up, and now they're on the Bramble Maze with Fly not having a lot of health. Blood Grenade and some right clicks. Fly trying to survive with that Blood Grenade ticking him low. Goes into the Shadow Realm. Fly not thinking about going after that Lotus Petal, because that would put him in harm's way, but Yuma grabs it. So not giving up that first blood. That seemed almost like it was certainly going to go to the Dark Willow, but Fly placing himself in a spot where he could get killed off by that
Fly
strike.
still needs to be super careful. He was handled a healing Lotus. Courier still being near the tier 2 tower, so they can try to play aggressive with 2 points in Shockwave.
Mid right now, 17-6 to the 15-5 of the Kunkka. So Copy doing a good job. Bramble Maze down again and into the Shadow Realm once more, and Yuma's just going to run at him with a Rocket Barrage. That is a lot of damage. Level 2 making Mira a bit uncomfortable. For now, though, not getting a kill. Maybe if you had Fly to follow it up, but again, Mira has to be a little bit careful now, dealing with not that much health anymore. Kunkka will fill up that bottle with a Water Rune, and so will Copy, as this lane is really evened out, but Flat Cannon Shadow Realm now. Flame break onto Gunnar, but a double edge onto Yatoro. It's just damage being thrown back and forth, but
and no first blood yet.
So not much doing at the moment, but Copy getting the betterment of this lane. And the panel spoke about it. This could be a game where he goes 10-0 or 0-5.
So far, so good. Staying on top of the net worth, 25-8. He's playing super aggressive. On to Laurel, who has Boots of Speed. Laurel knows the matchup, and now Boots of Speed delivered to Copy, but couldn't get much done.
Wells is coming over, so let's see what he's able to get done here. It's not the 6-minute rune, it's only 5 minutes so far. Kunkka went back to base with that X and that TP back. So, just healing back up to full. Getting a full bottle while Copy has to deal with an empty bottle. For at least another 30 seconds. Again, we'll see if any rotations happen because both the Crystal Maiden and a Shadow Demon are definitely two heroes that rotating mid can make something happen.
Yeah, and look at Laurel. He's doing a good job killing this siege creep unit. This is the timing where Dead Prophet would love to use the EXO. You rotate 1-2 supports in the mid lane, get some kill, and get a good damage onto the tower, secure the rune. A lot to focus on 6 minutes into the game.
So Ellis is not only going to come over for the rune, but stack. And Maposhka is the one who picks up that arcane rune. So no bottle refill there for Copy. And this bounty rune also available for Maposhka, but he doesn't pick it up. Maybe leaving it for Kunkka if need be. So 6 minutes into the game, now they go on mid. They've got the disruption. Copy is level 6, Blood Grenade, Exorcism. They've got an X for a second as well as a Ghost Ship. So Copy not going to be able to get that kill, but bottom lane, they get Collapse. Skewers Yuma under the tower, but I think they want to go and keep this vision with a Rocket Barrage. Fly trying to get that slow out. Now they've got that Frostbite kill, so that's a good one to get as Maposhka goes after Copy, but this might be overplaying your hand a little bit with the Exorcism out there, and that's 3 kills for Nouns.
You must be very careful about giving the first blood away to Gyrocopter, because he's one of the fastest farmers in the game. At least they get a kill here onto Copy, but no XP whatsoever.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune picked up by Yatoro. Mira picks up the other one. Copy was trying to survive with that Fairy Fire, but the tower did the damage. Got it done. That is unfortunate. At 920 physical damage from the tower. Jesus. So TP back over. Fly was here to soak up a little bit of that experience. Happy to leave. But early on, a 1,000 net worth lead for Nouns, and we see this story before. All 3 cores on the Radiant side. They are, well, all for Nouns at the moment. This feels like a little bit of a repeat of Shopify Rebellion with that kind of lineup.
Pretty much. They're off to a really good start. Yatoro, God Strength available, but doesn't have much mana to work with. No Warcry. Stampede. But looking at Gunner's skill build, 2 points and Retaliate means that he wants to focus more on also staying close to top of the net worth, because once you pick up the Blade Mail and max out that Retaliate, you can just easily be the most farm hero in the game.
Going back towards the Death Prophet, Mira gonna get Crypt Swarmed to death.
I want to see what Copy's going to build in this game. I've seen a lot of Dead Prophets recently, picking up Road of Atos, because it's the way to stop the TPs with, makes you relatively tanky. But also Yule Scepter feels really nice. For the Dispel mechanic, you can Dispel Empower, you can Dispel Warcry, great against Kunkka's combo. Magnus goes in, tries to go for a Skewer, and you just lift him in immediately. So I want to see what he's going to build. Yule Scepter, however, it doesn't make you as tanky as Road of Atos, but we'll see what Copy decides to go for. Oh, that's a big play. I love that. That's why I love Batrider.
Stealing the stacks are hoping to. Gunner's going to spot this going down, though.
Double edge the rest of the creeps. Easy gold. Gotta love getting that big chunk from a stack, and especially if you're the support who stacked it, that feels quite nice. But Gunner's having a pretty open lane. He's going into that blade mail, and he's not too far off of it. That'll be a nice spot for him to be in. Looking at Yatoro, who's up top with the God Strength. But Poshka's level 6. They've got the Flame Break. They will get hoof stomped, and Gunner's able to leave.
Yeah, no lasso. If he gets the lasso off, I think he definitely dies there. Had Stampede at ready with the healing Lotus, so...
Down onto Yuma, and they'll get that kill. So Laurel getting credit there as Fly takes out Mira, but it's another exorcism, this time on the tier 1 tower over mid. And that is a kill tower.
Oh, Mira's really struggling. Level 4 on Dark Willow. You want to have that level 6 so you can play off just your Magnus, your Kunkka, whoever, even Batrider, throw that Bedlam on top of them for extra damage.
So Gunner's going to be in here just trying to farm up that blade mail. He's got that recipe coming out of the courier. So bottom lane, Fly caught the Bramble Maze. Mira put that Cursed Crown onto the Crystal Maiden. They'll both stay nearby as Mira's doing the better amount of damage, but you said Mira was struggling, and it may not get better for him as they've got the Stampede. They'll have Rocket Barrage. They have Copy down here bottom, and Yuma gets another kill to Mira. So this Dark Willow continuing to struggle, and truthfully, Yuma's having a great game. He's top of the net worth. He's keeping up with the Sven. You've got Copy doing quite a bit as well. Can I just tell you, by the way, I love saying Copy.
Copy? I noticed.
I almost want to call him B-Copy. But he is definitely the better player, so if anything, he's the A-Copy. The original sheet of paper.
Let's see what he's going to be able to achieve. So far, so good for Yuma. And Crystal is done. Falcon Blade going into Aghanim Scepter BKB. Pretty standard stuff. We've seen in the previous series, BKB was picked up before Ags. Seems like Team Spirit, they need a little bit more time. They still don't have like any big items. There is no Magnus Blink Dagger available yet in 300 gold. This is where they're going to try to make a move. Peposhka as well, farming for his Blink Dagger. Yatoro. As Sven, you don't want to join early on. It's going to be more about stacking. I would like to see the amount of stacks being done so far in the game, because I feel like both teams have been very active, having Gyrocopter, having Sven, Kunkka, plus Magnus, of course.
If you had to guess, how many do you think?
I would say 10 plus for both teams.
10 plus, 12 minutes in, and you are wrong for Nouns, but 10 are made by Maposhka himself.
That's a lot. That's why he's a decent amount of gold. The most farm here support in the game. And also being able to clear some of the enemy stacks, stealing some of that gold. So his Blink Dagger is going to be at like 14, 15 minutes, which is not too bad.
Yeah, he has got a lot of farm. Really hasn't needed to be committed to a lane, and his Blink Dagger coming out for Collapse. Top lane, Copy has Exorcism, we'll use it. Go for that tier 1 tower top. Clear up his creeps, and with Gunner there kind of protecting him, I don't think there's going to be any sort of retaliation.
Capybara will finish off this tower. Another Exo being used as regeneration bottle. We were thinking about what he's going to go for in terms of item build. Did pick up Sanj, so that's going to make him tanky. And against all of these stuns, having status resistance is going to come in very handy.
Still Exorcism going for a little bit longer, but there's not going to be another tower to be had. Actually, Copy TPing over towards bottom. Going into the Kaya to finish off the Kaya Sanj. Just trying to build up that tankiness, that survivability. Also, Laurel's also got himself a Blade Mail. He's looking for that Ags. He wants that Torrent Storm, and we talked about it. The movement spells or the displacement spells that might make Death Prophet's life a little bit more awful. Torrent Storm's going to help that, especially with the tidal wave. He wants the shard afterwards.
Double Blink Dagger available now for Team Spirit. Let's see if they make a move. Finally, as you said, the big, at least the one item completed on Laurel. Blade Mail. A lot of uncontrollable damage. Great against Gyro, great against Death Prophet. And same goes for the side of Spirit. You have Bedlam, some like random torrents, Cleave from Sven. One of the reasons why Gunner decided to pick up his Blade Mail immediately. So let's see the move from Spirit. It's time to go.
That being said, it's time for them to go with a smoke. They have a blink dagger flying out to Gunnar. So if it's not perfect, there could be a counterplay in the works here for Nouns, and they've already got that 3-man smoke. They're as 4, though. So
Seems like they're not gonna find anything. Maybe they will try to go through the gates, because smoke is still half the duration there. But even if they go through the gates, nothing's gonna be found. Nouns also making a move of their own. Try to backstab Yatoro.
Missing 2 heroes are actually TPing into. Smoked up. Thinking about going for Yatoro as he's on the tower.
Pretty good read what's going on.
Nouns have a good read, but it's about
they see the courier.
Initiation.
Courier got scouted.
They see the courier coming over. Copy's going to go right into their hands, and so with the blink with Gunnar, he's going to be there too. They stampede the Curse Crown onto Copy, and now the Terrorized to follow it up. They go to the God Strength. They're going to have the control with the lasso. They look over at this Death Prophet. They get the kill there. Fly with the Freezing Field, not doing enough damage. They've got the Skewer on him as well. They'll take out a second and a third as Lelis falls to Laurel. So Nouns had the information, but that courier actually forced a blink from Gunnar. That put him in a bad spot, and Copy was there too already. I mean, at that point, out of position. Yeah, he doesn't do that much damage.
Now, he's also not that tanky. He has a little bit of save coming out from the Stampede and Shadow Demon, but it was not cast on him. So Sven with Lasso. This is also a fight where they didn't even use Ghost Ship, they didn't use RP, so gonna be a much more difficult fight. You can see Yuma also being slightly afraid. He's staying away from Yatoro. Look at that damage. Empower on Sven with Mask of Madness. Bedlam on top of Sven. It just disappears. That's gonna be the issue, I think, with the Death Prophet, because you're always gonna have damage to lock onto Death Prophet and kill it. Drag her away, skewer her back, and damage coming out from Bedlam, and Sven is always gonna be enough to kill her.
Yeah, so now you got to rethink that game plan because that fight doesn't go that well. And I think you're at a point in the Spirit lineup where you're going to really be peaking on confidence. Sven, top of the net worth, 194 CS at the moment, just about to pass that 200 mark and getting quite a bit ahead of this Gyro. So you need to be careful if you're the side of Nouns to not let it go from bad to worse. And in doing so, killing off Miposhka is certainly a way to do it, but they have Sven TPing top to potentially go after Copy, who's a little bit out of position. Collapse.
I was thinking about maybe blinking in and RPing, just Yatoro wasn't there immediately. Still gonna probably catch something. 3 points in X mark. Return is ready. They do not want to commit.
Commit to that jump. You know, getting the kill with Miposhka, it's not... I think back to it, and it's just like, he's still got so much farm. So when you get kills on farm supports, it feels real nice. Especially this early in the game, when you're able to pull that out. So, you know, you don't end up losing your Death Prophet top. I think losing Death Prophet back-to-back like that kind of shuts down the game pretty hard. But at this point now, you've got this Ags, you've got Copy in an okay spot. Could see Nouns smoke for something.
Yeah, they also have amplified damage, Aghanim Scepter on Gyrocopter, level 2 Exo, the Ghost double, so I feel like they should try to make a move, play top part of the map, turn it into Roche immediately, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
So, how can Spirit react? And Laurel's gonna take the Twin Gate down to bottom. Collapse. Feeling all right at the moment. Going into the Ags.
If they don't want to take a fight, Nouns can just go inside a Roche pit and try to take it with this amplified damage Exo, try to force a fight to come into their court. Let's see how Team Spirit approaches that one.
2 minutes in, and they're going to try and get this tier 1 over mid. Meanwhile, Freezing Field used to try and get Roche a little bit quicker. Nobody on the side of Team Spirit is reacting to this.
Yatoro has 500 damage on Sven. Insane amount of cleave, great attack speed, double hit from Echo Saber. Even opted to go for Orb of Destruction as his neutral item, so even more damage. So you can easily 2-3 shots, some of these heroes.
Would you like damage? Yes. When would you like it? Right now. BKB, there's the Ags finish for the Kunkka. This is... the fights are already a little bit difficult with what they had previously, but it's just going to get worse here. With the Torrent Storm, the Lasso, the Shard's going to come out eventually for the Kunkka. You got to be real careful about your positioning in these fights. We saw how
they know.
Poor positioning is.
They just noticed them.
Rough.
Drawing on a minimap and also drums off endurance. The aura showing on creeps, even though them being smoked. So that was scouted out. Nouns keeping an eye on everything.
So they get that Tormentor. That's Shard for Lelis with a demonic cleanse. Isn't there like a bug recently with demonic cleanse or something?
Yeah, it's been fixed. We had that during ESL 1 Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Dire are scanning.
I think the next Birmingham event should be in
Radiant's
Birmingham,
top tower is under
Alabama.
attack.
I'm not sure what that means.
Just instead of the Alabama major. It'd be nice. Instead of Birmingham, UK, Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know, you mentioned Birmingham. The thought that I had surpassed the filter, and I just didn't stop it.
So there's a place in Alabama called Birmingham.
Yeah,
All right, I need to get familiar with U.S. geography. I know Alabama for some different things, and was not familiar that they have a place called Birmingham.
It's where K-Kona originated from.
And other things, but yeah, let's check how the next fights are going to be. Laurel does have his Aghanim Scepter available, so
does Collapse.
Things are going to be much more chaotic in the backlines. These supports, they're going to suffer. At least Lelis has a Blink Dagger, so he can try to keep the distance away, but problem is, if you get skewered back, if you get pulled in...
Blink, no stomp, all right. Bramble Maze looking for the Terrorize, that's going to land at a 2. They go to the Stampede, so that Terrorize actually sends heroes pretty far away. They get the kill to Collapse, they've got themselves the last one, they look over Gunner with the God Strength, they've got the damage, so they'll take out one apiece. Still working with this Aegis. Do they want to re-engage to maybe save Fly? Yatoro jumps in, 3-shotting that Crystal Maiden, but now he put himself in a bad position. Homing missiles flying forward. Bramble Maze stops both Copy as well as Yuma. And that homing missile will land, but they can't go forward on it. They've got Curse Crown for a second, but Yuma is able to walk away.
Yeah, fights are getting much more difficult for Nouns. Like, they don't have what it means to deal with this Sven. Gyrocopter right now with Aegis feels comfortable staying in the front line, but if he is getting dragged in by either Batrider or a Skewer, he's really gonna suffer.
They just didn't get that Aegis out of the hands of Yuma, thanks to the Demonic Cleanse there, by the way, because that Curse Crown was on him. And taking out the Aegis, getting that kill, not having anything else to really follow up, Yuma could have been in a lot of trouble if he had lost that first life. So, not awful overall for Nouns, because they did kill Collapse, but they definitely wanted to be better than that exchange right there.
Team Spirit, they have a pretty clean entry to the fight, how they want to play it out. Lock onto one target. Ooh, good X mark. No Yule Scepter on side of Nouns yet. So couldn't stop that X mark from going back. Boschka also starting to scale. We've seen these position 5 Batriders getting quite a lot of farm. Becoming another core. Blink Dagger, Force Staff already available 23 minutes in.
And he's top support in the game. Well, it's also having a good amount of gold thanks to the fact that he got that Shard, but they go to the last one, they've got the Disruption, so now the Stampede as well as the Call Down coming through. They're going to also get this kill on a Copy. RP was used, Copy surviving, but there's the Curse Crown popping. Spirit Siphons is going to be enough. No, it's not. God Strength again. Okay, that felt like a harpoon from miles away. But Yatoro, he's got 2.
They just don't have enough damage. Like this Dead Prophet plus Gyrocopter, it's all about dealing physical damage, and then you get the Run buff plus also Warcry. There's still no shard yet, and yeah, we can see the power of Sven. That's why panel had their discussion about whether this Dead Prophet's going to be a really good pick or not. Playing into this overwhelming damage, playing into these dragging abilities that can reposition Dead Prophet further away from the team. Because you want to, Dead Prophet, you want to deal that damage instantly. You want to lock onto a target, kill it, but with Warcry, it's just, damage is not going through.
Do you think the Harpoon active is just too far of a cast range?
No, we don't see that item often. A lot of the times you will see just a casual Echo Saber, and then you might opt to go for something different in the late game. Scan did connect, so they know something is up. Collapse. Let's see if he can blink out.
Ooh, actually gonna go the other way. They don't go for Collapse. They go for Mira.
Thanks, Mira.
Collapse thankful to have a support that is willing to die without being upset. Because that is the 5th time. Which, honestly, it felt like a lot more, but then I look at the scoreline at the top, and it's only 9-9. But they did stop fighting for like 12 minutes.
Yeah, we got first blood 8 or 9 minutes into the game, very late. Let's see if they're gonna be able to find something here. Miposhka stacking the enemy triangle.
For your tour. Oh, good flame break, but won't matter. Not gonna have the help from that Sven. Get that bottle, fill it with an amplified damage rune. So maybe now that might be a time to fight when you've got that extra oomph on Gyro. But Yatoro just hits so hard. This Sven is so farmed. He's 5,000 net worth ahead of the next hero.
Yatoro classic. Also, he didn't go for other level 20 talent. Instead, did go for God Strength slow resistance, 20%. 10 Warcry armor is quite a lot. Later on, you pick up the Shard, passive bonus armor by 6, undispellable, which makes your team super tanky. So it's gonna be another smoke. They're running to the top lane, but Nouns playing bottom part of the map right now. Look at that, immediately drawing. Flies like, if we want to take a fight right now, we need to go to the top lane. Roshan potentially respawning. By potentially, I mean 100% potentially.
Always is. So 35 seconds on Roche. 9,000 net worth lead here for Spirit. We'll see if Nouns get the jump this time near the Roche pit. Last Roche fight was bottom, so it ended up being a little bit rough for Nouns in that fight.
Only 2 heroes with the buyback. That's Gyrocopter and Dark Willow. Scan. Doing a full wraparound. Laurel, first point of contact, gets the BKB off.
Yeah, Laurel's able to survive the hook stop that was coming out. BKB eventually popped by Gunner. Both teams will disengage. But that's BKB on cooldown and amplified damage activated.
They see amplified damage, so probably gonna wait out. They don't necessarily need to take the fight immediately.
Picks up that Reaver for that extra health, extra strength.
But now they want to take the fight. Another smoke, another backstab coming. Collapse in a good spot.
Oh, the
break the
career
smoke.
again. Blink, hope stop, good blink from Yatoro. Now they're gonna go the other way. They've got themselves the last one. There's no BKB available on the Centaur. Okay.
Double crit, 1,700.
Tanky? Yeah, never heard of that word before. Got this
Collapse.
Harpoon onto the Gyro for a second, but there's the tidal wave with the BKB pop by Yuba. He'll try to TP out in front of Yatoro. And everybody, that is so risky.
If they want to commit there, they need to use Exorcism. Oh, look at that double TP from Team Spirit.
Freezing field, but they know that they give these heroes Envision. The Terrorize hits both. They've still got the God Strength one-shotting the Crystal Maiden, taking out Copy. And Team Spirit, they'll lose the Batrider, who, while being very farmed, is still the position 5, and they get 4 kills.
Last couple of fights were pretty much copy-paste because Sven goes ham every single time, kills off that Prophet. He locks onto the target. He basically two-shot Gunner. He doesn't have much armor to work with. Has, what, phase boots, blade mail? Seems like that's not enough. And Yaturo's still chasing.
Oh, boy.
Lelis, gone.
Yeah, I saw the Shadow Poison. Yaturo's just, it's a classic on this Sven. And he's making it look like he hasn't missed a step. 7-0-5. Really just a perfect game from him so far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's getting close to being 6 slotted. Harpoon already upgraded. BKB down to 8 seconds. Going for Swift Blink. He does not want to get slowed. Wants to have a free reign in the team fights. Roshan now on Radiant's side.
Ooh, Roche's banner. How much you like that?
Yep. Good item. Spell immune.
How long till we get custom Roche's banner?
Oh, that's a good one. Gunner popping a blade mail.
But they still got the lasso, and Yaturo can eat his own damage reflected, so he's more than willing.
A lot of damage reflected, though. Lost half HP there.
But didn't care still. Picks up that Swift Blink. Is he gonna take the Aegis? Not shifting anything yet. There goes the BKB, shifts it out, picks up the Aegis, and he's got 24,000 hero damage.
Wow. These are some big numbers coming out from Yaturo. Didn't die a single time. Also holding on to Nemesis Curse, so that item is what you want to have from Sven. Blink in and just pop off immediately. Completed.
Tormentor next.
Let's see who gets it. Liposhka.
The rich get richer in Miposhka's support world. Gunnar gonna get his own shard. 84%. Would you say you think it's higher than that? Oh, 82%. Did you switch? I see things.
If they can drag this, if they've been like 2 fights, drag this game for another like 15-20 minutes, then they're gonna have good items against Sven. Maybe they can kite a little bit because most of the damage is coming out from Sven, but still, you know, this Team Spirit, they're in full control of this game. Yaturo.
It is crazy that he almost has 10,000 more net worth than the first Radiant hero.
Yeah.
So much gold. He buys his shard. Not an early shard pickup, you know, something we used to see Watson do with Sven was pick up that early shard.
Things are going well for them, I think. The reason why he opted to go for like more item-oriented build, wants to have all this maneuverability in a fight, picking up Swift Blink, picking up Harpoon, and now going for high ground, even without God Strength. Look at that damage onto the tower.
And you hear the noise of a call down being used, so...
Oh, they noticed. Copy has been scouted. Let's see if Collapse is gonna find him. DP's out.
No, it doesn't spawn. Yeah, these wards here in these obscure spots, because they know that if Nouns want to farm somewhere and they're over bottom, it's going to be where, you know, where those wards are. So, intuitive wards. I like it. To predict the movements of a desperate core trying to farm.
It is time to go. Team Spirit, they feel they're strong enough to push the high ground in terms of buybacks. There are only 1 available.
Uh-oh, Yuma. Bramble Maze.
Horn Toss. This is the second time Collapse is very far away from actually using that Horn Toss. It's smaller than you think.
Not gonna work that easy. Use that Demonic Cleanse that was helping Yuma get back, and now Spirit kind of missing that jump. We'll see where they want to go next, because they still have 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
good thing for Collapse in this game is he doesn't have to RP for a very long time.
No, not at all.
Just wait. You have Sven in the front line. Let's say you get Torrent Storm ghost shipped off. Nobody's going to die instantly, and they're going to group around. And now Kunkka with the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter. AoE is going to be massive.
Poppy's trying to cut creeps, but they've got a double wave coming in. He actually TP's back, realizing he had missed it.
Level 25 Sven. Extra damage coming out from God's Strength.
50%. So, BKB for Copy. Smoke. Nouns always looking for a smoke into a backstab of some sort, but it's Mira who gets the vision. Now they go to the Stampede. They pop the Lincolns out of Collapse. They've got themselves the Horde Toss. They disrupted him to try and keep alive this Yuma Gyro. There's the RP.
Gone.
They are going to start to rock them down with the damage of the God Strength. Copy trying to stand his ground with the BKB popped here by Eudora. They go to the lasso, but the damage of the Eudora is enough. Yuma starting to stand his ground and turn this fight around. Is it going to be enough to get a second kill? Blinks away, goes after Copy. He's got the Stormhammer. They should be able to get the kill with his Death Prophet. The Tidal Wave pulls him into a Torrent, and that's going to be both heroes hit with that Torrent. Yuma's going to die, and it is just falling apart for Nouns.
Yeah, it looked okay for one point. They're like, oh, they managed to kill Sven, but the rest of the team, they also deal a hell lot of damage. This is 300 damage. Imagine the amount of cleave that they have. Kunkka, Sven, and Magnus. I think these are the heroes that you want to have in your cleave lineup. And it might be time for Nouns to cleave this game because they don't have much left in the tank.
Yeah. Well, they'll try to defend. Go for the tier 3, and Lillis is going to disrupt, but now he's hit by an X, so that is a...
where is he? Torrent, pullback.
Torrent, Harpoon. They've got the vision. They'll right-click him down. Laurel's got that. They'll go after the racks. Yuma doesn't have buyback, so there's 25 seconds without Gyro. This is the last glyph. You have God Strength. Need to be careful of the positioning from Nouns, but you can just God Strength to go by. That's what they'll do. The Harpoon, it does have Echo Saber a part of it, so you are hit twice every now and then. Horde Toss. That is a Stormhammer and a quick kill. Now 50 seconds without Gunner. Now no bottom set of racks. Eudora will set his sights on Mega Creeps in top.
Yeah, they got 50 seconds to decide when they want to drop those Gs in the old chat, because this game, they just don't have enough damage. Yatoro popped the God Strength.
Oh, lasso, Yuma, he's gone. And that should be it. Harpoon pulling in this Death Prophet. They land the Terrorize. They've got the Torrent stored. The GGs have been dropped. And it will be Team Spirit who win game number 1 over Nouns with a lot of ease.
Yeah, this looked very good for Nouns. First 10 minutes, and then one big fight from Team Spirit. That Roche fight changed everything around. They needed to get more stuff done, I would say, with the lineup. Not sure if this Dead Prophet pick was, what was necessary. Definitely didn't feel the influence of the Dead Prophet pick, considering that these ultis, like, Exorcism was not dealing damage, and every single time they show up, Yatoro just locks onto Dead Prophet and kills him off instantly.
Yeah, it was, like you said, a good first 10 minutes there for Nouns. It felt like they were doing everything that they needed to do to kind of get that Death Prophet there, but eventually it fell apart. Team Spirit win game number 1. We're going to throw it back to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Big Up and Lacoste. Team Spirit take game 1, but at the start of the game, indeed, it looked very decent for Nouns, as we'll break this game down in full. Now, we ended the draft saying that this mid Death Prophet should be, well, it's going to be 100 or 0. And I kind of want to say, T, that it was actually neither. It started out, to continue now, at an 80. I think.
It started high.
It started high.
Okay, it was okay. You're picking your last pick in Death Prophet. You're meant to start high. It's a last pick, right? So laning wise, yes, it did its job. But I think fundamentally the Death Prophet fell flat very quickly. You took mid tower, you took top tower, you gave your Gyrocops an Aegis, but then you weren't really able to do anything else, right? You're running into a Kunkka in a defensive position, Willow's in defensive position, Magnus is in defensive position, the BKB piercing stuns potentially from Batrider, Sven. Like they had all the tools on Spirit to deal with Death Prophet, who in historical games would just take every single tower on the map and break everything down. That isn't the case anymore, and I think, sure, it had a fun 10 minutes, but realistically, it was just pretty average, I think, of a game.
I just feel like the line of this hero in order to work in this game is like so small and like so fine that you have to play like a 90% near perfect game. Because yeah, you're gonna take those early towers, but when one thing goes wrong, if this game ever stalls down, you're playing into Tidal Wave that can push you away, Skewer, Lasso, high damage from a Sven, like heroes like Death Prophet, this is how they are broken in the draft and then also in the gameplay, because Spirit don't just have a good draft, they also played well, whereas Nouns, like they had a good like early game, but that first smoke around the bottom tier 1 Roach Pit, I feel like it just cemented the game.
And we're seeing this clip as well, like there's just, not even this clip, but like clips of Fora's, it's just like the Death Prophet, she tries to be strong, but in like other games of months ago, even years ago, you see Death Prophet there, double siphon, having all the HP, like, oh, you can't kill her. But it's like you're fighting into an Aegis, you die. Your BKB's done, you're dead. And then also bottom side, outside the Roshan pit, when they, super early into the game, Nouns smoked up, they sent the Death Prophet by herself, she runs up into a Sven, who then just kills her off. SD wasn't there to save, so it just, very strange game. I think at least what we learned from this one, in the coach interview, they had 30 seconds left, they gave their mid laner, fresh to the LAN scene, hey man, what do you want to play? He asked for Death Prophet, he got it. So that's a lot of trust in the team, but I feel like this just wasn't the best pick for the game. It felt a little bit more maybe lane matchup rather than game, and fundamentally it was one of the things that went wrong. But of course, Spirit, with so many specialties on their side, it was a very clean game from them.
It was an incredibly clean game from them. I also think it was nice to see Lara on the Kunkka mid. I mean, we saw him there with 0 deaths. He had a near flawless game as well. Well, near flawless if you count deaths as mistakes. But also, I just felt like nothing was really answered. And even if the Death Prophet had a 100% game, if it was absolutely flawless, I kind of feel like potentially that wouldn't have been enough. But there was one fight in particular that stood out to us, because obviously there were a lot of fights in this game, but one in particular was well, especially good to dissect, and that's what Kezuga is going to do right now.
Hey guys, I want to show you what Team Spirit do so well. It's not just the draft, it's also the gameplay. First of all, we need to highlight, look at this ward. This ward is so important. Look at this. Look at the vision that they have here. We're just going to circle it here. This is everything that they see due to the ward. So Spirit are currently holding around the area of the Roach Pit because they are expecting Nouns to come by, which is basically exactly what is happening. So they're being very patient. They're going around. You see your Toro up top here. He's already breaking the smoke. Boom. They blink in. He goes back. What's super important to note is I want everyone to just pay attention to how they drag the fight. It's consistently within their own vision of the ward, and they keep bringing the fight back over and over. They even try to get it with the lasso into the skewer. Boom. They get one. But even now, look how patient they are. It's only one Harpoon Sven that is going forward while his teammates, they all just linger behind and just wait. Even here, look, high range, wait. Kite back, disruption comes out, wait, patient, tidal wave. Wait again, BKB comes out. But now it's important that Collapse, he has his RP ready, he has his blink ready, boom. They did all these last 10 to 15 seconds to get this situation where the disruption comes out, now the BKB is there, they cancel it with their RP, and now they keep going forward, and here we can speed up a little bit. It ends up with not just 1 kill, not 2, but it's gonna be a 3rd, a 4th, and from this point onward, I don't really see what Nouns can do anymore, so it's not just the draft, it's also the gameplay, and this is what Team Spirit do so well. So next game, Nouns, slightly better draft, but the gameplay, it's gotta be better. Otherwise, cannot beat this team.
Cannot beat Team Spirit when they're in good form. I think that's kind of where we're heading right now, and Team Spirit does seem to be in very good form, T.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, the draft, they got so many specialties there. We're seeing the vision kite back as well. The understanding of their heroes was perfect, right? It's like they know the disruption of the enemy team is going to come into play, utilize the Kunkka nicely. You got Collapse's positioning. He understands that. He doesn't want to RP too early, just wait. It's like, again, you just gave Spirit, what, other than maybe Maposhka Batrider, you gave him 4 of the...
This is very high comfort.
This is like so comfort. Sorry, I just choked out.
So much comfort.
Oh, God. That was Nouns in game 1. No, but I think, going into game 2.
Nah, it wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't that.
No, honestly, it was. I actually, just to take away the memes, I actually really enjoyed, like, say, like Yuma and Fly in the laning phase. Yep. Like Yuma going for the 3 points in Barrage to utilize the Crystal Maiden, going up for a slight variation to rather than just go maxing for Flak. Like, I enjoyed the start of the game. It really just felt like they missed a piece of the puzzle that really allowed them to keep finding kills and fights, because, again, to go back to Death Prophet, it's map progression, but it isn't that easy to progress maps when it's such a high cooldown.
I had a hard time, like even now thinking during the game what they should have picked last. I came up with 2 heroes, which one of them I forgot, but the other one was maybe like DK, like you get tanky, you can like play the map and like play longer fights.
That was banned.
Overall last banned for Spirit.
There was one hero left.
5.
I mean, they had 30 seconds.
It's hard, like they're low on time, you don't really know, and again, you want to stay within your comfort for a newer player, so you're running into problems, and sometimes you don't pass the test.
And sometimes you just lose game 1 of a best of 3, and that happens to the best of us. Luckily, it is a best of 3, and Nouns will get a shot to force game 3 out of this series. But let's see if they can, or maybe Spirit will take it 2-0. We're finding out after a break. We're in the middle of our best of 3 series between 2 teams that are 1-1 in the overall score right now. It is Team Spirit and it is Nouns. And in this series, it is Spirit that is 1 game up. So if Spirit win the next game, they will be 2-1, and you only need 3 series to make it advanced into the playoffs. So we'll see if they manage to do that. At the same time, Nouns has a good track record of being able to force out game 3s, aka they have not played a series yet where they were not able to force a game 3. So let's see if they can do the same thing against double TI winners Team Spirit. It is definitely a tough ask, but it all begins with the draft and with adaptations made, and that's what my panel is having as a specialty, Kezu, because adaptations, you know, is this is the name of the game. That you can't play Dota if you're not willing to adapt, and we know Nouns can do it too. So where do you want it to go?
I'm trying to think. I feel like they should have known that maybe the Sven is... I don't want them to change too much, first of all. Like, the last pick is maybe the most questionable one to me. But I would say that the Centaur, to me, it felt more like a steal rather than them wanting it. At the same time, with them knowing that there's a high chance of Sven is coming out later, who's also good against the hero you are stealing at the moment. So maybe finding a better balance there. But the rest, I'm pretty happy with it. Like, their draft was good enough to put up a fight and make the game competitive.
That reminds me, because you saw that we saw the Sven coming miles away, and we kind of assumed that Nouns also thought that it was coming miles away. So you were hoping that with the overall last pick, the Death Prophet in this case, was going to be answered. Does Death Prophet do anything in particular against Sven that would answer it? No.
You are answered by Sven, sadly. That's the bad reality.
Burst damage is good versus Death Prophet, and I think if anything, for this draft, it is... maybe they forgot about Kunkka. Because in this meta alone, or at least the games that we've seen so far, it's been Doom, Centaur, MOUZ. They're the big 3, right? And if you forget Kunkka, then in your mind during the draft, you get all excited, we take the Centaur, then there's no more left. And then Kunkka comes back into the mix, like, oh, we just forgot about this hero that was broken 2 weeks ago. So
and nothing changed.
And nothing changed. So it honestly feels like a draft blunder from Nouns, where they got a little bit too excited with a block pick potentially. It looks good on... Again, their lanes are great. Like, Centaur SD is a historically amazing lane together. CM Gyro, very good lane together. So I think they're happy with their draft, even if Centaur was or was not a block pick. But yeah, it's just one slightly off hero can really unravel everything. Like, this type of draft, you need a hero that's quick on the map, makes the moves, makes Centaur SD feel like it can break a lane. The CM Gyro that's already killing the safe lane to further that, right? And Death Prophet just isn't that hero. And of course, they had 30 seconds to pick the hero. They allowed the new guy, Copy, in the pro scene to kind of make that statement. And again, it didn't really work out. Hindsight will probably come into the mix. They probably go, maybe we need a different hero. But I think we said that in the pre-show. For Nouns or Spirit, for Nouns to go competitive against them, they need every pick to feel like it has playability throughout the entire game. That Death Prophet pick was the one that Kezo and I had like, oh, it's like 25 minutes of insane gameplay, or it just falls off. And that's probably not the type of hero you want against Spirit.
Also, like, the last thing I would like to lean on is it's important that they don't only just focus on the draft. Again, you do it to make it easier for the next game. That's good. But also remember that like the first real move of the game they blundered it pretty hard. They smoked down bottom, like with no vision. DP went in. Like Spirit played it really well, but Nouns definitely blundered that fight. So that's something else. The first time you're activating your lineup, your draft, your heroes together, understand how you're doing it, where you're doing it. Like, what's even the reason? Do you have a timing? Who's supposed to go first? Where are you engaging? Because that just can't. Even with a better draft, if you make mistakes like that, you will lose. So combination of that, go into the next game clean, and it's all good.
And when you're our Team Spirit in this situation, there's very little that you can learn, I think, from game number 1. Do you just wait to see what your opponent is going to come with, or are you going to try something new?
I think it depends on if Spirit are going to be first or second pick. That can also alter. In that game, they were first pick. And I think when you're first pick, you need to draft with a little bit more care, like especially this Kunkka in the second phase.
Nouns will be second pick from the looks of it.
Ooh, so we're keeping the same draft order. Okay. So yeah, I think if we're using that logic, then I expect Spirit to kind of rinse, repeat game 1.
Yep.
If they have availability to pick up a Bat Rider or Ench in the first phase, they will go for one of them, and they'll go for their position. But again, I just don't expect Spirit to really need to change anything. Like Kez was mentioning, if we ignore the drafts, their gameplay was very methodical. They played around their vision perfectly. They made rotations. They didn't like. Lao here, and you see on the screen, is 6-0-11. Under the threat of a Death Prophet, with that type of pressure, he goes for the early boots, he disengages, he has the boat to keep him alive. Like, he does all the right things to not make this Death Prophet feel like the best pick in the game, right? And
That's the nature of the Kunkka. It's not the most flashy hero, but he lived and he helped his team, and the positioning was top tier.
Didn't give that hero,
silly deaths,
he does a lot.
Yeah.
Like at some point you see some water park flying around, you know, but there's some X marks, great team fighting. But to just go about Spirit, I don't think they have to focus on really too much. Well, stick to what you just did. Good gameplay, good draft, and maybe be ready for like some deviation. Maybe in the second ban phase, they'll swap up a ban. Maybe they like steal some Sven, or just be ready, but other than that, your gameplay was good, your draft was good, so no need to really overthink anything.
No need to overthink anything. It also, I mean, the pick order is going to stay the same, but we will see Team Spirit on the Radiant for the second game that is coming your way. The draft should be on your screen in a second now. And we'll see if there's any real changes. In terms of the bans that we saw previous game, I don't think we're going to see too much of a deviation from that. We had Team Spirit banning out heavily just very specific heroes against Nouns with the Timber and the Primal Beast. They banned out the Pango as well. And also, I think in terms of Nouns, like, you're still going to ban out the MOUZ, I think.
We're identical so far.
So far, it's identical. So I don't think that the opening is where it went wrong. Even Shadow Demon and Bat is where I don't think we're going to see big change. Oh, I stand corrected.
I was also about to say, imagine if we go for the identical draft and it's the final pick that changes.
Nah.
No.
No. So previously, Team Spirit, they had the Bat Rider as their counter, or as their first pick, and then Shadow Demon came out afterwards. So now Team Spirit, we'll see. Previously, they banned out Pango. Pango is not doing too hot, but they might still want to remove it just because they can.
It's like, even though the hero is not doing very well, I think it's still good enough that picked correctly with the correct heroes around it, it will still thrive and do a lot of work. People just understand the hero and just, it's just very much understood. We're months into this meta. Like, if you're still surprised by a Pango, how to beat it, you're probably not playing in the tournament
first
yet.
phase ban?
It's like it's probably a bit like maybe Kunkka, like even if the hero's win rate isn't like super high, we all know how much his hero does actually do in the game with like his role, his minus armor, and you know, the list goes on. But Spirit will just go for the Shadow Demon this time around. So, well, at least a bit of a swap up. Of course, Bad Rider was banned, so different priority.
Yeah, and it does also mean that, because we had MOUZ banned out first phase, they prioritize Shadow Demon over the MOUZ.
Yeah. Before Nouns in this position have instantly picked up a Centaur. We already praised Centaur versus Shadow Demon before. I don't know if they'll be as bold as to do that, to go for a straight offlane pick to one hero, and they do it. So my only thought about why they wouldn't do it is because in the previous draft there was like a little bit of, like, you felt like Spirit was controlling it. So maybe I was expecting Nouns to try and be a little bit more, okay, we're second pick, let's utilize it with a bit more like flex and disguise. But no, they don't really care. And that's also a very fair approach. If Nouns, like, their lanes were good, right? Like, 3 of their 3 lanes went well, and they could have easily created momentum, but again, key pieces of the puzzle just didn't allow it to be continuous.
No, absolutely don't mind it. There's nothing wrong with the Centaur. I think it's going to be more about like how you cover it. the same hero will have to be mentioned again. Sven is like one of the go-to carries against Centaur. You lane well against him, you have overwhelming damage, which means later when you have your items, you can kill him in one stun. So on Nouns, I would be looking at you to ban it. I don't feel comfortable for them to open the next phase with it. And if they're not picking it or banning it there, Spirit will take it on their next 2 following picks.
So Nouns has 1 ban only, right? Previously, they did ban Enchantress. And now Team Spirit bans it themselves. So they have a chance to ban out the Sven. Is it big enough for you to remove it right now?
For me, yes, because you at least need to respect Spirit and them being smart players, that they wouldn't allow you to take it on your second round of picks for Nouns. Spirit will take it if it's open to them on the next set of picks, unless Nouns like really have some cool strat where they're like, well, if they do this, we put the Centaur on +4, we're gonna pick like some offlane Slardar where we're gonna, you know, then pivot the matchup and whatever it may be.
I think I prefer the Kunkka because your line of thinking is we're already scared of one hero, but in that position for Spirit, there's unlimited carries for them to pick, right? They'll see 4 heroes and they'll be able to go, okay, it's a good you know, Naga game or a Sven game or whatever, right? And I think heroes like the Kunkka or the MOUZ or whatever enable that. And I think for Spirit, it makes sense for it to be like MOUZ plus Willow here. Just replace the offlane that we saw last time. No, not the offlane, but that kind of Kunkka style hero. Just lock in. You don't need to try and disguise anything. Nouns aren't disguising anything, so mirror it and make sure you have good team fight. And yeah, MOUZ is just not banned out.
Yeah, I feel like Spirit have like different approaches here that are good. I still feel like if you're not picking Sven here, you're kind of making a mistake. I think it should be like Mars Sven. Otherwise, if it's not, I think you can go the Mars Willow, like you said. It's good team fight, it's fine.
But you want to lock in offlane carry right now?
Yeah, because I think if you don't take Sven, then Nouns take it on their next double. But either way, it's fine. I think both teams are happy with what's going on. But I would have to heavily favor Spirit if it does happen this way, where they pick Sven out as well.
I see.
But let's have a look. Obviously, these teams are cooking, and just because like 1 or 2 picks happen, the draft isn't over.
No. And this is also the first time the teams are really thinking about bonus time, because we are still like 2 minutes each.
Yeah.
And it goes to show how much the teams were fine with the previous draft with some minor adjustments, right? They already thought about it during the game, probably. In the case of coaches, they were ready to implement it straight away. And I think this is where you really have to make a statement, okay, this is what we think is the route that we're going to want to go. So yeah, to Sven or not to Sven, that's the question.
You can just like go some team fights solidified with the Mars, and then if you feel like they go something else, you just close the phase with your carry. I think that's also fine. Larl is doing a lot of talking.
He is.
Yeah, my friend, are we picking your hero right now?
Are we picking a mid laner? Or he's like, please, man, I don't want to.
Well, the thing is, because this is one thing that I was going to ask, but maybe a little bit later on, because we are kind of assuming it's going to be Collapse Mars. He's been great on that hero, but we have seen people flex Mars to mid.
Nah,
is that gone? Is that done?
I think it exists.
Yeah. Yes.
But I think at least we're seeing with a team like Spirit, like why would you want to flex something when you have some of the world's best on the hero, or the player-hero combo, right?
Yeah, Collapse and Amar Mars. They do something else with that hero. May I remind you, Spirit, it is your turn.
But Collapse is talking a lot as well.
He's like, please don't give away Mars, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
let me play it. Come on. They ban it normally.
I think we heard Shiva just talking about flexing it. And then
Dude, I know. I must be talking really loud. They can hear me all
just for legal reasons, they cannot hear us. They have headphones and they're in an entirely different section of the room. And
they're not even in the what do you mean room?
Sorry, building. English is my first language, all right? Leave me alone.
I think we have to really yell for them to like try and hear us.
I think they would not even know we exist, even if we yell right now.
Or we're in front of them.
What?
Nothing.
Run in front of them?
No, or we were in front of them. It was a joke saying that it doesn't matter.
It's not very funny.
Let's all text Tsunami. Can you please go there and yell at them?
Sorry. We got the Willow.
Oh,
we got the Willow still. So no Sven. They'll leave to see if Nouns wants to pick it up right now, because I think if they do leave it in, then Spirit will interface with it still, unless Nouns comes with the best answer to Sven anybody has ever witnessed. That being said, I love seeing Willow, and we've also seen that it is one of Mira's favorite one for this event as well. Great synergy with the Mars and the Arena, just solid lane overall. And we got a Phoenix. Speaking of synergy.
I like it.
Yeah.
Like more team fight, a decent laning, you kind of answer the Arena for Nouns. Maybe any hero that in the mid game has some type of BKB, you go in like for your team. Because you're up against a lot of teamfight too, right? With the Arena, some Dark Willow. I think that's totally okay.
Ooh.
Mr. Luna Phoenix lane was pretty chill. Got a lot of damage, a lot of harass.
The thing with Spirit already, their first 3 heroes showcased their ability to play around vision. These heroes thrive with that. The save tools that they have, the teamfight they have, and for Nouns, like the Phoenix, it localizes fights where when you want to fight, it's like if there's an egg down, you either have to kill it or you need to run away, which it gives Nouns a little bit of cushioning. You can go in first on Phoenix, they jump in, then you stomp to save the egg, and if Luna's trying to hit a tower, the Phoenix is next to you, the egg will protect that objective siege. There's some stuff there, but I think Spirit should be pretty happy right now. They have all the tools to kill off a Luna who wants to hit any early tower. Not a lot of saves really in play, and now they go for a Weaver to find the backline to kill off the egg.
It's really annoying for these supports to deal with, right? Like the Phoenix, Hoodwink don't really enjoy it so much. You have some minus armor against the Centaur, which is annoying. Very solid lane as well with the Weaver, plus most likely the SD. So yeah, I would say both teams are, again, in a position where they're very happy with what they have on their hands right now.
Yeah, it does look like Nouns need that instant stun. Like the Dragon Knight, maybe, they've already banned out Puck. Like they need that, hey, this is our fight in this location. But you can't rely on Centaur. Like he ideally wants to either reinitiate or at least have some information to make sure he hits the stomp.
So Dragon Knight will take that box, being able to
Puck,
jump someone. Puck's no longer in. Are there any other in the same vein? Because obviously Spirit still gets to ban one out, and if DK is the only one that does that, then they'll probably think of it as well.
It also needs to be somewhat self-sufficient, because you don't really want to have supports have to help mid lane out. But they have last pick, right? So we can maybe think about it a little bit once we know Lyle's hero.
If the DK does get banned, which I think it should, I could see a replacement like maybe Storm Spirit, like any Blink, Stun, or mid-game Orchid or Silence is very annoying for Weaver to go up against. The hero doesn't really want to itemize like some Manta or early BKB. Of course, eventually you do get it, but anything that can jump and like apply some threat is really nice in this game. Because like T said, if you have your offlaner have to do everything, the Centaur who is first picked, you're setting your bro up for a hard time, and that's never good. So help a brother out.
We got the Zeus ban out. Obviously, Nouns is overall last pick again, so they can counter whatever Spirit throws their way.
Take the Storm as well. Sorry, it's like because they have the pick beforehand.
They can.
Into Hoodwink and Phoenix, we like to play either in the tree line
Also
or in the back line. It's incredibly good. Like the lack of control is really going to hurt them, and I can see Nouns wanting to ban out the sniper. The sniper feels like a weird ban because Spirit wouldn't ban Puck if they want sniper. Sniper shits on Puck. I think this is a really bad ban from Nouns.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a... this ban is a bit confusing.
It's like they're not looking at the bans from Spirit, they're banning for their own logic, and it's like, you wouldn't, like, again, Sniper is really good against the Puck, so if Spirit's already banning Puck, it's like, I don't know, I've said it again twice, that's how confused I am by it.
Maybe there's something like the pick that they really want isn't what... They feel like they couldn't pick it if Spirit were to take Sniper. Like suddenly the hero they have. That's the only way I can see it, because I'm as confused as you are.
We'll see what they go for, but I think Spirit, if they go for Storm Spirit, also very nice. Yeah, I like Storm for Spirit.
I feel like they would have banned DK if they want Storm. Like now I'm also confused if that is going to happen. But let's see what they are cooking up.
10 seconds left,
Mr.
not a lot
Lara.
of cooking left. It's
Yeah, this is literally in their bonus time, so...
Don't ran them.
They had me there for a second, not gonna lie. It was Lina in the end that they'll go for.
You said DK before. I still love it. I don't see anything wrong with it. I consider it good against Weaver. Consider it good against Lina. You have Luna Aura. DK gets to hit a lot. People underestimate how many auto attacks this hero can get out in a fight. So I would love that. Anything that jumps. I'm happy.
Yeah, Nouns have to have jump. Spirit went for Lina just to go for the generic mid that shouldn't lose any real major matchups, right? Therefore, you're not too scared by the last pick. And now there's a minute 14 seconds. No, so more than double than what they had in the previous game to find the mid hero that has that jump, that can connect the start of a fight, threaten just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we've said DK about 5 times. We can say it 6 times, DK.
Well, I think the nice thing about this draft versus Game 1 draft is last game, we saw Nouns only gave them 30 seconds to come up with the ultimate last pick for copy. This time around, there was like a minute and a half, right?
So much more time,
I think that it's really nice, especially since we stated the importance of the mid lane for this draft, just in general, about the key role it's going to play?
I'm looking for a spicy pick, and
Tiny would be a spicy pick.
I'm okay with Tiny. I'd love it less than DK for sure.
No, yeah.
But looking for the next level spice.
I'm thinking if we had other players in this position, I could see Tiny being like against Weaver, it's Willow, SD, even Lina to some degree can be very annoying, but for just the jump. But again, we'll see what we go for. I think it's DK.
Okay, well.
Absolutely crazy.
Very surprising. Definitely did not see that coming. Wow. No, it's good. They also, I mean,
wow, oh my God, Shiva, wow.
I like that they take a lot of time to think about it as well, because it also means that during that time, even if they knew DK already at the very start, you know, they can talk through the entire plan of what they were planning to do this game. Means Milan has a bigger say in terms of how the game plan is going to look. That's something that they maybe needed in game one a little bit more.
I like their draft more this time around on Nouns, but I do still slightly lean on Spirit in terms of scaling, even though I think the DK Luna have a very good game. If the game prolongs, I think the SD Ags will be the make or break moment to like break the DK, break the Luna, and kind of like solidify the game. But with that said, I think Nouns will have a better shot this time.
Yeah, I think Spirit are going to look really good post-laning phase. Like the moves they can make will be quicker than Nouns. Eventually, Nouns, of course, you said, like the DK, the Luna, these scale to be insane heroes. Hoodwink Felix, again, there's so much scaling on Nouns. So I'm intrigued to know how Nouns will, you know, weather the storm of Spirits like early to mid game to get to that hype point. But they played 94-minute games before. They probably know how.
They're experienced.
They're experienced. And they won the 94-minute game as well. Now, I do know we're going to be having a coach interview in a little bit. And Kezu, I also know that you told Tsunami that you'll have something to pick a coach's brain. So I think you can hear what we're saying right now. Anything in particular you are looking to have an answer for?
Well, if it's Nouns, maybe it's about the sniper ban and how they wanted to adjust. Let's see. If it's Team Spirit, if they were thinking about the Sven with the Mars or not.
If they were thinking about the Sven with the Mars rather than
the Willow,
because they picked the Willow. And otherwise, you said ask for the Sniper.
Ban, correct.
Why was Sniper banned? Because Puck was already banned, so banning Sniper after the Puck is a little bit weird.
Maybe they just don't want to deal with Laurel Sniper.
Maybe, that's true.
I mean, Spirit had a similar line, like they took like the Sniper replacement with Lina, so probably on point, but it would be nice to hear.
Validate.
It would be nice to hear. Not ready yet. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the coach to really be able to be pride-free of their team, because it's just very tempting to just get your final words in while you still can. Although I do think they are about to be ushered away as the game is ready for playing. So with that, we are going to head over to Tsunami, who's standing by with the coach.
Don't worry, I'm on site, and I've got Silent joining me. Silent, when you guys ended up picking your combo with the Mars, any reason why you went for the Willow as opposed to the Sven that you had? Instead, you ended up going for the Weaver. Were you considering the Sven at all, or no?
We was thinking about Sven, but we was choosing between Sven and Weaver, and we chose Weaver because of Phoenix. We decided he showed and can kill his Supernova. Shows Sven can, so that's why we pick Weaver. Also, we was thinking one of them.
Okay, works for me. And then my other question would be, why are people not afraid of picking Luna into Shadow Demon anymore? That used to be like such a bad idea, but now not so much. Why is that?
I think SD still good pick against Luna, but Luna, because of shard, even if you disrupt him, he just press shard, killing your illusions and not getting a lot of damage from them. I think that's why.
But you still think it's good, though?
I still think SD is good against Luna.
All right, well, let's see if it's good enough to... sorry, go ahead.
You got passive from him, you can control your illusions, run away from them, and hit other hero. You just need to press buttons. Like, you know.
The logic is sound. Let's go and see how it works out in game number 2. Beacop and Lacoste, it's all you.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, and we're into game number 2. Lacoste, do you agree? You were actually... You said what he was going to say when they asked that question. You're like, yeah, shard.
Yeah, it's that good. Like, Luna now deals very well against Shadow Demon illusions. As Silent said, you pretty much instantly kill it off. You're not taking the damage. That's one of the reasons why Luna doesn't care too much. And Luna has been super popular nowadays. It's one of the stronger carries, one of the flashiest farmers, I would even say. But yeah, you need to just press some buttons, and we're gonna see who's gonna be pressing those buttons harder in the game. I do like the draft from Nouns more this time compared to the previous game. Laurel is putting in some pressure onto Copy immediately. Copy with Breathe Fire level 1. Doesn't have that Dragon's Blood available yet.
Copy getting hit up pretty hard with those LSAs and now one of the Fiery Soul. So Copy, see how he reacts. As he went level 1 of the Breathe Fire, level 2 now into the Dragon's Blood, so should be able to withstand a little bit more of what Laurel's throwing his way. Keeping this mid-matchup pretty close for the moment, at least. We'll see how that goes with time moving on. And what are your thoughts on killer lanes? Is it bottom with Gunnar and Lelis here on a Centaur Hoodwink combo?
Yeah, you have a little bit of ways to stop this aggression, especially if they try to go on Yatoro, which is a squishy hero early on. But I like that Yatoro is building into Bracer. He knows the matchup, so instead of going for raid band or anything, he just wants to tank up as much as he can. It's all about survivability for him.
Right. Another LSA landing there from Laurel, but mana, not totally a problem. He still has 2 more sips on that bottle. So he's fine with what he's throwing out there. That Breathe Fire will hit him, and top lane, Yuma sitting a little bit low, but has Fly here on the Phoenix. This lane also feels like it could be a killer lane for Team Spirit.
Yeah, maybe they could get a return kill on Nouns, but this is not a super strong lane. It's a lot of harassment coming on from Nouns, but you don't have any kind of setup. You can't play as aggressive. One of my favorite things in Dota is watching Dragonite getting harassed while he's sitting at the tower with a Bracer and also Dragon's Blood. One of the most useless things is try to harass him. It's the way you need to play. Keep him low constantly. Maybe you can get a kill, but it never happens.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps him low, right? But maybe you get the rotations from your Dark Willow and your Shadow Demon if you keep him that low. Who knows? But yeah, it does feel like useless harassment for the most part when you're able to have that high armor, that high HP regen. So we'll see if it ends up turning into anything. As you can see him slowly getting back to full health if you look at that HP bar.
Yeah, he's getting there. Laurel probably hit him like... Let's see the hero damage. All right, can we see the hero damage? It's going to be, I'd say, 2,000 damage from Laurel already.
I'll say 2,700 if we could get that stat up there.
Oh, that's a lot.
Is it? You said 2,000. I feel like...
Yeah, we're 3 minutes into the game.
All right, fair enough. Maybe I just don't know math. They've got the disruption, and they go to this blood grenade. Gunnar taking a lot of damage. Maybe Toro thinking he
got 3 stacks.
Couldn't get that kill. But that stack does not land, and Gunnar will eventually take a little bit more chunky damage on that Shadow Poison. But Weaver not chasing at all. Committed on the blood grenade, and thought that would be their signal to go. Instead, just farming up that camp off to the side. 21-5 for that DK that's sitting mid, by the way, but still half health. Slowly gains it, then loses it again to that LSA, but he's staying pretty much at the same place. He's 1-1-2 right now with double Bracer.
Yeah, he dropped those double Bracers on the ground because you don't want to lose the value. If you backpack your Bracers and pick up Water Rune, you actually lose value.
Huh. Spear to push back Yuma. We've seen this combo in the past where you've got the Bramble Maze down and you spear through multiple Brambles. That extra bit of damage in. Ooh, Yuma, there's the Bramble, and they should be able to get this first blood kill. It's Collapse killing off Yuma, which is just really the opposite of what you want. I mean, if you're going to give up first blood, you really don't want it to be your carry.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty easy to execute lane for Team Spirit. You get hit by Bramble. Mira also did put another point in Bramble Maze so that he has a little bit more time. Collapse can get closer, set things up with Spear. Now it's nighttime. 2 points in Lunar Blessing. Dragonite will have that extra damage. Laurel forced out. He's going back to base.
Icarus diving on the Shadow Realms.
Nice try from
Dark
Collapse.
Willow.
Try to hit him mid-air.
Would have been a good Bramble to catch. But yeah, mid sitting even 32-7 to 30-7. Surprisingly even overall. felt like Laurel was doing, at least early, a good job of denying those last hits with
Yeah, it's how the
Jose.
matchup works. Dragonite, as time goes by, you are getting better in the matchup. You're not harassed as much. Bring your magic stick, bring the raindrop, so things get easier for you.
Yeah, knowing you have that extra armor, that extra HP regen, you're able to just kind of stand your ground a little bit more, right?
Yeah. And now Laurel picks up Shield Rune, not the best rune to have early on Lina, unless you are getting initiated on. Pushka will find one.
LSA, Laguna Blade, Bushwhack's there with an 8-cord shot, but it's not going to matter. Laurel still gets that kill, shifting over from mid to bot. Did pop that shield rune. Fly going after Mira, and Mira, who played this Dark Willow in the previous game, did not have a fun early game at all. But this time around, Shadow Realm, Icarus dives, Spirits burning, but not killing. So Mira able to survive there, and it is a 1,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. Lillis, as long as Mapushka stays away from a tree.
Gunner also.
Gunner's
he
out
needs
here.
to come here.
Oh,
help out
Yatora's
even
here, and now Lillis is in trouble. They get the kill there. Bushwhack does land, but Gunner, he's going to be the one picking up that Wisdom Rune. At least they get the Wisdom Rune, but you give up a kill to this Weaver.
Well, Lane was in a good spot. Yatoro pushed it out and also could easily... Okay. Miposhka manages to deny himself to the tower. Some good vision around the mid lane. They want to pressure Laurel. They want to use this Dragonite, who doesn't have much mana to work with.
Doesn't have much life to work with. 400 health. Yep. The death under the tier 2 tower reminds me of the days when you'd play Undying and just decay until you ran out of mana and then just run under the tier 2 tower.
Then we had to add extra death timer because people were abusing that.
Then for a little bit, people still did it, but after all, it did end up changing, and we don't see that much anymore. Supports are pretty close in level, but I will say Fly 800 gold and only level 3, but for the most part, supports are close in level. I saw the pointing at the levels. I don't want to completely just say they're all the same. It's 4, 4, 4, 3. There it is again. So 3-1 so far, but it is Weaver just having a very open lane.
Yeah, difficult to pressure, especially when he gets that level 6. And also, again, Gunner not going for double edge, not going for hoof stomp. Instead, maxing out retaliate, wants to continue to farm up.
Can I just get those fantasy points one more time? Thank you. Appreciate that.
Ooh, all 10s.
Everybody's a 10 in my book.
That's 10 out of 10 in my book.
That is, yeah. If they had to rate it, you think they'd give everybody a 10? Or would they be like, oh, it's 2.5?
Let's see if they can make something happen in the mid lane. 2 supports from Team Spirit.
Copy. Standing his ground.
Lillis behind him. Only level 4 for now.
Just level 4. Wait for these supports to hit that 6. Laurel really hasn't been bothered either, but Copy's having a good game. Like, this is how he started with the Death Prophet as well. He had an okay start, took a tower, got a couple of kills. Just feels like the rest of the team really isn't getting what they want. Yuma especially, beat bottom of the net worth, is in an interesting spot. Yeah, the ops showing there that there is no arena taken yet, holding a skill point. They go to the Stampede, the LSA hits out a Gunner. They're going to try and chase. They've got the Bushwhack on a Baposhka, but the other 2 heroes went the other way. So now this turns into an opportunity for the side of Team Spirit to kill off these heroes on Nouns. Bramble Maze is down, but they just use the Laguna Blade to get the kill to Gunner. They at least get 1.
And this was without Collapse even trying to rotate. His TP was ready, Arena also available if he wants to put a point in it, because right now he is farming. And they're not done. Lillis is getting chased bottom.
Disruption. Shikuchi on him, and just need a couple more right clicks, but the Shadow Poison will do it. So they don't need to chase too far. They get another kill, and it's 5-1 in favor of Team Spirit. Bramble Maze will hit a couple of these creeps. They want to slow down this push coming out from Copy, as he's kind of trying to find
yeah, find his place in the game, but
Yeah.
the rest of the team is not playing around him. I want to see those two supports using a smoke, try to land a kill, but the problem is they're very under-leveled. Lelis is only level 4 on Hoodwink, so no sharpshooter. Usually this combo is very easy to execute. Dragon Knight with the blink, or pre-blink, he can easily Dragon Tail stun somebody, range form, follow it up with the Bushwhack into sharpshooter, but yeah, they need to give him the lane. Lelis right now soaking up XP from the mid lane. Gonna take some time until he gets it.
Still sitting level 4. Hero wants that level 6. You'll get that Bedlam, you'll get that Terrorize. The Terrorize is late in game number 1. We're pretty on point. Laguna Blade immediately. Icarus dive away from Fly, but no kill. He's had that lane solo to himself for a while, and that's why he's level 6 and has that Supernova available to him. No Dragon Tail mana available, and going into the Shadow Realm, but now has the mana for it, and he's going to put a couple of right clicks on the tier 1 tower.
Dipster did a very good job protecting this tower for quite some time. 2 Observer wards, these 2 aggressive wards that we talked about, and now Mira. The lap.
Got the Terrorize, Arena.
Execution.
Bedlam with
into
the
more
spear.
Bramble. That's just beautiful.
That is, yeah, really min-maxing every point of damage you can get out of them. They found themselves Lelis, so this is going to be a second kill for them. If you
miss.
There it is.
Boschka still gets him with the Demonic Purge. Yes. A couple of Shadow Poison.
Stacks.
That's going to be pretty massive.
They're juicy.
This is not a place for Luna to be, because right now she has Moonglaze maxed out, Lunar Blessing, but she couldn't get into the triangle, couldn't get that farm, and still sitting at the bottom. All 3 cores from Team Spirit on top of the net worth. Look at the build from Yatoro. I haven't seen this build in a long time. It was super popular when people realized during TI that this shard is pretty damn good, but it also puts you in a spot where you can, like, you're playing off your Shikuchi, so sometimes you'll sit in the lane and you could get punished. And there were a couple of Reddit clips that showed, because you're like trying to run away from Shikuchi, TP out, and you can still see the bugs coming out and reveals Weaver location.
So we'll see the interactions as it looks like he's going Deso into the shard. It's that Hurricane Pike too.
That was the build at TI. But also Gleipnir feels really good because you have something to stop the TP with.
I think they're just... I mean, there's multiple ways where they could just stop the TP anyway. So you don't really need that Gleipnir, right? You've got Disruption, you've got LSA, you have Spear, Terrorize, Bramble Maze.
I want to see if he decides to commit to it. Usually when Yatoro has something in his quick buy, he does go for it.
He's set on at least one Mithril Hammer right now. We get that Biggie map. Have you coined that yet?
What?
Have you coined the term Biggie map?
Yeah, I haven't. You can use it.
Okay, cool. So they put the bugs onto Gunner. He'll pop that Blade Mail Stampede, but the Disruption is the real counter to that. You can't really go anywhere, but they've got the Sunray on a Gunner trying to keep him alive. And he'll hoof stomp and whiff as they will chase him all the way through. Another Shikuchi and a couple more right clicks will get that kill. Yotaro going to be forced to time-lapse. Bramble Maze rooting up Fly as he is on the run now. He does have Supernova, but I don't really think you want to be using it. Spear God's Rebuke doesn't matter.
And that's going to be a tower for Team Spirit. I see no moves from Nouns. They're farming up. Blink Dagger is available on Dragon Knight. Sharpshooter as well. These 2 heroes need to be paired up together and try to get a kill. But Team Spirit, again, stealing their stacks.
Looking for Weaver, and
that got him. Kill.
Highest net worth in the hero in the game. They even brought the Luna down bottom because they theoretically should just push this tower, right?
Yeah, with the Dragon form available. Never mind, I lied. It's gone, but again, Team Spirit going into triangle and stealing the stacks.
And there was more stacks being made too, so like there were stacks there. They made a couple more themselves, and they cleared them all up. What,
Spirit have been playing pretty aggressively and finding the benefits of doing so and taking those stacks. So Yuma now needs to be careful because there is a MOUZ down here with a Blink. So Blink's Spear could cause Yuma to die, but he does have reinforcements if need be. Question is MOUZ willing to jump if, you know, if Mira's here, if Miposhka's here? They probably need another.
Go through the gates.
Yeah.
He deals a lot of damage.
Sharpshooter, Bushwhack, Disruption. There's the arena. Spear just yet. Collapse now. Throwing that spear on a gunner. That attaches to the arena, even though he's on the edge to it. The Lagunabe's going to be thrown over onto Lelis. They get the kill on Mira. They'll take out one, but they'll end up trading another. Miposhka now turning around.
Ready to back.
Shadow Poison.
He's getting
Miposhka
stunned.
is going to be able to turn back around and get the disruption save onto Yotaro. He's actually not going to need it with the time-lapse being used. Another hoof stomp. Miposhka actually gets credit for the kill on a gunner, and now they've got Yuma with the Lucent Beam and Copy up in the front. There's a disruption save. So Miposhka was low, but it's not going to be saving enough for Collapse. He still dies afterwards.
Yataro's cleaning up.
And now they've got the Lucent Beam. Yataro trying to come around once again, but it might be at the cost of the life of Laurel. Laurel ends up falling to Copy. Yuma chasing now Miposhka. They've got 3 heroes dead. Miro actually died earlier, so it's 4 heroes dead in this exchange, but he's coming back into the fight, maybe looking for a Bramble Maze. Can they chase onto Yuma? He comes off to the side. They go to the Lucent Beam. They have that extra range, and will make sure that they escape. So Spirit take that long fight, but it's Nouns who actually get the better of it.
Yeah, they got some really big kills. They didn't manage to kill Yataro. They killed him before, but overall, last minute or so, very good for Yuma, especially because he's pushing himself towards the top of the net worth, exactly where you want to be with Luna.
We go back to farming, and he does have this Deso now. That certainly could have been a difference maker in that last fight, especially the Shard. Because he had the right positioning. Yotaro was coming from behind. He had that little extra damage.
Dragonite for like 2-3 seconds. Maybe needed to focus on Luna. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of minus armor. The Swarm, Deso, plus Orb of Destruction will snatch the Wisdom Rune for himself.
You say snatch, but it was, you know, it is technically.
Away from his supports.
Yeah, supports are angry.
One of the supports.
Yeah, because I guess the other one still gets the experience. Miposhka and Mira both sitting level 9. Laurel. That's Axe. Finished off for Laurel. Blade of Alacrity, then you've got the Manta recipe. That's full Manta for Yuma. They're to smoke, and they've been not afraid to really go to the enemy triangle area.
They want to backstab.
Again. And it might be Gunner as well as Copy who die here. Find Gunner. Hoof Stomp, Stampede. Copy's nearby. Oh, Spear almost actually hit him. That almost hit Copy, and Gunner's going to be the one who killed off with that Laguna
I don't know if
blade.
he had a read that somebody else is there or if that was a missed spear. You never know with these professional e-gamers. Yataro,
be just
that
that
solo kill.
Whoa.
Just dead. 3 armor on Phoenix with Swarm, with Deso. That's -6, 9, maybe a tick or 2. Yeah, 900 damage. Physical.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, Ellis. Trying to scurry through the trees, but when you're in the trees, it makes the spear much easier to hit. You don't have to really aim when your enemy's surrounded by trees. So let's string it together. A couple of kills there for Team Spirit. And you're hoping that Yuma can kind of pick up the pace on the farming, where I would say he's doing all right now, but you want him to hit that next level, right?
Yeah, look at Yataro. He knew something was cooking. Goes in, clears the creep wave, and uses time lapse immediately. Right now, Team Spirit hunting them down. Map does feel relatively small for Nouns. Because Team Spirit, they are all over the place. Nouns, they want to take most likely Tormi, since they have 5 heroes there, but instead, they're going to smoke and look for something in the bottom lane. Roshan is there.
Could go towards that.
And Nouns are the ones doing that with the 5-man smoke.
With the haste rune, it's a lot of damage.
Babushka,
He's gonna one-shot towards.
They'll have the disruption to survive a little bit longer. Now they're coming off to the side. Gunner with a good blink as well as the host stop. They've got the control. It's on a collapse for a second. Terra is going to be used, though. That lands on a copy. So Copy's going to be out of the fight for a second. They go to the Supernova with the Sun Ray. LSA is off the mark, and now starting to back them off. They blink the Dragon Tail. They've got the control. They'll get the kill on Amira, and they'll take out one. That might be enough after taking out the Shadow Demon 2. So ends up being 2.
It's Roche time. They have a lot of damage when they're grouped up together. You have Dragonite and Centaur in the front line. It's a lot of tankiness to go through. Also Sunray behind them, which is maxed out, and then Lunar blessing the extra damage. And right now, Team Spirit, they're playing a bit of a different game. Now they need to get out of the map, try to get as much farm as they can. Because this Roshan does belong to Nouns. Burrow. Thinking about buying Hurricane Pike, but I think at this point, considering what type of a game he needs to play, we'll probably just go for Lincolns instead. The only way he dies if he gets Blink initiated on by Dragonite.
Collapse? He's in.
They want to take this
Zero's
fight.
TP'd out, and now they're going to go for Gunner. They've got the Laguna Blade to get themselves one. LSA lands on Alelis, and the right click's coming out from Laurel. That's going to be a second. They look and finish off Fly. Yatoro's got the damage on that. You get the Aegis, but great play from Spirit to catch the timing.
Yeah, great timing, and also understanding that they're going to be very low after killing that Roche. So Collapse catches 2 of them, and he's so good setting things up for his own team, and might even catch another one, but is careful enough. Ooh.
Collapse kills that illusion. So at least there's that. Stealing a Tormentor, or at least trying to. Can Yuma swipe this now? Yuma's coming over. They've got Gunner. They'll get Maposhka. They pop the Eclipse for this, and now they find themselves Mira. So the Eclipse does get 2. Thought for a second it might just get 1, but Mira is the one who gets that shard, so that Curse Crown upgrade. Puts 4 Brambles around you.
Yeah, undispellable as well. Not too bad of a shard, and also the fact that Mira is playing off of that Curse Crown, not maxing out Shadow Realm, which I really like. You are playing, support, you're not dealing damage. The one thing I like about Shadow Realm is that it does reduce the cooldown with each level by 2 seconds. For a solo kill.
Doesn't get it, but Gunner coming over, Blink Cove Stomp. Uh-oh. They've got the Sharpshooter Sunray for Steph. He's got time lapse and won't elect to use it. Bushwhack on the Acorn shot. The Hook Stomp's gonna miss. Yutoro's gonna TP out. Maposhka trying to survive on the run with Lils coming out of the tower. This is a kill dead to rights, but even with Yuma dominating, it's a 4,000 net worth lead for the side of Spirit because you've got Laurel and, Yutoro making it out means they're just kind of farming and not paying for it.
Lelis is going to start to scale. Most farm support in the game, has Maelstrom available, going into Gleipnir next. Also, the reason why I didn't like Tesso as much on Weaver is you're going to be playing into a lot of illusions. Luna with Manta style, Dragonite as well, and also playing into Dragonite. He does have high armor, so a lot of the times you want to pick up that Maelstrom.
So now Collapse getting that shard.
That's a good one, because they stole the enemy Tormentor. You now have shard, something that Mars players love to buy, getting closer to his BKB.
I will say Shadow Demon's probably a little bit upset.
For sure. He's going to need to wait until 35-minute mark.
Unless they steal the other Tormentor.
As we're pointing it out, at least he found something. The big boy Philly. He's going to push him closer to that Blink Dagger.
I mean, you don't want to... Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to buy the Blink Dagger, not the shard. He'll wait. Demonic Cleanse is good, but Blink is better. So he'll wait on that. Could see them smoking soon, especially with the timing of the Aegis almost over. They want to make their way towards the side of Nouns. He was actually
in a good
really
spot.
close Bye.
Blows somebody up.
Gunner jumps, blink, hoof stop, LSA though, Laguna Blade. Gunner's low, Sunray's not gonna be enough. They've traded Miposhka for Gunner, not a trade you're really willing to make if you're Nouns.
Second time he eats Laguna Blade.
Copy, he gets caught, Sunray, Eclipse, uh-oh, collapse, he's dead. That was a lot of damage real quick from that Eclipse, and even if they wanted to go on to Yuma, he still has this Aegis for 40 seconds.
They are keeping the distance. Everybody behind Yuma. Yatoro. Yeah, look at that damage from Lina. 2,000 damage coming out.
That's a lot.
Insane. Yeah, also very difficult to protect against that. She can fly over with the Flame Cloak. Yatoro doesn't have a BKB ready yet, so can't really play super aggressive in the front line.
He's trying to go Lincoln's Daedalus.
Lincoln's Daedalus Satanic. Seems like he wants to skip the BKB. They do have decent amount of control, good amount of magic damage as well, but maybe he thinks with Shadow Demon behind him, a Glimmer Cape, Terrorize, Arena, it's going to be enough to keep him alive, so does not want to waste the slot on a BKB.
Now DK gets the Sags, so he'll have that extra level in the Elder Dragon form. You can see how much damage he was doing. Good deep ward here, by the way, from the side of Nouns, and there's that Ags. So with another level in his ult, he'll become the BBD. Sometimes we think it's only the Ancients that are that, but not for DK when he's got that Ags. So Clap picks up the bounty and goes towards where Nouns players were. They've got their own ward deep in the lane. And that Sentry does see the obs, blink forward into a Yules, takes the courier, looks for a spear but misses it. Sharpshooter, which pushes him into the brambles and ends up dying.
So getting the kill and also getting a courier. I swear to God, it collapsed.
Dragon Tail try to get the Weaver time-lapsing, and they went for it.
Collapse is obsessed with Lincoln Sphere. Ever since they were playing against LGD in the finals, how many Lincolns do they want to have playing against Rubik?
They go again. Disruption saves Sunray's on him. Yuma's going to pop the Eclipse, but they've got the Force Staff. That's a fight that doesn't go the way Nouns wants, and now they don't have Eclipse.
Yatoro, very slippery, pushing the limits of the hero. That Hurricane Pike purchase, very valuable. Next one is going to be the big one. That Lincoln Sphere that we mentioned, that Collapse likes to have so much.
So Gunner got one of the Wisdom Runes, Laurel got the other one. Swipes there is that Eclipse timing. You could fight if you're Spirit with no Eclipse. Going for that Conda. As Eclipse is on cooldown for 55 seconds, but does have that full Actory.
Lucent Beams are gonna hurt. Level 20 Moonblaze. 2 of those fired, plus also having Enchanted Quiver. Phylactery, gonna turn that into Conda.
Things staying a little bit quiet. That being said, I said that Yuma had to get to the top of the net worth, had to start to find himself a lot of farm to really make his presence felt, and he's there. He's top of the net worth now by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, continues to farm up. Next Roshan, let's see the spawn. Gonna be on Radiant's side, most likely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Boschka checking if it's gonna be an instant spawn. It isn't.
But it's lower than our previous spawns.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Minute
under
20.
attack. Are scanning.
So, Laurel
Dire's top
starts to TP bottom with the rest of his team. Maybe start to make their move over towards Roche. But Nouns are coming to mid, maybe looking to make a play. Collapse showed himself for a second. Now they TP top. They had vision of Yatoro for a second. But by forcing these moves, yeah, you could go through the Twin Gate.
but it allows Spirit to set up for Roche. Be in the better positioning this time around.
Gotta be careful. They have a lot of damage coming out from Yatoro, so they could take out Roshan pretty quickly. Nouns need to be ready to respond, and they're gonna smoke. Yatoro desperately needs this Lincoln Sphere. He's getting close to it. Still needs 1,000 gold.
Close to it, close to the secret shop. If he can grab this gold, good amount of time, he'll get there. Have that Lincoln's ready for Roche. 2,800 gold is needed for that ulti orb.
Pipe completed
Mira
on Mira.
will
Not
see
your
that, Roche.
conventional item build on Mira, but there is a lot of damage coming out, a lot of magic damage, and now Dragon Knight Illusions are scouting things out. Very easily done with that Aghanim Scepter. They will need to get out.
Leaving Roche at half health.
Nouns are not getting in. Good positioning from Collapse.
Link away from the Dragon Tail. Stampede is used. The hoof stomp. Oh, Gunner!
But the disruption.
Oh, the disruption. The Aegis snatched technically by Yatoro as Gunner got the kill. BKB, the right clicks are in. Yatoro's going to be forced to use that time lapse. They get the kill onto the Centaur. He doesn't have buyback. Link Dragon Tail on a collapse, as well as the Eclipse used, but the BKB as well as the Bulwark. They'll go into the arena and they blow up Copy. They look at Yuma's trying to TP out. Leitnir's not going to matter. That Bushwhack doesn't matter either. Sharpshooter through, but doesn't land. They go to the Bramble Maze. The right clicks in from Mira as well as Yatoro. They should be able to kill off this Hoodwink and do.
And Nouns were in position to strike. They just didn't go immediately. It gave Team Spirit enough time to finish off Roche, and that was such a clutch disruption coming out from Miposhka. So that he could not steal the Aegis. I believe he made a slot, but also quick fingers from Yatoro. And now does have Lincoln Sphere coming to him, and also having Daedalus in his quick buy, which he's gonna finish relatively soon after that fight, and getting closer to level 25, which is gonna be one extra Geminate attack on top of level 20 talent. Geminate attack, 90 damage, so whoever he focuses is gonna die. Oh, let's see how much damage it is.
Oh, just the free pathing.
Enough to kill him.
Yeah. Oh boy, that is not what you want. He doesn't have buyback.
69 seconds without Luna. This is a nice time for Team Spirit to push the high ground.
Cliff used. Late near Yule's Acorn shot, trying to clean up those creeps. These illusions from the DK, just trying to hold on to this tier 3 tower. They'll have one more glyph after losing this tower. They know they still have 45 seconds without Yuma as they start to give up these racks, and the question is, when do you want to glyph? When do you want to try and fight? You're hoping that that's going to come with that Luna, but now there's the glyph. So
that's the last glyph.
Yeah, that's
you
the last
lose
glyph.
the fight, you might lose the game.
BKB, good duels. Avoids the hoof stomp, but the double edge comes through. They've got the Brambles down. They go to the Stampede. They'll start to run away. Lois with the Gleipnir now still getting control onto Collapse. Right,
they're so patient. Miposhka and Collapse playing off together. He does not want to use the BKB. First, the Glimmer comes, Disruption. Thinking about whether he wants to use it immediately, but doesn't even use it. No BKB, no Disruption. This team is so good when it comes down to teamfight execution.
Up 17,000. Now Yuma's back alive, but they've got this Daedalus. Oh, look at this juicy creep wave. Really just... Woo!
1K crits.
1K gold. So much gold from that creep wave. 23,000 net worth for Yatoro. Roche's banner. Yeah, our ops know your thoughts on this.
I prefer Team's banner compared to Roshan's banner. We can see 3 banners.
Can we zoom in even
on
further?
The screen. Look at it.
Enhance. Enhance even more.
People are trying to find where to place this Roshan's banner. Do we need to place it low ground, high ground?
Can we place it further up in the lane?
Yeah, maybe we put it close to the tier 2 tower.
I would say at your outermost tower would probably be okay.
They were waiting until they get these like mega creeps, super creeps. Are these mega creeps, super creeps with buff from Banner?
They're giga creeps.
Giga creeps are after mega creeps, so.
Well, no, you're... Okay, so super with Roche's Banner are...
Gaimin creeps. Gaimin creeps are the biggest ones.
I was gonna say dummy thick. They're dummy thick creeps. They're doing their thing. And then it's mega creeps, giga creeps. So 18,000 net worth lead here for the side of Team Spirit. And they're just waiting for their moment to go in. Roche not for another 3.5 minutes, but they'll smoke. They do circle the top end of the map, and this is a good idea of where Yuma is at. They're gonna walk it up top.
Yeah, they wanna probably kill Tormi. Yatoro does have time lapse available, and he also wants his level 25 plus Satanic. That's gonna be the big timing. A lot of damage, a lot of Geminate attacks, and also if you go with Shikuchi through 2 heroes, get Satanic off, back to full HP immediately.
The instant heal. You see where Copy is, and Marl's not going to be able to make the jump on his decopy yet.
So, copy of himself. Those DK illusions. Scout things out to push out the waves. There it is. Satanic being delivered, level 25. And the last shard, finally on Shadow Demon, 37 minutes in.
Praise.
Not the Moon of Mane this time, but yeah, Miposhka should be pretty happy about this one. Gunner. Ooh.
Thanks, guys. Glad I got the shard last. Appreciate it. Now
The game is about to end.
guys.
Thanks for the shard.
Yeah.
Yatoro is not there.
Copy v copy matchup. These illusions will fight each other. They do get vision of collapse, and the Dota Plus is 91% to 9%. This is something Nouns really like to do. Take the long traveled path out and around to go for a fight. Amplified damage. Yeah.
Ooh, that could be a difference. That's exactly what they need. Yatoro is pinging it out. They probably know that there's backstab is coming because they don't see a single hero. No Gleipnirs being used, no spells. There it is, Lina with double illusion trying to scout things out. Yatoro immediately in the front line.
Technically immediately in the back line. But he scouts Copy, throws out that swarm. Force that back, they'll kill off the Poshka really quickly. They go to the Eclipse with the BKB pop by Yuma. They've got themselves a spear on a Copy as well as the LSA. They get the kill on a Copy. They look to the back lines. They're trying to take out the Dark Will as well as Gunner going that way. They'll take out Mira. They'll buy back up this Shadow Demon. They look for Yuma. Collapse is going to chase. Looking at the Gods Rebuke. The LSA from Laurel lands on 2. Yuma and Fly die. Gunner looking next on the menu. They've got the spear, they'll land the LSA. They've got themselves some damage out on Laurel, but the disruption is there from Miposhka. The Gladiators going to be on a 2. Wells trying to help out Copy as much as he can. Acorn shot bounces around, but Copy ends up dead. The buyback from Gunner as well from Fly. Not looking like it's going to matter. It's an ultra kill for Yatoro, and Gunner's nowhere near. And Fly Icarus dives back into the base.
And that's it. Luna doesn't have buyback. They have enough. 50 seconds without. And can he get there in time? Yatoro, I think he's
well past the timing?
Yeah, it's not going to be a rampage.
Okay, I'll do it for you. Rampage.
Thanks for that. And I think it's time to drop the G's in the old chat because, yeah, Yatoro, another flawless performance. Did die once, but you could see in the previous fight, fighting against Luna, basically having multiple lives, life-stealing with Satanic. Didn't even use a time lapse, but would pop that if necessary. And Team Spirit ready to close it out.
3-man hook stomp, but even with the blade mail, just trying to hold on. Gunner doesn't have buyback, and they'll call GG. Spirit finish off the series. They take it 2-0.
Yeah, Team Spirit, both games, they had Yatoro, who was completely free farming from the start to finish, and he just delivered. Also, Laurel, we don't see too much of Lina. We did see one earlier today, but a bit of a different item build, opting to go for I'm gonna one-shot you, and we've seen that when Luna was farming near the tier 2 tower bottom, where she just gets deleted instantly. And yeah, great showing of Team Spirit. They're slowly picking up the pace.
Yeah, so they look good. 2-0. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Solid performance from Team Spirit. 2-0 puts them in the 2-1 position, meaning that the next match they'll play is at match point. And one more win will put them out of the group stages into the playoffs, whereas Nouns is now at 1-2, and that puts them in a scary position of one more lost series, and they will be out, eliminated from the tournament. But this game, we are focusing more on Team Spirit because I think they played a very clean, a very solid team, and the ramp up is definitely there in terms of them being on the right track to get a very high, maybe end result in this one, Kezu. It's a solid performance, very stable.
Like all around, really, like the way they're moving, like even first time they like defend copy where he's pushing mid, like Willow's already there. Mira sets up the TP for Collapse. He TPs mid. They slow him down. Their lanes go very well. There's something when you as an yeah, okay. I will stop.
Cool.
Was this the? Oh, I thought this was the hoof stomp into maybe steal the.
No, that was later. That was later.
No, it's like all the stuff you're talking about. It's like this is also like the first building block, right? The fact that Nouns, they were taking the first stages, they're trying to get a little bit of momentum going their way after what was a pretty rough start. But Collapse, he's like, well, they're going to have to leave the Roshan pit, so if I just get a couple kills, you're probably going to... this is what you want to talk about, but it's just so proactive that Spirit are always thinking of the next move, always thinking about how to make that play to punish their opponent, even when, like, sometimes when Aegis drops, like, okay, we can't do that. And here as well, it's like they nearly stole it, but just the positioning from Spirit is always so good.
They're doing a lot of good things on Nouns. I'm still like overall impressed with what they're showing, and they like shouldn't be like too disappointed with what's actually going on. I think they put up drafts that can put up a fight, their gameplay kind of as well. But there's something when you're an inexperienced team and you play and lane against a team that is, well, slightly better than you when it comes to a skill level. Because then sometimes you are more pressure to leave your lane and do things that you wouldn't in other games because you would just be allowed to lane. Like minute 8 or 9, they're going through the jungle and like going very deep to like dive a Lina with Stampede, and it just fails. And like you see their net worth just being lower than it should be. And those moments are really uncomfortable, and you do learn a lot from those games. So I hope that that is something they will look at, because yeah, Spirit, when they're in form, which it looks like they are, I mean, they are just so scary to go up against.
I think the difference is you see Spirit, like all of their players are making their own choices from the game, and it's like they're in the right place, and when they sync up, it's crazy. But for Nouns, like you feel like there's that awkward delay where it's like they're waiting for like permission to make a move. They're asking for like, hey, are we allowed to do this? Should we be there? And then by the time they've like come to a conclusion, it's like 15-20 seconds and like the pacing's gone. Well, Spirit, it's just natural. And I think that is just going to be a thing when you have an up-and-coming team like Nouns compared to Spirit. And if Nouns can find a way to at least get a solution to it over tonight before tomorrow, then maybe they can be competitive against these the teams like Spirit. But it was a bit of a skill difference in this series.
It's like this type of freedom. I agree. Like I don't fully see it in Nouns. In the games where they do well, I feel like you see it. They're moving freely here, doing that. But I see the little bit of delay, like 1 second here, maybe 2-3 seconds there, and that is detrimental when you play against one of the best teams. They will use those seconds and just destroy you. It's just how it is.
I mean, we heard from Arteezy obviously earlier this morning that Team Spirit is actually the only team that he has ever felt like, okay, these guys are good. Gotta, and that's because they play without hesitation, and they will make use of those extra couple of seconds that they're given in this case by Nouns. Now, there was also a moment, I believe it was around minute 15-16, Kenzo. Did you want to highlight specifically for
like
Willow
some of the items, like just what we need to think about. We don't see Weaver going Deso that often at the moment, at least right now. Like him going Deso makes it a lot nicer for Lara to actually end up with this magic build, which did a lot in this game. So just like this nice synergy, not just with gameplay, but like understanding your hero's timings. You have the Deso, but it's not just his Deso alone. It's the Orb of Destruction. It's Mira like going for the drums to then further amplify the bonus damage and everything coming together, making a bit more space. Because it's all these small things that ultimately lead into like the nice gameplay. You being able to take Roche, you being able to take fights. So just all this layering, like these small items are super, super important. And it's just nice to see that when teams like fully understand how to really unlock your entire lineup.
Yeah, we didn't even really talk about Poshka this much in this game. Like on his Shadow Demon, how many times in the highlights was he either getting jumped first but able to save himself, or he was just, I just feel like he had a very, very stable game. And yeah, I think he just, no, I'm not saying like MVP level, but like the things he was doing, again, it just goes down to the fact that Spirit in the games like this, when they have so much hero comfort, they're just independently doing incredible plays across the entire map.
Yeah, you can make a strong case for anybody to be an MVP on the side of Team Spirit for this second game that was just played. But we're going to my MVP. It's Yatoro, speaking now with Tsunami.
It's a good choice, Shiver. Yes, I'm standing by with Yatoro of Team Spirit, who obviously always does well under high-pressure situations, including high-pressure situations like a Roche dive, for example. So walk me through the process of you guys contesting that Roche, who decided to go in, and then after you went in, I noticed you kind of panicked on which item to pick up first. What was up with that?
It was like my decision. I thought how Luna TP'd to catch me up at top side. I understood, but he has no TP. He cannot go through the whole map and have time. So we just I TP'd. We start to hit Roche. They don't see HP and Centaur for some reason. He just jump in no vision, killing Roche. And lucky for me, I have Miposhka in my team, and he just disrupt Centaur. And after that, I click on the edges directly, but I took the banner. It was a bit sad because I understood what he can take edges after what he released. I didn't took it. So lucky for me, he doesn't do this, and I pick it up edges. Like,
did you have enough slots, or did you have to backpack something to make?
Yeah, I did big backpack banner. I thought about like 0.1 second to just put it in the rush pit, and just because it's gonna be faster. But I decided to do not do this.
Because you value the banner so much. It's such a valuable item. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And as we come down to the end of Apache Toro, I feel like, we love hearing your thoughts on heroes, or anything really. I loved after a post-TI, you were just giving your impressions on a lot of stuff. So I was wondering if you could give me a quick good or bad impression on carries right now as we get to the end of the patch. So how about Luna?
It's good hero, but a bit... like 0% win rate on this tournament, so it's okay. It's okay, regular one.
Okay. Phantom Assassin.
Super trash.
Okay. Faceless Void.
Super good.
Okay. Gyrocopter.
Super trash.
Slark.
Super trash and super good.
Okay, because that one's important to me because you picked it yesterday, and clearly I'm assuming you thought it was a super good situation. As the game ended, was it a super trash, or you still stand by that pick?
I think it was good pick. I just did a couple of mistakes in game, but hero was good. It's I guess it's only one hero what we should pick in this situation. Slark.
Then when is it super trash then?
When enemy have a lot of AoE stuns, like I don't know, Shaker. Do not do this.
Makes sense to me. Yatoro, congratulations on a great victory as we send it back to Shiva in the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and of course, Yatoro. And for me, I mean, first of all, he always calls Gyrocopter super trash or garbage. Second of all, when he was explaining about how he picked stuff up in the Roche pit, just when we were watching that, and it is like 1 second max, right? That entire thing, and he's like, well, I backpacked an item, and then I picked it up, and it's like, oh, I didn't pick it up. And then I try again, and he thought about placing it, but then he thought, no, not placing it. So put the banner in the backpack, have the space, pick up the ages. Nice, all that is in the span of a second, and he is like, what if I do this? What if I do that? And it's like, it's so mental to me. Like, I could probably have come to the same conclusion. I just take like 5 times as long.
Or destroy it. Destroy the ages. I mean, luckily, as you said, he did have Miposhka.
True.
Disruption lasts a long time, kinda. It's like the whole time, it's like they see the timer ticking down.
Yeah, but it's like, it's just, it baffles me. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Team Spirit, they're doing well. They're now getting a day break. So because just for people to be aware of when you can see your teams again, Team Spirit will play again, not tomorrow, but the day after that. And Nouns will play tomorrow because tomorrow is the day of 1-2s. And so far the 1-2s are Liquid, MOUZ, Nouns, and then when we left the green room, it looked like Team Secret was joining them.
Yeah.
But
I believe
I don't think the game has ended yet, so who knows?
It looked like it was going to end.
It did look like that. But obviously, they also still later today, teams will join them because in the series that we have with the 0-2s, 2 of those teams will also join the 1 and 2 crew, whereas the other 2 will be eliminated. You're like...
No, sorry,
What's up?
I'm just enjoying the day, you know. The couch is, after a while, in the couch you get cozy. I feel like, don't mind me. This just back to Shiva.
Back to Shiva. That's
Secret are apparently still playing. The voice of God did tell me.
That's what I was trying to
More
understand. I didn't want to break the wall, but I was trying to understand what the voice of God was telling me, and I couldn't understand it.
The Secret was leading 9K lead at the moment. I can't decipher God's voice.
14K now, apparently.
You're not meant to spoil it.
It's okay. People will have both monitors up at the same time. They can see it just as much as we can. Well, we can't, but they can see it even better than we can.
They can see because they have eyes. Like,
exactly, and we also have eyes. Come on, guys. Make it so hard on me.
We have 4.
No. All right, so we've had our 1-1 series of today out of the way, other than the Boom versus Spirit. And that means it's time. It's time for the 2-0s and the 0-2s. So it's time to get some teams out of the group stage one way or another. We're going to have 2 teams qualifying for playoffs and 2 teams going home as they are getting eliminated. And for that, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're going to be back on this stream. You are set for the best Dota, and all the 2-0 teams will play here. Some angel music can be playing in the background here because the teams that are not doing so well, they'll be on the secondary stream. So for elimination, blood, sweat, and tears, you can go here. But for loveliness, you can stay here, and it's not just for the Dota, because Nati will take you through the afternoon with her panel. See you soon.
It's time to play Dota Surprise, and I've got Aurora's 23 Savage with me. How are you, my friend?
I'm good.
Now we're going to see if you can build a winning team here with our surprises. We've got our Dota capsules in front of us. So you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, pick out your first team. Spin it around, get a random team you want. Who do we get first?
I got Azure Ray.
Okay.
I think it should be Faith Bian.
Faith Bian. Okay, so your position 3, you're taking first. Faith Bian's in the team. Put it just down there on the floor and then take your next one so we don't get the same team twice. Let's see who's next.
I've got Team Secret.
Ooh.
Oh my god. I need to pick one, right?
Yeah, only one.
I think it's Poppy.
You're gonna take Poppy? Okay, that's an obvious choice, right? That makes sense. So far, Poppy and Faith Bian on one team.
Yeah.
3 and 5 has
the
been
third
found.
one.
Which one we're getting here?
Shopify Rebellion.
Ooh, Shopify Rebellion. Now remember, this is the team they're playing with here, so you've got 2 stand-ins for them, but maybe you want someone for the main roster.
I think it's Sumail.
Sumail? Okay, so we got 2, 3, and 5 picked out. 2 more to find.
Yep.
Why was it easy for you to go for Sumail?
I mean, I think he's one of the best players who ever played the game. So.
Wow, yeah. High praise. I like it.
G2XIG.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so I have.
You have 3,
2, 5.
3, 2, 5. Yeah. And if you want to be very creative, you could move them. You can tell them to play something else and learn.
Oh my god, this is hard. I mean, I would like nothing to say, but same role as Sumail.
Could you move Sumail? Could you move? No, you don't want to do that?
I think they are bad carries.
Can nothing to say move? Can he move?
No.
No, okay.
Mid players are bad at carries. I think I'll take Boboka. Yeah.
Okay, let's go for that then. So 4th has been found.
Yeah.
So now you have to find a position 1 or you're going to have to move some pieces around.
We need a team spirit or BetBoom Falcons or Aurora. Aurora. Oh my god, I got Liquid.
Liquid, okay. Do you just straight take Mickey? Do you try and put someone else in?
I think Nisha.
Nisha, so you're gonna make Nisha play one?
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
He was really good.
And that you're just a fan of Nisha? You think you can make this work?
Yeah, I think he would.
So if we took this team you have, this is your dream team, and we put them here into season 1, do they win? Do they make playoffs? Where do you think they'll position themselves?
Wait, so Nisha, Sumail,
Faith,
Bian, Boboka, and Puppy. If they can communicate, I think they can be like top 3.
Top 3? That's respectable. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's not bad.
If Boboka can speak English.
We'll just, we'll ping as much as possible. Basic communication. I'm sure it can work.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for playing, man.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into the very exciting part of today. The second half is going to be qualification matches or elimination matches, depending on which stream you want to tune into. But before we get into all of those details, I want to introduce my panel. Fear and Lizard joining me yet again. Day number 3. Please, Fear, don't look too excited.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm just really excited.
Next time, ask permission for the wave, okay?
Oh, wow. Can I please wave?
Can we wave?
Yes,
camera?
of course you can. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. But what about yourself, Lizard? Chill morning?
Yeah, chill morning. I actually slept very long until like 12 p.m. Usually I wake up, the first series is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
I woke up this time and the first series is almost over. Yeah.
Well, look, luckily for you, we have the results of what's already happened today, so I can fill you in exactly on how that first series went out. Starting over on the B stream. These teams also 1-1 for themselves, but it was BetBoom bouncing back from their loss yesterday, and they get the 2-0 over MOUZ. Right now, the second game between Secret and Boom are still going on, but Boom picking up the first game win for themselves does put them in a pretty good position. The remainder of the games, though, that will be happening over there, Azure Ray against G2IG is elimination, as well as Heroic up against Virtus.pro. So 2 of those 4 teams will be going home.
Those are some spicy matches. Unfortunately, we will not be covering them, right? Like we won't be covering them on this stream, at least. No elimination matches. But what happened here? 2-0, 0-2 and 2-0.
Yeah, this is the one that you missed, Lizard, the 2-0 for Shopify over Liquid. Maybe we could touch on that in a little bit, but Spirit also 2-0ing Nouns just briefly there. We're going to be covering Xtreme Gaming up against Aurora. Whoever does win will be guaranteed playoffs. And same as the series between Gaimin Gladiators and Falcons. But that Shopify Liquid one, Fia, do you remember yesterday what you said about that matchup? You questioned me when I said Shopify and Liquid, it's probably going to be a pretty close series. And you said, really? I questioned
you?
Yeah, you did.
It wasn't close at all.
But you questioned me in the opposite way. You said Shopify with 2 stand-ins, you think they're the same level as Liquid. And I said, yes. I was wrong and you were wrong. They were better.
I still think it's an upset.
It is still an upset. It is still an upset. I just had to throw you under the bus.
I didn't expect that for sure. Like, they stomped them too. It didn't even look close. So that was shout out to Shopify. This version of Shopify looks very, very strong.
Yeah, they've been finding their way with heroes, with drafts, where they're sort of fitting in with this meta, and especially with those 2 stand-ins. And something that has helped them get a couple of wins, whether they're picking it or their opponents are picking it, is Pango. So yesterday, we really highlighted just how bad this Pango had been doing. And as you can see on your screens, it's only had 5 wins for itself so far. This is what's occurred today and also the past 2 days of our PGL tournament. But out of those 13, actually out of all the games, out of all of the games, there's only been 2 that Pango has not been first pick. So that's how OP a lot of these teams think. They're just pushing Pango to be first pick. And out of those 2, where he was not first picked, he also lost. So it really doesn't matter where you pick him up in the draft. He's struggling a lot. But the 5 wins for himself, he was paired, 3 out of 5 of them, he was paired with Enchantress.
So Enchantress is so broken, she can even carry a Pangolier.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I'm wondering if there's something about the pairing, the rotations, which we can delve into, but the MOUZ as well was also the other interesting one, where he's having a bit of a tricky win rate too. It's increased in the past couple of series or matches, but when he can't carry a Pengo to a win. Every time he's been paired with a Pengo, it's been a first pick Pengo, and it's been a loss.
I feel like those two just have too much overlap, right? They're kind of like just ground AoE control. Unless Pengo snowballs the lane, he doesn't provide a ton of damage. So in general, I just think those two on the same team is a formula for not success.
Disaster.
Maybe disaster.
Disaster.
Well, they're a 0% win rate when you have those two.
It's a disaster.
I have to say one thing, though. From all the games of Pengo that we watched, some of them looked really damn nice on the mid lane. Those that he lost in overall, he looked like he is completing his job. Like, he's playmaking, he's making moves from the mid lane, but the rest of the draft, the rest of the team doesn't add up. So not every single game was on him out of all those losses.
Of course, I am cherry picking the information.
Still, stats don't lie. Stats don't lie. Someone said it a long time ago, and when the stats are that low, you have to look into it and reconsider if your ideas are really correct. Because
if you think about the mid lane right now and what is popular, it's like the Zeus, the Sniper, the Caudal. These kind of really enjoy playing like the Mars and Centaurs in the offlane. But the Pengo mid rather play with like something greedier in the offlane that takes a bit more space and not really these stunners. And those aren't particularly meta right now in the offlane. So it's kind of just like an awkward pairing, I think, between the offlane and mid.
So maybe with something like Zoo on the offlane, you could perhaps justify Pengo. But overall,
maybe Doom or something like that too.
When I was looking for all, and actually Doom is one of those heroes that's picked into Pengo, right? Like, they steal it away, they pick it into Pengo to counter him.
Yeah, I did look at, with all the losses that Pengo had accumulated, what exactly was his matchup, and maybe we can talk about it if we do see a Pengo in this game, because Xtreme Gaming up against Aurora. What heroes do they actually like to pick for themselves? Are we going to be seeing more of this first pick Pengo? Am I going to have to get angry in the middle of the day here, or is there some versatility and variety in what we might see?
I think between these two teams in general, there's going to be, they have different hero pools for sure, but everyone likes Pengo. And we'll see like their heroes right now. Right now, Xtreme Gaming, they like the Primal Beast, they like the Bane, they like the Marcy, which are heroes that Aurora don't really like to pick up. Instead, they rather go for like the Centaur, Timbersaw, for the supports, the Bat Rider's been picked up a lot. And the thing about Xtreme Gaming is they've played those three heroes several times, and every other hero they played was only one time, where Aurora, they like to pick the same type of heroes over and over again.
Even if you go through the pubs and you see what their cores are playing, there's a lot of different heroes played by Ame. Like, when you look at position 1, like, he is definitely experimenting here and there. I've seen some Bristleback on position 1, and he played it here as well. And that's one of those things that you can see with carries. Like, I check his Faceless Void games in pubs. 30% win rate. He played a bunch of them, like 4 or 5 in the last week. I see Bristleback, one game, 100% instantly picked the next day here. You know, it's like, I feel good on this hero, just pick it.
Sometimes genuinely all it takes is one extremely good game for you on a hero and you feel invincible. You're like, yeah, I don't even care if I don't get the matchup that's favorable. I still think that I can win on it.
Yeah, I mean, he played versus arguably the worst encounter ever for Bristol, the Viper, and he still won against it. So that was quite impressive.
The litmus test for me, if the hero was broken or not back in the day, is if I feel strong playing it. Like, if I'm playing a pub and I'm owning with it, like, if I can own versus these top tier players, I'm sure that it's kind of strong.
Yeah, well, look, we saw the XG players. They're already sitting down at their computers. I know that they're ready to get into draft. So for their 2 wins, they took a 2-0 over BOOM, as well as a 2-0 over Liquid. And Aurora also had some pretty tough opponents. They went 2-1 with MOUZ and then 2-0'd BetBoom, and what I would say is probably the upset so far of this tournament for you.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty good here. And bring up the talk about Pengo and said, will we see it? We might, because Xtreme actually did win with Pengo against Liquid. So, and it's still in the pool.
One thing that I see from Xtreme Gaming, at least, is when it comes to their bans, they're not straying away from their stock standard meta bans. That's it. They're not aiming a team. They're just banning out the heroes that they feel are just too broken at the moment. Meanwhile, when you look at Aurora, Bane and Marcy, like, Marcy isn't really played by anyone but Xtreme Gaming. Maybe there's a couple of games here and there, but Xtreme Gaming picked her, what, 3 times already?
Yeah, it was Bane, Marcy, and Primal.
And they're still picking the Marcy even without the IO? That's how much they favor her?
Yeah, they don't really care.
They don't care at all.
Because it's not like Io Marcy safe lane combo, it's Xingqiu playing it.
Yeah.
So it's a position 4 Marcy.
Okay.
It's completely different.
It's in quotations position 4 because
yeah,
Dude,
he's
but
so much
he
farm.
farms, yeah.
And he builds whatever. Like his builds go from Armlet to Gleipnir to whatever. But
Would you say that this patch, Xingqiu is probably the greediest post 4 that we have in competitive, or does someone else
he's
come to
up
mind?
there for sure.
I think about his Grim.
I feel like he's
Think about his
winning.
Dark Willow.
So it
Yeah.
looks like he's
His
greedy.
Marcy. Oh, true.
I mean,
he
they just
has
have that much
gold.
gold
Yeah.
advantage.
I mean, it's
Exactly.
greedy in like a good way. Like
For sure,
there's
not
certain
griefing.
types of players, position 4s, that if they get a certain amount of gold, they use it well. And I think Xingqiu is just one of those players. If he's given like an opportunity to get a lot of farm, he knows how to use that farm extremely well.
And look at this. This is like we're talking a lot about Pango and how he's first phased. Like if you look at teams when Pango is banned, not this time of course, but usually you see something like a Razor or a Coddle in the first stage. And Razor has been picked. Pango is true, Coddle is true. Now my question is like, does Xtreme Gaming feel comfortable enough to play that hero? Because for me, Coddle already has one target that he can blow up throughout the game. It already feels kind of neat. But I'm not sure if they really want to pick it, if they really want to play that Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, we've seen teams have a lot of answers for the Coddle. I almost want to say teams are as used to playing against or countering a Coddle as they are Pango right now, and that you see a lot of drafts heavily rely on a Coddle. I don't have an issue with it being picked. I just hope that if they do go for it, you have a lot of contingencies in your draft.
It's just that I already see one nice target. You know, like sometimes you see this off lane and you can't deal with it already, or something that can run away from you, but already feels good. But okay, instead they go with the Slardar. Back in the day in Elite League, what this meant is Weaver or Klinks later on their position 1. But just the first phase Slardar for now, we'll see what they go for. Also, there's this trick in which you first phase the Razor and then later on Lifestealer becomes much easier to pick up because you don't have to at least worry about that matchup in the lane. So maybe Slardar is another way of preventing that from happening. But as you can see, Klinks instantly banned out by Aurora.
Yeah, I like what Aurora's doing here. They definitely did their homework. They banned the 3 most played heroes by Xtreme Gaming. And Xtreme Gaming, I believe they've only played 4 games so far. And Razor was banned in all 4 against them. Like the enemy team banned Razor every single game against Xtreme Gaming. So they banned the 3 most played heroes, then they take the Razor away from them. So there's a lot of like block picking strategy going on through Aurora's minds right now.
Yeah, another hero that they have picked quite a bit in the last couple of series that they had is Timber, right? Like they played a lot of Timber. So maybe that's an option for Aurora later on down the line. I'm very interested in the Slardar opener. You know, it's a bit different than what we usually see. They stepped away from all these Pangos, Keeper of the Lights, just plain old Slardar, let's just dominate one lane. But then again, Slardar can be mid, right? That's something that we've seen actually from Xtreme Gaming in other tournaments. I'm not sure if they played it here. And we've seen 9 played it as well.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Was that game won by 9? Not necessarily, but he did his job.
It was stable.
It was stable, exactly.
At some points, especially how we've been seeing some of these games go, you want a stable mid laner, obviously depending on how your team plays, but you don't always want something that's going to be super flashy, has this extremely early power spike. You want something that is going to ramp up consistently with the rest of your team, able to buy maybe your carry a little bit of time. And I do see that Slardar is one of those mid laners if they wanted to put it there.
Yeah, if you see a melee, I think you put the Slardar mid, like almost always. But in this situation, there's not many melee heroes that are good versus Razor if the Razor is in the safe lane, but Slardar is not bad because you have the Guardian Sprint and you can just kind of outrange the Link fairly easily. So, but either way, I think Xtreme Gaming, they have not ran a Phoenix yet, they have not ran a Slardar yet, and I think Aurora is putting them in a position with the way they banned and picked so far. We're just going to see a new side of Xtreme Gaming, at least at this tournament.
Yep.
And that's just like trying to force them out of their comfort zone. So, but we know Xtreme Gaming, as mentioned before, they're pretty versatile. So I don't know if that type of strategy is going to work against them, but they're going to attempt it.
We'll see. Like, this is something that they have definitely drafted, not in this tournament, but like Phoenix, DY, or even Xingqiu. They can both play it. They're super stable with it. But Io gets snatched up. This is actually very interesting. Like, no matter what, at least you're going to have that Io pair just running down that egg. The stun is nice to protect it, but I just want to see what else is there with the Wisp. what are they planning to combo it with? There's some...
Could be the Razor. I mean, IO Razor is...
IO Razor is fine, yeah.
It's pretty strong. Like, Razor just needs attack speed mainly to do damage, and you get buffed up with Spell Amp on... I believe it works on your ulti and your Q, so that's kind of nice too. It's not one we see a lot, but it's definitely A pairing.
Yeah, there's so many still left in the pool to be paired with the IO. Because I think about like Luna's still there, obviously. The Gyro as well, still in the pool, something else that they like.
What's nice about this IO as well is that he gives you a way to kill the egg.
Yeah. As he was saying, that IO can help you kill the egg a little bit faster, gives you the attack speed buff, and then they're going to pick up the Bat Rider in return. This is just their initiation. They needed some way to get initiation on their lineup. First of all, you pick an IO, you have a Razor, now you don't have a stun. And when you're playing a hero like Razor, you definitely need some lockdown so you can do the damage.
This Razor is supposed to ban out either Faceless Void or Morphling. They let both of those through. I feel like it was a good game for both of them.
Yeah.
Faceless Void, okay, there is this relocate into Chrono that you can kind of play around, right? Like you have some saves, and you have this instant initiation with the bat, but overall, this Xtreme Gaming's lineup just looks so easy, simple, and nice. You know, everything is
simple and nice, easy to execute.
Remember yesterday, Gaimin Gladiators, when they played that Brood, and it was the opposite of this. Like that Brood and everything, it's like you create chaos on the map. It's a nice
Sorry, I was going to say, how have we gotten this far in? Doom has been led all the way through, hasn't even been counterpicked either, or not counterpicked, sorry, taken away by Xtreme Gaming. It's, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. I don't know if it's this offlaner that you need, if there was more in the pool, like Centaur is still kind of there, which a lot of people like for themselves. The MOUZ, which I know we brought up before. Actually, speaking of, Aurora ban out the Centaur for themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like the Doom here. Doom is like an age-old counter to Faceless Void. Doom him, you feel really good. And of course, Faceless Void is a hero that doesn't apply much pressure in the laning stage, so you can get away with picking a greedier offlaner. Not that Doom is super greedy, but if you don't shut him down and you give him a free lane, he gets obnoxiously farmed, and that becomes a huge issue in the draft here. So that's a really good pick, and I think that is going to mean this Razor is going to shift either to the mid or the safe lane here.
And that's a nice thing you said, either, because I'm not sure that Xtreme Gaming are 100% where he's going as well. They need to wait for this last pick to be absolutely certain. Because it can go mid versus the Slardar, right? Like you mentioned Guardian Sprint, and I'm not even sure about Razor anymore. I feel like he doesn't dominate these melee matchups. After seeing the Dragonite match yesterday,
That's
I'm like,
true. That one was quite... But no one thought it was going to go that way, and Dragonite was even at a disadvantage coming into lane and still did a phenomenal job. I can't wait to see the interaction where Faceless Void is time walking away exactly as the Doom gets placed on him, and he still gets time walk away.
Another hero that we mentioned that will not be picked by Aurora, by the way, is Timbersaw, that they played quite a lot. But when I look at this lineup on Xtreme Gaming, you probably don't want to be picking it into these two supports, if nothing else. So they protected themselves kind of against that.
Yeah, I'd say all their heroes are good versus Timber.
Yeah.
Faceless Void's a classic, the dilation, and you can just keep time locking off the damage. And then you don't really particularly like getting the amplify damage on you.
Armor, yeah.
So that's probably not an option for them.
I like your amplify damage, by the way. Old man fear right there.
Corrosive haze, yes.
I mean, it was amplify damage for the longest time, and then someone complained, can you just give us a different name? And this guy, by the way, shouldn't he do well into Slardar?
That should be the mid, I would say. And yeah, Slardar should not go mid anymore. They should pick Dragonite for the mid lane.
Yeah, how come the Dragonite?
Yeah, they banned it, unfortunately.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky. What else is there versus Sniper that you can...
Nothing, you just
don't really beat this hero in the mid lane. You could pick a Coddle or something and just sack the lane and go gank. I don't think that was banned, right?
It isn't.
Yeah,
I actually wouldn't mind it. Like, honestly, it looks like a solid game for him.
You don't beat Sniper mid. It just doesn't exist. Like, this hero's going to lose mid too, but at least he has a way to kill him later on.
Yep.
And he doesn't have, like, a battery either. The IO's on the other team, so it's not like the gotcha pick. You're playing into a Doom as well. There's outside of the Doom though, there's only Lasso to really lock you down, so that's kind of nice.
I do see like Xtreme Gaming might also be going for the play of there's a lot of targets you would like to Doom, and in doing so, you only have one Doom available for you at any time. So do you do it on the Faceless Void, who could get a Chrono? Do you do it on the Storm Spirit, who's going to jump your back line, try and take out that Sniper, try and take out that IO? You know, that is a lot of places to be that you can't be when you're simply a Doom.
Yeah, and I feel like Xtreme Gaming's draft is very balanced. Like balanced between heroes that can play fast, that can play without cooldowns, and heroes that need this big team fight, like a Faceless Void and Phoenix on the other side, of course, Slardar and Storm. So you actually have some really nice combos. Inkswell with the Storm, Inkswell with the Slardar. You can get on top of the Sniper. You can hunt him down throughout the game. Both him and the Razor, like you have ways of blowing them up. Like IO is an issue, of course, but I don't know. I look at these two drafts. There are some counters to the Faceless Void and Storm that you guys mentioned, like the Doom and the Lasso. But I don't know. I just like Xtreme Gaming's draft is cookie cutting draft. It's just very easy.
You know exactly how they're going to play, and you're like, they can hit those timings. They can hit those team fights.
I just have one question for Fear. Slardar into Razor on that lane. Will Slardar have enough to actually be an issue?
No. I think there's one big problem with Xtreme Gaming's draft right now is the fact that they have overwhelming team fight. All their heroes make sense together. If it's an even net worth game, no problem. I think they're going to lose all 3 lanes, though.
Yeah.
That is like
dramatically to the point that we're just going to see Aurora
bad.
consistently in their side of the map, and it's like we have nowhere to farm.
There's a high chance that Xtreme Gaming lose all 3 lanes and things start to crumble. But if they don't, they have overwhelming team fight, as I mentioned, and the game should be fairly easy from the out to play. But I'm really worried about their laning stage.
All right, we're going to focus on the laning phase. We're going to hear some more thoughts, though, about this draft as we do head over to our casting duo, Lyrical and Trent.
That's right. We got plenty of thoughts here, Trent. The NA analysts saying lanes are important. Who would have thought it?
That's how we do.
I know.
Lanes and jungle.
That's
Nothing
about
else.
it.
That's all we like.
But we do have a freaking awesome matchup today, and we got the upper bracket, the top side of it. These teams trying to move on and make their way through to that next round of the tournament, which is pretty freaking hype. But we can see already some early movements out with the smokes. Both teams good to go.
Out and about. And yeah, I mean, I like the way that Fear laid it out here, because lanes, they don't look that great. I mean, that's pretty much it. So we're going to have to see if Aurora can take advantage of that. It's traditionally, you know, the C region has certainly over the past couple of years been a lot of late game, you know. That's, you know, Mike and John, they've aged like 6 or 7 years, I feel like. Every time I see them, they're just growing older and older from these long-ass games that they keep having to cast, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's sapping all of their energy. So Aurora, they need to get away from that logic. They need to come back to the basics here and make sure they really stomp these lanes down.
I mean, the scary thing is that I feel like even if they go late, I don't hate Aurora's lineup at that point either. I still think it's pretty freaking good. And Ollie thought about running on in there to get a bounty rune, but decides not going to be the way that I want to move. Everybody's heading off to their various positions around the map. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting things to watch in this one. I think Storm, one of those heroes that definitely has fallen by the wayside a little bit, particularly when you don't have that mana battery in play.
Yeah, just looking longingly over there, seeing that IO. Like, oh, what could have been?
Please, people, pick it for me next time. Yeah, and this is going to be a lot of XM's life here, is just Lorenov walking forward and clicking him. Dude, Sniper is so dumb. What the hell? He's just popping him right in the face every time he tries to step up. And like Storm, obviously, yeah, sort of a ranged hero, but also like kind of not. You use your remnants so much for CSing, I feel like, early, and it just is such a punishing tool.
You know who would like Sniper is our makeup artist, because she said that she likes to play Call of Duty and Battlefield.
That's right.
Those are her games.
That's a good point.
She's enjoying watching the Dota, but you know, this is the connection here.
I like it.
All right? Smart. We'll get her on some Sniper games here. For now, Lorna, I was gonna have to handle it though.
I said yesterday too, you know, Banks is here at this tournament.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Got them all. Well, besides pulling together the various genres of games, we're also going to be taking a look down here bottom at Ame and seeing what he can do with DY against the pressure of a Batrider Doom. Granted, it feels like, if nothing else, you're not really going to be able to stop Jabs from farming. This guy, you know, he just seems to always get farmed, no matter what position he even plays.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, you know this guy's going to be high with the net worth at some point, particularly when you get those later games. But a Doom of all heroes, yeah, it's expecting to get his items. Already had some interesting choices. This guy actually spent gold on a Centaur Eggs. That was pretty wild. So I'm expecting big things here from his decision making.
Somebody was telling me too that it was just because he like saw it in a YouTube video or something.
I think that's what he said in the interview.
Oh,
I was seeing highlights of the Centaurs on YouTube, so
that's pretty good.
Yeah, he wanted to make some sweet hitch a ride plays.
Well, already 4 denies for Ame in this lane. Another one built up there. It's doing a pretty good job of it so far in this Faceless Void.
And then, of course, the somewhat problematic idea of this top lane of being a Slider versus a Razor, I mean, that's also going fine as we have a fourth lane developing here inside the Radiant jungle. I mean, this is what you gotta do, right? This is...
Yeah.
It's a situation where the worst matchups have always done this, right? You're up against a Huskar or something, but it's one of those things that I think starts to like trickle down a little bit, where we already saw the DK just like running up the river away from the Razor.
Yeah.
And just creating a new lane. Storm, also really high armor hero. It's just kind of like, you know what? I'm not gonna let you just hit me for free.
I mean, it still is going to come at a cost, because this is going to be almost a whole wave denied out right in front of his face. And as XM tries to step forward, he's still taking a bit of a beating.
Look at that CS, though. He's got 17 last hits.
I mean, you know what? To be fair, you're right. He's doing a really good job of it, XM, dealing with this pressure.
Likewise, though, XXS, you know, some concerns there with this matchup. It is Razor on a long lane here, so there's all this time to chase you down, but they don't have the disables, and you are a Slider, so hopefully you can use that to your advantage to make sure the link isn't too bad. You're definitely in a zoning mindset as Aurora, but the wave's right up next to the tower here, so here you go. I mean, what's he lose? Like 43, you know?
I mean, you still obviously get some pretty good damage if you can time out the bash with it. You know, you just get the flat bonus damage that comes in there as the heal is available for Jabs to let them dive that much further if they want. DY just force back a bit. But yeah, XG doing a good job of just like making sure that they're not getting shut out of here early. I do imagine that it gets worse as the levels start to scale up, but so far so good. Actually, on to 23, trying to bring him low. I don't know if they're going to have enough for the kill here. He does have the link back up. If he decides to stick around too much more, this would be a huge kill for them underneath the tower, and he gets it. XXS making the move. That's not what you expect to happen in this lane.
No, and they had to make that work. Like, there were a lot of circumstances that had to align perfectly for that to happen, right? Like, the Link was still on cooldown. They found that opportunity with the Ink Swell. Also, because I don't think it was their lane who wanted to do it, someone else glyphed, and so the wave got stuck under the Radiant Tower, which meant the Dire Wave pushed out way more than it probably should have. They're, like, trying to body block it. It wasn't helping, so then he got exposed a little more he wanted to. It was just a bunch of little things all added up to a bad time there for 23 Savage, because you can even see if that link had started just a few seconds earlier,
yeah,
they don't get that kill.
Really impressive stuff. And of course, you know, hats off as well to Xtreme to recognize that opportunity and take advantage of it. You can see XM, he's still hurting. 15 denies. He's been able to get a good chunk of last hits, but now has to walk back home as he doesn't have access to a rune. But level-wise, it's still going okay. It's not the end of the world for the Storm. If you can get out of that one, get level 6, you know, maybe he can make something happen if they bring numbers and secure him a rune.
Got a stack here too, as you can see, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Pop that for himself, but yes, I'm glad you brought that up. The runes! Storm Spirit came. Always going for the runes. So he's going to be trying to get some help on those, I'm sure. Maybe DY moving in here for the 6-minute one or something. But that is the dream. Zinq kind of helping just by his positioning right now. Up in the Dire jungle, gets the Watcher there, and able to ensure that nobody's too close.
Let's see. He is going to stand on top of it. It spawns bottom. That is going to be a very happy XM. He gets the haster, and you got to make something happen with this.
I mean, in combination with a Slider up top, that's a level 4 Razor. That's certainly a possibility, but looks like he's going to go for Q and the stack instead.
That is interesting. Okay. Oh, you got to be careful.
Yes,
yeah, I don't know about that one, buddy. I mean, it's a high risk, high reward, right?
All right, pivot.
Can he get jabs here? Ame's only level 4. That's not a kill you're going to get either.
Now, this guy's got Lotus, Wand, and you already just popped a Raindrop.
Ah, that sucks. You would love to be able to get something more out of that for XM. But no such luck.
Okay, that's pretty tough for the Storm, who's already in a bit of recovery mode to immediately fail in his first rotation. Currently the lowest net worth of all the cores, but back to the jungle. Carve out some stacks for himself here. Wisdom Rune's going to pop up here. Each team gets one. No sneaky plays.
So back to standard situation. Setup. It doesn't feel like, you know, lost lanes completely. They've been able to hold out Xtreme. So doing a really good job of playing against the pressure that was coming their way. They knew it was going to be a lot. But now the question is, can they hold off the rotations and the movements that come with that IO level 6 that's almost online?
It's so interesting as well to see like how Q's Bat Rider is going, right? Because like the IO is gonna be a little bit greedier, but this isn't your crit bat. This guy's got a Pavise queued up, you know? Like he's making these stacks, and here Sniper comes and farms them. Right. He's not the one who's farming these up, at least not quite yet, and he's not immediately thinking like Blink Dagger or something like that.
No, this is definitely like they're all in on just making Renov absolutely huge in this game. And if they don't manage to stay on top of the Sniper, he will tear them to pieces as the game gets later.
Here, 3 points to Fire Spirits, trying to steal this stack.
Another rune got for XM, this one in Invis. Not the best in the world, but with Q nearby, they're gonna try and actually go on this? I was wondering if they're baiting in the Bat Rider, but don't end up doing much with it.
And there we go, support's gonna team up here, I like this. Clear this out. And that's level 6 now prepped up here for Ollie.
So rotations that they can make moves for. The big one you're going to be watching is Jabs level 6. A Doom onto a Faceless Void is an easy kill. I mean, level 6 is all across the board, pretty much, with the exception of this other supports.
I'm feeling really good for XG right now, I think.
Yeah.
Like these stacks getting made up here in the Ancients. XXS has been alone here for like 2 minutes as Razor has just gone and farmed through the jungle. Doesn't have any help up top because the IO's been rotating around the map, so can't win the 1v1 versus the Slardar. It's just too worried about one link mistake and you just die. Plus the fact that Xingqiu was also playing off map quite a bit, so he was never sure if like there was just an Inkswell combo, and in that case, like you're not winning that matchup as Razor if it's a 2v1. So being relegated to the jungle, kind of hurting 23 Savage's farm here.
This is a dangerous play, as they are going to bring numbers down bottom, everybody except for the Slardar, but with Doom ready and having that IO nearby, they try and make the move. The relocate's coming in. Can they get the Doom off in time? Jab's trying to survive. He doesn't manage to get it off. It is going to be a chrono onto all those heroes with the egg down. It's beautiful! XG fully prepared. Bold move gets you wins. And Lorenov is going to die afterwards. Just textbook performance from XG.
Yeah, and this comes back to the idea of not having the lane stomped. Because they have their team fight, they're going to come out, they're going to use it. There is no counter team fight from Aurora really this game. Like the kind of team fight they'll get later is like, you know, Doom Blink Stomp is their best sort of like AoE beginning to an engagement, right? It's mostly just single target stuff that they have happening here. And I mean, you definitely can't predict that that's ever going to happen. That's just a masterful move to make at the 10-minute mark here.
I mean, look, imagine how different this fight looks if Jabs gets Doom off onto either the Storm or the Faceless Void, but they gave him no option.
Yeah, that's nice jumping.
Damn.
What an early chrono, too. Just on top of the Ag, no chance at all. And Sniper being the last one in, of course, just means that Ag is going to cut off.
Really, really well done. XG, they knew what they needed to do, and they accomplished it perfectly. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's a pretty clear idea what Aurora wanted to do. They're going to bring in that IO relocate from the other side, and they felt like Jabs was unkillable, and it was just not true. He wasn't strong enough yet.
Wow, that's a pretty early Veil here from DUI. Brown boots into the Veil, so tons of magic damage to boost up this game, of course. It's pretty ridiculous. Well, I mean, it's spells, I guess, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of boosted spell damage.
Just like that, we have a pretty dominant early game now from XG. And for Aurora, the thing that feels weird about it is you kind of just want to go again and fight, I would imagine, right? Like no Chronosphere, they don't have the egg, Doom is still up, there's a lot of opportunities, but it's one of those things, you get punched in the mouth so hard, it's hard to find a single target to go on to, right? Jabs doesn't have those initiation items yet. He's trying to rush the Blink Dagger, but it's going to take him a bit to get there.
And your bat's building Pavise.
Right.
Like you don't have this 13 or 14 minute bat that we're so used to seeing pop out of the jungle with a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it feels more like a strategy from Aurora that was built to protect the lead that they were anticipating having as opposed to trying to reclaim it. Oh my god, this stack right here. This is really nice for XM. Gonna clean up all of these Ancients and shoot himself right up to the top of the net worth charts.
They've just taken so much gold from neutrals and from getting those kills.
Yeah.
Like the lanes definitely weren't the best part for them. I mean, XXS is probably the one who got the most just raw out of the lane too in terms of like up top. And then eventually Ame getting that space there too, but it's just the way that they didn't play into this idea of just like, oh, we're gonna lose these lanes if we play them straight up. They found different solutions.
Well, another smoke up. Chronosphere is ready. Like clockwork, it's time to battle. They scan to try and find somebody, but Aurora wisely staying pretty far back. Man, Jabs is trying to clean up these Ancients. He's going to be hoping that they don't come that direction. That's going to take him a couple Scorched Earths to go through that.
It'll be a while. Get the veil, you know?
Oh, Lorenov, don't show. Just stay away. They spot him. Are they thinking about going? Oh, they know right where he's moving. Hiding in the trees. Okay, and they're going to back out. So wise decision from Aurora to hide that sniper behind those trees and not go up the hill. Would have been an easy kill, but they are going to clean up that stack now. So they bring in the Phoenix, or rather the Bat Rider, to help out with it.
Yeah, trying to steal as many as he can here. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jab's not going to be happy with that.
I mean, he got his blink already. He's cool now.
That's fine. Needed some assistance. 14-minute mark as well.
Jeez.
He might have been thinking they were going to rotate over and steal it. Yeah, there you go. Both teams certainly taking advantage. 18 each. That's pretty cool. At 14 minutes, 36 stacked camps, huh?
That's what you want to see.
All right, big reveal here. Wisdom Rune for Ame, the other one for Jabs. Is he going to swap out the Purge for something else? No time.
They do see XXS there. Now they see the Fire Spirit moving out. It's not a bad kill to get. Immediately on to the Slardar, and they're just going to give that one away. So get the Lotus. I think he can't because it's channeled. I'll be happy with that though.
All right, good pick. Great blink reveal. Exactly the kind of stuff you need. And now a really big timing there for Ollie as well.
Oh.
Except the neck.
Renoff, TPing in the IO. Want to keep him alive if they can. The turn is there. XM, he's in pretty deep. That's not the fight you want to take. Out of mana, out of time. Zips down to the low ground, gets away. DY goes in for the dive. They managed to claim one. Still Chrono online for Ame. As XM tries to regen the full way through. He goes in onto 23. That was not the play you wanted to make, sir. And Ame, if he's not careful, he goes down also.
Great positioning, kind of baiting them right there. I feel like they can actually come in and make a move on them. And I mean, Ollie just got that mech. Could not have been a better timing. That mech is what ensures his ability to come in and get the save there onto Lornov, and then helping out 23 as well. So that's kind of a little turnaround play they needed here and slow down that momentum of the Storm Spirit before he finishes up his first big item of the Witchblade.
You know, I feel like we're going to be in for a long one here. Both of these teams feel very comfortable going into the late game, I think.
Oh, no.
I know. I think it's going to happen.
That's good. That's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
Oh, right in your face.
Deny. Ollie's still nearby for the save. Going to try and relocate him out. Does he have enough? Yes, he will. Now, the rest of the team can come in to help this if they want. Are they going to bring back numbers? Bat Rider moving over. No, I think he's just going to TP out and then try and tether away Ollie. No, silence is there. He's done.
Yeah, I don't think that's the kind of play you want to make here. Ame going up top on the 23. He's going to drop the chrono.
Is it enough?
He said, I am going for this. Someone TP.
Needs the bashes. Needs something. Manta tries to chase. Stun. Done. Oh, Ame in trouble, though, as Jabs moves in. Going to take down that Faceless Void, and now looking for the Grim. Oh, good reaction coming in from Aurora, but now they bring in more numbers. Going to drop the Doom. No, he can't. The egg comes out just in time. Doom tried to raise his hands, and DY went and hid inside his little egg.
All right, well, Q, he's going to take that goal from his kill on Zing Q and quickly pick up a Blink Dagger on this bat. So now they have another jump. And that is bad news for someone like your Faceless Void. Also, for XXS too, right? Like, kind of like the way you play Slider, trying to like blink in and find that first target. Might just find yourself lassoed immediately after.
That's true. Yeah, the reactions, and it's definitely one of those games where it feels like sometimes going first is the worst play. Like, particularly if you're not finding the right target. You know, a turnaround Chronosphere or a relocate to save somebody, a Doom coming out, like it's all kind of scary. But Doom, speaking of which, is back up again. Both teams smoked up. They're trying to bait Loran off here in the mid lane. They're going to take the bait. Will they be able to kill him in time? Jump in, wants to find him. Ollie right there for the heals. It's not quite enough. They managed to take down Loran off, but now the Doom on to the Storm Spirit. 23 kills DY. And the trade is a 2-for-1. Let's have Blink Lasso back up now. Zing Q, third one to fall. Nice jump. Goes in. What? Crazy man? No, he just was mad. He is a madman.
Oh, no.
That is an ultra kill at 18 minutes for the Razor.
Well, no one can ping you after and ask why you didn't join the fight now.
That's true.
So there is that.
Well,
right?
they can ping Ame.
And then he just pings Chrono. I have Chrono 30 seconds, and he's fine. So mentally, the team stays strong with that decision-making there from XXS. I don't know what that was.
Well, whatever it was a lot of gold into the coffers of this Razor, and almost BKB completed. It's still 10 to 10, less than 1,000 gold separating the two squads. It does kind of feel just like a bit of a bloodbath. A couple teams
the numbers say.
smacking each other in the face.
But you're right, the way the fights play out, like the first jump just feels bad. That's a pretty good example of it. Even though they killed the sniper first right away, they still end up losing 3 heroes right after. Oh, 4 heroes actually. So then, that's the kind of situation that can lead to these late games that you were alluding to before, because nobody wants to jump, everyone just kind of wants to farm, everyone feels like, oh, I just need a little bit more damage, or oh, I need one more defensive item, and suddenly it's like 60 minutes.
Relocate out, yes he does.
Never jump anyone.
Io has been doing a really good job this game, Ollie, making sure that he's there playing behind the hero that's most likely to get gone on.
It's a lot of gold, though. I mean, that is one thing we've been noticing, these support kills, particularly when you have a lead. It does start to add up, so although you're saving your cores, you are giving it away every single time. Scan here. Correct from the Dire that they are, in fact, at this Roche with the corrosive haze.
And Roche hasn't even gotten into the pit yet.
Let me home.
They're already beating the crap.
Can't even get his shoes off, you know?
Dude, this is so well timed, too, because they're not going to be able to get here quickly enough to come and contest this.
Instant smoke. Oh, Mango in the pit. Yeah, Zinq wants it. Don't waste the Mango, man.
23 is showing on lane. They know that he's there. They have a really good ward in the area, too. Do they decide to come and jump this? 9 heroes smoked. 23 Savage, the only one that's not. XXS looking for a big wraparound. He wants to go and get the Wisdom Rune while the rest of his team leaves. Oh, God, dude. If he dies to this, he doesn't have his BKB yet. TP out.
Oh, he gets both?
Okay.
He doesn't even let his teammates grab the other way. He's like, yeah, that's okay, guys.
That shot him up in levels quite a bit.
Grab further. I mean, that gives him 4 points and everything. DY going to get the shard, a fantastic shard, of course, especially when you're going Veil straight into the Shivas, so it doesn't have a lot of spare change around right now to pick that shard up, and definitely a core item on the hero. XinQ already purchased his own, another core shard for Grimstroke, and the way it's played in the pro scene, you need that save.
Oh, yeah.
Almost better than his, actually it is just straight better than his ulti at this point. I feel like we don't even talk about Soulbind combos nearly as much as we used to. Like they're like a nice addition, but for the most part, he's an Inkswell.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I mean, he did have queued up just a second ago the Sheep Stick, but for now also is going to go back for the Lincoln Sphere. So thought about playing the more aggressive route, but now wants to double down with both the Inkswell and the Lincolns. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about this the other day. We were having so many 2-0 just like beatdown stomps that were happening. And I think that it's a little bit, it was the function of that Swiss format. And now we're seeing these games that are like the squads that are a little bit closer together, the 2-0-2-0 teams that are battling it out. And this feels really like, you know, a playoff series already almost in the group stage. High stakes, high tension.
Because I mean, this is where you can just get out. You know, get some days off, get to watch the other teams play.
Yeah.
Go explore Bucharest a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
You know?
This game, no team has pulled out to a significant lead as of yet. Feeling like probably that next Roche fight would be the one where there's a big dramatic fight. In the meantime, you can maybe find a couple pickoffs. We'll see if XG want to try and play a little bit more aggressively out on the map. Maybe use this Aegis to take the bottom tier one, sneak in and steal something else away. Couple heroes down. XinQ doesn't like what he's seen. It does look like they're getting set together to maybe make some type of a move. But Aurora's playing pretty defensively.
I mean, it's an arcane rune, you gotta go, right? And try something. Maybe even force out a BKB, but just an ulti.
Still a couple heroes over here. That ward in the area. Yeah, they're just trying to bully him back a bit. Take away areas of the map and force him into other spots. So this, though, is an interesting play. Doom, lasso ready with relocate.
He looks pretty dead here on DY.
That's pretty sick. And now the zip for the turn. Is he just going to TP away? No, doesn't look like it. So they lose the Doom. XM thought about going for more, but Q gets the zip out. Ran off. Doesn't have the mana to make that move. But we'll take away the stacks.
So, oh, yeah, interesting. 23 just not interested in trying to make something happen there. Well, it's a bit of a net gain there for the Radiant. What's really nice is that it goes directly onto the Storm Spirit as well. They're kind of just trying to get to the top here. So he's catching up to the Razor's net worth.
Dude, Batrider is becoming a core. Legitimately, look at how much money he has.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the best things about this year on the longer games. Probably the best support, I would say, at doing this, right? At least in our current pool of heroes. Hoodwink, also pretty solid, just getting the Maelstrom stuff. But Bat, because you don't need the first Maelstrom to start farming, he just gets the stacks, starts Firefly, and catch up a lot quicker. XX does have the BKB, so they're definitely ready to start fighting again, but it's going to be after the next 3 minutes, because this Aegis is about to expire here on XM. And means we will be getting ourselves a daytime or a nighttime mission. We won't actually know until we find out the spawn. So it's harder to prep for it.
This one, it's always interesting to me, the Razor itemization that he decides to go for. Currently just thinking about going in for, I mean, I'm not even sure what. Is that, because he's got the Cornucopia queued up, so he's going in for, what the hell is he buying? Oh, he's going Refresher, right, of course.
So yeah, I'll grab that first, and then I'll go back to Satanic, you know. This is good, just mash all the items on there, and see what happens when you just keep mashing quick buy.
Success, thought about the hunt, decides not to go.
I just noticed they have double Philosopher Stones on their supports on the Radiant.
That's why they're not moving.
Yep. Phoenix and a Grimstroke getting free gold. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Only one on Aurora there for Q.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Holy Locket getting close to completed. I mean, the way that this one is going, it definitely feels like XG are going to be making these fights all about the Roche pit, which, I mean, historically, if you look at that situation, it makes it pretty good for Faceless Void teams.
Dire's middle tower.
Full Parasma done. Kind of wonder, it feels like Aurora might need to make a move earlier if they don't want to give that one away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Have to see, tier 3 tokens. Going in for that Agnum Scepter next on the Slardar.
We really cursed the Bloodbath here. It was like 10 to 10 at 20 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Now we're at 12 to 11 at 27 minutes.
I mean, this is so what happens in these matches that like have super high stakes, right? You see Batrider making these like pretty deep dives in to just steal farm away. But it feels like, I mean, at least for me, any particular like drop off, nobody wants to risk anything, right? They're not willing to make like the big moves because you lose so much and you're probably going to lose the next Roche if you start dropping down in net worth to the enemy team.
It might also be a considering buyback situation for the Radiant here just because of this Doom. Because like if Jabs just catches one person, Blink Doom, that might just give him the advantage where Aurora can outfight you at the Roche pit, where you're not going to want to come in with these big chronos and stuff when you're missing one of your heroes. So
right,
you might need that classic counter to the Doom. He also is just about to pick up his BKB, so I think everyone's got one that wants one at this point. So that's going to be a bit of a mess. Storm is starting his after the Lincoln Sphere too.
Right.
And then Faceless Void likewise also went Lincolns instead. But defensive options are online for everyone pretty much. Lotus now picked up as well for the Bat, so just more and more defensive stuff here.
Time will tell how this one goes. Lots of Vindicator axes online. And trying
see that as well, yeah.
So it looks like it's right going to be on the edge. So Roche is capable of respawning right now. XG are making the move up. They are going to get there, and Roche is going to respawn right about as it's actually going to respawn on Radiant side. So depending upon how this goes, Aurora could play this by running up there. And the positioning of this starts to get a little bit funky.
And of course, we haven't talked about vision very much, but I mean, there is Crow's Pace for Slardar. Obviously, that is a pretty decent vision tool. But for the Dire, the shrapnels, those all spamming out around the Roche pit can give you a big advantage. They don't really have anything similar on the side of XG.
Dude, everybody is so farmed in this game except for IO.
Always been hanging out, you know, just kind of following 23 everywhere.
Like, they are so ready for buybacks right now, which obviously XG are going to be slightly in the advantage because they managed to, you know, they're going to have the Radiant outpost right there to TP to. Aurora haven't lost their tier 1 tower, though. So that means that they can get back into the fight somewhat quickly. Roche about to respawn. Nobody takes it particularly quickly. They know this is where the fight's going to take place at, though. And actually, nobody has buyback except for Sniper.
Such a stalemate here. Look at this obs, though, from the Radiant. It sees 23. Oh, that sentry, it does see it. So XM immediately jumps because he doesn't want to lose that ward, but there it goes. Get it away. Oh, Jab's thinking about it. Oh, he drops the ward. Is he going to do it?
I mean, this is a hard move to make.
He's
got to
Lincolns,
break Lincolns and get it down before XM reacts. Seems unlikely. But into the pit they go. Start to take down Aegis. They don't have good vision out to the rest of it. Roche makes a noise. That signals, hey, stuff's happening.
Q, what you gonna do?
You can't leave this
They left the pit.
It's really dangerous.
All right, they're baiting.
Sending an
Pavise illusion.
Want to try and get them to initiate onto one. Ame is still back there, the very corner of the map. Razor illusion goes out. Assassinate. Send the illusion again. They know that 23's over here. Ame does have an opportunity if he wants to jump. And they see how low Roche is. XXS is there. 23 pops BKB refresher immediately. The damage coming out is going to be insane, but nobody to save them. They can't get there in time. Lorenov starts to beat away. Stun now already onto Lorenov. Ollie is nearby. Start to keep him alive. But look at it. Jabs, he's getting hit. They're not going to be able to get it in time. Aegis is going the way of XG. Now, can they get out on Aurora? TP and Lorenov wants to escape, barely able to get out of there before the stun comes. And that's the win that they wanted.
Yeah, kind of feels a little bit bad to drop the solo chrono like that, but just recognizing that they can't actually get into this fight. Like, we positioned it like this. The sniper damage wasn't enough at that point. So just knock out the Razor, despite that crazy amount of damage that you see there. And then the rest of the fight just kind of falls into place. Jabs struggling, right? Can't get in. He got clipped a little bit there with a nice dive from the Phoenix, a DY, trying to keep him out of the fight. That forces BKB, but just can't get the Doom off.
I mean, it's one of those things, too, where you kind of wonder, there was an opportunity for maybe the IO to get in close and turn the fight if he could, you know, tether onto the Razor and heal him back up. There was a ton of regen that he had at his disposal. Holy Locket, Mech, he had a greater healing Lotus, all that stuff, but was just a little bit too far away to pop it all. And if Razor survives a little bit longer with, you know, double Eye of the Storm running, that will rip the Faceless Void to shreds. But no such luck. Now that 9K gold lead.
Observers wanted to point out there as well. Radiant Tormentor got ourselves a Storm Overload.
I mean, that one's gross.
Yeah, that's nasty. I mean, especially with some of these combos too, right? We got Slardar, we got Faceless Void.
I mean,
getting in there.
Just like the attack speed portion of it, I feel like is super underrated how dangerous that is. But yeah, the Xtreme have started to take control. As we get closer now, 33 minutes in, everybody incredibly farmed, big items on the supports. Will they be able to do the damage that they want? Because it feels like there hasn't really been a true fight from Aurora in a while. They're looking for that perfect one in a way, but might need to play a little bit more defensively again and hope that Xtreme make a little bit of a mistake.
I don't know. After this third Linkens, I feel like this might be a time to go Doom Ags.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't feel very good, but it kind of feels like he has no choice. Like with the way that 23, you can see that massive amount of damage you can get from the Razor, right, with this build.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like you have to allow that to happen. And with 3 Linkens, like, you're not going to get a good Doom off, you know?
No.
Like, what are the chances?
I mean, I think a big part of the problem is, like, look at where he is on the net worth right now on the Doom.
Yeah.
That's not something that we're used to seeing for Dooms in general and Jabs specifically. Zip up, see if he can find anybody. Mobile Ward. Roche's banner down in the mid lane. But XG gonna continue to play very dominantly forward. 2 minutes left on this Aegis as they try and take the tier 2. And the next Wisdom Rune about to come up as well.
And XM already backsgrabbed theirs as well.
Yeah. They scanned to see if they could come on in and take it, but no such luck. Are there any other items that change the dynamic at all for Aurora? Do they have anything coming out?
Not really, no. It's as sad as that is to say, like, I mean, the thing is they have to hit a lasso or they have to hit a Doom, and they have to battle through these Linkens. Like, the Yules has been picked up from Jab, so he, in theory, has another way to pop. He also just has, like, somebody to help control. Same thing for the Bat. Ollie, rather Q is working on the Yules as well. But it just feels like a struggle to get their spells out, and we are in the Wind Waker era, so everyone else is also picking up a Yules here to eventually upgrade that.
I mean, I guess there is the element of, like, again, if Ame goes for a solo chrono or something like that, and then Io can be there for the healing, maybe you can turn the fight at that point. And I think Razor is, like, in a way, one of the perfect heroes for that to happen, right? If Lorenov gets chronoed, Io jumping in to save isn't going to matter that much. But if 23 is the one that's there, him staying alive feels like there's more punch in that one.
All right, gem time though. There's nothing that changes things.
No?
Right?
Yeah, sure.
Vision advantage. That's how you get a Doom or a Lasso.
Exactly.
Catch him off guard. Oh, he's going in.
Oh, they got the Satanic coming out. DY. Trying to chase, not able to get it as the Aegis expires. Now, this could start to be scary once the Pharasma is there with the Hex. People will just get absolutely destroyed.
How much hero damage do you think an IO has at this point in the game? Like 1,000?
I would guess it's like
2,000 maybe?
I mean, at most.
It must be really low. Because I was thinking how Sniper hasn't really been able to hit in these fights, and I was thinking like, wow.
Oh, look at that.
It's so tiny.
Feels bad.
Yeah, spirits, man. What an ability. Someday we'll get them back. I think the IO players are all in cahoots to get it like mega buffed. It can't be that bad.
Dude, nobody wants spirits.
I've seen people finish the game without taking the point.
It just shows you where the IO's at, and then they can focus you more. Maybe you can hide better without the spirits.
That was make them invis.
Okay, I like that. When IO's invis, the spirits become invis?
No, they're just always invis.
Okay, got it.
No counterplay.
Thinking about jumping. Ooh, buddy. Batrider sees that storm zipping and gets the hell out of there. So, amp damage rune. Scary one to give away to a storm. As Aurora, the kings of dodging.
He's so slow looking.
That ward has given some pretty good vision, but haven't been able to get a pick off from it yet. This is interesting. XXS, like, they're sort of positioned bottom, like they want to make the move and, you know, potentially do something there, but Slardar is not at all with the team.
No, he's just making puddles over here.
Having a good time.
It's like when I'm trying to get through a parking lot with my kids.
Oh, yeah.
If there's puddles, you're not going anywhere. They got rain boots on.
They're jumping.
Just stuck. Yeah, they look like XXS. Then you got to explain why there's all these dead worms on the ground. That's not a good conversation. I'll warn you about that one.
Okay.
Because, you know, there's a lot. And,
yeah.
You know, and then you step on one, and then like, you get accused of killing. It's a bad sight.
It's messed up, man.
Aurora are the worms right now, though. They're down 13K. It's
not
little sniper, worm.
Yeah.
All right? The rain's coming. Crawling out of the ground.
They're hiding away every time. Xtreme won't let them get away, though.
Do you know that there are birds that tamp their feet on the ground to make it sound like rain and it tricks the worms coming out?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Birds have figured that shit out. Not that they know that's why it happens, but they learned that they tamp their feet, the worms come out.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it sucks for the worms.
You got a lot of concern for them.
I'm just saying.
They're ecological friend. I haven't getting into
worms are
garden
great.
recently.
Yeah, see, you need worms.
You do. You know, they had that Dumb and Dumber line in the movie, which was like, I got worms, which was the business that they were going to make.
yeah.
It's a good idea. Underrated for their time.
They just like their van.
Yeah. That one was a great van. Shout out to the van. Shout out to this fight that's about to happen. Q pulls in one. He actually might bring down ZQ. Egg right in the midst of all of them. Renoff tries to turn. This is a big Chronosphere. Look at the heal coming in from the IO. It's not going to be enough to keep that Razor alive. Dead with no buyback. Boom. The Doom is down, but Lorenov, he is also in some trouble. IO can't get there quickly enough to turn it. Jabs, another heal, but it's not going to be there. Ollie goes down. All five, and are they even going to lose Ame? Dude, he survives. That's crazy.
All right, well, all that off of one lasso.
That is rough.
I think if the buyback is in queue at least, right? There's that.
I mean, dude, that was really bad for them.
IO did 12 damage, if you want to check there. There
Nice.
it actually is a number. Yeah.
Well done.
A nice little 12. I don't know how 12 is one right click.
Yeah,
is that even possible?
It's pretty bad, man. Oh, jeez.
Look, go over. Yeah, right there.
It was one right click on somebody with a lot of armor. Feels bad, man. That was a tough series, and you feel like you need to make some type of a move before the Roche fight, but it just wasn't enough. And now up onto high ground they go. Xtreme trying to end this game. Level 25 on Ame already. If they want to, they honestly can go back and take Roche as well. Did they get much off? I mean, the Doom came out.
I mean, I guess it is a sniper. There's really no point being here.
Yeah. There's the zip back and away. Pick up the Wisdom Rune. 30,000 gold lead. Storm about to move even further up the leaderboards, and there's his 25 now.
So with the shard, overload attack bounces. That's
Nice.
the one.
Good job.
Yep. Tongue's moving now. We're good.
Wow. One last gas. Seeing if they can do it. Unfortunately, Roche dies very, very quickly. So Aegis is there, and now Refresher, Shard, and this gets awkward because he moved out because he wanted to try and catch him unawares, and he still
One last
can.
ride.
Can they do a jump in? Don't find him quite in time. They're all caught. The egg is down. Although, maybe a chance, an opportunity. Sniper going ham in the background. They hex him. They try and bring him down. The turnaround, is it going to be enough? Razor staying alive for a little while there. Oh, he gets to relocate out. He actually survives, but they don't have the sniper anymore. He does have buyback, but a better fight for Aurora than maybe we would have thought.
It's like 3 dead for 1 Phoenix, but better than expected.
Honestly.
Take that for it.
Well, he's back now. Run off. Wants to try and defend this.
There's a chrono here.
It's a little bit scary.
Get him.
Ame, lassoed, punched. Do they have enough to kill him off in time? No, they do not. Ame jumping every which way. 23 Savage trying to survive, although he did get back into the fountain. XM is out of mana. Maybe an opportunity. Jabs mega dead. They will be able to bring down that Grimstroke. 23 Savage still staying alive. Swordcrest keeping him alive, but Ame way too strong. And still the Razor. Oh, he saved it that entire time. The chrono is ready. It hits onto 23. The Hex is there. Ame going into the fountain. GG is called. Doesn't matter. They're going to take that down. Ame with the ultra kill to end the game. Just a dominant display.
I mean, had some thoughts of maybe the lanes wouldn't go too well for them and they could be in trouble, but they really put those to rest around that 10-minute mark when they just wiped 5 heroes with their team fight. No chance to take down an early Phoenix egg. They just comboed it up there and kind of right from there, it felt like it was kind of their game.
Absolutely. Xtreme, they managed to deal with it. If you pick to win lanes and you don't win lanes, you're going to have a bad time. Back to the panel.
That is a great way to put it. We knew that Xtreme Gaming's team fight was far superior than Aurora's if they were able to get to the late game. It was the laning phase that we weren't too sure about how it was going to play out for them. Are they going to be able to come out on top on any of the lanes? Theoretically, on paper, they shouldn't have, but they played it clean and they had the winning lanes in every single matchup, which Fear, you seem displeased. Aurora.
Yeah, I
man.
mean, maybe first game of the day, but Slardar getting a first blood on a Razor, IO lane, that shouldn't happen for sure. And mid lane, Storm, yeah, he got sniped eventually and kicked out of the lane, but he did it really well for like the first 4 levels, actually out CSing the sniper, but that matchup gets impossible at one point, and same for the Faceless Void against the Doom. I expected, Phoenix is the type of hero that is considered a generally weak laner, especially with Faceless Void. This is just known for their team fight presence later in the game, but this Faceless Void got out of the lane just free farm, and the Doom was struggling a little bit in that lane as well. This is probably something that shouldn't happen, especially when you have cores like Sniper, Razor, They're backed up with IO, Batrider. There's a lot of single target here. And we saw in almost every single team fight, what were your options here for Aurora? There's nothing you could do. Like, Sniper, even in this fight, all he had to do was run. He can't even think about wanting to fight.
I feel like 2 out of 3 lanes should be bullied at least. Like, maybe you're not getting kills as bad as Doom because they have dive and they have time walk, but at the same time, you should have more CS, you should be bullying, you should be preventing them, that faceless void from free farming. And on top lane, like you said, like, there is no way, in my mind at least, that they should be getting kills. Slardar and Grimstroke are a strong duo. Like, they truly are. They are strong together. And IO, like, early on, sometimes he can fall short, like in the laning stage. That's something that needs to be mentioned as well. Like, you don't necessarily heal or do as much as on some other lanes with a Razor. Like, you can't keep him. Like, Razor, I feel like he still is better if he has some frontliner in the laning stage at least.
Yeah.
Because if they're running him down, IO tethers and that's it. Like, you're not really healing. You're not doing a lot. You can press overcharge, sure, but it doesn't help way too much. However, they did manage to bounce back a little bit. That ultra kill from Razor was nice.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of bounce back, and I think it's regarding that lane up there, they just played a little impatient with the Link being on cooldown. It was exploited by them, so that's good that they're able to do that, but there was some fight in this game. Like, it wasn't like a complete stomp by any means.
No.
But it just felt like in every single team fight, Aurora was just dodging them and getting their farm. It looked good, but the moment they ever clashed 5-on-5, there was just nothing they could do.
That is the issue when you see your opponents having this fantastic team fighting lineup, is you're just avoiding what feels like the inevitable at some point, especially when your lanes go the way that they do. The way that they did in that. And I think the toughest part was at the end there, we see the Bat lasso the Grim, and they couldn't even get the Grim. Like, pretty much everyone dies just for a possible Grimstroke.
It was so difficult because you have 2 completely different ideas on how to play Dota clashing. On one side, you have this full team fight. We're going to clump up together and just wipe the Dota off of you, right? But
the whole screen is just covered.
Yeah, the whole screen is just like in your desk. On the other side, you have all about these pickoffs, right? Like, you have this bet, you have this relocate, you have the Doom. It's all single target, it's all pickoff oriented, and you're just waiting for the sniper to eventually become this incredible beast. But the problem is he can never become this incredible beast in this game because they have so many ways of jumping him. Like, you have time walk, you have Storm zipping through, you have Slardar as well with the blink and the dive. So many innate mobility
I think
abilities.
that's a true testament, though, to the drafting for XG. That Storm coming out for their last pick was just great. Pivoting that Slardar, being like, okay, we know we really don't want to run a mid right now. Let's just put him in the off lane and just get someone that's able to get into the back line. Make sure no one's able to just sit there, deal out damage, sit there, you know, deal out the healing. So it's fantastic for them. But like you said, Fib, before, it wasn't as clean cut as, okay, XG, they win lanes, they win the game, that's the end of it. There was that ultra kill in the mid. It was around the mid lane. We're going to see it. In fact, we're going to see the hero highlight and then the clip that you were talking about too.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the better fights there, and I want to give a shout out to Jabs here on the Doom and the neutral creep that he was able to devour there. It was the Purge creep towards the end there. He put a lot of work into it, Slardar, and then sprinting back in towards the end there. And we'll just see, this is like the fight that went pretty well. There's a couple fights that went really well. There's one in the bottom lane too, but Sniper will go down right away, and you just think this fight's just kind of over. And then you end up dooming the Storm, who has no mana. Even at this point, I was just like, Storm had no mana. This isn't really going to work out. But back in 23 already killed the Phoenix. They move on from here. They get a lasso on top of the Grimstroke. And then Slardar, he comes in thinking he's going to make something happen here. And then instantly gets purged right there by the Doom.
Honestly, like, we should have used the Telestrator as well for this fight because it's one of those prime examples on how to play the fight against teams that have these AoE big abilities that you're afraid of, like the Egg, the Chronosphere, because they're all just scattered. Everyone is far enough from each other not to get like some 2-man chrono with an egg, and they're just picking off one after another.
Well, then that begs the question, is it kind of an Aurora for not taking more fights like that? Or is it more props to XG to be like, they made sure they didn't engage in a fight like that when it came to the later part of the game?
A little bit of both, I'd say, right?
Okay.
Like,
A and B?
Yeah, because like you don't need to take any fights that you don't feel like you can get a good initiation on the side of XG. And Aurora, they have to like pick and choose what they can do, so you can't be too spread out. And that's kind of how Aurora stayed in this game in a lot of ways. They spread out, they kept dodging, and they just couldn't find too many openings to like get those picks.
And you can't find those openings because of items. Like that's the problem. Because sometimes if you're up ahead, if you're winning from the laning stage, you get an extra item on top of you, and then you can get these pickoffs. But you're playing versus a Storm with a Lincoln Sphere, versus a Grimstrong with a Lincoln Sphere. There's a Yules and eventually a Wind Waker on Slardar, and a Lincoln Sphere on Faceless Void. Good luck finding any pickoffs.
All of them, they're just like, hey, we need all of our ultimates up. We need to make sure none of us are getting doomed, because as long as the three of us are able to get any amount of these spells off, we just know we're going to be able to team wipe them. So great itemization from, I'm going to say specifically, Jin Q, to have the foresight. Yeah. I mean, he plays a fantastic Grim, but to know, you know, the Adelens is kind of really the only support item that he needs to rush, and then the rest of it is Lincoln's. That's the one that he really needs to build
because
into.
It is a hero, like when you're playing Grimstroke, you're either buying full utility or something like Aghanims. Like if you aren't buying Aghanims, you can buy what's good for the game.
Well, see, I thought he was going to go the Aghanims, because that's normally what he builds when he picks up the Grimstroke. He likes to go on the heavier farm.
There was no hero to make a Dark Portrait if that was good.
Yeah.
And he went the Aetherlands, so he could get the Shard and cancel lassos from long distance. And then he got the Lincolns to help with the Dooms, if he could be fast enough. So he was thinking really about this game particularly.
Exactly. If it's like a great Aghs game, you buy Aghs. But if it's not a great Aghs game, you buy whatever is good for the specific game.
Yeah, and there you go. That's what it was. The Shard, the Lincolns, the Aether for himself, and everything it tied together neatly in a bow does give XG the win in game number 1. In this best of 3, though, right after the break, we will be back with game number 2.
Welcome everybody to Dota 2's Item Price Challenge. Thank you everyone for joining us here in this amazing audience. We've got Aurora's Lauren off with me. Are you ready to challenge?
I'm ready to challenge.
Yeah, you ready for this? Okay, let's get things started with a slide. So what you have to do for me is see the item here. You will be given 3 choices, and you have to pick the correct item price to move on. You have 60 seconds, so you're going to be under pressure. But hopefully you can handle that pressure, because I'm sure a Dota game has a lot more pressure than what this does.
I think it'll be easy.
Easy? Okay, I like the confidence. I like the confidence. Let's get ourselves started with these slides. First one.
1,400.
Correct.
675.
Yes.
90.
Yes.
8,075.
4,050. Yeah, well, 4,050. So you're wrong on that one anyway. Yeah.
Okay. 6,725.
It's changed recently. 6,625.
Oh, 4,017.
5,600.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. 5,007?
6,100.
God.
Close. It's hard, right? It's tough. Some of them have changed. You got 3 correct in total. It's not bad. It's an okay start, but it's tougher than you thought, yeah? Thank you very much for playing.
Welcome back. We have Aurora up against XG game number 2. A nice content piece that we saw between Banks and Laurenov. Did you guys keep track of how many you got right?
I got them all right.
Well, that's, I know for a fact that's definitely not true.
I witnessed it. He had it all right.
All of them.
All of them.
And even like the previous patch notes of when they changed too.
Yeah, you actually said, oh, in this patch it was this price. Yes. All in that 1 minute. Feels just so good. So good that he's going to be able to give us some advice on what Aurora need to change up to get a win for game number 2 in the drafting phase specifically.
Well, I think the biggest thing that they should change is try not to go all in on the laning stage, because they already proved that they already lost doing that, right? So maybe go more in for the team fight. If one strategy doesn't work, I'm not a big fan of running it back, right? So they played against MOUZ team fight.
You don't enjoy the salty run back? Let's just double down. Let's go laning phase again, guys.
You have to be realistic. Like, you're not going to outskill XG, right? In the laning stage. They're just too good. So pick up some more team fight, give yourself some more options for later in the game. Because like if you go more on this like single target, we're gonna win the lanes, we're gonna crush the game, we're gonna play from ahead, we're better than you type of strategy, you better be better than the other team in that regard, or it's not gonna look good.
That draft was screaming we're better than you. Like that's the kind of game you have to play. You have to outplay the enemies 24/7. Like in that game, you have to do all the moves right. Like look at the stuns that they had. Like,
I was going to say this, like, you know, the idea behind Aurora is really looking at it's like the bat ultimate, the bat lasso, that was the only thing that really had that repositioning, that lockdown or anything on the side of Aurora. And it's like, I would have enjoyed seeing a bit more, something that's more forgiving in trying to have single target focus. And, you know, maybe now they go back to the drawing board and they go, hey, maybe we should look at full team fight.
Definitely, I'd rather have some. Okay, if you're running a lineup such as that one, I'd rather have the Slardar than the Doom. Something on the offlane that's actually a little bit easier to initiate with, to start things off with, and to fight off of. But if you have all these, if lasso is your only initiation, and well, not only initiation, but the only way to control someone, you're not going to win that game. It will be very difficult.
I think that goes back to the draft here too, and what they attempted to do. They took away all the heroes that XG has played at this tournament, and the Razor, which, you know, probably a hero they didn't really want to play themselves, but they wanted to make sure XG didn't get it. They're circling back and we're like, okay, I don't want to play this Razor, but I also don't want you guys to play this Razor either. So they're going to leave in some of the other heroes that XG will normally play, because XG just proved that we don't have to play these small group of heroes to win.
Yeah. And Bane and Marcy are still left in the pool, so let's see, Aurora. They still have a ban remaining.
That's Bane, Marcy, and Primal.
They actually have two bans, yeah. Primal, Bane, Marcy.
Actually, you're going to have that first pick. Before we get too into this draft, though, I do want to remind everyone watching at home that between XG and Aurora, both of them are 2-0. So the win is going to be guaranteed playoffs if it's for XG here. And, you know, a loss for either team does not mean they're out by any means. If you do want to watch elimination games, it's over on our B stream. It's over on the second stream that's happening for PGL right now. A lot more on the line for those lot going on there eventually. I think they're still in the Secret and Boom game with both their teams are 1-1. So right now we're looking at our playoffs teams. Hopefully XG, that's what they want for themselves. They want to get a good draft to be able to lock it down. And they're not going to be able to get the slot for game number 2.
Yeah, so many big heroes going through. Like so many heroes that are usually contested, banned out in this first stage are going to go through inevitably, because we have only one more ban, and that's Chen. Disruptor and Chen. Bane in, Marcy in. They pick up the Bane.
Yeah. Probably ban the Marcy in the next phase, I would imagine.
There's a Shadow Demon though in. Like this, some teams like to pick it up against the Bane.
Yeah.
So maybe that's an option for Aurora.
No, it's definitely good. And just to go back to like winning, you're not out if you lose this, but winning must feel really nice.
Yeah.
It's like, we did it. All right, we get to chill for the next few days, and
I think they get 2 days off.
Yeah.
If you win today,
That's
like that
really
is
nice.
Massive advantage.
Yeah, they get the SD.
Nice, great call, Lizard.
Yeah, they played the SD with some Timber, with some Clinks as well. So a lot of different options that they can go for. It's a nice opener overall. I know we talked about the SD and Luna and how that matches up. I don't think it's that relevant, but
they had Centaur in both their SD games.
Oh, that's also very good, right?
Yeah.
Like the lane itself is also nice.
I also just like
and Timber, Centaur and Timber both times.
Centaur feels a bit more forgiving than Doom. If you have this bad lane, I think that you can still have quite a lot of an impact with a team fight compared to a Doom. You don't have to do two.
They're not gonna have it.
They did their homework.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop talking then. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna hype up the center if we're not gonna see it. But MOUZ, guys, let me tell you about MOUZ, okay? All right.
What about Pango? Uncontested.
So MOUZ, okay? This man's win rate, MOUZ, as long as there's not a Pango in his game, it's fantastic. It's not actually that good. I think it's like 40-something%.
With today's games.
With today's games. So, you know, if we were rounding up, that's like 50%, which is practically 100%.
It's 100% great. Take the Mars.
I feel like you have this SD on your 4 or 5. Already on Aurora, I want to see an offlane with some easy stun. Like, you're not going to have the Centaur, you're not going to have the Slardar. Not a lot of them left in the pool. But the Mars that you were mentioning, I mean, Jabs Mars, why not?
Yeah. You know what hasn't really been picked? Brew Master.
It's been picked today, actually.
Liquid picked it twice and got
Yeah,
stomped 2-0.
doesn't count.
Doesn't count. You're right, it hasn't been picked in that game. Just strike it from the
You're
record.
right.
Yep.
I never saw it.
I never saw it. So it didn't even-
I was kind of asleep during that series, so I guess must have dreamt it.
Brew was picked earlier. I just remember this phase of this patch in a different tournament. A lot of pros talking about how annoying Brew is to come up against, how it feels not busted, but just...
No, it's busted.
Okay, all right. Fears going, all right. Then they were saying it was busted and annoying, and yet here we are looking at it where Liquid got 2 losses with it earlier today, and no one's really looking at either banning or picking it up for themselves.
Yeah, there's a problem with it, though.
Yeah, let me...
Oh, tell me. You're going to tell me?
No, let me hear it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna let me tell you about this.
Absolutely not. Let me hear it, Fia. Give it to me. Give all
I mean,
the
there's
info.
a lot of the carries in the meta right now that are very popular are very good versus Brew. We're seeing a lot of Weaver. We're seeing a lot of Gyrocopter, Sven. These type of heroes are incredibly good versus the Brewmaster. So you can't just like pick that hero early right now because it has too many bad
matchups,
meta carry matchups.
That makes sense.
Yeah. A lot of metas had this. Like, there's a hero that there's nothing wrong with it. Like, all the numbers are fine, but he
Like
just
Brood
doesn't
Mother.
fit.
I said like Brood Mother.
Yeah, but you just don't fit the meta at the moment. And the Brood Mother as well. Yesterday, it was a perfect game. They picked it, they won with it, owned with it. And
Looks
it's a hero-
fantastic.
Exactly, and it's a hero that you have to think about now. But, okay, Centaur banned out, Kunkka banned out. They go with another hero that they paired with Shadow Demon. That's the Timber.
Do we like that? Do we like the fact that they're just going to pick the heroes that they like with Shadow Demon, even if it's not even good for the game?
I think there's a little bit of flex between the Timber, though, mid or off lane.
Yeah, but Bane
Is that a little-
generically is good versus Timber. And then you have 4 more heroes that can be good versus Timber.
I
so,
feel like
yeah.
this most likely will be the mid Timber, though. Like, they won't flex it that much. They can, definitely, by the
Yeah.
way. But all the games that I watched on their mid Timber, it looked really strong. So.
I do agree, but it's more just like they have the overall last pick, so I want them to keep that option open for themselves. I don't want them to narrow it down and be like, okay, let's just pick up our mid laner here as well in this phase. I do want them to keep it open, just look at the other support. Hopefully by then XG have revealed what their offlane is, so then you can pick up a carry for
All
yourself.
right, so here's when they picked Timber before. 23rd pick. 23rd pick again. And then on 16, so they saw 3 heroes. And those are the 3 Timber games they all won. They always at least saw 3 to 4 heroes before they picked up this Timber Saw. So they only saw 1 hero this time around, and then they nabbed it up. And to me, that's just like, yeah, you were winning with Timber because you're probably picking him in a
Picking
really
it
great
later, yeah.
spot. But in this position here, it feels a little bit forced as in like, oh, we've been winning with Timber, so let's just pick it type of situation. And if they win with it, then I am almost certain teams will start first phase banning it against them.
They have.
But it's going to be hard.
I think in the past, the Timber has been banned out. Like, the bans are moving a bit, so like we don't see the same bans like we saw like a week ago. But Storm, by the way, was picked in that last game. And
Murta.
Is this Murta Io that's going to be picked up here? Like, Io is still in the pool.
It could be. It's definitely nice. I probably picked Morta for the Timbersaw. You're a ranged hero, so you can harass them out of lane. You can press your ultimate. You get magic damage. But it's kind of like a bait in a way against Timber because he enjoys buying Eternal Shroud, and that reduces Morta's damage a lot. We'll have to see. And this is fairly popular against the Morta as well.
I think it's also 23 and what he plays a lot. Like, they picked it previously, and he spams her in pubs, so they just get the draw, they get the Tiny. I like this Tiny already because it gives them that cheap initiation, cheap stun that they really lacked in game 1. So already a little bit of an improvement in that aspect. Plus you get this burst damage into Muerta, which is nice. Gotta be careful with the silences, of course.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I really like it too. I'm just thinking about it. It almost does what Bat does a little bit better. You know, Tiny doesn't really farm the same way or as early as a Bat can, but it does have that displacement. It has a stun, which Bat didn't have for them as well. So, and really good scaling, which I think they need in as many positions and as many heroes as possible.
You get the Zeus. I was thinking, actually, why not go back for the Storm Spirit that they had in game 1? Looked like a decent Storm game to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but also bad versus Drow. If you ever get silenced,
Yeah, silence is an issue.
it's a problem. And Zeus is really good versus Drow. Just you first of all, you just know where she's at the start of every single fight, so you can track her down, even if you buy a Shadow Blade. So that is nice. But the one concern I do have right now for XG's draft is Morta's the type of hero that when she pops her ultimate, if you just run away, she's very sad. And you don't have a lot of lockdown right now on XG outside of the Bane. And Zeus is kind of like the same way. He wants someone to go in. But I don't know what's left.
That's the problem. It's a support, right? Like, what kind of a support brings that AoE control? Like, Trient, like you pick some 5-3, which isn't really a hero that's
doesn't
picked
even have
that
to be
often.
AoE for me. Like, even some Tusk or something that
Okay,
goes
Tusk
in
sounds
with
good.
like a kickback. If you get to that Ags, could be good as well. But then you're laning with a Doom, so then you kind of have weak lanes again.
What did Zincu play? Like, he played the
He likes
Shaker as well.
Willow,
Yeah,
the Shaker.
Could he be
go
the
back for
Morta,
the
though?
Grim.
Is that a thing?
That's also a possibility.
And they
in the past, I think they did play it. I mean, in other
Oh, they thought
patches.
so too, because I was thinking if they just last big Void there against the Drow, that would be like super good with Zeus. But they're banning carries, so they think this is actually a support Morta.
Which would make sense.
It could, yeah.
Like, it would kind of fix your lanes as well. Like, you have Murta Doom on the offlane, Zeus mid, Bane, plus some frontlining carry, maybe. Doesn't sound too bad. Maybe something like a Sven that's left in the pool. What do you think about that?
Only problem would be Timber would have an okay lane.
And don't you
but
also
it's
have the
still
same
fine.
issue of like, even though you have the stun, you could still get kited.
Yeah, but
a little bit.
eventually you can itemize for it, so not sure. Maybe an option.
It definitely is an option. You don't have a lot, I would say.
They played something interesting. They played actually a Bristle, a Gyro before on the carry, and the Faceless Void, but not really for this game. Talking about Ame in the pubs, by the way, not about pro games.
I mean, if it's a carry, there's not a ton of like really good options. There's like some Luna or something, I guess. Sven could be okay too.
Dude, like this hero,
I didn't think they would do that.
Okay, I actually did think that they were going to do it because the Zeus you ult, and if you really want to jump on someone that's weak, whether it's the Shadow Demon to burst him so he doesn't have his Disrupt and his Purge, then it's really
This just
easy.
screams Timber
Same with-
offlane to me, though.
Yeah, look,
Sure.
like, everyone thinks about Spectre when you see these glass cannon heroes. Like, you think about Spectre when there's a sniper picked, you think about Spectre when there's a Drow picked. Like, of course, it's an option, but the hero is kind of dead at the moment. I've seen some pub players try and play her in pubs with different
TA.
builds and different success.
I think you just pick TA now, right? If you're.
She was banned first phase.
Oh, she was banned. Oh, no, wow, that's an early TA ban.
Yeah.
What else is good versus Zeus mid? I mean, Kunkka's banned too.
I'm just trying to think of what also doesn't overlap
you go
with
for
the
Storm?
Drow.
Like some sort of a spirit that can follow the Spectre and the Zeus.
That's not
These
bad
kind of
as well,
heroes.
yeah.
I feel like it's...
Because I think you definitely. I mean, you could still put Timber mid and pick a Tide or something in the offlane. There's like a lot of bad matchups for Spectre. That's why we don't see her very much. Timber is very much one of them.
Yeah, why not put the Timber where you usually picked it and then go for something like Tide? I like
Yeah.
that idea. Plus the minus armor with the Drow, not too bad. You get good team fight, better at least. Oh, Night Stalker, okay.
That one I definitely would not have guessed at all. A Night Stalker.
Yeah,
and-
because I don't think it's that good versus Spectre.
Yeah, they actually don't consider moving that Timber at all. So that Timber Star is still going to be in the mid lane. The Night Stalker is going to be their off lane now. And a Night Stalker spec lane, is that going to own as hard as if they had have moved that Timber Fear?
No, I don't think Night Stalker is going to own a Spectre. Night Stalker is not a hero that owns lanes. It's generally you see a bunch of squishies in the game and you want to target them down. It is very nice for the vision though, because you're always going to see this Bane. You're going to see the Zeus in the fights, and if you can kill them, it's pretty big. So the only issue is you will be giving Spectre a pretty decent lane. Like Night Stalker Tiny is not going to pressure Spectre at all, and I feel like that's the weakest thing about Spectre right now. The hero's actually pretty good, what it does, but typically it doesn't get there because the laning stage is usually really rough.
I wonder what the item build will be as well in Ami. Like, I've seen different ones, but
It's either going to be Blade Mill Radiance or Orchid, and to play
the
it
Orchid one is
faster.
fun for me.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Night Stalker, of course, yeah, you won't win the lane in the first 5 minutes and stuff, but you have so many heroes that you'll really like chasing through the map, through the game. Like, you have this Bane, you have the Zeus as well. All of them, yeah, you have some mobility, but there's silence on top of that. So
I'm
Jabs
wondering how long Aurora are going to need for their lineup to come online to really hit a power spike, and if there's a way that movements from XG are able to shut that down. If, 4 of their heroes are constantly roaming together, and Spec, her ult now is, I say now, it's obviously been quite some months and some patches, but her ult is on a really short cooldown now. She can be active. You get 1 kill, you go back to farming. There's great ways to try and be an active or more aggressive carry now on Spec than there was in previous years.
There is, but you're playing, if you want to play that aggressively, I feel like you need to have a good start because these heroes can dive you. Like you have tiny Timber Night Stalker combos. For me, that sounds, if they do well in the lane, they can just constrict the map really fast.
All right, well, I'm curious, Aurora here. Like I said before, it is by no means an elimination series between these two teams. Both of them are 2-0 at the moment. Game number 2 win for XG would secure them playoffs. It would put them in, you know, a couple days off for themselves. But Aurora, let's hear exactly from their coach how confident they are in taking game number 2 and what they've drafted for themselves.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Sunby from Aurora, where we noticed your Timbersaw. You've found a lot of success with it over the course of this tournament, but you're starting to move it up a little bit in terms of draft priority. Is that you gaining more confidence in the hero? You gaining more confidence in Lornoff on the hero? What's your take on the Timbersaw right now?
We were just thinking a lot about what to pick on the 13. We couldn't see any heroes to pick, and Timbersaw seemed like the most fitting one. It's not really much about priority. It's just it's the only hero that makes sense in 13 for us.
Fair enough. Then how about at the very end of the pick phase where, I guess, were you at all considering moving the Timbersaw to the offlane and maybe getting a new hero for Lornoff? Or you were like, just keep Lornoff on that, let's look for a new Jab Zero?
Yeah, we were absolutely thinking about 24, what to do with the Timber, either offlane or pick a new mid. We decided that maybe Night Stalker will pay off the most, so that's what we went with.
Any incentive as to why? Because when I look at Night Stalker versus Spectre, I'm not that encouraged.
Yeah, I think Night Stalker is a really strong hero. I think when Night Stalker sees a Spectre, he sees a free lane. And if the Night Stalker gets a free lane, the game is very stressful for the enemy, especially the supports. Very difficult to play. So that's what we're trying to do.
Seems like solid reasoning to me. Let's see how it works in game number 1 as we send it to our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Neil. That's super interesting to hear. I always love when coaches are willing to give a little bit more about the mentality behind it, because the panel was talking about Night Stalker being this free lane for the Spectre, and the other way they're thinking about it is, hey, if you're giving us a free lane because you're taking the Spectre, we're going to pick the greediest off lane that we can take, and they think that Jab is going to be able to do more in this game than Ame will.
Yeah, and the goal is just, will it pay off? I think Spectre is a hero that when you do get that good lane, we know how it pays off, right? It's very easy to make it pay off just purely because you have Shadow Step. You have this ability of just, you're confident that I will be there in the fight because I have a button that lets me do it. Night Stalker, a little bit harder to like get that chase down, find those supports, but if Jab is successful in that, well, that's just what they're counting on to make this pick work. Definitely think it is a little bit riskier than what the panel said, just trying to like throw the Timber and maybe give him a hard time, but that might just come back to this this Bane pick right at the start of the draft. You already know that you have one pretty decent counter versus the Timber.
I mean, that is the thing that's going to be interesting to watch, right? Is like, you know, are the supports going to be able to survive? Because I agree, like, no matter what, in these fights, if they want to be there, Spectre can be in the fights. Jabs might need to make sure his positioning is good. But if Jabs gets on top of a support, if he gets a Blink Dagger in this game, they're done. Like, you're not getting away from this guy easily with Muerta or Bane. 4 staffs are going to be rushed. The game is going to be tough. And to be honest with you, XinQ might not even do that. This guy likes to play a little bit more greedy. See if this actually is a free lane, though, because already they're putting some hurt on him. Some Nightmare, a couple more hits. All of a sudden, Jabs. Oh, maybe DY stepped too far, though. Q draws first blood at Jabs. Oh, the Void Slow gets him away. Oh, that's big.
I mean, it's Q Tiny, right? I mean, we have a lot of hero and player, like, icons here. Like, right? I've seen them play them a lot. They're very well known on their heroes. Look at the Ame Spectre, that type. Q's Tiny. I mean, this is like the Tiny, I feel like, over the past couple of years. This guy's always slaying it down. DY on the Bane. Definitely one of the first heroes I can remember him spamming a whole lot in the pro scene here. So it's some good stuff. And then, of course, like Lizard was saying, you know, 23 on his Drow, which he loves to spam out here too. So people are very comfortable on the majority of the heroes in this one.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. see if they're going to be able to take that comfort and turn it into a victory. Aurora trying to expand this out and make sure that they can, in the course of this. Oh, that was cool, ZQ. Using the calling to last hit. I haven't seen that one before, actually. It's only 45 damage, but he managed to get it. Yeah, but for Aurora, this is trying to, secure this series for themselves, seeing if they can move on and just directly get into the playoffs and have that nice long break. Xtreme trying to do the same.
Let's see if Spectre Zeus can do it. Great pub combo. I feel like every stack has tried this at some point. Right?
Oh yeah.
It's just a go-to, Bit of vision coming out here. It's even better in a sense than it used to be because you don't have Haunt anymore. You don't have this natural combo, so you can utilize this Thunder God's Wrath to actually get the good Shadow Step every single time. And then you combo it up with the Nimbus potentially later here, and that also might impact this build from XM. We might see less of the new Lightning Hand style and more of like what we saw Nine do when he played Zeus.
Right.
For us earlier, just kind of an Ags earlier on.
Yeah, it could be a cool thing to see that come out. I'm curious if they do decide to go for it. ZQ is going to take a couple hot shots from 23, now turning the sights over to XXS, and this double range combination from Aurora up top. So far having a slightly better game than the Spectre is down bottom, just in terms of the last hits, although Spectre has gotten some denies in there. It's definitely been Doom that's been putting the pressure on to this Drow Ranger. Yeah, you can see Jabs feeling pretty comfortable with the way that this one has gone. 18-9. And it's double bracer, all stats the whole way through. Not trying to bully the Spectre in terms of the damage that he's dealing out, but just outlast hitting him.
Yeah, you can see DY just trying to help even with the last hits here. Under the tower, want to make sure they didn't miss the flag bearer. Been playing it really defensively. But Q up in his face the whole time here too, trying to mess with these pulls.
Chase around there. ZQ contesting, make sure nothing goes off. But yeah, they're going to do what they can to try and pull this back. In the mid lane, not one that we've talked about a ton as of yet. It should just kind of be a bit of a farm fest. You can see Lorenov even taking the wave all the way over to that medium camp to try and farm it at the same time, which is kind of a nifty little play, but we'll miss out on a bit of a creep wave for his trouble.
Yeah, getting some bonus gold here. And has his arcane boots flying right now too, so he's trying to see if he can outpace some of the farmer here of XM, but XM also, getting a few more of the lane creeps here, so having a grand old time. Thunder God's Wrath is online. Can we get an opportunity for a kill on either of these side lanes?
It's a little bit tough, it feels like. They do have 2 points in Scorched Earth. XXS thinking about some pressure now onto Ollie. Uses the disruption. Trying to move on in and make sure that there weren't any pulls coming out. As get towards the 6-minute rune, it's going to be up top where Lorenov gets the illusion bottled. And at the same time, they're already starting to stack a little bit on the triangle there with Q as he made his move over to that lane as well. But, I mean, you look at the ZQ, once like they back away for a second on Doom and start to, head away. Zinky's still getting some farm for himself, too. 13-9 on the Muerta.
Yeah, XS went over for the bounty run, I think, at one point there, yeah. And so Zinky's like, yeah, okay. I'll take that for myself here. Now wants to back and make sure he's able to secure the Wisdom rune. Q's going to do the same thing over here for Aurora, so offlaners isolated, but not really in any sort of danger.
Nighttime for Jabs. Has himself boots as ZQ goes on over to get it. And we'll see if he decides to make any moves himself. It looks like he's just going to feel confident in this lane, just sticking around here. Again, they're really, like Sunby was saying, there's no way to punish this guy at all at this point. He's going to be free to do whatever he wants. Enough takes away the hard camp there. ZQ gonna block off the camp that was being stacked too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, the control's pretty limited from Xtreme if you think about it, especially in the earlier parts of this game. Like if Jabs just gets 6 and dives on someone. It's pretty much all on DY. That whole
Grenade.
back there is nice
And
bounce back.
good damage. Does he want to kill steal it? Yes, he does.
Do you really have to ask? They're playing Zeus, all right?
It's true. Wow, down bottom. Oh, some move in there, but they're not going to get it. So Lorenov is stealing the stack right out of XM's vision. So XM was over to the side taking the other medium camp, but Lorenov is now taking camps from the Radiant side 2 times in a row.
Oh, and he gets the Arcane Rune. In fact, XM actually jumps into him and it's the TPO'd immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, that's scary.
All right, Arcane Rune Timber, ready to farm.
I mean, everybody right now in Aurora is getting what they want. That's what it feels like. And so the gambit that sort of was laid out was that with this type of a start that they get, Aurora can take control of this game likely over the next like 10 or 15 minutes. And we'll have to see if that ends up coming true or not. Q is over here right on top of Ame. They bring in Lorenov, and this should be enough to kill off that Spectre, although the calling comes in, and now a little bit scary. They can't quite bring him down. Trying to move in for more. There's the Nightmare. Everything that they can to save Ame, not gonna happen. DY goes down. Like we talked about, this is what they were betting on. A good start means Night Stalker can start to make these moves. They kill both supports and the Spectre.
Keep in mind, they had vision the entire way he walked down there, too. Like, there was no doubt in their minds that Timber was coming down there, and they still just couldn't do anything. Right? Shout even coming to the gate certainly helped there, too, just so the backup from Zinky wasn't enough to actually get the save. And Aurora finding a good problem with the line of XG right now.
Yeah.
That they really can't deal with jabs when he pops that ulti.
Still, getting that done during the first nighttime too, I think is super valuable. Like, obviously had to pop ulti, but it's during this little bit of duration, so he still will have, you know, some nighttime to farm up and stay dominant on the map up until the point when we end up seeing the eventual switch over. XXS, get caught by Silence, still has 14 stick charge. Toss, trying to get away. Does not appear to be happening yet. Oh, the turnaround though, and they find him. Brings them both down with a quickness. XG not willing to give up on that Doom. That's the other side.
That is problematic right there. I was not expecting that to work so well. That's great news for Ame. Getting involved there.
Down bottom, Nightmare. DY, right on top of him with XM in tow. Well, you know, there's no clear indication of a hero that has problems at certain points than a Night Stalker. When it's daytime, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bad time for him. Great play, too, because Ame kind of had to stop into the mid lane, get the farm there. Obviously, Spectre not the best jungle farmer until the blade mail comes up, which he just got. So Ame is now able to do neutrals a little bit more efficiently. But he really needs that lane creep, so just coming down bottom, grabbing the kill instead, just great stuff for him.
Yeah, just trying to build into that radiance as quickly as he possibly can. With the mid lane realizing they have to give that one up.
Zincuba making a lot of stacks here as well, farming up alongside XM. Wants to go for the Atos early, so try and solve some of these problems, like, you know, Timbersaw just diving through, jabs as well. Nice bit of control here. And they've got a bit of a window before jabs will pick up that phylactery. A lot of Night Stalkers going for that. Just boost up your void.
Well, it's interesting too, because I feel like a lot of times we've been seeing, you know, the big talk of the town is Bane setting up for kills at night and being able to like catch somebody out of position. The weird thing is that in this one, it's going to kind of be the opposite. He's going to be trying to hunt Jabs and find those nightmares when Jabs isn't able to see him coming in. We'll see if that actually ends up working or not. Q gets hit. DY right onto him. Yeah, just out a bit too far past the tower. Xtreme making the right moves.
All balls and Q's getting some freedom to farm down bottom. XM's just chilling in the mid lane. You know, looking pretty good right now. But how's 23 doing overall here?
Not too bad. Third in the net worth.
They're going to kill XinQ down bottom. They have ulti on SD. Yeah, they're dropping it.
I mean, are they going to kill 22 at the same time? They don't get a chance, though.
Yeah, they got him. That's the bigger kill, but they don't look like they're going to be able to get there in time. So
23 also throws out a silence as DY was approaching on the Bane. DY going to take advantage of this nighttime, though, and continue to hunt. Doesn't have any teammates, though, so this looks more like a warding mission, and yeah, it's exactly what it is.
I mean, he does have Shadow Step on the Spectre, and they will have Thunder God's Wrath if he wants to. It's a pretty quick one. DY waiting for him to come up a little ways away from the tower, I think, but 23 moving to the left.
Now it's daytime, though.
Yeah.
So it's harder for
Dude, I think
DY
he's
to
just
make
going to wait for him here the entire time.
Yeah.
Bane, dun 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 dun. How are you? That's the scariest thing ever.
Oh, missed the timing there. Yeah, DY, yes. Ame had a little smile there.
Yeah.
As they're all battling for that last hit.
This loud mouth betrays
That is
lack
funny.
of skill.
So they actually pinged up on that high ground, and I think that he was saying that there's a ward up there. So they
Oh yeah, 100%.
They think the ward's over there instead.
Because most supports put it on top of the mines. Is someone coming out of that in Act 2? Is that the road to Act 2?
I was thinking about it.
That must be what the
honestly.
door's for.
This is why I hate people.
I feel like that's pointed.
What the voice
loud
line?
mouth betrays
Yeah.
a lack of skill. Yeah.
Dude, he's going right back to it. Oh my God, he bought sentries too.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is gonna be good.
23, he drops down sentry up top as the sleep puts him to bed, and he bought 2 sentries.
And he's gonna put the other one on top. I can
Yeah.
sense it.
Oh, dude, he's gonna be so mad if they actually get him there. Oh no, he's going back over here.
Wait, hold. Okay, he's using the apple shooting as he runs. Very good.
Oh no. Oh, it's out of range. Dude, they got him. They freaking got him.
This will be the best replay review. Yeah.
That ward, getting it all done.
So pesky.
Dude, if they get another kill on it, though, that's the real dream.
Yeah, that's...
He's got 30 seconds until Fiend's Grip's back up.
I mean,
again.
he's staying nearby.
Yeah.
DY's definitely got a dream right now.
This is a whole odyssey that we're seeing right now. Now, he is going to be spotted over by the other ward, so they realize that he's coming over here.
Oh, no. Sneaky Bane, not so sneaky anymore.
Revenge. It's so sweet. Will they be able to get him? They're bringing in
Oh,
numbers. Yeah.
DY.
No. Got greedy there. Needed to use the smoke. That's how it goes sometimes, though. So DY, he's going to be brought down. They did bring a lot of heroes over here. I wonder if Aurora are working on something.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just worried about a rotation to try and help DY or what, but now they're on the hunt. Are they just going to fish up these ancients in time, maybe?
Pinged on XM, wanted to go for him.
That ward, he's right behind that tree.
Yeah.
So they didn't see him doing the ancients with that ward.
They're going for XM instead, though, and they're going to see him right here. Jump in, Ava, toss, and with the Night Stalker on top with the Timber, that's more than enough. Bane shows up, Nightmare onto 1, looking for the second. The calling is there. The Haunt, the Fiend's Grip, it's all coming together. Do they have a way to break it in time? It's not quite going to work out that well as DY gets dropped. They bring in 23 from the low ground. Ame, he's pretty low, the chase. They're still looking. Void back up again in a moment. That's enough for the kill. Triple for Lorenov, and yeah, nighttime, the boogeyman comes out.
He almost has his Blink Dagger down here, too. And that's really going to mess up this positioning of these two supports. And yeah, the damage from Lorenov. Perfect timing for a Timber. Being in a fight like that, Kai Assange, all completed up here, are going to beat down this middle tower. Or just give up on it. Okay, never mind. My bad. Who wants objectives? Not these guys.
I mean, to be fair, like, again, Shadow Step, Thunder God's Wrath, it is a bit scary in that, if they can show up for it. But we'll see. For now, at least, a very back-and-forth game like we had in game number 1. Only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Everybody converging sort of on this southern side of the map. And Spectre obviously able to join very rapidly. They move into jabs, and Q right on top of him ends up getting silenced. A little bit awkward there. Can they find any more? Broken, rooted, caught for the moment. Q, big toss away, but it's not enough. Jab's still going to go down.
Lornov coming from behind, though.
Oh, this is scary.
There's no grip, and he knows that. That's why he's diving in like this.
Why it takes a big hit. Seeing Q tries to run away. But they won't be able to find anything else. So 2 quick kills. Cost them Thunder God's Wrath.
Like Fear mentioned as well, the Eternal Shroud on the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
So the Muerta, even though it's a support, you still get some help from the Pierce the Veil, but we got Zeus in this game too, so plenty of magic damage to go around. It's going to be a big help for Lornov.
Coming in. And a smoke up. Jabs going together with Ollie. And wherever Lorenov is, that's the place that the team wants to fight.
Yeah, he is the big damage that goes with a lot of these control elements they have right now. XM needs a good leap here. Oh, he's not going to find it.
Can't get out of there. Tries to TP away. Disruption is out, though. Now, he will have a leap on the extra side of that. No, the silence lasts forever. Yeah. Literally, it doesn't stop. God, I forget how long that is.
Yeah, I know, with 1.2, right? Oh, DY. All right. Wants round 2.
He's back on his move. Does he have another ward to place? He doesn't. In the meantime, they do take down that tier 1 tower finally in mid. DY's just off on a walk.
He really is. Let's see if he gets spotted by that same ward again.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh,
wait.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
So they know about him. And Jabs is on the hunt. Does he decide to go? Doesn't look like it.
That's going to put a little twist in their brain to see a Bane come out of there with no wards placed down.
Yeah.
That'll leave some confusion if you start dropping sentries.
Seeing Q here, man.
Those aren't his ancients.
This guy just always manages to find that farm, I feel like.
All right, Ame using that blade mill to farm up ancients, farm up neutrals. Get everything he can to finally get towards this radiance. So big step up for him, and pretty annoying item for a couple of these heroes. Got Ranger, of course. The Night Stalker as well, though. Definitely relies quite a bit on just the raw right clicks on that ulti these days, but the Phylactery does kind of give him a second opportunity just by boosting up that Void.
Do you think you watched the game the other day with Yadro where he was disassembling for Shadow Demon?
I don't know.
So
well, it is Ame and Yadro, and they got
right?
this whole bromance thing going on. So yeah, we'll have to see.
So for anybody that missed it, yesterday when Yadro was getting disrupted by Shadow Demon, they changed it where you can't turn off the Radiance while you're in it, but he disassembled, and it meant that they didn't have Radiance in the inventory when they went. Doom now dropped onto the Timbersaw. That is enough for the full kill, so they need to use everybody to get him.
I had to brain sap him. It was the only way, guys. I don't think he would have went down.
DY coming in. DY's had his own little special moments in this game.
It's going to go to Roche. He's going to head on out. Yeah, you can see it was hopeless without that pure damage.
Going to take down the Aegis while DY is going to pass by that ward, which does now finally expire.
Slightly taken here from XG, but that's going to be boosted up by the Roche. And give him the confidence kind of move on this map maybe in smaller numbers or let Ame play a little bit riskier while he's setting up for these Shadow Step plays. And we discussed earlier this idea about potentially like more Nimbus angled on XM, but he went for the Shard early. He's now finished up the Manta too. So he has activated Lightning Hands mode. He's ready to go.
For Aurora, thinking about heading in for the Tormentor. Wisdom Rune given to 23. They will slowly take this guy down. Finish it off in just a moment. Okay, goodbye, Ollie. Happens to the best of us.
He actually, to come back in, or 23 was going to die. That was a good decision, I think. They would have had like fully reset. I think it's better that he just dies.
I mean, they also could have maybe brought one more person, but that's fine.
Well, yeah, that would have been good, but they couldn't at this point.
Yeah, that's true. That is one of those scary moments, like when you're playing against a Zeus Spectre lineup. If you see somebody die to Tormentor,
oh yeah, that's true.
You just pop Zeus ulti maybe. He didn't have it online at that point, but that's something to think about going forward. Big smoke up with 4. And the William Tell Overture playing for DY. Ame gets low, but not low enough to end up being in any real danger. Gonna head back home, and then he can Shao step out if the fight breaks out, which it looks like it might. They head up this way. Scan hits. They're so ready.
Q just wants a jump. Give him something.
They're really not. XG this entire series have really been able to dodge the fights quite effectively, just via positioning alone, while still getting like some decent farm. And now, did they go for the Shadow Step? Okay. Wanting to chase them. I mean, Ame is running in like alone against 4 heroes.
Hey, Blade Mail, Aegis.
Yeah.
That's your damage.
They are not afraid, apparently.
Very annoying, by the way. The 4 points of Feeble.
Oh, yeah. Jump in, Doom, lands, they get him! Right on a 23. Able to find that chase down. Now, they did pop Dark Ascension.
I don't think you can fight, though. Like, do you really want to take this without your drow?
I think it just feels so bad to get Dark Ascension and not get anything out of it. Looking for a hunt. But they're not going to be able to find anybody.
No, this is just wishful thinking. Oh, well, okay, they are starting to spread out a little bit, actually.
Maybe. Jumps in. Dark Ascension is wearing out, though. It's daytime again. And I don't know if they have enough. Xingqiu, he does go down. Night Stalker in a little bit of trouble. DY is there with the grip. They were able to wait out the Dark Ascension, get themselves another core, and Ollie likely to be brought down too. And you can feel it, the desperation to make something happen, and they get punished.
Yeah, you're just thinking, like, I got to get some of this Dark Ascension, so you keep chasing, and unfortunately, it's just a support, and you die, plus another support. All while your drow was already perished, so no real opportunities there. Shadow Step's back up in another 15 seconds as well, so if you manage to get exposed again, you're just going to fall once more. Tough times here. DY, he's going to find this ward.
Oh, yeah. Take that one away. I do love these Bane builds of, like, you know, you're this universal hero, and so you just buy a bunch of bracers.
Yeah.
He's got, like, you know, what, 150, 60 damage or something on his right clicks as a Bane. It's kind of cool.
Also just recognizing the value of Enfeeble and maxing that with just 2 points in the Brain Sap, too.
Yeah.
Just ruins a Timbersaw.
I love the Enfeeble builds on Bane. Because, like, you can't always get in range, I feel like, with Brain Sap, but Enfeeble, it just scales so well once you start getting those higher levels up. And also, I mean, the other thing that we haven't... I think about it mainly in the point of way of, you know, the cast range reduction stuff that comes in, but the other big thing is attack damage reduction for Drow.
Yeah, potentially.
She
of course, if
doesn't
you're
have any
enfeebling the
dispel.
Drow, the fight's probably going pretty poorly anyway.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. Well, Xingqiu could be the next one on the docket. Jabs looking, hunting. And XXS, they find Q. Oh, they interrupted. Jabs realized now that fight did not go the way they wanted it to. He's running away. Gonna TP out. They did get the Tiny first. Man.
No chase down on that either. They're just gonna back away.
Dude, this game feels so hard for 23. Like, they need to be the ones that are on the front foot finding the fights, but as soon as Zeus ulti comes out, he just loses so much HP on this Drow.
It's just hard for them to set up a fight where they're going to be at an advantage.
They move in. Drow trying to take down that Zeus. Not going to happen. Drow dead. Fight over. If they're lucky.
I mean, that was mostly Muerta. She did
Yeah.
1,278 damage to that Drow. The support is just like out-drowing you.
They're owning. They're absolutely owning. DY going to be left behind. And they manage.
All right, there we go. Get back in the game. I like that.
You got to give the
Tip
tips.
them. All right, power up. Smoke time. Let's go.
Can they make it happen? Aurora trying to get their feet back under them. Said, we don't need a Drow. Come on in and take you guys down anyways. Oh, it's a TP away, though, by Ame. He was ready. God, they just want to find somebody so badly.
Yep, Jab's drawn
And
the line.
look at them. Like, look at this map right now. They're all so spread out around the outside edges.
Hunt them.
Ame just kind of chilling here.
Can they get anybody? XingQ is showing, so it's going to be another support that goes down. But you'll take it at this point. If you're Aurora, gotta find something here.
Retreat here.
Yeah.
Says TY. They have a Yule's on Lorna for the chase, but
28-minute wisdom. It looks like XG want to fight it. Jump in, Doom. The rest of the team is here, though. Okay, they drop down all the Shadow Demon spells immediately onto Ame. He's very slow. He'll gonna come in eventually for the rest of these heroes. The grip is there, no way. Oh, the save, but still, Night Stalker's in trouble. No way for him to get out of there. Drow comes in from the backside, gonna find the Bane, start to beat into him. Zeus lane into this Drow, and I don't know if she's gonna be able to get out of there in time. They blow her up, but it was still 2 other caught from the side of Xtreme.
fight kind of close to looking all right there for that Night Stalker, just surviving through so much of it because of the Eternal Shroud, but unfortunately the Dark Ascension was still a little bit away from coming back. It was like 5 or 6 seconds away when that fight started, so he couldn't play the sides, couldn't dive around and get those Night Stalker advantages. Also couldn't just do like a quick refresh either, couldn't get like a double silence out or something.
It just feels like they need so much more items in the game right now for Aurora.
That would be good. Particularly a BKB on this Night Stalker.
Yeah, like BKBs, they have the double Eternal Shroud, which is nice. XingQ is hunting here. He knows that Q is in the area, finds him immediately, and paired together with Spectre, he's just gone. But like Drow too, you know, she's got Silver Edge Dragonlance, not all that much gold left in the tank with the shard on top of it. It feels like she just needs so many more items.
Feels like we need to see some more Muertas.
Yeah, honestly.
XingQ just...
Maybe we need more XingQs.
That's true. We could use a lot more of those.
10,000 gold lead now. And the problems being presented by XG are not solved yet for Aurora as Bane finishes his 3rd bracer.
Wow.
I mean, this is
truly unkillable.
This is a support build right here. If you're playing some Bane, go try this in your pubs. Gonna have a good time. Smoke up with 3, trying to connect now with XXS. In a moment, Ame will pop on out and help him. Who do they find? Lorenov is there. They see the Chakram. Haunt down bottom. They go on to Q, but now in kind of far. Dude, she's just gone so quickly. You don't get an opportunity to do anything, and Q is gonna die to the illusion. Ollie in trouble. They're getting torn asunder by just the high octane draft of XG. They have so much damage on this lineup. And I mean, it really hasn't felt like Aurora has been able to start a fight in 10, 15 minutes.
No, it feels like they never quite got that like Q Tiny off the ground where, I mean, it's Q Tiny as well, so it's like Tiny, when he buys the Blink Dagger, isn't necessarily the hero that like starts the fights for you really in that traditional way. Obliterated here. I'm not gonna be lucky if he escapes. I feel like at this point, just try and get out. But like I don't know, there's no like surprise, we're in the fight, we have an advantage. It's just so hard for them to do.
Yeah.
Like if anything, you're kind of counting on the Night Stalker to do that, but again, just not quite able to get into a situation where you felt confident going for these engagements. Like they're always at what felt like a vision disadvantage, just in the raw ward battle, and then trying to find a fight on the other side of the map didn't really work out for them. When they had these important fights, they didn't have the Dark Ascension up at that time, so it's just been a bit of a struggle overall.
Look at these 2 supports doing the work that they need to down in the Roche pit. Taking care of business. Say, you know what? Cores aren't coming. We're going to take the Aegis. Gosh darn it.
Doing pretty well.
Honestly. Yeah, they're going to be able to finish this one off and leave it over to Ame after the fact. Oh, he thought about it. Oh, he got him. Oh, XM. Dude, oh.
Yeah,
423 Savage.
He was ready for that one, huh?
I said, like, all right, see the Tormentor. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, man. Wow.
That's pretty good. I mean, Shadow even took 1,070 damage from him.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
No, it hurts. And to be honest, like now, 30 seconds, no drow. You can kind of do whatever you want. Obviously, they're going to play it a little bit safer. But
so much damage.
It really feels like, I don't know, the combination, it was just a very good Spectre pick. Because, like, I think the reason that works so well, too, is because you know that if they're hitting the Tormentor, the Zeus ulti is going to bring them low. It might not necessarily kill, but at the very least, right afterwards, you can pop a Spectre Shadow Step, and just that might take them out.
Very likely. With their newfound Thunder God's Wrath freedom, they'll take the tier 2 mid.
They're going for Ags next. Q.
How about Q? They can go for him too.
Yeah, he's in trouble. So they bring him on in, and Ame, just a menace. 8, 2, and 12 on the Spectre. Game feeling well in hand right now for Xtreme that want to secure their spot here into the playoffs. Making solid moves. Just feels like they have had the answers when they needed to. And I mean, looking at this team, I would be really scared of running into them into the playoff match. See if they can close out the game, though. All it takes is a couple of misplays, and suddenly things could start falling apart. But I'm looking at Muerta above the drow right now. It's maybe a bit of a reach.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, you think about like how can Night Stalker win this fight, and then you're like, oh wait, he can't, because like he'll just get controlled. Like he still doesn't have BKB, so he's just gonna get locked down by Gleipnir. He's gonna get caught by Bane.
Holly runs into DY. Hello, how are you? Finds their man. And at the same time, the TP out works, but not for Ollie.
Oh. 23 doing all he can right here. Farming up that Radiant side, hiding in the underground, getting some gold. Just about at the BKB, just a couple hundred gold away.
Honestly, when Ame like has Shadow Step back up again, they might just Zeus ulti find him and then he dies. Like, they have Refresher, they have everything. I mean, because, like, you know that Drow is out farming somewhere, right?
Yeah.
There's a world where it happens.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude, I told you. Oh, my God.
So
oh, my God, dude.
You're like the Oracle this game. You got the Tormentor call there, you got the Drow dying.
Listen, I know how to make people feel bad in Dota. Oh, God.
This is the new meta because people aren't GGing.
Right.
Right? So you gotta do the absolute most to mentally defeat them. So that before you even take a Rax, they just quit out. You don't want them to see how volatile it can be going high ground.
You know, they're always talking about innovations in terms of like the game, but there's innovation in terms of tips eventually too. You don't tip 23, you tip the drafter. Okay.
Wise, yeah.
As we get on in here now, 36 minutes in, 26,000 gold lead. And XG just wreck and face. Everywhere you look, there's just nowhere to go to be safe at all. Now, Lorenov is living for a long time. This is BKB, Eternal Shroud, everything he can possibly do to stay alive. Are they going in too far? Looks like they won't be able to bring him down, but I mean, that was a lot used. Maybe there's an opportunity here where Aurora can take advantage of ultis being on cooldown.
Xinq's just like out of mana too. So
yeah?
Actually just wouldn't be that helpful in an engagement if they find one. That's something. You're not going to get a lot of moments here as Aurora.
Shadow Step, Zeus ulti, back up again soon.
He's still 40 gold away from BKB. 23, it could happen again.
Oh, they're just waiting for it. They're so ready.
Just follow hero, you know.
But XXS in far, Ava toss onto him. In trouble, turns, pop BKB, Doom says, fine, I'll take you all on. Who wants some? 23 up on the Glacier, trying to get away. There is no escape from this at all. Even Beta's surviving right now. The man lives for a long time with those bracers. Does eventually go down. Now Ame onto Lorenov, gonna find him, kill the Timber Saw. Jabs also in trouble. Tries to hide, nowhere to hide. Triple kill XM, call it, they're done. And Xtreme, they're moving on to the main bracket.
Yeah, our first team here to get 3 series victories, the Swiss stage, and guarantee that they get a couple days off now.
Oh yeah.
To rest on their laurels, and yeah, they're chilling. Just hydrating, that's actually how you get successful in Dota, is staying hydrated.
Hydration is happiness.
Evidence right there.
That's right. The happiness comes. You look at him. He's feeling it right now. XinQ is like, look, do you see that? I was ahead of the Drow. I was killing it. This team, I think it's one that you really have to be prepared for coming in. And they've got some crazy strategies. I think XinQ always is one of those guys that you want to kind of watch out for. He'll play something and put together a solid performance like that Muerta. But I think that in general, Aurora going into the next game, I don't think that they have to beat themselves up too much because this is a worthy competitor. We're going to head back to the panel, let them break down all that action from that game.
We're going to break down it. Whoa, what? We're going to break it down as best we can. Hopefully, be able to form some sentences along the way as well. I think I'm just a little bit speechless about XinQ's performance. I mean, this man, as opposed to he's the 4th core you're just never ready for. You forget about it when you're versing everyone else when they play that's typical of where your farm is going to go. You forget how impactful a pose 4 with farm, that it itemizes well and the impact that he can have in the game.
And this is probably his worst game yet.
Which is crazy to think. That is crazy to think that this might be his worst game this tournament, and he still had the impact he did.
What's the coolest about him is the way that he itemizes. Like, he can itemize selflessly or selfishly. This time around, it was definitely selfless. It was all about the team and what they needed. And he himself alone ruined the Night Stalker with his item build. First, the AoE silence, of course, is annoying from the Night Stalker, but also is annoying to him. But on top of that, you have these Boots of Bearing on the Muerta, so you can run away from everyone, you can run away from the Night Stalker. On top of that, he goes for an early ATOS, so you have a lot of control for the Night Stalker. And even though he itemizes for these early fights, jabs, he had a decent game. Like, he goes for double bracers, he goes for phylactery, he wants to be playing the game the way we imagined it. And that's like constantly aggressing, constantly on the enemy side. But he just couldn't do it, he got stopped. I'm not gonna say it's only about XinQ and his itemization. I think there was something deeper there though.
I think the whole of XG played fantastic, especially with a carry that we're just not seeing in this meta. We talked about it when it was the overall last pick. It's like, okay, sorry, not the overall last pick, but the last pick for XG. The spec can get counted quite heavily. There's a lot of matchups in lane that they just don't favor. And even though the Timber was really ahead for the side of Aurora, they didn't lane it into the Spectre. It still went mid, which meant that it wasn't shutting down the Spectre in lane or early enough in the way that they could have if they had have changed it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenov still had a pretty good laning stage. He was the only one that was getting a lot of farm done. But this game, for me, it really came down, like, XinQ, he gets MVP a lot. This time I'm going to give it to Ame
Which is
and
crazy
XM.
to think that their post 4 a support always gets the MVP when that feels like it's never the case.
There's also
That's
that.
true. He's very likable.
For me, this game was about the Spectre and Zeus and how they're able to just completely destroy the Drow Rangers game. Same goes for like the Bane too. Bane was just running through the jungle all the time, warding, making it so 23 just could not find any farm. The only way you could possibly deal with this matchup is if you're very farmed. So they had a good strat to counter Drow throughout the game, and they took it a step further and they countered not only like the laning stage, but his farming patterns. So everything that they did on XG made him super sad.
Up north,
It felt like if there wasn't a ward to scout, to scout out the Drow Ranger, then obviously the Zeus ult was ready in line with the Spectre ult as well. So everywhere that 23 was, Fear already said it, you just knew you were able to get on top of him no matter what. They had everything under the sun to be able to shut him down, and he was the bottom of net worth for a long time out of all the cores.
Yeah, that was one sad game for a Drow Ranger to play. Like,
yeah, he went 1-9.
That's not what you want.
It's rough.
But
you go.
Yeah, one more thing that I have to say though is like the interview with the coach didn't instill a lot of confidence in
Our
any of
13th
us.
pick, we didn't know what we wanted, so we thought Timber couldn't be bad.
And Timber,
But he owned.
He was right. It was not a bad pick.
Well, he ends up with a good score, but he isn't doing the same thing that he usually does. And that's
Right.
like he is playing on the enemy side of the map in their jungle without fear. That's what they usually achieve when they pick him later on. Because it's a good game for Timber. He cannot literally die, and then you can put him up front and then combine with some other heroes. The fact that he was playing so like passively and defensively, yeah, he has a good score, but he's not the one up front creating things for the Tiny and Night Stalker to just rush in. Because he's afraid. There's a grip, there's a doom. Like, he can actually die this game.
Yeah, he's not as invincible as Timber has been in many past games, and that's fantastic drafting from Xtreme Gaming, just playing out of their minds, taking the series 2-0 against Aurora. And we got Tsunami joined by Jingqiu to ask him about the series and what they're going to be up to for the next few days.
Thank you very much, Nat. I am joined by Jingqiu and Lillian, XG's manager, who will be helping me translate. It seemed like that game was a lot of fun, and I have to imagine that based off of all the smiles and all the kills, they were having a good time. Was that one of the more entertaining games that they've played so far?
就是 Q 哥他问你的是，就是好像我们在这场比赛中笑的很多，然后就是什么让你觉得这么好笑呢？这是不是可能你打过的比较好笑、比较有趣的比赛呢？
因为这场比赛比较轻松吧，然后我们的宙斯就经常会劈死他们的小黑，所以我觉得就是非常的有意思，因为我们就只是说去试一下，但是每次都成功了。
He answered that maybe the game is a bit relaxing for us, and what makes them laugh is like when they finish tournament, Zeus use his out, and they just want to try that, but they just kill the Drow Ranger. That's it.
Yeah, I noticed that one. It was a lot of hate for that Drow Ranger especially, and it worked out. You could get away with it. Now you guys have 3 days off until your next set of matches, and so what's the plan? Are you going to keep grinding out the scrims or just take it easy?
就是这场比赛打完之后，我们应该是有3天的假期，然后我们在这3天里，就是我们会有什么计划吗？比如说去放松一下，或者说是安排一些训练赛。
我们应该会第一天先放松一下，然后接下来2天去做一些对于接下来比赛的对手的研究和训练。
Probably we'll take 1 day off at first, and for the rest of 2 days, we will arrange some scrims or do some research for the opponent.
Perfect. Well, it's a well-earned break. Congratulations on the win, and enjoy your time off as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. I mean, 3 days, that's a lot of time. Great to hear exactly what they're going to be utilizing it for, and also having a bit of a laugh about how they were using that Zeus ult, the Refresher, the Nimbus, to just blow up the Drow. And I feel like that was the story of 23 Savage's Drow game. He unfortunately wasn't able to do anything, even in the later part of it. It just felt that he got these items that you're supposed to get on a Drow.
I mean, this is his game right there. He goes up on to the glacier there, tries to click this Blade Mail Spectre, gets doomed, Zeus ulted, just deleted immediately from the fight, and things don't get better for them. Zeus picks up his Refresher Orb here. Oh, they did the whatchamacallit, Tormentor, right? They must be low. Double Zeus ult, kills 23 again, gets a double kill from while doing Roshan, by the way.
Not my carry.
No, my carry.
It's rough.
Picking Zeus is disgustingly fun. I'm sure there's going to be people in chat not enjoying what I'm about to say, but when you see the Tormentor notification flash up on the left and you just immediately press the ult, you're like spamming it. Little anecdote, one of my friends, we were doing it and it came up with a Sentry destroyed notification and he thought it was the Tormented one, and
no.
he pressed Alt instead.
Did he kill anyone?
No,
Oh.
no one was low. I just had to get that. I had to shame
The
him for
saddest
that
part
one.
is when Tormentor dies and you don't have mana for ulti as Zeus. But
it's actually next level, because if you do that, if you have the Zeus ult, you can see if they warded on that spot. It's big brain.
Yeah, that was definitely what he was going for.
Yeah, he was de-warding. But the itemization from Zeus as well, like with that refresher orb, like that was also really cool. Like I didn't expect it because he went for the Manta, so I was expecting, okay, he's gonna go right click, but then he pivoted into the refresher.
Well, we've talked about this. You go for the shard and the manta for the farming, and then you can go whatever direction the game needs you to go at that point. You can either keep going heavy down and double down on the right click, or
Yeah.
you can go for the Ags or
Actually useful build.
It's the evolution of the Zeus. Like everyone
Yes.
thought this Manta was a meme, because every single game, like I have to commit. I have a Manta. I have the Lightning Hands. I need to get a Moon Shard. I need to get a Hurricane Pike. Then one brilliant man one day was like, I'm gonna get the Manta and the Shard, and then I'm gonna just get Ag's Refresher. And I'm just going to use this as a tool to survive if I get silenced or get out of any disable. And I'm going to use it to farm, but I'm just going to do what makes Zeus good. And once someone figured that out, this hero skyrocketed
Do you
in
know
popularity.
who did it? I feel like that's what you're leading me up to here.
Some guy in a pub, probably.
Okay.
John Doe.
Unnamed John Doe, yeah.
Our unnamed, unsung hero of all the Zeus representatives out there. It was a fantastic game, fantastic series from Xtreme Gaming. They're going to enjoy their days off, try and prep for what they can in playoffs. Aurora, though, unfortunately, they're going to be playing again tomorrow, I believe it is. So they're going to have to figure out what they're going to do. But right now, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, our fourth final series of the day, Gaimin Gladiators up against Falcons. We're eager to jump back into the Dota and get our fourth and final series started. Gaimin Gladiators against Falcons. Both these teams undefeated so far when it comes to series. Not so much games. I mean, we saw Spirit take a game off Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, as well as Nouns taking a game off of Falcons. So we both know that these teams have some weaknesses. We know that there are some strategies that work against them. But how exactly do they match up and compare to each other? Because Falcons, they recently won ESL Birmingham, the tournament that happened just before this. Whereas I'm going to hop on about it again. Gaimin Gladiators didn't make it out of group stage. So two very vastly different results in the most recent tournament, but here they are.
But two very vastly different mentalities as well coming into the tournament. Like you have Gaimin Gladiators that haven't been doing well, haven't been succeeding, have been stomped in the group stages in the last couple of tournaments. So I believe that they're very hungry for
motivated.
Definitely, like you heard what CY was talking about as well, and how he feels the team is feeling at the moment. So I believe that they're a bit more motivated, because on the other side you have a stand-in, you have Swifties, you have a team that
Well, actually, both of them have Swifties.
That's true. You have a team that has been winning constantly, so maybe a little bit more eager to win on the side of Gaimin Gladiator.
Yeah. Gaimin Gladiators as well going for interesting drafts with some of their picks. And when I say interesting, we always talk about how if we sit on a patch for too long, the meta becomes stale. People aren't going to be picking up new things. Things aren't really going to be changing. But Gaimin Gladiators have changed it a little bit in what they're bringing into officials. Most notably, yesterday, they brought out the Broodmother. I know it's an anomaly just because it was a fantastic game for them. But the Clinks is another one that has been shown in pubs before, but not so much in officials.
Yeah, and I think this hero was inspired by Duraccio mainly, because it fits his playstyle really well. He wants to play very aggressive, in your face, but they also want to have the option to flex it when needed. And so they've played this hero 4 out of 5 times on all their matches right now. And this is something you have to think about if you play against Gaimin Gladiators. Are we going to let this through, or do we need to ban this? Because you know that they're thinking about it, and they're probably going to pick it if you leave it in the pool. And that's going to be interesting to see how Falcons responds to that.
Yeah.
I think you're kind of willing to let it go into the pool because when it went on Tofu in the Team Spirit series yesterday, it wasn't the most impactful pose 4. We saw him rotate mid, but it's like, okay, as a pose 4 Clinks, rotating mid, what are you really going to add to save your mid laner right now? What are you going to save the Coddle with?
I wouldn't even say only about saving. It's like he had very little impact in that game on position 4. I'm not blaming the player.
It's not
I'm just,
flaming at all. It's just as a hero.
However, if I'm gonna blame the player, well, the last game that they won with Clinks, I don't think that was on the Ratio. Like he's the carry, but he didn't carry them. The Broodmother did majority of the work. I could see Clinks feeding a couple of times as well, going in a little bit deep. And the Ratio is known for that. Like he has his standard one death on the enemy side of the map where no one else of his teammates are. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it works out and if they will put the respect on the Clinks.
Yeah, Falcons going to put respect on the Clinks. Gaimin Gladiators is going to put the same priority and importance on the Clinks. Or what exactly is going to happen? Because you alluded to that stand-in, and that's on the side of Falcons. They do have a stand-in for their mid laner, Nine. We're seeing him on camera right there. He's come in and he's joined some of his fellow X-Tundra players. He's returned after a bit of a break since TI-12. He had his first official in about 7 months, 2 days ago. He had a bit of a rough day yesterday. You know, I don't want it to turn into flame, but it was a really, really, really tough series for him.
It's not a flame, but very, very.
I mean,
very
his starter game was pretty okay, right? The best way to put it is he didn't really have a standout game. So going into today, he's definitely going to need to find a way to do that. But he's going against Quinn, who is very stable mid laner, I have to say. Like he might not have like a bunch of like flashy moments as a mid laner, but he never gets owned in the lane. And that's what Nine I think sometimes likes to capitalize on, picking weird heroes and kind of like abusing you. But Quinn's just game knowledge is just way too high for anyone to exploit him in that type of way. So he has a tough matchup ahead again.
One thing that I have seen what Nine brought to the table already is the bans. Like teams are banning out his heroes already. So you're kind of thinking about all these quirky heroes that Fear just mentioned, like a Monkey King got banned out yesterday. So you are playing into Nine. You don't want to be playing his game. You want to get him out of the comfort zone.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what both of you said. You know, like yesterday, Nine played the Ember into the Pango, and we thought that was going to be at least somewhat favorable towards Nine. And instead he ends up getting solo killed there. And then on the flip side, you had Quinn, who played Dragon Knight into a Razor. And we thought that would go Razor favored, but it wasn't. Quinn came in and absolutely owned that mid lane. So looking for hopefully another stable. Actually, do you go stable or do you really try and double down? You go, all right, guys, Skywrath, let's pull it out.
You go
always double down if you're a Dota player.
Exactly.
The salty run back.
Are you seeing the same fake double downs that I'm seeing? Like guys just copy pasting the double down thing?
No, I'm not.
Why would you
it's
do
so
that?
irritating.
I just double down.
I don't know.
I'm not afraid of anything.
They're not double downing. They're just using that like line in the chat, trying to trick you. It's weak. It's weak. If you're doing that, you're weak.
Very true.
Quote it, clip it, and ship it. That's what Lizard says. Are there any other overlaps? I mean, the Pango, I think, is going to be really highly looked at as well between both teams.
I'm looking at one hero as well for Quinn, the one that he's known for, not only the Pango, of course. There's Lesh. And on the other side, you're playing versus a Kotl Master, basically. You're playing against the Kotl himself. So maybe that's an option for Falcons, something that they can pick. They didn't pick it before, I believe, so far for Nine.
Nope.
So maybe an option. That's the double yawn.
See?
You guys said not to worry when someone yawns.
You don't worry about the
It's
yawn.
fine. It's fine.
Don't actually yawn, Lizard. I'm going to yawn.
I have that.
I think yawning is
Sympathy,
also...
sympathy yawning.
Empathetic response. Something.
I think it's also a way to take pressure off yourself too. You're like, just yawn, you know, no big deal.
I don't really care.
Bored.
I'm so bored. Come on, start this game already. IDC draft.
Just start draft already, please. Just start it. Well, look, draft has come up for us, so I can let you guys know that Gaimin Gladiators have first pick. That is the situations in which they won their games against Spirit. So a team that does like to have first pick for themselves definitely utilizes it better than most teams.
Yeah, and Falcons as well, when it comes to the first pick, usually what do they go for? They go for the Razor, right? So this time around, of course, they're not going to have it. Now the question is, are they worried about the Razor? Do they ban it out? Or do they just leave it in the pool? Because versus
Falcons?
Yeah, because
Not at all.
I feel like, yeah, right? Like, you just leave it in. Like, there's no reason. But they, like, when they're the first phase, they snatch it very often.
There's always a balancing act to have here, is when you know a team loves to play, prioritizes a certain hero, sure, you don't want them to have it, but you have to understand that they know intricate details about that hero that you might not know because of how much they spam it, how much they specialize in it.
I see Doom banned. If I see Bloodseeker or Primal, please don't do this gaming. Okay, Hoodwink. So maybe not 100% a Pango pick for them.
I think that's a really good ban. Like,
Same.
we saw how much work Crit was doing on that hero throughout this tournament and the last series that they ended up winning. Like we mentioned before, like Nine kind of got solo killed in a matchup that he shouldn't have, but it didn't matter because Crit just came by and killed the enemy mid laner twice with rotations. And this is what Hoodwink does best. He helps you win a lane, then once he wins that lane, your offlaner's good. Now you can start making rotations on other lanes.
And you scale so damn well in that Hoodwink. It's like one of the best scaling position 4s ever. Like, so you can scale on even level 25. It's a bonus spike for you. Like, you can get the Gleipnir later on. You can get anything for your team, or just the standard good old Daedalus. Kill people.
Good old Daedalus.
Good old Daedalus, position 4.
Never lets you down.
Exactly.
That's what I always say.
Double Acorn shot with the Daedalus, that's a lot of damage.
Okay, so I was trying to do the mental gymnastics here of what you really ban out as Falcons, and if you're willing to do a ban somewhere else, do you open up the door for Gaimin to go Bloodseeker into a Pango pick, but then try and pick up the Primal for yourself?
Pango's banned though.
But that's the mental gymnastics I was doing. Like, how many steps is too far to just go ban the Pango? And apparently that's what Falcons got. They did as many steps as I did.
I mean, it looks like it, and we know Falcons thinks, even though they've beat the Pango and they've lost with the Pango, they still think the Pango is really good. And especially Quinn is very well known for his Pango as well, and he won on it recently, so it's pretty safe to go ahead and just ban that out. And they're going to ban Caudle, first pick Sniper. Very interesting. Because like, it's a weird matchup, because like, in a lot of ways, I think Sniper is good versus Caudle, but at the same time, Caudle's one of the heroes that can somewhat lane against it.
You can lane against him, and like in that mid game, like post-laning stage, that is, it's so easy to get blown up as Sniper.
But I've also seen it the other way around, where Caudle just like solar binds you, and runs
depending
at you,
on the 4, right?
and then he just kills you because he can attack from billion range. And while Caudle's hitting you from I mean, this is just this patch in a nutshell. Sniper, Caudle, Zeus, I will want to attack you from off the screen, pretty much, type of mids.
And the Dragonite as well is sums up this patch. Dragonite into Sniper. This is the mid lane.
Yeah.
Like, you just instantly pick it. It's not banned. It's a good matchup for you.
It's not set in stone that this is going to be the matchup, though. Like, Amar
I think so.
and Skita also pick it up.
It's really high probability.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm just saying that it's not 100%. It's like 99.
Yeah,
for sure.
It could be like 98, because there's a chance you can play safe lane Sniper. I know Dyrachyo does play it.
True.
Or if you
97.
want to pick something that can jump on top of Sniper from the mid lane, some sort of a spirit.
It goes to 96%.
But I
We're just going down in percentage.
Really
of
working through
confidence.
this one.
Trying to see every potential future.
Banning out a couple of support heroes, Snake Kings, Mirana, and the Shadow Demon now
I mean,
are gone.
CM's still in the pool, obviously another comfort one.
I feel like
Falcons.
he mainly picked it when he played Nouns just to steal it from Fly.
I agree, but
But it's still definitely not a hero you want to play for Sniper, I feel. I think you get peeped too hard.
yeah, you do. But I'm
get
trying to think
close.
of any pose 5 hero, and that's just what Sniper does to you.
Yeah, that's so true.
So if you're purposely not picking something as a support because of Sniper, I hate to break the news to you, but it's going to happen no matter what you pick.
Yeah. Some Aetherlands building heroes or some heroes that have some sort of a save on position 5 are a little bit easier to play, of course, but yeah, maybe if, let's see.
There goes the Clinks.
There you go. Like, she doesn't get as peeped as some other heroes.
She just gets peeped a little bit slower than every other.
Does still get peeped, just
And you get the heal to heal through all of that, so it's not that bad.
It's pretty good, especially if you can make that rotation, right? Like the Enchantress going mid, if DK's mid as well. It's very potent. You have that creep, and then you have the dragon form. Sniper's going to be feeling vulnerable against that one. You're going to have to draft supports now.
You know those rotations towards mid that they invented on GG? Like they have to worry about those because there's like you have to rotate and help this sniper once that 6 hits on DK.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. They know about those rotations, so they're going to be ready for them with their next couple picks here. But there's no Mirana, there's no Klinks. There's all right, that hero does deal with the creep, so they've been thinking about this. They know about these rotations they made being used against them.
There's the CM, and it opens up a lot of different carries as well now for Gaimin Gladiators. I've seen, like recently, we've seen a lot of CM plus Gyro. That's a pretty difficult lane for any offlaner.
For other teams than Nouns doing it? I know Nouns was spamming it.
I'm not sure. In Elite League, I've seen maybe XG or something like that doing it.
It's a strong lane, so I have no...
Would you like me to see what other pairings Crystal Maiden has had in lane? What everyone else is...
I missed the CM Pudge. That was a good one.
We've had CM Morph. We've had CM Gyro from Nouns and G2. CM Weaver, but that's normally Falcons. That doesn't really relate to here. And CM Faceless Void.
CM is just pretty solid.
She's only had
overall.
8 games. Like, we're only on day 3, you know? There's not a wide variety of data for us to...
Duracio's only played 3 heroes. Klinks, Faceless Void, and Lifestealer so far. But with the Klinks being banned, I think that just means, oh, my Klinks is gone. I guess I'll play anything at this point for him.
I guess I have to play something else.
I feel like you do look at banning out or taking the Lifestealer for yourself.
Yeah.
I really do on the side of Falcons.
What about Faceless Void that's left in the pool?
I really do enjoy Faceless. Well, you know what? It's a Mar. I get countered by Sniper. I don't care. I will play my hero.
Anyway.
No matter what. And then Crit's going to get one of his signature heroes in the Earth Spirit. Nobody else plays this hero but him right now. But he practices it.
A couple of teams played mid, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as a support.
As a support, no one else. Yeah,
they're definitely not going to put
Didn't he lose last time he played this? Officially?
That I don't know, but he has not played it yet in this tournament.
No, this was either in Elite League or in Birmingham. He picked it up.
Let me see. It should be easy to find.
There's only about 4 of them.
There's only 4. Yeah, he lost in Birmingham against Tundra with it. And they had Razor too. And they had Enchantress.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
No, I was going to say, I'm getting PTSD, I'm getting flashbacks. I feel like I've seen it before and it did not end well.
What I would really like to see here is something that can follow him up. Like they have this Earth Spirit that goes in the back, sure, but you don't have any ways of following up his initiation. Not easily, at least. Dragonite eventually with the Blink, but I don't know. It doesn't strike me as the best at the moment. But okay, we see the Weaver now. We know the carry on Gaimin Gladiators, and you did mention the CM plus Weaver. Right?
I did.
Yeah, you did.
But this is
and you said
bait.
that's what Gaimin Gladiators are going to pick.
No, well, look, I'm all about tooting my own horn, but I definitely did not say that.
I mean, I don't.
I wish I was that smart.
Don't like it that much?
No, I mean, we saw it before. This Weaver versus Razor matchup. Like,
great.
Once you get the Shard, the whole idea of the matchup is like flipped on its head because you actually can't run away from him anymore. And that's like really, really bad. But you still have Sniper, so that's good, I guess.
I'm also thinking about the lane. Like CM plus Weaver should be really strong, though.
Yes,
right? Like there's a lot of nuke. Like a hero you don't generally like laning into as Razor, and then on top of that a Weaver. It can get rough for Earth Spirit and Razor. We'll see.
So the way this lane is going to go is either Earth Spirit can't find an opening, and by that I mean like if Earth Spirit gets on top of the CM and kicks him into a Razor, CM's dead every single time.
Yep.
Sure.
But if you can't do that, then you're slowly going to lose the battle of attrition here, and tangos are going to get spammed out, and lane might get really tough, and especially if Earth Spirit has to make a rotation, which he likes doing, and you're left by yourself, you're going to die every time. So it's really going to come down to lane mechanics and what really happens, and I think Crit is going to have to spend more time sitting in the Razor's lane in this particular matchup.
I feel like Ace needs, now they need an offlaner, right? So Ace needs some Slardar or Mars or something like that. They need some more frontline. An additional easy stun would be nice. They're not lacking it completely. You have Battery Assault, Hookshot, you have some Frostbite to work with, but...
Let's be real, you practically field stunned at the sniper headshots.
I thought you were going to say I was playing CM.
I do want to see what Gaimin Gladiators' last ban is going to be, because I still want to put forth the idea of this Dragon Knight being moved out of mid lane. I'm not saying that you're going to find a better matchup specifically against Sniper, but is there going to be something from the mid lane that adds more to your lineup on Falcons?
No.
Okay.
I just like the amount of heroes that can lane versus Sniper is like 2. I don't even know if that's true. The 1 is DK. And 2 is I'm not sure.
And the 2 is something I'm probably not thinking about.
Of the Light or Storm in the last game.
or something.
Zeus, yeah, but
I thought Zeus.
it's not great.
But DK is the only hero that's tanky enough to just keep getting peeped.
Yep.
Because he has a lot of armor. I mean, maybe a Timbersaw could do it too and put a little more points in armor, but outside of that, it's very limited options. So
is there a way to completely exploit this Weaver pick though? Like they have to pick their carry now. I'm actually surprised they banned out the life.
Oh, there's that brew you were talking about.
Talk about brew.
Exploit the Weaver. Not necessarily, but I would...
Back in the day, some Bloodseeker was
yeah, but not versus brew for sure.
Yeah. All the
Sniper's
illusion
hard.
heroes as well, not great into brew.
I've tried it versus Sniper before. It's like, oh, I'm just going to rupture him. And he just presses E and stands there. And by the time you run to him, you're just like knocked back 10 times and dead. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the Sven looks okay to me. Versus the brew in the lane. Gives your team a little bit of armor.
This is a bad Chaos Knight game though, right?
It's never a bad Chaos.
God damn it.
Never bad.
I mean,
like
the
we could just get
illusions are just different. Like what are they even called? These illusions. Either way, they're not like normal illusions where you can just dispel.
Strong illusions.
They're not like normal illusions.
No, they're literally called strong illusions. Like you can't like kill them with mana drain and like these brewmaster things.
Oh, sweat.
But this is
Simple.
like the obvious pick for me.
Obvious how? Like obvious is in it's telegraphed because that's what Falcons like, or obvious because it's actually a good pick?
It's actually a good pick. Like you have the cleave for when he splits. You have so much armor now that you can give to all your heroes. So this Razor and Weaver do a lot less damage. You can buy a Blink Dagger and get on top
Razor
of
and
the
Weaver, you
Sniper
mean
as well.
Sniper and Weaver?
Yeah, Sniper. You can get a Blink Dagger on the Sven to counter the Weaver and plus the Sniper. Still a lot of good things you can do with Sven in this game. I don't think there was a better choice. Maybe Faces Void would have been it, but it was banned.
True, it was. It was.
Yeah.
All right, well, the Sven final pick, is it enough, Lizard? Do you want to give a little bit of hope to the Gaimin Gladiator fans?
I don't like the brew that much. Like we have.
That's
seen
not
it
what
today.
I'm asking, bro.
but
hold on, there's more.
But I don't have a lot of faith in their draft. There are some nice things like the CM Weaver lane can roll out of control.
Sure.
Overall, I feel it's much easier for Falcons to choke the map and constantly be on the aggressive, be the ones that are taking objectives. You have the DK Razor. Like you have to play around that somehow. And if you come out of the lane strong, like this Weaver
For the side of Gaimin Gladiators?
Yeah, for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yep.
Then you can maybe split push a little bit with the Weaver until you're online together with the Sniper.
All right, so you don't even have faith in the support combo for Gaimin Gladiators making space, working with some of the cores? You think that whatever Gaimin Gladiators can do, Falcons is going to do better?
Let's see what Brew can do, and let's see what his item build is going to be. Like, the supports are important, of course, but for me, they're not the central piece of their draft this time around.
Oh, look, hopefully someone else is a little bit more confident in the draft, and that's going to be Gaimin Gladiators coach, who is standing with Tsunami right now.
Well, at least he better be. Yes, I'm standing by with CY for Gaimin Gladiators, where I see this first pick Sniper come out, and I'm like, who the hell do you think you are right now? You think you can get away with this first phase Sniper? Do you think that you defended it enough?
I think so. I think Sniper is also very hard to beat in lane, so they don't even try, which is also like what most people do, because you cannot. So we'll see how it goes. We're just trying some things, see how it plays out.
Yeah, because I'm seeing some other experimentation. Your first phase bans, finally someone is respecting Crit Hoodwink, because usually I'm just seeing ATF be banned out all the time. This time you let the DK go through. You had to know that they were going to first phase pick it, and instead you opted to ban the Hoodwink.
Yeah, fuck Andreas.
Good, it's personal. That's what I want to see. It's very personal. Perfect. Well, let's see if that personality works out in game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil. Yeah, and well, I think he's not going to be too upset because he gets to play Earth Spirit, right? You know, it's the other classic crit hero, Cruel Summer.
That was the last Taylor song he listened to.
Oh, was it?
You didn't see the thing before
No.
Quinn asked him which Taylor song he listened to.
He did not spell Taylor correctly.
No.
Taylor.
Right. Sorry, that's a different artist, I guess. My bad.
Cruel Summer. We'll see if it's going to be a Cruel Summer. Do you know that one?
No, I actually don't know any of her songs after Red. I quite like Taylor Swift. I just didn't happen to listen to much after that.
That's fair. I know that one. That was one that was big last year during
Okay.
a cruel summer. I'm not going to try and sing it, not just because I think that we would lose a decent chunk or viewership, but also because I don't remember the words.
Actually, fun fact, if you guys want to steal Lyrical's identity, he shares a birthday with Taylor Swift down to the year.
That's right, I do. December 13th, 1989.
And
Thank you for doxing me.
And what is your number? What do you guys call it?
What?
We call it a SIN number.
Oh, my like...
Yeah, like social insurance. What's it called there?
Social
you guys
security.
don't have social
Yeah.
insurance, right? So you have a different number, I guess, huh?
That's true. Social security.
Yeah, just list that off the broadcast too. Credit card, digits. Quinn got a kill here on Skitter. Important things are happening.
That's big. And now Snake King also taking a bit of a beating. If you already are going to have a good lane in mid, being able to start it with First Blood 2 is super nice. And, well, this would be pretty big too if Snake King can survive. It's a lot of time wasted, and Ace going to have to run back out. Misses a couple of those first round of creeps.
Maybe I could like slowly get the info out of you throughout a broadcast. Like, oh, what was your first pet's name again?
Right, yeah.
You know,
I just don't respond. Not going to answer that question.
Oh, but social engineering, so much fun, just like Dota 2.
That's one.
And yeah, the panel talked about it. We got ourselves a Dragon Knight versus Sniper mid. I like CY's reasoning. No one can beat it mid, so they don't even try. They just throw a DK there. But with a Hoodwink ban, like Tsunami was bringing up there, it comes some other heroes, most namely the Aurora Razor, right? That's a frightening guy.
He drinks their milkshake.
He loves that one.
Often.
Yeah.
Do you think he's actually seen the movie? Probably.
Do you think he actually gets milkshakes?
I would. I love milkshakes. Big fan. Although I found out recently that milkshakes are different in America than most of the rest of the world.
Where's Razor from?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not going to answer that.
We gotta call him.
We got a stun now, Snake King trying to stay alive, and that one's going to keep Snake King alive for a second longer. And, I mean, he's not in lane with a lot of regen, but the Enchantress is hard to knock out of there. Quinn comes back in, punches 9 a few times, and Amar was able to get pushed back by those cogs. Couple denies onto them the whole time through. It's going to be interesting to watch this, and, well, 4 denies on the sniper is pretty nice, and Duraccio thinking about going forward onto crit. This was what the panel had talked about as sort of one of the keys to the game, was getting off to a decent start. They thought it was going to be the CM over here with the Weaver, but it's actually the Clockwork.
It's a pretty good combo, right? Having the ranged and melee support duo, or like, CM with the Brew, Clock with the Weaver. You see this all the time. Clockwork, really good position 5 because you can just play with these Lunas and Weavers and create this perfect kind of barrier. And then when they're ready to go, you have the Cogs battery solve for some chase down. So works super well with those ranged carries. And then Crystal Maiden, also excellent when it comes to the Cinder Brew because you just always have a spell up to proc it.
Right. Right now, just a point in the Frostbite, and then keeping that Arcane Aura going a little bit is going to immediately take down the Enchantress creep, which is the other nice answer that you have.
Yeah, you notice that Tofu with like no mangoes left here, so that early Arcane Aura very helpful in that situation, I suppose. And we're right back at it.
And that should be enough to keep Ace alive now. I think they might have opted to go in a little bit, try and get that mana burn creep working, but not going to do it. It's
does
close
get
to the
denied,
3-minute mark, and Ace gets it. Okay. Yeah. Snake King's always going to get those, most likely.
Oh, look at 9. He's trying to box out Quinn in the mid.
Interesting. I mean, he's still doing quite well in this lane. It's more denies into the favor of Quinn, but Nine's been doing these like super annoying little stuns to interrupt the CS and all the rest of it. Snake King burning, taking blood grenades to the face, and he does go down. That's 2 points in the Cinder Brew.
That was a lot of damage they pumped to that Enchantress. They must have done at least like 1,800 damage to that Enchantress so far in this game. It feels like there's constant heals, but finally get the finished kill there. And they also still have quite a bit left in the tank. Sometimes, you get this kill and you're sort of out of resources, Ench comes back in, and then the heals are a nuisance all over again, but they're still doing quite fine. Kofu's got a Clarity running and a Mango left, so still able to continue their battles up here.
Quinn gets stunned again. Waterune out, a couple more punches, making life bad for 9, and 9 gonna be in some trouble. Second round of shrapnel. DK not often brought down in mid, but Quinn gets the solo.
Yeah, waits for his moment, then finds it. Waterune's going his way here as well, so gonna be tough when you come back into the lane. Just gonna have to try and play around these charges of the shrapnel. As nice cogs get him back in the bugs.
Yeah, keeping him on there. Good kick away from Crit. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, though. Amar might be in further trouble, and in fact, a few more hits, another round of Sakuchi in a second. Not going to go for it.
Yeah, you can see once the bug's gone, the damage just falls off so fast.
Yeah. They forced the Sven all the way back up behind. Being bullied back there. Yeah, the lanes overall going pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators. In spite of like the CS advantage, things don't feel easy for Falcons.
No, and even though they didn't get oh, nice front there. Right now, a little bit dicey for Tofu. Yeah, they didn't have killing Amara, but he still has to play the lane a little bit cautiously too. And of course, you know, any moment Drawchi can just Shikuchi right on top of you.
Yeah.
They do have a well-hidden sentry that'll give them an idea of when he's coming, but they also only have the Earth Spear to work with, so you don't have these immediate disables. He might just dodge you.
It has been some nice little kicks from Crit to separate between those battery assaults, but they do take out that sentry ward now, so you can play a little bit more freely as Duraccio in this lane. Been laying down a lot of sentries, actually. 3 all the way in the bottom lane already. In the meantime, it does look like Enchantress heads on over, picks up the bounty rune, and a TP rotation. This is a nice move if they can get Tofu at the very least. With the interruption, not gonna matter.
Oh, and that ended up being bad, actually.
Yeah, Ace, he's in some trouble taking the hits. Rocket Flare to try and help, but well, Ace is fully surrounded. Still, they don't have all that much control. Another roll in a moment. If they want to save the time for that, roll forward onto Ace. Is it going to be enough for the kill? It will.
Oh, it's so good that goes to Crit as well, because, I mean, there's a reason we don't see a lot of people playing this Earth Spear position before, right? Like, you have to make these kind of plays to make the hero worth it.
Well, it is going to come at a cost now, it looks like, as Amar gets caught in the cogs, and even with the link, it's not going to matter. Celery takes it up.
Crit is still hanging around here. He's spotted under an Observer ward. He's going to plant his own, which also might have been spotted, but he's definitely not getting that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess with the help, they could force it.
Yeah, they're bringing numbers. Snake King.
But also Radiant, more TPs. Quinn's here.
Making the move. Got to be careful. That sniper is dangerous. And Crit's
going
for the
for
roll.
it.
Dude, he wants it so badly. They move into range.
No.
Tofu got him. Oh, the slow. It's not going to be enough. And the other side, Celery picked up the other one. Crit, what could have been a big moment is denied.
Man, that was so long. That ward really paid off.
Yeah.
From Tofu, just knowing that he had been there that entire time waiting to make that play for the Wisdom Rune. He was too ready for it.
Are they going to get him again? Amar getting that link off, but still gets Cogs pushback. More damage from Celery, in and done.
2 Amar deaths in lane as Razor?
That's not what you want to see. Gaimin Gladiators have come up with the answer for Falcons here, at least early. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Return kill, though, on the Celery. It's going to go to 9, who is doing quite well. I mean, really, the top of the board is relatively close, even though it is 3 Radiant heroes. They're not super far behind, aside from kind of this gap of Amar and Ace. But Quinn is huge.
Yeah, he is a
He's the
scary
standout.
And granted, like, you do have heroes that are big and tanky and have a ton of armor, right? Like,
sorry,
he denies the shield.
He denied it right in his face. Like,
yeah,
that stupid sniper, man. Just immediately, like, blink.
Dude, they're hunting Skitter. Tofu's right here. Spots him. Blood grenade. All the vision. Dude, you can't go anywhere. They have it. The frostbite. Ace cometh. Can they? Oh, they didn't get the ignite, though. A little bit slow. Now they get it. Okay. And popping that bruise split. It will be a dead Sven. I think.
Eventually.
It takes a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, I think the one sort of saving grace that you've definitely got in terms of just the lineup that they have on Falcons is a ton of plus armor that Sniper hates to go up against. which, you know, it'll be something to help them stay alive, and maybe they can survive long enough to get on top of Quinn.
I mean, the jump is also ridiculous, right? Or like Earth Spirit, you know, we don't see him picked a lot. We also don't just see a lot of these 4s that dive in. There's been a little bit of a Tusk resurgence. I've been seeing on the, especially on the second stream. I feel like every time I look over, I saw a Tusk over there. But well, we're getting a lot of like double range lineups or something. Or I mean, Clockwork I guess has been featured a little bit, but Crit's gonna be it. He's got that big strength gain. He's been looking to try and get on top of the sniper as much as he can. Try and provide that vision and opportunities for 9, as well as Skitter just follow up right after. So positioning is going to be pretty damn terrifying for Quinn this game. There's a lot of big threats.
Have to be careful. Of course, the save potential is sort of awkward.
Yeah.
You know, a timely hook shot or something like that could set things. Oh my god, they're going on a Skitter. This has just been the death of carries.
Yeah, this is the carry graveyard up here.
Hello, how are you doing? So you have a way out, CM ulti, hook shot. They have to cancel the CM ulti, and now they move in with Crit. He kicks his buddy out of trouble. So they do manage to escape from that one.
Not too bad though for 2 supports. Just kind of ruining this time of Sven, slowing him down. Meanwhile, your Brewmaster is taking the tier 1 tower. The other side of the map, though, a lot of damage in Dyrachyo. He is going to use the ulti.
Sniper, punching. Not going to go for any more. Punching could be lurking.
They get it up close and personal. He brought out the fisticuffs. He drops the gun. That's an Arcana. He slings it over his back and he just starts swinging.
It's like the kind with like the big spring in it that shoots out and then comes back in.
Yeah, now we're talking.
I like that. Skitter. They're just trying to like make him feel uncomfortable. It's a lot of moves that might get kills, might not, but he's definitely not feeling good. Right now, the lowest of the cores.
You're not allowed to do that as Sven. Yeah. Gotta be pretty huge.
Frostbite creep, now move in. That means that they signal that they're coming in this direction. Can't get the cogs connection, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter. 9 still in trouble, ran down, killed, tower on the docket.
Earth Spirit's got all these tools, but in these lower levels, you know.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Gaimin Gladiators making it seem pretty simple. Move around the map with your hook shot. Just longer range damage that you have. Finish people off. Now what's the plan though? This tower's already dead. Ace with the split. He just wants to hunt this Sven. They're going to use that ward that spots where he's at. They know which camp he's going to next. Is this just a completely dead Sven?
Dude, this is the exact same thing that just happened again. I mean, I don't know. I guess the one thing that you could definitely say, there's a lot of tape on Falcons. They know what these farming patterns are and how they like to play, and they have not left that area.
It's every carry, too. I don't think it's just a Falcons thing.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, we're just at this point where everyone's just farming this spot as the carry.
Well, not Dyrachyo. He's running mid.
Yeah, well, he's a bit different, you know.
He's always been a special one. That would have been good. If
that was kind of close.
Yeah. Give that man another branch, and he lives there. Still, 3,000 gold, pretty significant at this stage of the game, not insurmountable. You can see Falcons, they want to get active. They could find Quinn here, this would be huge.
Oh, the roll!
Gets him, kickback, stun, it's online, Celery trying to move in, but the silence is there, which means no help for the sniper. They get the cogs, but that just means Celery's in more trouble. He is going to be brought very low. Is it enough to kill off Amar? The Magnetize is doing work right now. Reapplies yet again. Dyrachyo in on it, trying to take down Snake King. Tofu is low, almost dead. Crit almost out of there too. He's gonna get brought down by Ace. Dyrachyo's still living through it, takes down Snake King in 9.
More Spirit Vessel charges.
More trouble for him as Ace continues the chase. They find the Dragon Knight, get the kill. Double for Dyrachyo, and anybody else that sticks around is gonna be in more trouble. And in fact, they might just be able to run him down. Pig Poland trying to get out of there?
I don't know.
I mean, they've got everything that they need. I think that Dyrachyo, if he wants to, can keep going for this. Chase forward, couple more punches, they got him!
All right, nicely done.
That fight started by the tier 1 tower mid, ends tier 2 top.
I think Celery's decision to drop that clockwork hookshot right at the end really helped.
Yeah.
Because it kind of looked like it was over, but that bit of a delay helped out. And then Ace just standing tall there, getting so much value of the Spirit Vessel. It's going to be the most Spirit Vessel damage I've seen in the first 15 minutes of a game.
It's really
impressive. That's another kill with it.
And particularly against Ench, right? Like, that heal is something that you rely upon so heavily to make her untouchable, and only 2 points, it's not enough to keep her alive.
He's already at 2,200 gold. If he wants to start pumping that in towards the Radiance, he's in a pretty good spot for it.
Yeah, Ace is having a good tournament. Really impressed with his Brood. Now his Brew coming in and making moves. Gaimin Gladiators, looks like they got something to say here in this one.
Radiant are scanning.
They will run right by Crit. As they walk up, they find him. The root, the CM ulti, silence is there, can't get away.
Ace picks up another opponent, 5, 1, and 7. Dyrachyo again has just been up top doing a little bit of farming. 9 ran into him, he didn't really care. Now he skips right in between 3 heroes to catch a wave.
Yeah.
He is being, well, a pest. I mean, he's the bug. They got to call the Exterminator.
Who is the Exterminator in this game, though? They're all running scared. I mean, 9 is sitting there, like, protecting the Sven farming. That's the state that they've gotten to on Falcons. Nowhere on this map right now feels good. They are going to smoke up now. They have 4 heroes in this area, but they're going to lose Amar.
It's not looking good, yeah.
Breaks the TP, in trouble, going down.
Does he not even have to split for this?
Yeah.
Man, they brought really so many heroes.
They're going to try, I mean, on the side of Falcons, they're going to try and catch somebody when they come up here. Maybe.
I mean, they've been so busy, they haven't picked up their Wisdom Rune. If Crit wants to try that again.
I mean, yeah.
You know, they've been so active on the other side of the map, but...
They see them all. They're in super far. They're not killing Ace. He's going to get...
Maybe?
Oh, maybe they are, maybe they are, maybe they are. Ace, no, he gets cut off the turn, and Quinn's just planking the whole time. It was so close to good for Falcons, but does not end up working out as the fights break out across multiple different fronts and trying to get out of there. It looks like 9 will manage to get a little bit of salvation for himself, but holy moly.
Oh, the greatest moment when you're playing Brewmaster. The fights just can't go better than that. You absorb that much damage, then get your ulti off, the fight's over. There's just no way your opponents are going to win that one.
I think Tofu might have gotten like a clutch frostbite or something off there to stop the Sven from hitting or something, because he was very close to being brought down. In the end.
Some value for Falcons here. 9 has been farming up this Radiant stacks here, now moving to the Ancients, and if he does happen to go over there, Wisdom Rune is still there.
I thought they were going to chase Amar again. Look at where they are. Dyrachyo's dropping wards back behind the tower here.
That's a nice carry right there. Getting you these wards in a great spot. Makes your life so much easier as a support.
Dude, that's like
He's been here for so long.
I know. Oh, jeez.
Is he's just going to wait for it to spawn again?
I think so. Yeah, 9 is not leaving. 9 is, that's his happy place. All right, no, now he's left.
Oh, there's creeps mid. That
Fair
makes
enough.
sense.
God.
Snaking on the other side of the map, though.
I mean, that's what you got to do on this Enchantress. Whatever you can to get yourself a little bit of farm.
He's looking pretty dead. I don't know, man. There's gonna be. Oh, actually, there's no shrapnel charges. That might be a saving grace.
Quinn.
Oh, yeah.
Can't get there in time. So does Snitch steal away a little bit of farm.
All right, so it's a 5K lead right now for Gaimin Gladiators. All the fights lately going their way, 19-7 in terms of the kills. And the Radiance is coming out pretty soon. Now, earlier today, we had a Brewmaster who unfortunately lost his Radiance. The second he was trying to build it. So we gotta keep an eye on this Courier.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's okay, though.
Dyrachyo had 4 heroes head up towards his lane, and he didn't hit that last money creep. The flag bearer left it to die. He realized that they're coming in that direction. Now 9 spots him, gets the stun. There's nobody really there to follow up on it yet. And in fact, it's Celery. Crit, saving a life for a moment with that grip. Still, they got to be careful. Yeah. I mean, again, like, they're still playing this aggressively in this game, and that's before the Radiance comes out, right?
Yeah, just zoning them right back, saying, if you go past your towers, I'm going to
push you right back in there. Limit the farm. You have Dyrachyo again. No cares.
Dude, what
All
the
right,
hell?
good choice.
Oh my god.
This man has no dispel, by the way.
He is just playing like a crazy person. It's fun to watch, though.
Oh, you can't blame Dyrachyo for, you know, he's always going to be fun to watch.
Amar now in some trouble. Thought he was safe over here. There have been so many deaths up on this top side of the map. Dyrachyo claims another life. Falcons very much playing the dodge game at this point, and they have been able to get some good farm during that time period, hoping to wait out this storm. The problem they're going to face pretty soon is this Radiance brew, which is starting to get a little bit of steam going.
Yeah, they are finding, like you said, though, a lot of farming. Just look at heroes, and they're still managing to clean some stuff up, though. So keeping this lead, like, when you think about this game, it doesn't really feel like only a 6K lead. That's because of the way they're playing the maps. Nine is hooked, gonna start running. Has this fresh Mage Slayer, but he has no allies, so.
Yeah, Gleipnir already out to secure the catch. Gaimin, they can make a move down the bottom lane if they want. I think Dyrachyo goes in for the Wisdom Rune.
Well,
I find it
fire away.
That's fair. Ace looking, finding Amar. Gets the split off. Chasing with Quinn in tow. Dude, they need BKB so badly. Like, so badly. And he was really
so
close. That's gotta be frustrating. Although, the wraparound's coming. They know that there's no brew split. They spot Quinn, jump in, stun immediately. No help in the area. Oh, but he gets up to the high ground, and he starts plinking. Quinn, he's living, getting some damage out before he gets brought down for dead. Skidder is going to burn to the Radiance. Is it enough damage over time? Yes, they get that kill. Snake King starting to burn. Tofu right on top of him. Celery in for the hit. Enough for the finish.
Nice force staff there. I believe that was from Tofu.
Jeez.
To get him up to the high ground. I'm gonna get the actual damage out in that engagement. They really needed a 2, or else that was a bad time.
Yeah.
Good, I had no fight recap. Oh yeah. Sniper.
I mean, if they... Okay,
oh, you were right, by the way. He got the Wisdom Rune, so...
Jeez. That, I mean, that's crazy. Like, because you look at the damage that Sniper did in that. Imagine if he hadn't gotten that force staff, like you said, how different that fight looks.
So that lead goes up about 50%, up to 9K now. And then losing your Wisdom Rune. A lot of things going the wrong way for Falcons right now. And another force staff picked up here as Dyrachyo works on his Hurricane Pike. So, I mean, playing a Sven, playing a Razor, very annoying heroes. There'll be multiple force staffs versus you. Fire now just barely finding the time to get BKB.
Look at this. Look at this little mini move. Force comes right in at the last second to save that life, and he's just living on nothing. If that urn hadn't been reapplied right there, I mean, imagine. I guess he probably still dies to the breathe fire, but regardless, all the difference in the world that that little force staff makes. Hook shot, a little off the mark. Might have been one of the first one he missed. Been hitting him like crazy today.
Skinner's ready if they find a moment, but team doesn't want to join him, and oh, he needs to be careful. Oh boy.
Up here at top again. TP's out. But does start to feel like we could be looking towards the Roshan a little bit here.
Yeah, 22 minutes in a lead like this. Might need some help with the Tormentor here in a bit. Dyrachyo is going to just go for the old Weaver solo with the ulti instead. Using that bug. And that's going to be a free shard for Celery. So Jetpack online. And that could help him. He immediately pops it, hunting for someone. Oh, he's going to see crit. Got him.
Sees him. They do have the kick out if they need it. Rolls away for the moment. Celery trying to stay alive against the massive amounts of damage. Tofu gets some separation. They will bring down one. Can they get any more? Skidder, he's on to Quinn. In trouble. Gets Force Staff to try and stay alive again, and he manages to, but not for long enough. 9 is being controlled by the Brewmaster. Tofu and a Frostbite. Try and walk away. Join together with that Brew again. Skitter, enough for the kill. Now Omar hits onto him. Bruce Split's about to wear off, and that's actually going to be enough for him to take down Omar. Well, Duraccio finally showing up for the fight, and Skitter's got to get out of here.
Yeah, he's got his blink up in one, but there's the vessel. Oh, it doesn't tick yet.
Barely able to get away from that. Yeah, the Gleipnir was coming into range too.
Not even close.
Dude, look at where Duraccio was there. He was chasing all the way. He thought about going to the tier 3s.
Man, what a game for Ace. Playing it to the limit every time there. I mean, those pandas were getting pretty low, and he had no shard either. So if Sven was just a little bit faster getting there, they didn't take so long for them to finish off the CM and the sniper.
I do feel like I keep jinxing these games when they happen, but we're, what, 24 minutes in, and now it's 42 kills. It's been a lot of action going on.
Certainly been pretty one-sided, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I've not felt like Falcons had much of a chance in quite a while in this one.
Duraccio on the hunt again. Meanwhile, they roll in. Or try and roll out, rather, on crit. Celery onto him. They also found Snaking down bottom. Everywhere you look, Falcons heroes are going down. Oh, almost got the courier snipe, but not quite. So, at this point in time, the pain train just keeps coming. Skitter hoping to finish off that BKB. It has been a while since we've seen item progression. They have it on Razor, obviously. Used it one time so far. Dragon Knight working towards that Manta, still about 1,000 gold away from finishing that one. And they do move into the pit now. They just need more time on Falcons and some type of a really good high ground defense.
Just a little bit of time. This will be fine. You know, it's like 20, 30, 50 minutes maybe.
Down bottom, they're moving for him again. They're just not letting him breathe. Jesus. Oh my God, and he can't even PK TP. Bro, that feels so bad, oh my God.
I mean, it's still not as sad as the drought last game.
That's true.
So there's that at least.
Yeah. That one's gonna go down there for a while.
Skitter. Oh, how good's this hook shot? Oh.
Duraccio.
Oh.
Diving, tier 3 towers. Duraccio. Duraccio-ing. Time lapse, tries to run away.
Yeah, this is the Duraccio.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is him.
I mean, this is just ensuring that they win. When it happens, they win. Got him. Tofu in the area. BKB, everything. The kick. Oh, actually kicks him away. That keeps him alive. A rare miss from Crit. Oh, goodness gracious. And now they're kind of in no man's land. Have Celery chasing Snake King. Couple more hits, and Enchantress goes down.
He can't help himself, man. Duraccio just, he makes the plays happen.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. The team's so used to it, they just know it's all tactical.
They are cutting a creep wave right now with the illusion of the Sven.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of that.
Yeah. Whether it's creeps or illusions or what have you, they are going to try their best to just keep these creep waves shoved out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Onto him again. Stun. No God Strength. Silence is out, and there it is.
There, this time they're gonna get. That's a 7x kill streak, by the way. Going to crit. He's got 4 of their 13 kills right now.
That's a lot of gold.
It really is. The question is what to do about it. He's thinking about going just Veil. Trying to boost it up right now. Already has the Ghost Scepter for some extra survivability. Has that grip to try and pull people out.
Ace running in very strong. Finds himself snaking. The heals not going to be there because of the Spirit Vessel. And with the Radiance Burn and the punch, that's enough. Still, the plan remains the same for Falcons. Push out the side lanes, farm up wherever they can and then not take fights, and then hope to eventually kill Duraccio.
Yeah, let one wave by, farm the next wave. Try and cut it up as much as he can.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gaimin Gladiators also keeping up their farm, knowing there's not likelihood that they're going to be caught unawares in these places.
No, there's still 2 minutes left on this Aegis here, too.
Yeah.
As the creep wave comes mid. Quinn wants to do a little bit of ho-ho-ha-ha.
Hoping that somebody's going to show up, and yeah, look at that. They scan right on top of them, know that they're there waiting.
Yeah.
So Falcons not going to get caught unawares. And the decision is go on up top, lay into the tower a little bit. Hook shot in, find the Cogs pushback, and Snaking, it's going to be dead. How much damage can they get done to this before everybody comes back to defend it? Looks like the scan, or rather the glyph, might be enough. But they're not leaving. Has the shard being delivered right now? Celery, the bodyguard, out in front. Bottom.
Rocho found a Mar.
Yeah, they got him there. Breaks the link, runs back in. Mar hoping to get out of there. Does he have anything? He still has a TP, so he can BKB TP if he needs to, but he might just try and TP blind.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do at home anyway.
That's a fair point.
He'll come back now after he gets one more creep camp. And there's his man for done. All right, now they have a Sven.
True.
Okay, if he finishes the Chrysalis.
Gets really lucky.
And gets very, very lucky. There is a world where they blow up Ace.
Yeah. Well, that needs to become a reality soon here, because buildings are being hit. An entire lane of racks is already down. But they won't be able to do anything quite yet. With the Aegis expiring, Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to back out and try and reassert this area in the map.
I actually don't know if there's a world where they can kill him. He's got an AC.
Yeah, he's huge.
He's, you know, with the Void Brawler, if he has that on too with the stash resistance, it's going to be pretty tough. He can also just have the evasion, because right. That's most of their damage.
No, either one of those is great. They might try and burst him here. We'll see. They're smoked in this area. I think they do not want to go on the brew if they can avoid it. The CM is more their style.
How about a courier? Celery? A genius. He's sending his courier to the middle of nowhere.
Might be. Yeah, they're trying to hunt them with the couriers. I mean, nobody's showing up here. They're on the complete opposite side of the map just farming. And they walked into vision of it. I think that they saw them on that, on the Watcher. So they punched down the tower. It's almost gone. AC is ready. Ace stepping forward in Void stance, all brewed up. Feeling confident that they cannot kill him. And, you know, I think there's some validity to that belief. Gaimin Gladiators take down another set of racks. Falcons need to find a way to stop this. They can't just afford to lose the second set here. But after Dragon Form is popped, they'll back out. They can wait it out.
You know, I feel like drenching yourself in alcohol would be pretty smelly. Like I feel like he'd be getting off like wet dog vibes.
Probably.
No, I don't think he'd be a comfortable guy to have on your team.
Pandas are stinky, I think.
Well, especially if they just keep, like, it'd be like covered in alcohol drying off,
It's like matted.
Yeah, yeah, it's not looking good. Like, he needs to go to the groomer.
That's a fair point.
That's why he morphs, you know, when he comes back, it's all fresh again.
That's right. It's like when you come back to hotel. That's all clean. They look for the jump. Stun there. Skitter onto him. Try and kill him off. Can they do it? Yes. Duraccio goes down. Now maybe more. Quinn is inside the enemy base with the hook shot. And now he's surviving. They have to get onto their own high ground. Oh my God. They take down more and more and more.
Just subverting expectations. No one expects the sniper to be on your high ground. Oh. They're down there looking for him.
Jumped in. Stun. GG called. They've had enough. Falcons dropped down. Gaimin Gladiators 1 game away from moving on to the playoffs.
that is crazy that you win the fight where your Weaver just got blown up.
Yeah.
And it's not even close.
And I think Gaimin Gladiators setting a precedent for all these other teams. You don't have to go back and wait. You don't have to go back and try and get Aegis. You can just go high ground. Just do it. What's the worst that could happen? Look, your carry dies. They still win the game. They're fine. Right, Trent?
Right. Yeah, no, that was good. I mean, they had a pretty substantial lead. I think they played that pretty darn well. And coming back, if we can remember that far back in this game, because it has been a while since they sort of took that full control, the ability to just punish Skitter, they just ruined this game. They just went top. They took over all of those camps. Great job by the support duo on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. I think they deserve a lot of credit for just like conquering that part of the map, making it really easy for Ace to play his game, who then stomped off of that.
Absolutely. Stomping is what we saw, and we'll see if they can do it again in game number 2 right around the corner. But first, we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Trent. Lyrical, I mean, they talked about how rough Skitter's game was, but to be honest, all 3 cores on the side of Falcons had an extremely tough game. I mean, Amar didn't really have the laning phase that we're used to seeing for himself, so this Razor wasn't able to snowball, got online by any means of what we're used to seeing, and Skitter as well, everywhere he was farming, there was at least 1, if not 2, supports from Gaimin Gladiators ready to catch him. And 9, on the Dragon Knight. This one's a bit iffy, though, Fia. It's not as clear-cut as losing lane straight up.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing super well in the laning stage, and I was like, okay, this matchup, it's looking good.
And that was despite Sniper getting first blood, by the way.
Yeah, which is like even more impressive, right? But unfortunately, just one little misplay can just flip a matchup. So he was winning in the CS, but then he made the mistake of like not bringing a salve or tangoing up, and he just ended up dying and giving back that advantage. So that was a little bit unfortunate there. And of course, on the bottom lane, we did see Amar getting bullied out even pretty early on, but then Crit, he left the lane, as our Spirits will do, and got 2 kills on the top lane, which is great, but you were punished in the bot lane, and Amar, he died directly after that too. So one good thing happening and another bad thing happening on the map for them. So a little bit of lack of discipline and a little bit of rare misplays coming from Falcons in the early game really snowballed out of control.
And they're trying a little bit to help out the mid lane. Because of that, your other lanes are suffering. Was that the 4-staff? That it was, right? From the Crystal Maiden, probably.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Like,
yeah, this is the one we discussed in the green room.
Crit wouldn't grief like that. That was the 4-staff.
In any case, like really rough game for the Dragonite, but these 2 supports, like I questioned if they will be able to contribute a ton in the game. They contributed more than enough. Like this was some stellar performance. Nice little switch up as well, putting the Clockwork with the Weaver. Of course, Crystal Maiden versus the Enchantress makes a lot of sense, but also this Clockwork that's supposed to be position 5, if there is a position 5 anymore, a real one. Like he was doing so much throughout the game. Like he was specifically in those first 12, 13 minutes when they were hunting down Skitter up top. Like this man just didn't have a game. They were hunting him down, killing him off when he was trying to clear those stacks. Not even stacks, just trying to hard camp. And one thing needs to be said though, at the same time, like if you're picking Dragonite, you generally want to be pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower. That never happened. Like they never made this, the game was too hectic. They never made this clear rotation with the supports in which Dragon form, we just brute force the tower with the creeps of Enchantress. It never happened. 9 just pops the Dragon form and dies.
And I wanted to highlight Ace a little bit too in this game. Like he went 15-2. Was close to the highest hero damage on his team as well. He had sniper level hero damage, which is really crazy because that's just what that hero does. He just gets so much damage. So it was very impressive from Ace. And I think this is how Gaimin Gladiators, when they look best, right? They normally don't have like this Gen Q position 4 who turns into a core. Tofu is unique in that regard. He just buys a bunch of auras, support items for his team. If Dirachu is on playing a hero that can just be active really quick, like the Weaver, the Clinks, and Ace has a good game, and Quinn can play whatever, this is when they look the scariest.
And Dirachu was super active.
Yeah.
Actively farming.
Yeah, he was actively farming this game.
This was what we were talking about in the mid lane there, where we thought 9 had the advantage, especially when it came to last hits, pressuring the sniper out of lane just a little bit too, and then ultimately
just dies.
One misplay and he's dead there. Let's go back to the Clockwork. The two support duos, I feel like they did two very vastly different things here. The Clockwork especially, it's seen 15 games so far in this tournament, which is quite a lot, but we haven't actually really highlighted it at all or talked about it. Its win rate right now, 40%, so not sitting on the higher end of it, but I do think that it has the impact that people aren't expecting. But why put it as a 5 here instead of a 4?
It's just about the laning preference, really. Like you're playing it into, you're just putting the Crystal Maiden into the Enchantress.
But is there not a way where Celery plays it but just goes top? Or is it better off that you keep the players in their lane and just swap the heroes?
There's also popping Drunken Haze. Like there's also a fact in which you pop it easily with Crystal Nova on both heroes.
Yeah.
So I think what she means is like, why not just put Celery in the off lane?
Yeah.
I think you ruined the chemistry of the laning
CM
partners.
Yeah. I mean, sure, there's that as well, right? Like you like to be probably play it more with your standard partner on the offlane. But by the way, this is minute 8:30. Maybe 5 seconds after this, he gets level 6. So he had an extremely fast level 6 on the Clockwork. He was a stellar performance, really. After a game such as this one, you can't question.
9 minutes. There you go.
There you go.
He's got the hook now.
He's got it.
I mean, there were a lot of times that this hook was saving the cause. So the fact that you're using the ultimate not only as an initiator, but the fact that you can save a lot of your cores, make the space for them. I think maybe the Clockwork being undervalued just a little bit. But we'll see exactly. Like I said, it has been picked up. How many times? 15 times already, so a lot. The other aspect being the heroes that Falcons picked up for themselves.
Oh, yes.
Did you want to bring that one up very quickly, Fio?
I mean, we can, I guess. Like, the last time they picked these 4 heroes together, it was like the Enchantress, the Earth Spirit, the Razor, and the Sven. They lost, right? They pick up the same 4 heroes again. The only difference was they had a Timber, and this is at Birmingham. This time they replaced it with a DK, another big strength tank hero. This draft doesn't seem to be working out for them, so maybe it might be time to reevaluate and potentially shelve the Enchantress plus Razor plus Sven.
Plus that Spirit.
A lot of things to say here, but probably just starting at the Earth Spirit and support duo. That's probably where it's safest to say it's not really working out.
All right, well, look, I'll give you guys some time to maybe think about where you want Falcons' new direction to go for game at number 2. And at home, you guys can do the same. As we're going to head to a break, when we come back, it will be that second game between our 2 teams.
It's time for Dota Surprise, and I've got Gaimin Gladiators here with me. Tofu, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing pretty good for now, chilling.
But now I'm going to see if you're going to get a win on the team you're building. We've got some Dota capsules in there with team names, so you know how this works. Pick out your first one.
Yeah. All right.
You got to have some luck on your side with this, man.
Okay, what do I got here? Seems like the BetBoom team.
Okay, so you got BetBoom as your first one. Who do you want from that team?
I think I'm going to go with GPK for mid.
Okay. GPK is your starting piece in there.
Leave that aside, that's a good fucking start.
Okay, you're happy with that, and that's the bit of luck on your side for it.
We got Liquid, I'm getting pretty lucky with these pulls already, I feel like. I'm gonna go with Boxy.
Boxy, okay.
He's gonna lead my team. My random boys, he's gonna call the shots. I trust in him. I know he's a good player. He plays my position. I hope I don't pull my team now.
Then you can't pick yourself unless you want to play a new position, and then you can just mix yourself around.
So far, I'm pretty happy with that, though. Okay, we got Team Secret. We got 2 and 4. Mid offlane. Okay, I'm gonna go with Puppy, the most experienced player in the game, so to speak. I don't want to offend any other. Sorry, Kuro.
He's a legend, so it makes sense. You can say that. You can be nice.
That seems good so far.
So is this better than you expected so far?
So far, it seems like actually a really good team. Okay, we got Falcons here.
Well, okay, you're killing it right now. This is really good for you.
Can I have this team for real? I'm down to step into coaching role. Okay, what do I actually need? Offlane and a carry. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with both Skeeter and Amar here. I don't really know what I'm pulling next, so I feel like it's kind of grief. I got Falcons right now. Okay, I'm gonna go with Amar.
Okay.
This guy is like very young, very talented, and I believe there's more good carries for me to luck out of this thing here.
Let's see, you've done incredibly well so far. What's the final piece going to be?
Okay, we got VP.
Okay.
Where I'm actually fine with my choice in Kiritich.
You're fine with your choice, okay.
Yeah, he was like very high rank for a very long time. They actually had a decent run at the last TI. It's not like I had much of a choice, but no, like this guy, he's good. He's still young. He got some passion in there.
This is why it's a surprise.
It's actually a kind of boss team.
Kind of boss team. You'll be in the coach role, you were saying, right? So what I want to ask you, in this alternate universe, this team enters in here at this event for season 1. How far do they go?
I don't want to say they would win, because then the other teams, me included, would look kind of weak here. But no, if they try and they would be in shape, they could probably like go into top 3. Gonna be the one celebrating the victories.
I like it, man. Thank you very much.
One day we might actually have to do this as a show match, where we get 2 different players and they draft a team like this, and then we just play a match for funsies and see exactly which lineup is going to be better. Because you actually liked that one.
Yeah, we should do a talent one too. Like you pick your analyst and casters and host.
And you're going to say, how far does this panel go? Do they get?
How good would this show be?
How enjoyable would you find it out of a 0
What
to
minute
10?
do they lose in? 15, 18? How many kills do they get? 2, 3, 5?
That would actually be quite funny. We might have to do that one as well. But right now, you guys are my panel, one that I'm absolutely loving, because you're giving me all the insights as to what is going to be drafted. In game number 2, is there a change-up in first pick? Do you know that? I know you don't know that. I was just throwing you under the bus. You don't know that one.
Well, thank you for asking questions. You know I don't know. Makes me look really good. But I'm sure there will be a change-up of something will change, whether it's the side or pick or just the draft in general. I think has to change for Falcons here, because we've already determined that the Ensure Spirit not working so hot right now. I guess the Ensure Spirit's Sven plus Razor, if you want to list all 4 of them.
I mean, like, I know that you have the reliable stuns in Dragonite and Sven, but there is something to be said about having to rely on your cores to do that blindly, to go in. And I mean, we did see quite a few good catches from the Roland, from the Earth Spirit, but it's not enough. It's not the same way that you can do a hook shot from a clock with the cogs, the same way that you can Crystal Nova into a Frostbite with a Crystal Maiden.
It's a bit different, because you hook shot and then there's these Brewlings running in and there's chaos happening. And there's Weaver as well, who's easy to breach the backlines. And of course you have the sniper peeping from 1,000 range.
I refuse to mention it.
Yeah. On the other side, though, we were talking about this during the draft. They had no ways of easily following up on the Earth Spirit initiation. One of those ways could have been the Dragonite from the mid lane, but Dragonite sucked. Like, his lane was really rough and he couldn't really contribute post-laning stage that much. So he had a rough one. And if he got shut down, like, that's pretty much all your options gone down the drain. So it was difficult for them.
What can you do now, though? Like, imagine this, right? Your second pick again. They have first pick. This was a ban before Chen. You have to ban that. Disruptor, as far as I know, you have to ban that.
Yep.
Definitely.
Io, that's a big problem too. And then Pango. So do you play versus the sniper or the Pango? Or do you just try to take first pick and
I think sniper needs to go.
I think you're.
What are you letting through then?
You're more comfortable letting through the Pango personally, especially because the way that the bans would have played out, you still could have picked out the Primal for yourself, or the Centaur. Centaur isn't really a counter to Pango, but what I'm saying is something that's a little bit more reliable.
There's Doom,
no,
there's
Doom was
Primal.
taken out.
Okay, but
We're saying if like no change-up bans happen from Gaimin, what do you change up for Falcons?
I'd still ban out the sniper. I feel like he's unanswered. That's the problem. Like, you try to pick the strongest idea against him and it didn't work. And that's where you find yourself in a problem. Like, do you have a secondary idea? Do you have a secondary way of dealing with him? We have seen Sniper lose to other heroes, though. Like today, even, we've seen the Storm Spirit into Sniper do extremely well. So there are other options.
Yeah, of course they are. They didn't have to immediately answer it with the Dragon Knight, and that's why you know, all the way up until that last pick, I did throw out the idea of where do you put this Dragon Knight? Are you willing to flex it in any way, shape, or form? And they weren't in that first game, and that's understandable.
The problem is like, maybe it would have been fine to do a Storm, but the options are just so limited, and I feel like they had their one chance to kind of show what they had against Sniper, and it missed. So do you want to go back and try that again? Very risky, and a very sad way to lose, too. It's like losing to one hero with two different ideas, right? So I think you do ban it as well. Maybe try out the Pango. Maybe if you're feeling wild, you can try out their Chen or Disruptor.
Ice Rock gave us 4 bans. Not 3 bans, but one team gets 4 bans in the first stage. Yeah. Just get rid of it. Play versus something different. And this guy as well, he made a strong case for the Brewmaster. Like, we've seen it lose 2 times already this morning, but this game was completely different from the Brew. Even though he was playing into the Sven, who I expected to be a problem for him, it never really felt that way.
There were a couple of times it did, but there was also like a clutch ult that came out, but he was also just picking off the Razor in the back line. So Ace was playing it really well, that the Brewmaster was never having this one-on-one fight with the Sven. The Sven had to be distracted by someone else, and then the Brew just went into the side and kind of just came around and flanked on whoever was left by themselves. But the change-up is not going to happen. It'll be Gaimin Gladiators with first pick again for themselves in this. And you really have to flip that coin between the Sniper or the Pango.
Yeah, the only change is that they're going to be playing Dire this game instead of Radiant. So it looks like there is a priority for playing on the Dire side or the Radiant side, whoever had the selection in this series here.
Well, nothing crazy happening. We see the Chen, we see the Doom. Disruptor probably getting out very soon as well.
We'll see in the next couple bans here for Falcon how they determined the issue to be. And maybe 9 was just like, I was doing really well mid. I just made one mistake. Give me that matchup again, and I've learned from it. I'll just play better.
Also, keep in mind that he was doing well versus a Sniper who got first blood.
Yeah, maybe he's like, Skidder, just don't die first, bro, and we actually win this.
I mean, getting a first blood on someone like Sniper is huge. Like, it should change the lane, and he still won versus it. Like, you basically get an extra raid ban to start with, so.
We're going to put 1 in quotations.
Well, close enough.
Yeah.
It won the first 3.5 levels. If you want to be very technical, I suppose.
I do fear. I do.
Yeah,
That's why I enjoy having you on my panel. Very technical.
Maybe 4, actually. I think he killed him at level 4, so it won the first 4 levels.
Well, you're going to be accurate if you're going to be technical.
4 and 1/10 of a level.
Okay. The bans so far aren't changing up at all. They're not willing to let the pen go through. They do believe that they do have an answer for the Sniper, if that is where Gaimin Gladiators want to go again.
Interesting to see. Will they ban the DK here and take the Sniper, or ban the Coddle like last time?
Because well, they won versus the DK, so
yeah, but I don't
just let it go through again.
I think Quinn was particularly
comfortable in it.
No, it's just like, well, he's not going to pick the Coddle, right? He'd still pick the Sniper because I think that's a better matchup. It's more of like, I'm sure like he knows these matchups, and I'm sure he knew, even though he got first blood, like the first few waves weren't going well, but maybe he's confident either he made a mistake or he can get that kill again. Who knows? We'll have to see.
Maybe 9 just needed a little bit of warm-up, you know, like he hasn't played in a bit competitively, so he warms up with the Dragon Knight 1 game, then he picks it again, does a bit better. We'll see, or maybe Falcons just completely
new idea, right?
Go in a new direction, yeah. There you go.
There it is. I like that one. I'm not going to say I like it more than DK, because I actually really do like the DK. It's just the DK didn't work, so... But they're going to do that same thing I talked about, where they're going to play against the same hero with a different idea, and you've got to win this. Otherwise, you're going to start having PTSD about Sniper in your drafts as a first pick, and you're going to have to start rethinking your entire first banning phase too. And that's something, if you like need to ban 5 heroes to play Dota, you're going to be in a rough spot.
Mm-hmm. Very true, very valid. Marana, I'm going to assume that it's going to be a Shadow Demon as well, which is what was banned last time.
Yeah.
Just target the supports.
I mean,
try and put them on something uncomfortable.
Anything.
No.
Just do the same thing
It
all
did
over
work,
again.
though. It did make Falcons feel that they had to be put on something that they're not really comfortable with, right? They went for the Ench coming out of this, and even though you don't really want to play a CM into Sniper, it did just leave that really open for Gaimin. And I think you need something that has a good stun.
Yeah, and I think that's where Gaimin will start changing their draft. It's like, I don't think they have a preset 5 heroes that they want to play with Sniper, so they just want to like see what you pick, and they're going to just react to it however it might be.
If they watched the previous series, there was a really nice idea versus Drow. I don't see any reason why it won't work versus Sniper. He's a bit tankier, definitely.
It does work. I saw it in Elite League. You do the exact same build. You get the Manta into Shard
I mean,
to
with
farm.
the Spectre. That's what I meant.
Oh, I
The
thought you were saying
damage-
the Zeus against the Sniper, like we saw the
It
Zeus
is good,
against
yeah.
the
The
Drow.
damage is the
there.
combo.
Yeah.
The combo should be fine as well. Like, just get the same thing that worked previously for Xtreme Gaming. I mean, you don't have to. Just the fact that you can get vision on top of him early on so that you can initiate with whatever else you're playing, like a Faceless Void maybe, on that position 1. I think that's also very solid. Plus all the burst that Zeus is bringing to the table is good versus Sniper, sorry.
Take it one step further, you know, go Zeus, Spectre, and Nature's Prophet.
Ancient Apparition.
No, let's not get carried away here.
What's the last hero for that global strat? There's A and...
I don't know, Spearbreaker or something? Is there another Tinker?
Something that's instantly global. No, there isn't.
Dawnbreaker.
Tinker.
Dawnbreaker, yeah.
Dawn. Yeah,
or
Dawn.
Tinker, yeah. Get on top of the Prophet TPing on you.
That's it. That's it.
Spearbreaker sets it all up, though.
You're doubling down that Spearbreaker.
I'd rather have it than a Dawnbreaker, yeah.
Oh, by the way, there was
Stuns
that
are nice.
first change up for Gaimin Gladiators in this Game 2 draft. Instead of it being a Shadow Demon, it's a Centaur. For whatever reason that you guys are about to enlighten me with.
Centaur is pretty good versus all the glass cannon heroes, if you can call Sniper a glass cannon, but getting a Stampede is kind of serves the same purpose. Then you can get, I don't know, Zeus pops his ulti, you pop Stampede, and then you can get on top of the Sniper very easily. Plus, he's a really strong offlaner at the moment.
Self-sufficient is what I hear a lot of people describing him as. And the way that Falcons played last game, I think they are looking for a self-sufficient offlaner, one that Crit can leave, one that Amar can feel comfortable in, have a disengage quite easily
Well,
too.
if you also look at the build at Centaur in this tournament specifically, they've been doing Max Retaliate Blade Mail. And that's like something Sniper does not want to deal with at all. It's very, very annoying. And they probably put a little more thought than even that into it and being like, this is what Duracho probably wants to play later in the draft. Let's make sure that Centaur's not in the pool here. And Shadow Demon, I don't think is very threatening. I mean, it's always threatening, but it's not really good versus Sniper. It's not like stopping like some Black Hole save or versus Chrono. Like, Shrapnel will always be down. He'll always be hitting. It's hard to get on top of him.
They still get the Enchantress. Crystal Maiden left in the pool, so something that they can grab once again on Gaimin Gladiators. When it comes to these offlane heroes, Razor is still in the pool. It's an option. Mars, by the way, is in the pool as well. You're playing a Sniper. It isn't that bad.
You know what else is still in the pool?
What?
The Clinks.
Oh my goodness, it is Fear.
And we talked about it before, even see why the coach said it's good versus Enchantress. Duracho loves the hero.
Eat that creep.
Omega bait.
I will say, I don't know if Gaimin will go for Crystal Maiden here. Playing Crystal Maiden into Zeus is really annoying. Like an unbelievable amount. And they pick her up, so I'm gonna shut my mouth.
I mean, remember what you said. Playing any 5 into a Sniper is annoying, or playing almost any 5 into a Zeus is annoying. Like,
That's
he's
not
gonna blow you up.
100% true. There is a lot more 5s I feel comfortable playing into a Zeus than...
Like Anti-Mage 5?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good
How did you know?
I just knew. And they're going for the same exact draft here.
Stop. I don't want to see this.
Why? They won with it.
Yeah, but I want to see them win with something else.
But what if they lose? Do you want to see them lose with this?
I don't...
Well,
well, now you put me in a tough position, Pia.
There you go.
Instead, I'm going to hit you with the inner reverse.
Biased.
Do you want to see them lose with it?
Yeah, I want to see a game 3. So
I want to see a game 3. That's why I don't want to see them win with the same thing.
But they're going to lose with it because we're going to change it up now and pick the Dragonite for the off lane.
Not necessarily. Could still be a Skitter Dragonite.
Touche.
On God.
Yeah. I'm just curious to see like what these next picks are going to be because, yeah, the DK is a flex. The Zeus is for sure mid. Enchantress support. Are we going to see an Earth Spirit again? What is crit, the man of the hour right there? Going to cook up that is not the Hoodwink. It's a Dark Willow, another specialty of his.
I feel like this is your offlane now. Like your offlane duo, Dragonite plus Dark Willow feels very solid, picked very often. A Lifestealer is left in the pool, Clinks is left in the pool, all these options for Gaimin Gladiators now to get, if they want to get their carry at the moment. Or you could go with the offlane, right? Like still something for Ace.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's a tough one because Ace has been, the last 2 games, so including yesterday, Ace has had really great offlane picks. Feels like the gotcha ones where you might be able to preempt it, but you're not 100% sure that that's the 100% sure that's the direction.
I knew he was going to.
I mean, they just want to play Clinks.
There's so many reasons why I dislike this pick, but he did it anyway. All right, so here's the reasons why I dislike it. Right now, obviously Zeus, he can just see you wherever you're at with his ultimate, Nimbus, whatever it might be. You're laning versus a DK. The whole idea of Clinks,
potentially.
Okay,
Probably.
sure, 99.9%. You're laning versus a DK. So he has high armor. He can tank your right clicks pretty easily. He doesn't mind them so much. He buys Manta, so if you do go for any of the builds, whether it's Orchid or Gleipnir, he has ways of getting out of it. And then you always buy the Shard on this hero. And as I mentioned before, Dark Willow, when you go into the Shadow Realm, is unaffected by the Burning Barrage. It does nothing to you.
Can I add one more? Dark Willow can literally solo you early on in the game.
Yeah.
So he can follow you around the map. Brambles are annoying to play against as well.
I'm going to counter what you guys just said. And Gaimin Gladiators don't think it's going to be a Clinks into a Dragon Knight. They don't think it's an offlane Dragon Knight. Because right now they're still banning offlaners.
Yeah, because Mars would be even worse. They have to now ban.
Damn, you got me. You got me.
Mars, they have to ban Slardar now as well. Like,
yeah, Slardar's a good chat, actually.
because all of these.
What a bounty hunter. That's even cooler.
Okay, sure. Why not?
We saw a bounty hunter yesterday.
The list?
We saw a bounty hunter yesterday, and that one lost quite miserably.
Was it offlane though?
I don't remember. I think it was Liquid that played it. I think that's the only thing I remember from it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm whatever it might be. Like, there's some offlaners that are pretty hard for them to play against, and whatever their carry might be, they've got options as well for
It was not offlane.
Falcons.
I feel like when I see Clinks and Sniper, they kind of fulfill the same, more or less, the same role in teamfights. Earlier on, of course, Clinks can be a little bit more active with the rotations, unless you're building some countdown Sniper. But that's probably not something we'll see.
Okay, so what he said, Ace, in the last interview was, you pick Brood if the supports can't kill spiders, check.
No, but the Zeus can. Quite easily.
But he said the supports can't
Okay,
kill
that's true. You
spiders.
did say that. You're right. I was arguing a different point. You are correct.
And then it was against a Doom, and he was like, if you can run
Even if you
away
get
from the
doomed,
Doom.
you can just run over the cliffs because you have your webs.
Yeah, you can't do that against Zeus, though.
What do you get for Ace, though? That's my question here. Like, a lot of offlaners...
That's what I'm trying to work through right now.
So they have the pick. Can they... Actually, what you could do here is you ban out whatever you think is good versus Clinks and you pick Slardar for yourself.
Sure, actually, that's pretty valid.
Maybe an option. Okay, not something I expected.
Yeah, I mean, the hook isn't one of those things that kills the creeps as well. So
it is, and you banned out yours, I guess. So it's an offlane pudge, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless snipers go in the offlane, which I doubt.
They just love hooking. You know, you have this hook shot, you have hook from pudge.
Yep.
Seems good.
A lot of hookers on that team.
Yeah.
And then for Falcons, they just need a carry now. Or an offlaner. I don't want to disrespect that anymore. But is there a Lifestealer in the game?
There is.
I think
there really is.
Lifestealer versus Pudge is borderline unplayable. You just keep hitting him, and you just keep healing like 500 HP per hit. Pretty good. You can blink infest the Dragonite. That looks good as well. But instead, they're going to go for the Timber offlane, the other big armor hero, kind of like Dragonite. So double countering the Clinks in that regard. They've got lots of armor to chew through here. But there's still a sniper in the game. Like, it might just be enough damage here where you can just like hit them with Clinks, hit him with sniper. Sure, you're big and tanky, but you're not tanky enough to deal with that amount of damage.
Yeah, Tofu is really enjoying their draft, really enjoying this Pudge pick. And so am I. I mean, it's a little bit different. I can't believe that the Pudge pick is only for the Enchantress, by the way, Lean.
Yeah.
There has to be something more to it, something that they've thought of when it comes to the offlane Pudge.
Well, maybe the Initiator and the Ags does give like the minus region reduction, especially if you get
Versus
the
the
Shiva.
DK
I also feel that the Dark Willow gets a little less annoying. She can't just Shadow Realm and
Yeah, it's
be
really
out
good
as
versus
well.
Dark Willow.
So your Dark Willow doesn't feel as mobile as she would have otherwise. You can stop a lot of that stuff. And I mean,
Now we know how Ace thinks. He just wants to destroy the sports game.
he actually just wants to shut down the other day.
And I feel like it's not that easy for them to get on top of Sniper this game. Like
I think also you just get on top of Sniper and you're just going to be hooked. Like this is going to be
another option.
a saving hook, an initiating hook. Everything about this Pudge on offlane, and I hate to say it, does kind of look good.
Is it a free Timber game though? Last pick Timber for Amar. It looks pretty damn solid.
It's good. Clock is a little bit annoying. Good versus Pudge, obviously. CM's kind of good versus Timber, though, because the lockdown's really high. Sniper is pretty good. It's a mid-average Timber game.
Mid-average?
Or slightly above average, I'll put it that way, Timber game. But I don't think it's like God tier.
Are you liking the support duo a little bit more? We didn't really like what the Earth Spirit and the Enchantress was bringing for Falcons. We even suggested maybe benching the Ench, but they bring it back and also pick up the Dark Willow with it.
I feel like no matter that Crit is a God tier Earth Spirit player, I think it's much easier to play with the Dark Willow. There's so many combos here. Like you can play with the Dragonite, you can play with the Timber. I think it will be easier for him.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add on top for you?
I'm just looking forward to the game, especially to see how this Pudge does. Hit or miss for me.
So your eyes are just purely going to be towards the Pudge?
Yeah, pretty much.
Nothing else. All right. Well,
give you an update later.
All right, I'll give you an update. I'll let you guys enjoy the game, everyone else as well. Before you do enjoy the game, though, we're going to swing by Tsunami, who is going to be joined with Aoi.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Aoi for Falcons, where we saw this DK finally come out, but it wasn't in the first phase. And I'm wondering, was any of that Nine's uncomfortability on the hero? Because we saw in the previous game, may have been a little bit rusty on that. Is that why you delayed it to a later phase, or that had nothing to do with it?
I'm not sure.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay, then how about your last pick, where we saw a offlaner come out? Because we saw the DK, could have gone offlane, could have gone carry, could have gone mid, but I thought that was unlikely after seeing the Zeus. Had you thought about picking a carry instead of an offlane for the last pick?
Yeah, I think we're thinking of picking Lifestealer, because it's good versus Pudge, but we decided Timber was just better. It's like just how the damage works, I think, for Pudge. We were more comfortable with it.
Okay, that's a good enough answer for me. Let's watch game number 2 with our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. And yeah, you can hear they were thinking about going for that Life Stealer, but feeling like the Timber Saw is more in line with what they wanted to accomplish. Can probably help to get on top of that Sniper a little bit earlier as well. As Celery is going to get rooted, chased down a little bit through the river, and Nine going to be given first blood. Quinn actually zones him back, says, get the heck out of my river. This is my spot. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, now it's Nine's turn, right? He gets the first blood to start things off, so bit of a better matchup for him this time. And is it possible that they can get a win over the famed Amar Razor into a win over the famed Amar Timbersaw? Can it be done in a single series here from Gaimin Gladiators? That just puts them right back on top to me. You know, rough times lately. You come in, you take the big team of Falcons, beat some of their best heroes. Be quite a statement. Yeah, they got to stand in, but come on, it's Amar on his heroes. He wouldn't use that excuse.
Down bottom, Snake can get brought low. That was, by the way, 1-for-1 on hooks. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I like the idea of going back to the classic. Dude, Ace is already being a bit of a bully down here. There's a lot of potential damage when you pair that together with the CM. Easy frostbites into hooks.
We did recently pass 1 billion Pudge games played.
That's right.
Across all pubs in Dota 2. So if you've ever played Pudge, pat yourself on the back, maybe give yourself a slap across the face at the same time. But we're all in there together. It's thousands of hours of human history, you know?
I mean,
dedicated to this hero.
You did tell me what the numbers were like at one point. I can't remember what the the breakdown is, but it's some
it's not
like
good.
Yeah, look it up. Tell me what it is, because it's like it's some impossible number that sounds insane. Skitter gets brought down low again by Ace as 9 in the mid lane trying to deal with the pressure from the sniper.
Oh, it's a 79,112 years of human time has been played as Pudge.
79,000 years.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That's a lot.
As Dyrachyo gets spotted
man.
by crit. Like,
that's a lot. That's a lot of time.
Empires have been built and fallen.
All of them.
Like every single one.
Time's over.
Like, it is kind of insane. But yeah, regardless, Pudge remains eternal as the mid lane breakdown. You can see Quinn already getting some good bullying action there, forcing 9 back. Has an empty bottle. Not easy for him to get off to those side runes either. Want to see how 9 does in this one. Definitely did not have the start that he wanted. Dude, Quinn is actually bullying him here.
Ooh, yeah, that's what we're up to.
But we'll see. Tofu obviously ready with those frostbites, and if Ace gets a good angle, can go for it. The wave pushing in, double range creeps coming forward. Already 10 and 3. Finds the hook. Snake King in some trouble. Ace is hitting him.
I mean, it's easy setup too, right? This is nice. Tofu just doing it again on the Crystal Maiden. Very fun hero to play as position 4. Yeah, it's hard to make it work sometimes in pubs and everything, but we've seen it quite a bit in the pro scene, where there's just some players that seem to make it work, and she just has this crazy offensive potential, especially the way that Tofu did it last game, where despite being a relatively slow character, like he was playing in very aggressive areas and then just utilizing these small cooldowns to get multiple volleys of spells off. And now you're just off the lane. I mean, what can Skitter do, right? He knows if there's a frostbite, he's going to get hooked and walk down after. So, yeah, he's just high-fiving. Cool.
This feels really bad. I mean, that is a crazy lane to try and deal with. Like you said, not one that always ends up working out, but if you get off to a hot start, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. And Quinn, again, going to spot 9 in the river, just taking these pot shots as he has to head away.
Snay has freed up the small camp, so maybe they can get this back. But yeah, he came in here.
They got him again, trying to body block. Can't quite do it, though, as Ace running him down. A couple more hits, more flesh heap stacks. And Ace, will he get brought down? It doesn't quite look like it. Still has hook at the ready, but double bracer, 3 branches. This big tanky fat guy down here, feeling good. Yeah, 7 denies there, 12 denies by the sniper out of mid.
I'm surprised he even has 19 last hits on the Skitter down here. As I mean, yeah, you're talking about 9. He's now walking back to base.
Bro, that's really not good.
No, it's not a fun time. We have again the Dyrachyo Clinks though, which was forced a couple times while we were watching them previously, and because I guess he's been spamming it in pubs.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that we saw him lose, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it didn't go very well, if I recall correctly. So pick it up this time.
They have the angle on the hook if they want to throw it, but a creep in the way. He finds the creep. Either of the heroes would have been better, but it doesn't end up happening. So good rotations to help out. Make sure that they don't get brought down again in the lane.
Yeah, and of course, by salvaging the small camp, like now we've brought the wave a little bit closer. They can't just do this little setup where Tofu's just zoning, and then you have this free route into the hook. But there's another route up top here as Crit comes back to the top lane through the Twin Gate.
Able to survive that first missed timber chain, having the trees cut down, but won't be able to get away for it long enough. Amar moves in, finds the kill that they need. 6 minutes. Rune, which one will it be? It's down bottom where it's a haste. But the creep moving in, they just make sure that they can secure it for 9. Yeah, Ace is going to be a problem, though, this game.
I mean, typically, the good Pudge games are obviously lots of just magic damage. You know, you're getting raw, high HP. Armor can sometimes become a bit of an issue, so
pretty solid setup here for him. Celery trapped in here with crit. Not sure who's locked in with who as the haste rune rotation comes through.
Another rare missed chains there for Amar. Tree's not where he thinks they are, and they end up being able to bring down Celery without him. But can't make the run at Dyrachyo after the fact. So we get close to the 7-minute mark. We'll see how these Wisdom runes shake out. It does look like Tofu's just going to head back for theirs, while Radiant have easy access to their own. 9. Just a spiteful.
Still up here.
Bolt. Ooh, Dyrachyo takes a lot of damage there.
Bad spot to be.
Thunder God's Wrath at the ready. They can't quite get him yet. Quinn moves in. Stun out from Skitter. It's enough for the kill. Quinn now, he's in no man's land, but they're moving in with Tofu, trying to help. There's the root. Control onto Amar. Does he have enough to get out of here? Doing some twinkle toes through the brambles, not wanting to get caught. Down low. Oh my God, Thunder God's Wrath, and now Skitter onto Quinn. He's taking a ton of damage. Maybe gonna go down. They managed to find that finish, and everybody lives. Got to get the hell out of here, though. Klink's coming in. He has to cancel that TP. Yeah.
That's a walk of shame now.
Damn.
Okay, so Amar did 2 shock rooms, or sorry, 2 whirling deaths on Dyrachyo, and he took 675 damage.
Yeah.
Because of the trees. All right, and it was only level 3, right? Like that's crazy. Those are some of the worst spots to get hit by shock rooms of the entire map, or whirling deaths, obviously. They're all it's all spinning things.
It's all death.
Yeah, but man, well done, well done. And Kaya getting the first choice here for Amar. But yeah, that just puts Dyrachyo farming in that same spot. Now this is where they just chased Skitter last time.
Oh yeah.
When Gaimin Gladiators were hunting, so we'll see if the same ideas come out from Falcons. Falcons traditionally more of a team that spends a little bit less time doing that, more time doing stacks.
Right. I think also like the momentum of the game has shifted so much off of that one move. As they can't get anything afterwards, Skitter's stun and run. But yeah, it definitely has that feel in this game of like things were starting to accelerate a little bit for Gaimin. They were getting off to a good start on all their heroes, and now you look at the net worths across the board, and they have salvaged every lane because everybody survived through that fight. They all got part of that experience in gold.
And this is a lineup on Gaimin Gladiators that you can imagine if you are even just even, let alone behind, it feels really awkward to fight because you have this Clinks and Sniper who are both just so position dependent.
Right.
It means that the whole game kind of feels like it rides on Ace and Celery to create a buffer zone. Because how do you play Sniper and Clinks like that when you have these big tanky heroes that are going to be running amok?
Yeah, it does not feel easy at all to find any real moves with the Clinks at this point. And I mean, it's just going to be a testament to how slow the game is probably going to need to progress for Gaimin. And I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons try and maybe push the tempo a little bit. Obviously, scary to do that sometimes into Sniper, but
not when he's
if you
found
find
like this.
Sniper like that, that's a big win. And no way out from this one. They do manage to find a Cogs connection. Good pull back in, but the Terrorize out from Crit interrupts Ace, and they take him down. Amar finally going to be brought down low and killed. As Crit tries to get out, still has the Shadow Realm and TP if he needs it. Celery right on top of him. Cogs are out, drops down the Bramble, wants to run away. A couple more hits, Celery in trouble. They managed to find that kill with 9.
It's a mega kill streak for him. He's 5-0-3. Getting pretty valuable here. In the end, we just get a giant fight around a tower. Doesn't change too much the dynamic of this game. Quinn wants to get that DD. We'll grab it. Sorry, AD rune.
I mean, if you look inside the bottle, it still says double damage if you're holding it.
Well, he doesn't have a bottle.
That's true. So it's just amplified. Snake
Hurts your case.
Well, only now. Only in the situation that we're in.
Perfect.
More stacks being built in the triangle. Want to see if maybe we end up seeing a more active Clinks type of build.
Oh, do you? You think?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like
I mean, Gladiator is kind of active.
Yeah.
I think that's what they'll probably just do. But you want an Orchid, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I feel like we're not going to see it, though. This is cool, though. Love to see that. Just drop the CM ulti, secure the last hits for Quinn. It's good support right there. They're rallying for the mid as Amar takes out those Ancients. Celery did manage to find the deny. So Ench not quite able to get the last hit with her creeps.
All right, but this is where you swarm as Falcons, right? I mean, Thunder God's Wrath is coming back up. DK has Blink. Like, look, they're already joining up. Here's the smoke. Timber's going to be mid. He's going to push and just be like, I dare you to jump me. And if they do, they're just going to get squished. They have to find Quinn first, though. That's the dream. 9 bottles the Arcane Rune. Great way to start a fight. All right, they'll just take the freebie on Tofu instead.
That's easy. And now come invade the jungle, take away space on the map from Gaimin. Take all those camps, bully them into the places that they don't want to be.
I feel like Ace needs Shroud, Blink, and Eggs before he can fight.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a while. Despite being the most farmed hero on his team.
Right. Well, and it speaks to it, right? Like, I think that Timber presents a threat to Pudge that is really going to make it hard for him to get into the fights like you're talking about. You just make this hero that is otherwise very tanky and hard to kill into just not an issue at all. So on that last fight is like cutting through butter. But Falcons, not giving anything for free. Duraccio in some trouble. They bring down the Skeleton Man underneath the tower. That's the other thing about having these like big tanky heroes, right? You can take a couple tower shots and don't have to worry about the TP rotations.
Yeah, it's just nothing. I mean, this is really reminiscent of last game. It looks exactly the same. We've just swapped teams.
Pretty much.
You just have a underfarmed carry trying to do anything they can to get gold. They go from neutral camps. The second they try and take a wave under their own tier 2, they just die. That's what Skitter was experiencing last game on the Sven. Now it's Sriracha here on the Clinks. They're going to spread across the map, find some farm wherever they can.
I will say not having a clockwork, like Celery did so much in that last game to try and like set up for kills. Just
oh no!
Hello, how you doing? Yeah, that was bound to happen. I like to see that, the like random Thunder God's Wrath. You know that he's down there somewhere, but not quite where exactly. Crit gets that Invis rune. They were hoping that he would keep running to the right, instead heading up north a little ways.
Oh, wait,
moving in.
Oh, that'd be such a good find for them.
Right on top of him.
Here we go, big hook. Oh, big hook. Oh, we can't do it. Ace. Ah!
I mean, they just killed Sniper right in front of them.
It was too late.
Yeah, and now Tofu is going to die too. They all are terrorized, got to run away. And no way out of that one. As soon as they see these heroes, they just jump. They go after him again. Ace, nowhere left to go. 18-5. I mean, Skitter is basically playing the role of that clockwork in the last game. If you see hero, you go on hero, you kill hero.
We got a rerun here.
Yeah.
We're just watching the same show all over again.
Radiant are scanning.
Snake King with that troll can try and push the lane pretty quickly. They will find him though. Snake in trouble. Hook shot, body block. Trying to move in with the creeps to soak up the battery assault damage. Snake King trying to survive. Oh, TP out, going to be interrupted. Second round cogs, and everybody get involved. You got the flesh heap stack.
Duracchio's in the graveyard right now. Just keeping an eye on him here.
Oh yeah.
See if he dies there once again. He's gonna die. Ace is in here.
Stun onto him. Timbersaw moves in, and with the whirling death, that's going to be enough to kill him off. Tofu tries to run. We'll get a bounty rune.
Oh, nice.
Could go for the courier snipe if he wants, but just going to get dropped. Oh man. CM multi into immediately interrupted, and then Tofu's dead.
Just brought it up for him too on the courier.
Yeah. No, it's a completely free game for Falcons to do whatever they want in this one. They're They're going to go hunt Duraccio now. Have an idea of where he might be because he's been up here this entire time. Snaking pushes in the wave, picks up a couple Lotuses. The wraparound is coming. They see the courier.
It's his shard here.
They were right.
Oh, that's not good.
They see him here now.
George like, what do I do? Sentry down. Oh, he's
Oh, yeah. Got him. Caught him. Done.
Well, you and I have seen quite a
There it
few
is.
Dark Willow games because
That's
we've...
the heat map for him there.
Oh,
That's where
yes,
Duraccio's
thank
been.
you. Thank you. Because we've been seeing a lot of Team Spirit. Mira's been playing it quite a bit, but I mean, you're seeing why again here from Crit and Skitter with his combo.
Quinn gets hit, has to run. Another Frostbite. They don't, I mean, Skitter is starting to take some damage. It's not easy though. Terrorize comes out, Amar goes into the base. Yeah, I mean, Eternal Shroud, he doesn't have to worry about anything.
That was a great...
The only thing killing him is the fountain.
It was a great Terrorize because there was an opportunity where Celery maybe could have gotten this one with a hook shot in.
Right.
But taken away from that coverage from Crit. One of his favorite heroes here, as you can see by the Grandmaster status.
9,000 gold lead now. 22-6, and what has felt like, as you said multiple times, just a retread of what we had before.
This'll come in handy.
We're actually glad we're not doing a 2-game series.
That's right.
That would be bad.
We'll see if they can finish this one off. There is still obviously a chance. You've got repositioning tools as things go on, and for Falcons, it's a little bit harder taking high ground than it was last game for Gaimin Gladiators. They don't have the sniper on their side.
That's true, and by that virtue, you know, the sniper is also defending, so
right,
it's gonna be quite annoying.
Still getting good farm out on the map right now.
I'm waiting to see why Duraccio likes this hero. Maybe this is it. Here we go.
Maybe an opportunity. Hook. Oh, he pulls him out of it. Enough damage on to that Zeus for the kill. Duraccio's the one that gets the last touch too. That's pretty huge. Now stun.
That's a humongous. That's 8x kill streak.
Yeah.
Cogs. Make some space for the team.
High ground. That's enough to secure some of their retreat, and wow, good route thrown in from Crit to take him down in the end. But that's the type of play that they need.
Several more times.
Yeah.
But hey, that's 1,000 off the lead. And of course, the XP swings pretty wildly there too. Getting about 2,300 there, so get some levels, catch up, start maxing out more of your spells. Get that damage pumping out here. As Tofu is down here stealing away some of this farm.
I thought that was an Ags that was queued up for Duraccio, but no, that was the Pudge. He is still finishing off that Gleipnir. Now they are TPing up top with the Clockwork to join the Clinks. As Quinn in some trouble here, Yule Scepter to set up for it, and yeah, this is going to be a dead sniper.
The Thunder God's Wrath hitting Tofu also just forces him to TP back. Get out of his nice hiding spot in the bottom half where he's farming. Revenge kill here, but Nine's close.
Possibility if they can do it. It takes too long and they realize I can't be here anymore. Snaking still at a 4-staff too.
Hook. That's a creep. Got him.
Just farming.
Yep. Logic after those two.
Mar. Not quite going to be able to chase down Tofu.
Well, and that ward's going to make sure he doesn't get out of here.
Shoot back the other direction. Yep. And CM ultimate, not doing a ton. Clockwork is dead on the other side. And yeah, it's just absolute destruction coming through. Although maybe Duraccio here can gun on over and steal the Wisdom Realm. Although there are a few pings already. If they're not careful, might just die to the Dark Willow. Yeah, they know. They are aware.
Oh, he's so dead. Does he have dust? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, Crit has the dust, but DK didn't.
No, the root. They got him. And now the stun comes in. Duraccio will be brought down. Can't get the Wisdom Rune away.
Well then.
It's a pretty rough one now. Amar has the gem just in hand and trying to build into that Shiva's card.
Snaking? Goodbye, sweet prince.
Goes down to it.
Skitter? Need some help here from Grit. Oh my God. Skitter's laughing. Grit, not so much.
All right, it happens. At least the Zeus is on their team.
I was thinking the same thing. It's a hazard. Oh man, wow. Some things are harder to adapt to than others, I guess, in the world of Dota, huh?
Oh yeah.
Up 11K, still losing 2 heroes to a Tormentor.
I mean, it's more likely you lose heroes then. Everybody's trying to spread out and farm. Celery, maybe he tries to hook to his teammate, hooks to the creep wave instead.
That's not a wave, bud. Unless they're in the camp doing the wave. Are they sports fans?
I mean, you can.
Is that what you meant?
There. Look, see. Wow. 27-7, and Gaimin Gladiators say that was fun. Let's kill our carry.
Guys, what are we doing? All right, guys, come on. Just how it goes, man. 2 noob teams. What can you do? I mean, at least they're saying it too. What's going on?
It's good to see, you know, a little bit of love between the 2 squads.
This should be inspiring the next round of pro players. I hope you're sitting there watching this going, I wouldn't die there.
Yeah, I could do this.
Yeah, come on, I can handle this.
Listen, they had to take it quickly because they knew that Roche was going to go down, and then it would have been stolen.
Right.
And then they would have looked silly.
Yeah, you're right.
Now only Quinn looks silly.
Gives him time to, you know, shuffle his playlist around a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he wasn't going to be farming anyways. All the camps have to respawn. So 10,000 gold lead. Celery gets the haste, takes off, runs away. Skitter wanted to hunt. Amar trying to find him. Space created. That's what we say here.
Killed the old okey doke. Up and right back down. Leave him alone.
I really feel like they're not going to try and fight for a while. There's just this dodge gameplay. That's what we're having. Good blink away by Ace. And they are underneath the ward up there, so could run into some issues again. Celery passes by. Through the gate onto the other. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. 9 in some trouble. 9 going down again.
Nice job there, Duracho coming in.
And the hook gets Quinnell out alive. Not long enough though. Celery getting chased by Amar. Ace back at home trying to get away from the dragon. And well, Tofu's ulti is gone. Do they have enough to kill off Snake King? They will. Tofu tries to back out, TP away by the CM, and just barely able to escape from that. Duracho gets out also. Meanwhile, this is what I was talking about inside the base. Do they have any way to chase these heroes down? Hookshot
of the jetpack.
Still on cooldown for 20 more seconds. He's jetpacking. He's coming for you. Oh, Gleipnir! Dude, that jetpack did it. It got the vision. Oh my God. Falcons suddenly start to lose out on this lead. That's the Aegis. The recovery is coming this way. It did not get the blink off terrorized. Tofu's got to keep him in hand. Amar shows up and now...
Oh, he's got friends.
Yeah, they got a stun. Duracho's in trouble. 9 is respawned and, well, sometimes you take a good thing and go a bit too far with it.
Well, I mean, you have to take crazy risks in the position you're in, so...
Yeah.
I can't blame them too much.
They did burn through the Aegis.
It's true. Makes, again, the difficulties of going high ground only increase right now. And Amar is humongous. Probably because he's 9-1 and 11. Does help.
Had a very good game. And feeling like I don't care about the Aegis. I'm gonna step straight forward. And to be honest, you can't blame him. Like, this is a really difficult game to kill this Timber. I don't know how they're gonna do it.
I'm thinking they might just not do it again.
That's a possibility.
I don't think Amar's in the mood to die once more here. He's in more of a game 3 kind of mood.
31-9.
Wow.
Celery. Gonna try and get a Spirit Vessel here.
Okay.
Try and deal with them one way.
You're likely going to have charges, because you likely be dying.
One of the best buffs to an item in a long time.
They see MR, they decide to go. Dual Scepter, turn around. He's about a quarter of his health missing. They don't manage to find the Timber Chain. Wait a minute, Amar, does he have enough to take him down? No, not quite. Ace now has to TP out of there. 9 dying though to Duraccio. Oh, Duraccio showed up and turned up, got the kill. And they find a few more here. Quinn's still alive. Amar wanting to chase Skitter right on top of him. They got to help out their sniper, but he is gone.
He's living a full barrage on snaking and now just getting away.
Yeah, and Tofu is just going to sort of look sheepishly. Wait, Duraccio, did he cancel the buyback from Quinn? They say they want to fight. They're still ready to go. Duraccio living, strafing the root. It comes out, and now Sniper plinking away. That's what they needed.
That's how you kill him.
Buyback on the Sniper, get the kill. Tons of gold into the coffers of Quinn.
He also had the gem too, so that's now going to be handed over to Gaimin Gladiators and give a lot more room to Duraccio.
Huge win in that one for Gaimin.
Now he's got a BKB. Okay, we're picking it up.
I mean, I think that when eventually you get this Aghanim Scepter on Pudge, that does start to nullify a lot of these things if he can survive, right? Like,
yeah, it changes a lot.
He's very close to it. I mean, it's that or Shiva's basically, and I think it's the right decision just to go straight for the Ags.
Yeah, I think you need it for the damage too.
Oh, Skitter though. Phase boots yourself out of there, Ace. Well, that's, yeah, not gonna work. Does he buy out before he ends up being brought down? Dual Scepter. And yeah, he's gonna buy out. So, getting close.
Duraccio continues his battle against creeps.
I don't know. I'm starting to get a little bit of hope here for Gaimin Gladiators. Like, taking away that Aegis, finding a couple of those clutch kills, it's at least like the pathway towards pulling this game back in their favor.
They are expensive kills though. Things like buybacks being needed to try and get them. Stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. It's a bit troublesome. And very likely Falcons just gonna farm up towards that next Roche. Should be their plan. I mean, Dragon Knight, the next ulti. He's almost level 20. He wants to grab that first, and now he's the Aghanims. So yeah, you take a look at that, and oof.
Yeah.
Scary guy.
Absolutely. It's not easy. They will Zeus ulti now, find a bunch of heroes. Celery runs away. It looks like Falcons are going to take a page out of Gaimin Gladiators' book from last game and say, hey, you know what? We don't have the Aegis. Doesn't matter. We're going to threaten high ground. Say, come and deal with us.
Yeah, they sent some creeps mid.
Are they actually going to go it or no? Okay, actually, they're not going to try and push it all with the Skitter Ags form. Or, yeah.
And instead they're going to go hunting.
Okay.
Crit is going to have his smoke pop. He doesn't know where Tofu is. Oh, now he does.
Rooted. Force staff. Tries to get away. Miss. It's enough. They take down Tofu. Duraccio forced to pop that BKB and TP out. But did manage to escape from them.
Amar's going to show up a little bit too late here. So Quinn doing the Ancients.
And
oh, nah.
oh, he has the gem.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a big win. That would have gone the other way if it was a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, Aghanim Scepter done for Ace now, and queuing up that BKB next.
Oh, snaking, deciding that they're going to have to buy another gem.
Yeah.
They're losing the other one, so fly back out. Expensive hobby for him, picking these up.
I mean, Dark Willow is incredibly farmed right now, which is definitely still a concern. And if Crit does manage to finish this Sheep Stick, that will also change a lot of dynamic, because it won't just be the CM that he's solo killing. You're potentially taking down the Clinks at that point.
And as is tradition in these games, it's a really long Roche spawn.
Yeah.
So, don't worry. We got time here, folks. Dyrachyo again along the edges of the map here, thinking if he wants to farm this camp, is it safe? Scanning with the gem first. Enemies nearby. Celery surrounded.
Jules lift up. Does have a hook shot ready, but just giving up his life for that one. And everybody else realized you need to get the heck out of this side of the map. Dyrachyo, he decides to farm
He
it.
has to. He has to take a risk. I mean, he knows they were all up there killing the Clockwork. They're probably going to go towards your base after that, so.
Now he TPs for this, though, on 9.
Oh,
they ping on it.
17 Zeus. Can I get some friends here, guys? Let's see.
Oh, it's scary. The rest of the team's coming in. He really wanted that kill, but it's a little bit too spooky.
Yeah, even just going for this wave is kind of scary.
Strafe and run. Eats a creep. Tries to get out of there.
DK. No detection on him.
This is Dyrachyo's doing a lot right now by making these moves.
Man, that's so scary with Thunder God's Wrath, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if DK has dust, it's just, even if you're invis somewhere.
And then this move, too. He saw one TP, so now you know that they can't come for that tier 1 tower. Dyrachyo's keeping them in this game.
You need someone like Dyrachyo to game like this. Someone who just is so used to taking crazy risks. And that Thunder God's Wrath's not going to pay off for the Clinks. They're going to target the Pudge, though. And that's going to be an easy pickup.
Stun, Ace going to dismember, but eventually gets brought down.
Space. A universe of space, even.
They're down in the bad corner of the map. Roche, as we said, was a long respawn. 30 seconds until it's back up here.
Ooh, there's a scythe on that courier. Dyrachyo happens to see it.
Celery gets away, but they're trying to connect. Take out that ward. Hook shot goes in. Finds one. Cogs pushback. Snake King in some trouble. Looking, hunting, chasing. Enchantress going to fall. They did take down Celery also. There it is. The Nimbus coming down, and also a battle off to the side. Crit Tofu taking it down, and it's Amar that gets the double kill. But again, Dyrachyo there to cut the waves, at least along the top side.
Guarding this wave mid here. They do have a glyph, and then haven't lost a tier 3, so another glyph.
Yep. Glyph starts to little through the creep wave a little bit, and then the shrapnel will do the rest of the work.
Yeah, did grab the level 20 talent with the plus 25 DPS, so very easy to clear it up with just shrapnel.
Yeah.
E-Blade done for our Zeus, and Roche is up. So back to go. Got little Lotuses in there if they want to scoop those up.
Yep.
Crit has his sight fully delivered, has the blink, the Yule, so he's super mobile, very annoying. If they put down an Ob Sentry combo near the Lotus pool, that would be really bad news for Dyrachyo, but I don't think he's going to risk scouting. He's just going to stop the Ancients, and that's that.
Yep. They don't want Roche's banner. they're gonna wait for the big guns. And this time around, won't lose anybody. So it's Ace that gets it. That's pretty nice.
All right, the potential.
Yeah. The turnaround is there.
They're gonna flare the Roche pit. Say, hey, we know you're doing it. Maybe we'll do something about it.
Not an easy thing to come and contest by any stretch of the imagination. You're seeing Falcons giving them a lot of respect, though. Not putting all the heroes just right into there. But eventually, it will come and clean the whole thing up.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They knew what was happening there. So Cheese, held by Snake King for the moment, passes it over to 9 now. And Aegis onto Skitter to let him go crazy. Thunder God's Wrath trying to find a target. They're right on top of Tofu, hides in the trees. And then they get him for the stun. Bring down that Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo, Amar right on him. Has the new gem, same as the old gem. tries to find him, turn around, need to save, they dismember. No, it's not gonna happen. The Hex comes out. They will lose that gem. Ace also likely to fall. And that one is gonna hurt.
Yeah, some good advice there from Amar. Hide on back on the high ground.
Finish the Hurricane Pike. I was wondering if he was actually gonna go for it. Kind of cool.
Oh, Snake King's guarding another wave coming through the mid. Some creeps are coming up top. And yeah, here comes the courier.
See if they can find anybody with this hook, maybe. They bought back onto Pudge, and that makes them a little bit more. Oh, if he dies, though, that's really, really bad. Double Chakram goes out for Staff, trying to get some separation. Feared, he's a big tanky boy, though. And won't get killed right away. Celery, a ton of damage from Amar, ends up going down. Just do not have that answer for this Timbersaw at all.
Just want to point out that you just said fear. He's a big tanky boy, though.
That's true.
I just want to, just in case you missed that.
That's good.
Yeah, I just.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I just thought I'd point it out.
It's live commentary on my commentary. Never thought we could do it. We're getting very meta.
It's the most important thing that happened in this fight, so.
So the tier 3 tower goes down. They're gonna try and make another move here. Or they're just gonna keep sending in the illusions. That's the other thing they could do.
Oh, good.
Skitter. Deciding, do I want to put myself at all at risk?
All right, here we go.
The hook. They got the hook. The stun is there. Dyrachyo eating him up. Dyrachyo. Oh, but the E-Blade.
Invis' invincibility.
The E-Blade and the Invis. Now the hook shot in. Ace looking for another target, but Amar just rips him to shreds. Him down, Chakram out. Force Staff forward. That's why you get the Hurricane Pike. It's for the chase down. And now Dyrachyo, Quinn pair together, try and take down Amar. Playing like he has an Aegis, not afraid at all, eats the cheese. And suddenly they realize it was all in vain. You were not taking down this man. Skitter is gonna die. That's the Aegis though.
Another barrage is up here.
Don't have the Pudge for another 70. Jump forward Hex. Any way to keep him under control? Not quite yet. Meanwhile, Tofu gonna pop the ultimate. It's brought down very rapidly, and now the stun on to the Clinks. Dyrachyo cannot get away. Amar is too scary.
22, 2, and 13 with a currently beyond godlike streak.
Yeah.
Oh, a Celery in the bag. Let's go.
Got him. Get out of there. He's jetpacking away for freedom.
No time to scoop up that gem. He's got to go. Oh, he wants that courier, though.
Running, running, running. Amar, he wants another kill, and he gets it. 115 for Celery in this game. It's been a bit of a rough one for the old Clockwork. And with that...
Still holding out hope.
Amar is going to drop down the flags. They're making them work for it. Each individual tower. Celery buys back now. Saying, you know what, we know something about this team. They like to dive the fountain. We're strongest in our fountain. Come get us. We dare ya. This is really just like a mental victory, I think, more than anything else. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to work for it. They get the Nimbus.
It's only Megas.
That's right.
Yeah.
True.
Got Sniper High Ground. Got an MKB almost done.
I've seen comebacks from 32,000 gold.
That's true.
The 40-minute mark, they only need to wait 20 more minutes for Tier 5 neutrals.
I mean, I don't know if you guys caught it, but you know how that secret game was still going on?
Yeah.
They had a 70K lead.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they didn't go high ground.
That's pretty gnarly.
So we could be here for a while.
We'll see. Falcons have anything to say about it. No Clockwork. Oh, and they're running. They're going in. Will they find anybody? There's some people out of the base. They jump in. They get the Pudge. Thunder God's Wrath. Ace in trouble. Ace going to die. Quinn being slowed down by the dragons. And And now Duraccio pops the BKB, turns to fight, says, I want to battle you, take the damage that way. Strafing, running, can't Timber chain away, jump forward, stun on the Tofu. And the two snipers trying to stand their ground, holding it down inside the well. Can they do it? They're thinking about moving in at them, but GG is called. Quinn staying alive back in his little fortress, but that one is just about gonna do it. As we're going to a game 3, the first one of today, in fact.
There you go. I mean, deserved for this series, right? This is two of the top 2 teams over the past year. Team Spirit did take TI and Riyadh, but aside from that, you know, these are the guys who've been kind of winning everything else. Falcons as of late and GG all of the last year. So our 2 Titans gotta take us to game number 3. Not the most inspiring tricore. I'm gonna be real. If I queue into a game and I have Clink, Sniper, Pudge as my tricore, I'm not feeling too great. And I feel like without Pudge getting huge, you know, we didn't have that role of just like making the space. And yeah, that was a quick one.
Well, I know that some things that are gonna make us feel good, and that's heading on back to the panel. I'll let you guys break it down.
Hopefully we can make you guys feel good. But you're right, first game 3 here for our series on Stream A. And it is nice to know that Falcons, they had the confidence to let the sniper through, but this time they did have a solution fear. They're not going to have the mental destruction that you're worried about.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. The Zeus worked, and if they lost twice to it, it would be very difficult to come back from. So they really needed to find an answer to that, and the Zeus was good. It was a good answer. It wasn't the only thing that helped with the sniper. The support duo worked out much better in this particular game. So, yeah, props to them on that one.
It felt much easier to play for 9 as well. You have the Zeus, you're just popping your ulti, you're keeping your distance. He died a couple of times because these supports, like this Clinks, plus the... Well, Clinks wasn't a support.
I was going to say Clinks was not a support. He might have looked it on the net worth at
he
some
might have looked
points
that
in the
way,
game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to his supports, he had a decent one of a game. But yeah, you had the Clock plus Clinks. They could hunt him down, and they did a couple of times, but it wasn't enough. Like Trent said, and Fear followed up, this looks like a low priority game when you look at the 3 cores on Gaimin Gladiators. I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of Pudges this patch, but it's mostly into a Naga or something similar. And once they picked Pudge, okay, maybe they thought the game can go well for them, but the Timbersaw was such a juicy pick and such a juicy gameplay by ATF. 25 kills, 2 or 1 deaths. How many times did he die?
Who, sorry?
Timber.
I think he had a couple.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 deaths with 25 kills. That's just insane. Literally, all this game looked like is the supports of Gaimin Gladiators running away from Timber. Actually, everyone running away from him. 25, 2, 15.
Yeah, he had 2.
It's just silly.
Only 25 kills, huh?
Only 25 kills. The 2 supports, only 30 deaths on Gaimin Gladiators.
I think this game really comes down to a lot to the draft, as we talked about. I talked about how Clinks, and this isn't an ideal Clinks game. You're playing versus Dragonite, you're playing versus Zeus, even the Dark Willow. There's a lot of hard things to deal with. And we saw at the end of the draft, we talked to Howie, and it's like, yeah, we thought about the Lifestealer, but we decided we'd go with the Timbersaw because they just had 2 like godlike picks they could do on the overall last pick of the game. Either route they would have went with, it was just too good of a game for it, which means if you're given that good of a last pick, you're in a good spot in the draft, and the other team probably messed up a little bit here and there. And I think that's what it's going to come down to in this next. I mean, these 2 teams are just so good. Draft is just so important. If you make a mistake here or there in the draft, you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah, the synergy for how they opened and what they closed with in Game 2 for Gaimin Gladiators was not as straightforward or as transparent as the synergy for Game 1. So they obviously opened with the Sniper CM Clock in both of these games, but a Clinks and Pudge doesn't do what you guys liked for Game 1. It doesn't allow that follow-up. I remember we saw the Clock hook shot and Cog a couple of times, and then the Pudge would just hook him out of it, and you're like, okay, well, nobody's on top of the heroes anymore.
The way I really see it is the bans were oriented towards offlaners, so you didn't have a lot of good offlaners to pick from.
Sure.
And you picked up Clinks instead early on. So you have these Clinks, and then you have to pick off an offlaner, pick an offlaner for yourself.
I mean, watch this Timber here. Like, this is the type of game that he had. There's 5 heroes attacking him here. He's stuck in the cogs. They're trying to kill him, but they just can't. And you can't, like, give a hero like Timbersaw such a good game where he can do stuff like this and get away with it.
This was his first death as well, I believe.
That happened later, but we won't show that. He was unkillable.
What I was going to say was it required buybacks for them. It actually required 2 buybacks. So you almost needed 7 heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators for the Timber Saw to go down. And that's not a position you want to be in. There was still space created by Darachu later on in the game. Lyrical and Trent talked about it. He was pushing out those waves. He was able to sort of juke a lot of the Falcons players into TPing somewhere. Then he would just invis walk and rotate to a different area and try and take an objective. But that's not going to win you a game.
Exactly, and it felt like they are delaying for that high ground push at like 20 minutes after that, right? Like to defend long enough for the sniper and Clinks to come online and perhaps have some miracle hook under the tier 4s or something like that. But you're putting yourself in such a bad position that you have to play everything perfectly to take this W. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Timber literally running down the map anywhere he wants to, and also a Dark Willow. Like, this man could have killed Sniper alone. He had some help there, but same goes for Clinks. Like, he could literally kill off your cores alone.
I mean, look, Falcons tried their hardest to give Gaimin Gladiators a little bit of a leg up by having 2 of their heroes die to Tormentor.
I mean, Quinn evened the score and dying Tormentor directly after.
Exactly.
1 core, which
it's like,
well,
I feel bad for you.
Falcons was like, hey, man, we'll have both of our supports die to the Tormentor. And then Gaimin were like, no, we don't need the advantage. It's all good. We'll give you our 3rd support.
2 for 1 special there, yeah.
It was a tough one. It was a great game, though. The Tormentor, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you guys want to talk about here. I know that it wasn't the cleanest gameplay. There was this weird split moment between Falcons where we saw Crit and Skidder in the high ground whilst the rest of the team was down by the Twin Gate. And it just didn't really make any sense. I actually don't know what they were trying to gain from being split on the map like that.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember that too much, but I do.
See, you don't remember the whole game?
I mean, I remember 99% of it, but what I do remember is that Snaking went a different build on Enchantress this type of game.
Okay. Enlighten me.
I mean, he was 0 and 8, of course, because it's the nature.
Of course.
That's the nature of the build. I'll get into why it's of course, okay?
Okay.
Normally we have like
right now it's just flaming
the
them.
celeries and we have Poshkas who like to go the Dragonlance build. And this game, he maxed his heal and his W, and he was that tanking Enchantress we talked about, and it just, you saw the Pudge. He kept trying to kill him over and over again. He just couldn't. It was just too much heal. He was playing in the front, and the same with the Timbersaw. They're all in the front. DK's in the front too, and that gave 9 like a free game to just cast spells in the back there. And I think he realized that we have plenty of damage, and he's going to go for a bit of a different Enchantress like playstyle, and it worked out this game. And normally I'm not a big fan of it, but in this particular game, it was good.
I think it also wasted the time of the Clinks in quite a lot of team fights. Normally, you want to try and get on that back line, just take a support out, have the numbers advantage. Enchantress is not the support, especially not with the build that you just mentioned that Snaking went with. And fantastic job from Falcons. They tie it up in this series. We're blessed with the game number 3, which will happen just after this break.
Hello everyone, it's time for the Dota 2's Item Price Challenge. I am James Banks, your host, and this wonderful crowd out here. It's great to hear you guys. And we've got Faith Bian out here as well, ready to take the challenge. How are you feeling?
Good, let's do it.
Let's do it. There we go. That's the attitude I like. Let's start the timer getting down into it. Let's get our slides ready. Let's get all the information together. You have 60 seconds, my friend. It'll be a tough challenge, but you're a smart man. I know you can do it. And we'll go into the first item now.
14,000.
Correct.
650.
Oh, wrong.
Okay. 90.
Yes.
4,050.
Correct.
Oh, I don't know, it's 6,700?
No.
Okay. I think it's 5,070?
Oh.
700?
5,600.
Okay, 600. It's 6,100.
Correct.
2,750.
Oh, that one's wrong as well.
Okay.
And that's the timer done.
Oh, GG.
GG indeed.
It's actually very difficult, I think.
And we got 4 correct in this one. Not too bad. Thank you very much for playing. It was a good bit of fun.
Thank you.
Look, I'll take Buck's word for it that it's more difficult than you think. I'm sure the high pressure situation of the timer doesn't help either, but these players should be used to high pressure situations, especially when you go to a game 3 in a best of 3. This win will give you 3 days off. You go through, guaranteed playoffs. However, if you don't win it, oh man, you got to go back. There's going to be more Dota to be played, and you're not as secure in this group stage as you might think you are, Lizard.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels better when you have more games, like you continue playing.
As long as you don't get eliminated.
As long as you don't get eliminated.
Not so many that you get eliminated, but enough that you stay limbed up.
Exactly, you continue playing so that you have more experience when the playoffs start. But overall, I'm sure that many of these players would like to have 3 extra days in Bucharest to chill a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little distracted by the lobby because I am really curious where this first pick is going to end up between the 2 teams. Gaimin Gladiators had them for both games, and in game number 2, Falcons had this answer. They're willing to let a lot of the same heroes go through, but this time they changed up a lot of what they want. So maybe they're hoping to take that second pick to have overall last pick again for themselves, but I don't know if that's what Gaimin want to go for.
I feel like Gaimin will have first pick again just based off of how this has gone. But that is wrong.
And they chose it even.
I mean, that means they want to switch it up because when one team plays the same thing on both different sides, like Radiant Dire, it means that usually the preference for both teams is the same. So someone's switching something up here for sure. And Gaimin is the one that switched it up. Okay. Sniper first pick isn't working anymore.
I want to know where Theo was going with this one. I wasn't jumping in for that one.
I mean, the Team Falcons, they like their first phase, I guess, as well. They like the first pick, and they're gonna get it this time around. Gaimin Gladiators, hide that score of the clockwork. I love that he's sad, dozing off a little bit. And
that one though, that's a good KDA. That's one that we can show.
Good inventory too. There is farmed. But I guess in a game like that, you're going to get farmed at some point if you're winning. But he was running around the map the entire game in that Dark Willow and making things happen. And I think you hit the nail on the head on that one where Earth Spirit, he's a great Earth Spirit player, but that hero has limitations this patch where Dark Willow...
You don't scale the same way.
Yeah, I mean, you can, but it's much harder to do so, right? Because you're going to get less gold unless you get the kills. And it's really contingent on that, whereas it's harder to get those kills. And obviously Dark Willow is going to die less because you're not just going in there first.
Yeah. It's much easier to get in, get a quick pick off, and get out as Dark Willow, I feel like. If you're a support, of course.
Yeah, you feel comfortable invading the try, which is what I think you have to do a lot as a Dark Willow. And normally you just go into Shadow Realm and you can TP out. I thought the hook from the Pudge might have been a little bit more effective in shutting down those rotations from the Dark Willow. Just didn't really pan out that way. I think Ace just had a rough game overall. And, those intricate details aren't the things you can focus on too much, where it feels like everything else is falling apart around you. The draft will be popping up very soon though. Doom, Coddle, Pango, and Sniper are the 4 heroes that I'm going to look at where they sit in the banning phase now that they do have different number of bans for themselves.
Wait, was Coddle banned out in the last game as well?
Yes.
I believe it was, right? So that's maybe still something that Gaimin Gladiators will like to ban out.
Yeah, I think the things that don't waver are the Chen, Disruptor, IO, and the Hoodwink. Those things I don't think are going to change between these 2 teams at all. And as we already see, the IO taken out.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, there's a chance I think Pango will go through to Falcons first pick, right? Because, Falcons got destroyed the last time they played Pango.
So they would definitely want it.
I don't think they mind giving it away.
Maybe they have to ban it then.
I mean, there's a chance that if Falcons don't want to play it again.
If they
We
don't
haven't
want to
seen
play
it.
it, yeah.
Which will be another thing that is going to be annoying, is where
But do you pick something first pick that deters the Pango pickup? So you don't feel you need to put a ban
what do you
into it? and
Bloodseeker first pick or what?
No, I was thinking maybe more like a primal.
A primal is maybe an option. Like
Bane
that's a,
too is fine
and
too.
Bane,
Yeah.
yeah. Those two are heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, those are definitely two heroes that you can definitely pick up the hope. Primal's great, Bane's great. It'll stop with the Rolling Thunder plays. But there is a chance that Gaimin just respect the hero and they're just going to ban it. But we'll just have to see. They're definitely taking some time here. They're chewing through reserve time to think about it. And they're going to ban the DK this time around.
That actually wasn't one that I was expecting to be placed high enough in priority to ban it. I don't know if this is then like a pick your poison. Do we need to ban out the sniper now because we know that they're willing to pick it up even if they aren't getting overall first pick? Do we let the Pango? Do we let the Coddle? Now it feels like there's three really...
Let the Pango go through.
Yeah, it just feels like there's three superior mid laners that Gaimin are more than willing to pick up as their first pick.
I mean, you probably ban the Willow here, right?
For Gaimin?
I think so. I mean, you heard CY himself. He just
Yeah.
has no good reason, but he just doesn't want Crit to play it.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Hoodwink.
Just some hate, some personal hate.
Yeah,
right
that's
here.
personal at this point.
Yeah.
You got to believe in that.
Yeah, look, I can't repeat what he said, okay? I'm not allowed to swear on broadcast. It's very graphic detail.
He said he does not like Andreas's Willow. I mean, no,
Hoodwink.
Maybe Willow after last game too.
Maybe both of them now.
Maybe both.
I mean, but that's the trick, right? Like you ban out this Hoodwink. Of course, she scales a bit better. Oh, okay. Bloodseeker banned out. They get them.
They're doing it. They're doing it again. Redemption time for the side of Falcons.
I'm just getting PTSD of watching all of these teams have first pick Pango. I just want to remind everyone, at the middle of today,
Sniper.
Pango had 18 picks. 17 of them were, 16 of them were first pick. And they're just
How many did he
abysmal
lose?
win rate.
What's
Huh?
the win rate? What's the win rate? Hit us.
It's probably
with
now
the
down to, I don't, like there's been games in
abysmal,
between.
that's all you need to
no,
know.
it's like 25% or something.
Yeah.
Out of 18 games.
That's
I
definitely
usually
not
like
good.
to. I usually like to seek some silver linings, but I can't.
I mean,
You can't with that.
25%. That means there's a chance you can win.
There's a 25% chance that you'll win with the first pick Pango.
Yeah. That's the silver lining here.
Wins 1 out of 4 games. How many games did he lose recently?
Wait.
Yeah. But also, you first faced it, and you left a lot of heroes that can be played against him in the pool. They pick up the TA. There was also Sniper. There was Bane, Primal Beast. A lot of heroes that aren't banned. Usually when we see the last few Pango games, all 3 bans were aimed at protecting him. Like, they protected him with 1 only.
Are you talking about the Gaimin Gladiators Team Spirit game?
No, I'm talking in general when I'm looking at Pango.
Because I feel like that game, we covered it at the end of yesterday, and every ban was to protect it, except for maybe the last 2. Everything
And he
leading up-
still lost.
No, he did win.
He won.
But they had to put a lot in to protect him, like a lot.
But this is one of the heroes that, because Gaimin had the Pango, right? This is one of the heroes in the second phase that Quinn banned when he was Pango, because he thinks this matchup's very difficult. He'll pick it up, and Sumel played this earlier and versus Liquid, the TA versus Pango, and he also won that
He did
series.
win.
So tried and true kind of counter here. But the question is, are you willing to flex this Pango to a Mar? But that's also the downside. TA is also a great safe laner, so I think the
don't think you
matchup
are.
though is a lot worse in the 1v1 mid than it would be on a 2v2 side lane, because there's so many variables that can happen on a side lane TA that can make the lane hard for you. Just mainly the support, like right-clicking and messing with you.
Better for TA or worse?
It's worse for TA in the side
because
lanes.
of refractions.
Yeah.
And, like there are more ways of dealing with it, of
Correct.
course, for sure. And I believe they did flex the Pango. Not in this tournament, but I think I've seen them.
Yes, they have. And
Right.
other teams have as well flexed the Pango to offlane.
Other teams definitely. I'm just thinking about Falcons. I think I've seen them. Yeah, definitely in Elite League. So okay, TA. One nice thing about her as well is the shard later on. Like you get that silence against the Pangolier, pretty damn solid. We'll see if they opt to go for an additional hero, like a Bane is still left in the pool. I feel like that's a no-brainer right there. Get it for the for the Fiend's grip.
Yeah, this TA matchup actually got better. It was always good because you just meld strike in the lane over and over again, and Pango doesn't deal with that well. But ever since they changed the Swashbuckle to do 3 instances of damage instead of 4, that also is 1 less refraction charge you take off as well, so that's nice. And Celery will pick up his classic Enchantress, where he typically will play more of like that turret type of style, scale into the game, do a lot of damage, and be that additional core.
The complete inverse to how Snaking played Enchantress in game number 2.
I feel like in that last game, he had to play the way he played.
Of course.
Like if you're doing the turret build versus a... Like you can do it versus a Klinks, but like they had enough damage. And
I'm just illustrating the flexibility of how picking Enchantress can impact the later part of the game, depending on how you want to build it.
And I know we're talking about like the player-specific playstyle on Ench, but I believe every single 5 can play the Ench in both ways. Like you can play it one way or the other, just a preference.
And that's an interesting pick on the Gyro, and it makes me believe that's going to be a position for Gyro. Just because if they're thinking about doing the Pango into the off lane, Rocket Barrage is one of the amazing ways to get rid of refraction. I talked about a support that could potentially get rid of it. Hoodwink's a great one, but it's banned, of course. But Gyro's another one where you pop your refraction, you want to fight, it just gets burned through in 1 second by the Rocket Barrage. I don't think they're committing this to being a core, but there's always the option if they do want to put Gyro on a core as well.
I'm curious then what they're going to be willing to expose more, whether this Gyro is a support or a core, or if the Pango is mid or off lane. Because with their final pick of this phase, one of those 2 things has to become true.
No. They can just pick a carry.
Then you would know the Gyro is a support.
Well, yeah, actually, no, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking there. Sorry, it's getting late.
No worries, no worries.
No, they do have
it's
to
not often
expose
that
something.
it's not often that I'm right, so it's very justified for you.
But yeah, they don't have to make the choice yet, so it's
Wait,
nice
is
to
this
have that
Gaimin's reserve
additional
time?
information.
This is all the reserve time they have for the rest of their draft. It's down to 3 seconds.
I mean, this has felt like a very long draft, so I'm not super surprised.
We're running out of talking points, huh?
They snatched.
I can always talk about something.
Yeah, they snatched the Dark Willow for themselves. Like they took it away. No real combos at the moment that I see with her, but yeah, let's see what they get.
Hey, if last game's anything, Dark Willow doesn't need a combo. She just runs around by herself and kills everyone.
I mean, the Zeus was kind of a combo though, because like sometimes with Dark Willow you're just a little bit short on damage.
Ooh, this man.
This man's been banned a lot.
This man's been banned a lot. He's been picked today once before, and he owned. I know it was against the Dead Prophet. I think the first
Spirit.
Spirit, right?
Yeah, Spirit picked it.
They owned, and okay, we get to
Versus
see him
Nouns.
once again. This should be your offlane duo, by the way, Kunkka and
Dark Willow.
Dark Willow, yeah.
It has flexibility too, though, right? Because if you do want to put TA safe lane,
you can put him mid.
Yeah, you can put Kunkka mid or off lane. So a lot of flexible heroes here, and that does make it a little more difficult for Falcons here to really know for sure what they want to do.
You also talked about how annoyed you are with Bramble Maze, right? Are you annoyed with Aghanim's Kunkka?
Yes, everyone should be.
Of course, everyone is. I
There
mean,
you
I'm a
go. Now you
Kunkka
get
player, so
both.
If you're not annoyed, then you're not human.
I've won a lot of MMR with that, so I kind of do enjoy it. So
yeah.
You can enjoy the MMR gives you, but also know how annoying it is.
True.
Well, look, they do end up
Razor.
revealing that this Pango is not going to be going to offlane.
Yes, most likely.
Yes.
Okay, so Razor is a hero that lanes well versus Kunkka and TA, depending on which lane they want to put it in. Makes me think more and more this Gyro is probably going to be a support, and that's not their 3 cores they're showing.
Yeah, some Razor plus Clock offlane, Pango mid, or Razor plus Gyro offlane as well is an option.
Or it
If
could
you
be
want to-
Razor plus Clock safe lane.
Yeah.
A lot of options
Yeah, a
here.
lot
Just keep them coming, guys. Just keep them coming.
No, it's definitely because of this early Gyro pick. This lineup is very versatile. They can still mix things up.
The only thing I can tell you for sure is that this Clock is a support. Because Pango, he can go mid or off lane. Clockwork, he's always a support. Gyro can be carry or position 4 or position 5. Razor can be all 3 cores, not support. All 3 lanes. And then, yeah, Kunkka, he can play 2 lanes as well. And if you're really spicy, I've seen him be played on carry too versus usually Enigmas. TA, he's got she rather has 2 different lanes, so there's a lot of flex here in these picks, and you can just like move the pieces around to where you think they're best. And this is where having last pick is really nice.
Okay, instead of then us trying to figure out exactly where all the heroes are going, let's talk about what the lineups are lacking. Is anyone lacking AoE, lockdown, tower pushing, control? What exactly are Falcons going to need? Let's focus on them because they'll be having that first pick.
Look at the 2 bans, by the way, the last 2 bans from GG. 1 support, 1 carry. So they're literally unaware of what's going to happen.
Same boat as us?
Yeah, exactly. In the same boat. Not sure which way it's going to go. They banned out 1 save and 1 hero that's just completely busted right now and is really good versus Kunkka in the lane. So I think this Kunkka is more likely to be off lane now just by seeing the bans. But when it comes to Falcons, to answer your question, is there something that they're lacking? They have the stuns, the team fight is decent. Objective taking, not necessarily the best, but they do have some. They have ways of dealing with refraction as well. It isn't lacking anything the time.
So no glaringly obvious holes in the draft.
The only thing would be potentially tower push of Gyro support. But if I were them here, I would put Pango off lane and either pick a safe laner or a mid that's good versus TA, because I don't think Gaimin Gladiators is the scariest team when they have TA as their carry. And it's not like a huge Dyrachyo hero in my eyes. It doesn't fit the role in which he excels the most on this team. It's being a bit more aggressive and in your face. Sure, you can technically do that as a TA, but it's a little more farm heavy.
There you go.
And yeah, they're going to definitely pick something that is going to make this TA feel even more uncomfortable here. But
that's a support probably.
Yeah,
I think that's a snake.
It has to be a support at this point, which means the
Snaking
Razor's
normally
going
does
off lane.
play the Veno on Falcons.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I've seen Venom mostly on supports recently anyway, so just
that means
like
it's Gyro
4
carry
or
then.
5 Gyro carry.
Yeah, and they didn't go for the Dyrachyo TA there.
Don't you put Veno into the Void lane here now? Veno is kind of good there.
He is, but I'm not sure if they're willing to switch up their lanes that much. Who is that playing the Clockwork right now?
It's Crit.
It is Crit.
It's Crit.
So it's going to be most likely Crit plus Amar on the offlane.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And
when Venom was core, it used to be picked constantly into Faceless Void. It's a strong laner. I'm not sure if, on a support, of course, it's a bit different.
Maybe he's just going to try a lot for rotations. Maybe that's what the...
And the lane itself, like Veno plus Gyro is also good. Like you get something similar to the Crystal Maiden with a little bit less nuke from the Venomancer, but a lot more poke and just general slow.
It's going to be rough for Kunkka on that lane for sure. But the Faceless Void, yet again, it's like you're versus a Link and a Cogs. You can leap away from both of those. So he has to be very careful on how he uses that cooldown. If he uses it incorrectly, he could die. If he holds on to it well, then he should probably be unkillable in that lane.
Are we worried a little bit about the damage in the Chronosphere this game? Or is Faceless Void alone enough?
It depends on the game. Like if Faceless Void
and the
has free farm, I mean, sure, those things help, but they're not great.
Yeah.
But Faceless Void doesn't need any damage in Chrono as long as he's farmed.
Yeah.
Gets to that level 20 without like struggling too much. But if he has a bad laning stage and they're hunting him in the jungles we've seen the last 2 games, then it's definitely going to be an issue because then Chrono's going to not be quite as good.
Yeah, and the Shadow Demon ban makes so much sense now with the Faceless Void being picked up.
It does make a lot more. You see exactly where their thoughts were going, but where are your thoughts going? It's our last game of the day, game number 3, Gaimin Gladiators, Falcons. Who's going to be taking it?
I mean, it's the last game, Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators. I really like Falcons draft and what they have drafted. I love it, but am I going to go with the Pango that has like 20% win rate?
I'm going with it.
You're going with it,
Give me that 25%. It's better than 0.
Yeah, he's a gambling man. 25% is all Fear needs. He believes in Falcons, but where do Trent and Lyrical put their faith?
Where do we put our faith? I don't know. There's Pango, Razor, Veno. Oh my. It's all scary. That was great, wasn't it, Trent?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, Pango hasn't been looking too hot, but that's fine. It's 9 Pango, right? He's back in the saddle. He's all ready to go here, ready to roll on into this one. To thundering applause. But we got a Venomancer. That's one of our favorite heroes, right? We've had our history of watching some quality Veno games, courtesy of Mr. Jack.
Jack KBBQ Dota, that's right, absolutely.
Yep. Who also just won their series, I saw.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
that's
so that's...
surprising. Oh, sorry, man, my bad. Damn. Anyways,
Not even
I was gonna say that you know, back in the saddle, you got to be careful about that though, because sometimes you get bucked, you get knocked off the horse. Things could get dangerous
About
out here.
75% of the time, according to the numbers today.
That's right. And that's not what you want to see. Smoke break. Celery says, I don't want to be here anymore. I died 15 times last game. That was my role as the Clockwork. Gets on the Enchantress this time around. And Crit steps forward, runs right into Quinn. Gonna make sure that they can't get any extra scouting on where those wards might be.
Well, we've certainly seen a lot more TA bans than picks.
Yes.
For us, I feel like she's in the ban phase a lot of the time on our stream so far. So finally going to see her appear. And of course, the one time she gets into a game, she's a face up against a Venomancer. And even as a support, that's going to be pretty darn annoying. She's going to try and contest this rune versus Skitters at the same time. Yep.
Oh, double root. Link up now onto Duraccio. He's going to jump away. Celery, kind of a pretty deep spot, but so too is Crit. Trying to walk away. Duraccio's there. They get the blood grenade, and this might be the first blood coming in their direction as Clockwork nowhere left to go. It's Celery that takes it.
Okay, just making sure to go to Duraccio probably, but Celery will be quite happy. Obviously, Ench, one of those supports that can really start snowballing things here. And just like game one, Amara will be back on the Razor, drinking those milkshakes. Unable to take the W. A rare occasion for him on a Razor, though, in game number one. We'll see if he can turn it around here in this lane versus Faceless Void and Enchantress. Mid lane, you got ourselves the Pango versus the T8. As you can see in the bottom, it's going to be Gyrocopter versus Kunkka, another hero who has been banned out in virtually every game, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think this offlane Kunkka is where I like this hero a little bit more nowadays. It feels like if you can get through the first couple of waves in particular and get that, you know, either level 2, you can sort of like survive, and then eventually you take a lot of harassment, as we're seeing down bottom, all the flat cannons getting thrown out and everything else. But X marks TP back home can reset the lane for you.
Yeah, lots of trading up top here, as you can see too. Back and forth, everyone's spamming their spells right now. But yeah, that level 2 is coming very soon for Skitter down bottom, and then we're going to have ourselves a Gale into just Rocket Barrage and Flat Cannon. So if there's a time to die, it might be then for Tofu. He's going to be careful.
Yeah, both him and Ace, honestly. Like, Kunkka's a tanky guy, but...
There it is, level 2.
It's not easy staying in here. They go for the Gale. Meanwhile, mid Quinn drops down very low. We'll bottle up to regen through it. They did get the Gale onto Tofu and tries to get away. Any way out of there? He doesn't have Shadow Realm, and no level 2, no surviving.
I think
Quinn?
it's just free.
Quinn? Oh, the solo kill by 9. Pango giveth, Pango taketh.
All right, that's crazy. Let's go. Catching the TA early with no refractions. That's going to get him a bottle refill on the water rune. Some creeps dying to this tower. Oh, he's going to have to watch 2 of them just go down before he gets back.
It's so frustrating.
Woo.
Yeah,
All right,
Quinn
9.
making sure he doesn't get the other bottle. Important. But yeah, that is what you want to see if you are Falcons.
The old man still got it.
I feel like he's also pretty young.
Yeah.
Did miss that last hit. That is sometimes something that you see is like people after get the solo kill, they proceed to lose the lane because they're so hyped up about the solo kill.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a big one. I mean, the other guy comes back full HP, too, and then you just die once, and it doesn't even matter. Plus, he is a melee hero versus TA, so
yeah, issues
abound here.
See how he's able to accomplish things. A little miss on the meld strike there. Common train. Quinn still trading some hits, getting some spill damage out where he can. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that one other corner of it. You can see these pulls super necessary to try and pull that creep wave into a decent position, as we will get a pause. Amar getting side-eyed by Crit right now.
I thought it was frozen. He was stuck there for so long.
It's like, dude, do you see what I'm trying to do? I'm contesting the pull right now. Let's get back to it.
Well, indeed we shall.
But yeah, this lane down bottom is where a lot of action can happen if there's ever an overextension by the Kunkka or the Willow. And yeah, that's what you see right there. Root down to try and keep him alive. The Torrent to follow the Brambles, and that's enough to force Skitter back.
I was thinking you should just be happy you've only died once down here.
Absolutely.
Double Embracer into the salves, going to try and tank him up though.
He really needs to get 4 so he can XTP if he needs the regen.
9 and Quinn duking out here on the water ring. Quinn's going to get it. That's going to leave 9 in a pretty bad spot here.
Yeah, the other one taken away by Celery. And in fact, if he wants to, there's some dive potential there. Now they're going to bring the tomato back up to the top side. And taking a few tower shots as he passed through. And Celery farming the cogs.
Now, Draccio could be on a bit more of a standard carry for the past while here. That Klink's definitely picking up some steam, but Void, he's been with us for a while. And I think the damage into the Chrono is pretty good this game, depending on the build, right? If Celery goes for more of this aggressive style compared to what we saw last game from Snaking, so they're going to get some creep damage onto him alongside the time dilation. But on top of that, the Bedlam change, really big for the Faceless Void, right? Makes that combo way better. You can just pump a ton of damage for free just into the Chrono, just pop them into the Faceless Void. That's really helpful. Don't have to have these really weird, awkward side Chronos that people had to do before with these two heroes together.
Yeah, that part definitely feels nicer, getting that little acceleration. But it does mean that he's going to need to be near the Willow if he's trying to make any types of moves, which likely they will be. Could see down bottom there, one of the downsides of having the Kunkka in lane, you tend to get some of those range creeps denied. They do send the Mud Golem through. They see this one now, and they're just going to let him go away. Are they trying to get active here? They'll have a Hurl Boulder. It's a little bit of damage. Kunkka has X Mark now, too. As they send him in. No, it's just...
He's hurling.
Okay.
Aha!
2 more hurls. Oh, look out. It's dangerous. Okay, it's really not. He just salves and goes back to it. But Quinn level 6. Drops down the trap a little bit ahead of 9. And
oh, he gets him.
Got caught in the bramble. 9 gets up to the high ground. Wait, vision drop? Oh, he didn't have it. Oh, but the bramble got him.
It gets the kill, not the creeps.
Wow. That's crazy. Ace. X pulls him back into the tower in just a moment. Torrent. No. Wouldn't have been enough time for it to get off and hit.
It looks like at the same time Crit was contesting the top rune there and forced Celery to take the DD. Crit just had the TP home, so that does keep it out of the bottle of Quinn. That puts him back to the jungle just to get a bounty rune, so at least something that 9 gets. But yeah, he is not too happy. Lowest of the course, no one's surprised. And on the other end there, Quinn at the very top. They're again going to jump on, put some damage into Ace.
It's so frustrating to play against this Veno. Thankfully, the creeps are going to chase him a little bit there. And they will manage to get that range creep kill on the Dark Willow. But yeah, Kunkka...
Still pretty farmed, though.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's doing great. Ace is having a good time. It's just that, like, you know, mentally, you hate the world.
Wow, Crit got the Wisdom Rune and he's still level 3.
Yeah, dude. That's not good. Wrapping around towards mid. It looks like we'll also wrapping around on Draccio. Not sure what Celery's opting to do, but it does look like he's sending in his creep towards the mid lane. And a roll up 9. Not able to sit him the second time through there. As Quinn dropped down low, refraction about to go away. Turns, melt strike, a couple more hits. 9 in trouble, low, dead. Celery picks up that one, but it was Quinn that went down first.
Celery was also level 3 before that, so needed the XP from that kill. So the TA going down first, he's going to get all of it. As Venomancer spells continue to ruin fight recaps.
Oh yeah.
I never get him when Venom's in the game.
Super annoying. They are going to buy enough time for Pengo to come on over and get the Hasterin, it looks like. And that might signal going on Quinn. This would be such a huge kill. Move in towards him. Meld, Cogs pushback. Not sure if that was intended or not. And the Brambles separating the fight. Now Snake King's in trouble. Chrono out. Oh, that's a good land. And the haste wearing out. Tofu comes in for the finish. Wow. 3 dead. That was a perfect move by Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, that's a little rotation you kind of dream of, right? Faceless Void just chilling. You get to come and get a Chrono. Everyone dies that was attacking your mid.
and they're pushing in the tower.
Yeah.
It's going to put Celery right into their zone on the map here. That Obs ward just at half its life force still. Keeping an eye on that Radiant jungle. Now he's going to bring the trolls down bottom. Going to start surrounding Skitter and Snake King. Do they have anyone else who wants to join in? Oh, they're going to grab his courier.
They have level 6 on Ace. Throws it out, the boat's going to come. And will it be enough damage to take down the Veno? Not quite with Tofu in hand. Moving in with Celery. It looks like it might just at the end, but this is a lot that you're giving up. Celery will finish the TP back home. Nice rotation by Amar. And just the damage from the farm Gyro.
Yeah, Quinn's spending a lot of time on that rotation too. Running all the way down here, unfortunately not for anything. But does go back to a stack in his jungle, so we'll catch right back up and try and stay ahead of this Gyrocopter, who is gaining some ground here. Going in for an early Chrysalis after Falcon Blade. And they try and get some control back over their jungle. Gonna find an Observer Ward here, get rid of some traps. And try and get Crit on the road to level 6.
It's weird, right? Because, like, I mean, definitely it feels like they need that. If Crit was able to be level 6, like, you know, even in the next minute or so, it seems like that TA is a pretty easy kill with Veno and, you know, a smoke up and any core. Like, he's going to die. But because he's kind of been hampered on this clockwork, the whole draft feels like it might be a little bit slow for the next couple minutes for Falcons.
I mean, same thing with 9 too, right?
Fair.
He's also really far behind, and he's going to have to use the defusal timing, and then the slower that is, the slower you're onto that next item, where it's like an Eggs or a Blink. All meanwhile, Gaimin Gladiators happy to farm it up here with their Void TA. And then Kunkka doesn't really turn on until he's got the Agnums out, so.
Right.
Feeling things a little bit more passive.
To be fair, though, he's going for this Blade Mail build. That's pretty scary. The boat, Ace moves on in, going to connect. Quinn actually gets hit by that ulti now, and he's got to be careful. They'll pop the illusion rune and back out. He's fine.
Just Brambles just doing everything too, though. Stopping 9 from coming in and getting any sort of a counterplay with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
Very annoying. Crit in the danger zone here.
Oh no, 9?
Brambles again.
Oh, jeez. And Skitter wants to run down Tofu. That's not going to be easy. The Terrorize is there. Missile goes out. Quinn's still chasing, saying, if I wanted to, I could go for you.
I think that's a good call. I think chasing there is a very good idea.
Yeah, that Blade Mill is going to be super high value in this game for Kunkka, though.
Yeah, I mean, Razor, Gyro, Veno. Everyone's having a bad time.
See if he can get to it unobstructed, and then what the next item is. Radiance is probably too greedy, but I wouldn't hate something, you know, just immediately into a BKB, pick up the shard maybe, with that fight disruptor.
I mean, I think the Eggs is also crazy good versus
Oh, yeah.
Razor and Gyro, so yeah, scoop that right up.
4,000 gold lead now at 12 minutes. And I mean, this time around, Gyro can be much more of like a fighting-oriented core. He's already got a Chrysalis built up. Amar caught. Oh, man. Boat there, Torrent to follow. Duraccio moves in. They don't even need him.
The difference, I mean, both games kind of started out similarly, where one team took a pretty quick lead and tried to shut down the enemy carry. This time, they're not ganking the carry. Like, the Gyro's down there hitting all the camps and everything, but targeting the mid, they're forcing this offlane into a bad spot.
Moves in. Snake King coming from behind. There may be in a bit too far. 9 going to start to roll. The Chrono drops. Immediately starts to hit into that Venomancer. And 9, Rolling Thunder wears out now. He wasn't able to get that much distance. Duraccio ready to chase. Crit moves in. Has to jump back and away. They have the missile on the Faceless Void. Is there any more help coming in? They move forward with Amar. And 9, they finish the job. Hook shot, chase down. Crit gets level 6 off of that. And now the Shadow Realm TP away. They only end up losing the Faceless Void, but still, it's a big one to lose.
Yeah, it felt like they could have just gotten away, but it also looked like there was maybe 2 more kills on the table there. So that's why you see Duraccio go for that play. I mean, he's a guy who likes to go for the risky option there. And that's one of those moments where you get a Duraccio, where you just went a bit too deep into the tier 1. So easy to get those rotations, the quick respawns. And that gold bonus is going to put 9 right into that Diffusal Blade. So If he can get a few more camps, farm that up, he'll finally have something that can at least get him like moving on this map right now. He's still feeling so slow.
Oh yeah.
400 gold to go. Snaking though, level 8, by the way.
I mean, he definitely gets farm on the Veno when it comes out.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And trying to get into the mech and into the Guardian Greaves as quickly as possible. Which, you know, we've talked about some of the potential damage issues that you might have on Gaimin Gladiators. If you've got these supports picking up these team fight items and making them that much more tanky, really helps out a lot. Also, Pavis picked up for Clockwork in a little while. Snaking, trying to chase. Sending Quinn over there, his former teammate. But won't be able to do anything else.
Man, I feel like crit is going to be the key to this game right now.
Yeah.
Being this far behind, his hook shots are what's going to break fights up for them, because when the shard comes in on TA, the combo of just like shards and roots, like crit's really the only one who, exactly like this.
Oh.
He's going to have to do this for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
He's the only one. Or everyone's just going to die, because they're not going to have dispels in time to deal with the chain combos and stuns that are going to come out from Gaimin Gladiators.
So you're saying that crit might be the one with 15 deaths this game?
Yeah, it's looking that way. And he's just going to hope that those deaths are going to get these cores into these defensive items, because I mean, what are they going to do, right? Like, what do you do when you get silenced by one TA trap as these Radiant heroes?
Yeah, there really isn't a great option. And X-Mark is such long range. Like, if they have vision of you, which they will because of the TA traps, you're dead. Not easy.
Defensively as well, Tofu going to be close to that Force Staff here. That's what you need versus the Clockwork. Same idea as well from Celery, of course, since you can get the Hurricane Bike after anyway. So that's going to make the offensive potential of crit mitigated, but again, I don't even think that's his job right now. Obviously, it'd be nice, but oh, now he's got a Kobold fighting him.
Oh yeah. This Veno ward's super annoying to deal with. And just keeps dropping them onto Duraccio. There is a smoke play starting to head down bottom in the direction of the gyrocopter. And it looks like they're going to connect onto him.
Oh.
Looks for the vision with the torrent, but Skitter went left. Can't connect. Now, sensing that move, the rest of Falcons get together. It's a good kill onto Gyro if they can get it, but as long as he's able to sort of keep his distance there. Wait, Duraccio? What is happening? Moves in, Quinn onto him, hook shot. Again, trying to just throw his body on the line. There is a Chronosphere still at the ready. Quinn, maybe he's gone a bit too far. He just Chronos his own team, and, well, he's probably dead anyways. Crit goes down, now 9. Goes for the jump onto Duraccio, got him caught, bounced back the other way. And 9 realizes I don't want to be here anymore.
Okay, nice job from Crit. He knows the assignment. And yeah, I think even just getting a kill screen for them. Wasn't necessarily expecting that.
What the hell? What's going on here? Snaking's out of mana.
He's exploring.
He's in trouble now. Mask of Madness in and bring down the Veno Man.
More farming space.
That's right. Ace. Just chasing Namar and bullying him all the way back.
Radiant are scanning.
You know, everybody's been building Condas recently. I want to see the Kunkka Conda.
Why? What is? No.
I think it'd be cool, man. Just that little bit of extra damage.
Yeah,
on
that's beautiful.
Well, we're gonna see Ace get brought down now. We'll get a chance to throw out that boat, but
offensive hook shot. Let's go, Crit.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now you're gonna get more. Looks like Tofu will get away. Ace not gonna be so lucky.
This is bad for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, they're just giving up free kills. They're not getting that much of an advantage in the farm.
in this moment, right? Because this is a window where they are so much stronger than Falcons, because this gyrocopter still has to build up this Aghanim Scepter before he wants to go for the BKB. So any hunt they go for is probably going to be successful, but Crit able to just turn one there kind of unexpectedly. I figured that like with multiple Force Staffs, it's going to be really hard to get little picks like that, but they're able to do it.
Yeah, Gaimin just spread a little bit too far across the map right now, it looks like.
And now they're going for another play here. There's no hook shot for another 8 seconds. A continued lockdown is a problem, though. Dyrachyo has a really powerful time walk, and he also has multiple TPs that could come in here. So, decision time from Gaimin Gladiators. Are you coming in? Go Power Rangers, or let them die? Yeah, they're letting them die. There was no save there. Yeah, nicely done.
Good decision, and heads-up move by Falcons, just to recognize no chrono, no way out of that situation. So they will be able to claim their own Tier 1 tower. The first one of the game for Falcons.
I mean, this lead is going down.
It is.
Like, despite them controlling the whole map, because of these moves that they're making on Falcons, they're cutting into it.
Well, it feels like they haven't been able to control the whole map. Like, this Veno has really been disrupting their stuff. Like, when they try and make a move, there's a clockwork hook shot in to stop the fights from happening. There's the Veno spells. You never feel good running into a Veno, particularly as a TA.
Yeah. And Quinn's also going towards the Deso, too, so it's not like he just gets into the safety zone or something with this next item that he brings out. With his eggs just about done for Skitter, the farm level is going to go through the roof. That's going to power him towards the BKB really quickly. It's like 20 gold away. And a Mars BKB is on its way.
I think the scary thing right now for Falcons is that, yes, you're starting to build back, you know, and catch back up in the lead, but you have these two supports that both feel kind of like they can become a core eventually, right? Like Celery has Force Staff and is working towards the Dragonlance. You have that Force Staff already on Dark Willow. Can go for another luxury item with 900 gold.
You know what's the best thing about cores? They're worth more money.
That's true. You're not wrong there.
Look at Crit just holding his hook on too. Is any other target nearby?
Didn't want to spend it on anything. No, it's true. Like, I mean, that's a lot of gold there.
I think they're losing. They have been losing over the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. But they are still winning.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. Like, they're going to lose Roche now.
Yeah.
They have lost a window where they were clearly stronger and had so many advantages in these fights.
Well, this is a big window and a big moment for them. The big thing that's finished is the Kunkka Aghanim Scepter.
As well.
Yeah. So, Scan comes out, snaking. They spot him. Didn't get hit by the brambles.
He's got no mana. No mech.
It's dangerous. There's the Arcane Boots for him. Not done with Greaves yet. And they realize that they're going to have to take a fight in a little bit of a different fashion.
I wonder if they just sneak in Quinn. Like, if they know how low it is. There's obviously flares on the Radiant, so too dangerous.
Amplified damage still there on the TA for a little bit of duration.
All right, Dyrachyo, what do you got? This is a situation where he kind of has to be the first one in, unfortunately.
This area control with the wards is so annoying from the Veno.
All right, where's the flare?
Looking.
Oh, he doesn't go in the pit. They can just take Roche. He didn't flare the pit.
Oh, no. They're going to take it. Quinn just walks in, and yeah, the Deso, they get the job done. Aegis in hand, and Falcons a rare flub. As we get towards the last game of the day, they end up giving up the Aegis for free, and now they might lose the fight after the fact. Dyrachyo moves on in. Amar tries to chase down Quinn. They still have Chronosphere at the ready. Can they keep control over this Faceless Void? Dyrachyo has it. Just about it. No, he doesn't manage to get it. That's Aegis claimed. Can they find any more? Amar, TP out. X marks. Does he get him? Oh, he didn't get it in time.
He didn't drop the chrono either.
Oh, man.
Not sure what the vision was. I think he might have seen too late.
He only saw it with the torrent right at the end, yeah.
All right, that was risky. That was super dangerous. But once that flares out, then it's like, yeah, good decision. I think what the idea might have been was like, you know, try and find the person who's defending, build them up first.
Skitter?
Oh, shot's still in.
Crit tries to stop the damage from coming in. Dyrachyo chase though, and Chrono lands onto the gyrocopter. He's gonna go down, but they do kill Quinn. Snake King next to fall. 9, trying to do what he can, but only has one swashbuckle. Burns through the mana of Duraccio, and the rest are forced to run.
Yeah, they'll take the easy kill here onto the edge.
TP, not going to work. So, delayed and strange fights happening.
Yeah, now Aegis obviously got taken away right at the fight. And then we get a second fight after that just kind of evens out. The lead stays about the same, but because they're behind, you know, you're getting a little bit more XP, a little bit more gold. And now you have a gyrocopter with eggs, and I'm sure by the time there's the next big fight, he'll probably have the BKB farmed up. Right. This puts a lot of pressure on the timing of the BKB from Quinn, I think.
I mean, I am curious how this is going to go as the game gets later, right? I always think about Faceless Void as that, like, be-all, end-all carry. Gyrocopter does have, like, weird things going on with the side gunner that can sometimes allow him to survive in a chrono we might not otherwise be able to, but...
They want them to chase so bad.
Yeah, they were super ready for that.
Ooh, and the immediate smoke up. They want to go right back in here.
No chrono. Time to battle. Quinn in trouble. Where's your friends? Hookshot hit onto something else. Doesn't matter. More than enough to take down that TA.
They're going to dive right past this tower. Ooh, force that for Tofu, but...
Shadow Realm. X marks onto crit. They have the Torrent Storm. Hitting nothing right now, but the boat comes out. Ace trying to get out of there. TP away. Manages to do it.
Crit does barely survive there. But again, Falcons clawing their way back into this one, keeping that lead small. Make a rotation to slow down Quinn's BKB, and if I go back over to this gyrocopter, yep, he's a farming. And yeah, that's some great vision left behind here by Snake King.
Are those double obs or were they sentries? He does the renaming one.
Oh, it actually is just double sentries. Or sorry, double obs, I mean.
Double obs, yeah. Hopefully they get a sentry down there. That'd be some nice little bit of gold for him. Celery feeling very strong in this game. Working towards Boots of Burying after finishing the full Hurricane Pike. Tofu. They spot Duraccio. He's out of mana. Yeah, nowhere to go.
I think they've lost. I think Falcons have this game, man. I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, I'm not sure what's going on, but it feels like Falcons have just got their number right now. You're definitely right about Snake King. He's really ruining a lot of these rotations. He's just like camping mid. It's feeling super awkward for them to move around. It feels like they don't quite know like what are their strengths right now inside of Gaimin Gladiators, or what the plan is, and Falcons are just going nuts.
And keep these moves going, bullying them around. Tofu shows up, but just means they might be able to run after him next.
Hookshot's up. Oh, come on. Come on, Crit. I know you want this.
Disciplined play, not running after it.
Yeah. All right, well. Scary times when it feels like you should be ahead and yet you're losing these team fights. So Gaimin Gladiators is going to have to reassess the situation here and play this like it's an even game, because that's what it's coming down to right now. Celery continuing to play aggressive on their side of the map right next to Quinn, but Quinn actually getting hookshot here by Crit. Celery coming over to help. There's a blink out, but the friends are coming.
Yeah, Snake King moving in. They can get that slowdown, it'd be huge. Gotta run, gotta hide. Keep their eyes on him.
Yeah,
burning through the mana, TP away. Do they have anything to break it? No, they don't.
Nice recognition there.
Celery looks to be doing the same thing.
All right, big escape needed there. Lots of rotations. Unfortunately, again, now it's a 2K lead. Okay, now 3K. What back up? They're whittling it down, and Amar has really just fired back into this game, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
For what it looked like a struggle just to get a Mage Slayer complete. Now into that BKB that's got 7 seconds left at this point, and the Manta style finished up here. So, past 25 minutes, you know, double Wraith Bands as well. Great item to use when you were a little bit behind for that value in these very important team fights as of late. I'm going to try picking up a couple new neutral items here and see if that turns the tide. Quinn with the Elven Tunic. Maybe that'll save him.
I mean, yeah, I think that it feels, you know, these types of smoke plays are the things that they're going to need to try and get back into it. Find a fight that's on their terms, because it keeps on feeling like they're just caught out around the map. Down bottom, they're ganking the Clockwork. Duraccio, are you going to chrono for this? No. Probably the right decision. Jumps inside, realizes I'm not going to get anything there. And Amar feeling good about the situation, letting them know about it.
He's drinking those milkshakes.
True enough.
Crit gonna get the Defiant Shell here. Great neutral item. But, I mean, have we even had a fight with a Torrent Storm that's felt like, not really, like a fight where it's like, here comes the Torrent Storm, you know, and the BKBs are just all out, right? Like for the Gyro and the Razor, and then of course Pango is like, you know, BKB anyway, so.
Yeah, they have a long window where these are still super valuable. Gyro hasn't used it once. You've got 2 uses on the Razor down to 7 seconds. That'll be something else to watch for, is if they can either, you know, catch somebody out before the BKBs come out. Or
Let's see if Quinn's BKB can turn this though. So they're gonna have a grab onto Quinn or to crit. Now silence up. Can he find a hook shot after?
They are not doing a lot of damage to him. That doesn't feel good when your TA is just free hitting on a support and nothing's happening.
Yeah, it's Solar Crest.
They're all up on the high ground. They jump in. 9. Maybe he's gone a bit too far. That's one of those moments where you'd love to be able to get an X onto it with Ace. I mean, I guess it's long enough duration now that it doesn't end up mattering. But Boots of Bearing done. What's feeling like a kind of like 2 half cores of Enchantress and Kunkka. As Falcons move on in, take their Tormentor. Right at that 30-minute mark, and pause.
Okay.
The TA trap hits it.
Well,
Ace looking.
Talking about the importance of BKBs, we have the latent toxicity picked up here. So that's going to be the shard that comes out for snaking. So have to keep an eye on that. If you're being a little bit too patient there with your BKB, you get tagged up and suddenly you got a problem.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I've been talking so much about, you know, the extra core of the Enchantress, but snaking is very much becoming a core in his own right. Has the full Guardian Greaves done, and after wanting to get a Force Staff is thinking about a pipe.
Yeah, plus he has the Ogre Seal Totem too. So like, sometimes you get like really stagnant as Veno. It feels like you can't move in the fights. Like that's why often you see like the Blink Ags build.
Yeah.
So having that extra mobility is gonna be great, even if the Clockwork's the one on your team. That left side of the scoreboard all lit up here. Ags and shards all over the place.
Oh yeah.
As we're used to at 30 minutes at this point. Celery did get the Grove Bow. Still 68% there from Dota Plus.
Okay.
Despite the trajectory of this game, still believes.
Yeah, I mean, the graph does tell a little bit of a different story in terms of how it's been going, but we'll see over the next couple of minutes, and particularly the next Roche fight.
Yeah.
Is where a lot's going to be decided.
It's crazy they have the XP lead at this point as Falcons.
Yeah.
Scribble, scribble, scribble from Amar. He's ready to go.
Yeah, what's he trying to say there?
No. It's Razor. I feel like if Razor had a signature, it probably looks something like that.
Snaking. Found. And
it's a pause death. Doesn't count.
Yeah.
You actually get refunded the gold.
Jumps in. Chrono. Okay, double pause death. It's so strong. Hey, you know what? It was snaking the pause.
It was their pause.
Nice Force Staff. That's going to keep Duraccio out of harm's way. Celery also looks like he can escape from this one.
Yeah, he's still going to Sproink just in case. But,
and actually, that was an instant spawn.
Yeah, popped up on the side there for a second. So Roche is back here. And both teams capable of taking it rather quickly here. But it's going to be on the Radiant side for a long time. So advantage Falcons, especially when it comes to the potentials of buybacks.
Right. The tier 1 tower was taken down earlier of Gaimin, so they don't have that quick reinforce that you like to see.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, they're taking advantage of them moving to that side of the map at the moment, though, as Quinn starts beating into this tier 2 tower. Got some traps spread out here as well, just in case the fight breaks out.
Yeah, they just take it. Trying to rebuild that momentum slightly. Boots of Bearing, Faceless Void, after finishing the Mjolnir, queuing up the Scotty. That's kind of cool. I guess you know that eventually it's going to be Satanic for Gyro, so...
Yeah, that blade mill, right, from the Kunkka probably helping out there too, so...
Right.
Yeah, Satanic for Razor, they both had it queued up for a long time. Razor and Gyro, actually, so he's reading some minds here.
Well, this is nice. get on in. Falcons an easy Roche take with the quick spawn. And Gaming either don't know or don't care, and now they scan, they realize it's happening, but they're gonna be too late.
And you gotta have the Roche on the banner.
That's right. Still a tier 2 tower taken in that time, and a lot of farm gained by Gaimin. Eyeing up a later stage of this match for when they want to try and contest the Roche. As Falcons smoked up. Gonna try and do a little sweeping move across the map, see if they can find anybody. Full Scotty done now.
They've done a good job of getting these bigger items for this next fight. I feel like they definitely felt it in the fights that, like, okay, we have a problem. Like, they're looking at these inventories. They're a little bit nervous about it. But, you know, the buildup is there as well for Falcons. Crit coming to this fresh Vlads.
When
he's got his target.
Caught, pulled back in, nowhere to go.
Man, 9, he's on driver's ed. You see that maneuvering around those cogs?
That was nice.
Oh,
that was really
that's
good.
Beautiful. Put this guy in F1. I want to see him on the track. Sometimes you see the real grief plays there from the Pango and the Clockwork, but the true beauty is that it can be used in synergy.
That's right. Oh, it's good. You can pair it together perfectly. I mean, he's trying to work towards that MKB on TA. Almost has it done. Those pickoffs are nice, though. And they don't have that, like, easy reset in the fight to try and, you know, get the hard save for somebody. Also, no Wind Wakers queued up yet in this game.
Oh, well, I mean, we're going to get there. Let's
yeah, no, for
the way
sure.
this game's going.
Absolutely.
Especially if Gaimin Gladiators ever get like a firm hand on it again. Falcons, we know they love their Wind Wakers anyway, but versus a Faceless Void.
Are we getting together for a play here? No, they are still pushing out those side lanes.
Another
Trying to
smoke.
dodge.
The smokes have been very successful from Falcons.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this one follows that trend.
Lamar shows mid, trying to lull them into a false sense of security. While Celery farms the triangle. We'll see if they can catch any of these heroes down here.
It's so far away, yeah.
It's Ace that they're running towards, and no, he TP's back home.
Tofu's like, I don't think they were. I'll just stick around a little while longer.
They did scan it, so yeah, they are definitely going to be able to get him. Going to try and buy as much time as possible on this Dark Willow, but the last hit takes him down. There was a lot of space created. Celery, Sproink, Force Staff, TP out, hook shots there. Find and kill off this Enchantress. It's gonna take him a little bit of time, but still, eventually she will be brought down. Cutting further into this gold lead.
Draccio. All right, now I've seen some issues in this thing here. We're gonna be all right, though. We got Templar Assassin, right, guys? All right, we're good.
Easy.
Nobody dying to the Tormentor this time.
Oh, it's Duraccio that got it, actually.
Yeah, that's nice. Ronald's already scooping them up here. I think he's the last one.
Got eyes on the Satanic next for the Faceless Void. And full Satanic done on the Razor, too. Yeah, everybody's just going for the big items. But the Scotty's going to be pretty impactful. Hook shot in. Anything to save him? Control out for Staff, trying to stay alive. BKB, blatant toxicity was doing its work, but now the two heroes caught in the Torrent Storm. Duraccio is in a lot of trouble, needs to get away. Goes for the time walk, drops the Chrono, just wants to get out. Still on the leash with the Razor.
He's got jump in one.
And he gets away from 9. So when all is said is done, they managed to kill the Clockwork and get out, but it did cost a Chrono.
All right, and then of course, Aegis only a minute left though, so it is a little bit hard to just immediately try and punish this from Falcons. It puts you at a bit of a risky spot, especially when it's a high ground push at this point in the game. Quinn, no BKB though. BKB still up on Gyro and Razor. I like the fight if they want to go for it.
You mean you like the fight from...
I think for Falcons, I think GG catching them, thinking that they weren't ready.
Yeah, they're not all together. They got a little bit too comfortable, and, well, they lose one. That's just the Aegis. Can they find any more? Got to be careful about this one on Razor. He gets back, Trying to retreat
lane
away.
Toxicity is bumping.
Yeah, there's the BKB, and now the turnaround. The link immediately canceled. Boat went out. Gotta run, gotta hide, want to get away from all these heroes. Duraccio, you've gone in pretty far. Does have the jump away if he needs it. Skitter standing tall right in front of all of them with the hook shot and the pushback crit. Was so ready for that one. They chase too far, never go up the hill. And now with 9 right on top of Quinn, he gets refraction off. That's enough for the moment, but can they keep this TA alive? It's really desperate. They pull him back in with the Razor, no more refraction. And that's gonna be TA dead, gone for 80 seconds. They'll glyph the wave. It does look like they'll get away with that Dark Willow, but a huge win for Falcons.
I didn't mind the jump on the gyro.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe retreating after that was the play, but I feel like they, I guess, had to take a risk. Wanted to go up that high ground.
Celery. Not able to quite connect there with the Sproink on the Snake King. He's taking so much damage, but everybody just alive. That's one whole Rax. They might get another one here too. They have buyback on Duraccio, but obviously you die right there. The game's over. 7 seconds until Chrono's back up again. Yeah, they just have to give up 2 Rax. Now the question is, do they buy back for the 3rd? Kunkka's up in 6. They need to buy as much time as possible with Tofu here. Gonna go for the stun play, throws out the missile. And that might be enough to get Falcons to retreat, but a huge win for them. Still, like, I mean, look at that graph.
I mean, they should be happy that the game's not over, honestly.
Look at that graph.
At this point. This is your last chance to fully regroup as Gaimin Gladiators. You have 1 Rax left. Spells are back up. You've got the Chrono. This is pretty much all you got left. And it's probably going to be fighting for that next Roche.
A minute till it's capable of respawning. Yeah, I think back to that fight in the mid and, you know, the latent toxicity, how valuable that is, just wasting the BKB on Quinn. The Veno pick has been spectacular.
Yeah, Stinging's did so much. The way he's just controlled up so much of the map, too. At times where it felt like Gaimin Gladiators were just so much stronger, but they just didn't want to go through the wards. They couldn't make the sneaky plays through the wards. Like, you compare the value that each team got out of smoke ganks, and it's not even close. I feel like Falcons had, like, 8 successful smoke ganks, and Gaimin Gladiators had, like, 2, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, smokes plus clockwork, you know? He's doing a great job there. And, you know, I said Cred had to be the MVP. He had those saves early.
Yep.
To just back up Amara, keep him alive, let him get those farms going, and then into this mid game, he was the one who had to initiate all of these fights. He's been absolutely fantastic. It's like, man, what a hole they crawled out of in this game.
You know, there's been a lot of talk about Pango and his abysmal win rate, 19 picks, 26%. The other hero that we could talk about in this one, Kunkka, 9 picks in this tournament, 22% win rate. Has not had the same type of success that we've seen from this hero in the past. And
oh, I see. So this isn't like the championship bowl. This is the toilet bowl. That's what you're telling me?
I mean, there's a lot of heroes that are not doing great in this tournament, in this game.
All right, Roche.
It's a quick spawn again.
Another one.
Now, here's the thing. Gaimin, they're in a better position to actually be over near the Roche pit. Is there any chance they run down there and go to check it? Like, because you're in desperation mode right now.
You are, but the waves are way too close, and there's also clockwork.
That's too much.
Duraccio.
Gotta run. Gotta run. Oh, good silence. Dude, Crit was ready.
What a save.
All right, I've never seen a TA save a teammate like that before.
He had one earlier in the game, too, actually. We did the exact same thing to Crit. He's been on point with those. And there it is, the smoke up. They push out. Now, they're going to know this is happening for Falcons, but they don't have a scan.
The call is run down this way, and who is it that's standing right in their way? Good old Snake King. Drop the wards. Be a menace.
Wait, actually, they do have one. Now they have 2 scans to the Radiant, actually. Oh, my goodness.
Smoke, Snake King, wanting to get close to the rest of his team. This is, for gaming, this is everything. If they want to spot into the playoffs directly and not having to play more games, you got to win here.
All right, ward goes down.
But look, there's creeps on the tier 4s. They got to make a move quick. You can't slow play this at all. Creeps are inside their base right now while this play is happening, and they're gonna have to TP back one. X mark to try and push it out.
That's good.
That's about as good as you can hope for here. But they see it now. They know where he's at.
All right, Crit's gonna look for it.
There it is. They have a hook shot if they want it. They bought a little bit
like
more
they're just
time.
Naked right now.
Smoke only still on Duraccio. Snaking shows in the wave.
All right, they're just going in.
Yeah, they got to do it. They got to do it. Where's the rocket players? They don't have anything. They're not seeing it. They see it now. Can they take this down in time? Now, while this is happening, Gyro is going for the racks. He's taking down the tier 3 towers. They might just try and break TPs. 9 runs right on in. He got bashed by Roach. Duraccio got bashed by Roach. And now the hook shot in. The clock push out. Oh, baby. They take them down. The buyback is there. Roach still alive. Amar runs into all of this. Celery got to play the core here in this one. There is not nearly enough. The tidal wave goes out, tries to push him. Celery needs it. He gets the Aegis. He got everything. I don't think it's going to matter. Quick, place the Roche banner. Make your creeps strong before you die. No buyback on any of them, but he will drop the refresher for the Faceless Void.
All right, we got some tools here.
Oh, jeez.
Roshan's banner dropped here. Team, I've saved us.
Dude, I can't believe that he got Roche Bash right as they were going in with the Pango.
And the way that Ace 2 pushed them all out at the end, too,
yeah,
to help, it's pretty wild. But, you know, he did some damage on Skitter last time he was here. Racks are exposed.
Now, in all of that chaos, we'll have to see if they remember that there was the refresher shard dropped. I'm sure that they know about it, but...
I mean, he's got to wait for Quinn, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I feel like you need the TA damage if you're going to have any hope here.
God.
But will they have time?
Megas are claimed, and Falcons ready to go. Now, they will have Bedlam inside of the Chrono if they want to use that. Torrent lands, not easy, though, to take this fight.
There's the glyph. All right, they're going to get their chance.
Looking for it.
Quinn
Ace
will be back.
Can't get the X mark off. So, yeah, they'll be able to hold on, defend against Megas, and...
Nobody picked up the banner. It's just there. Guys, anyone?
I mean, maybe they save it for when they're, you know, pushing down.
When they're Megas and in trouble?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ace using what little gold he has just to pick up a blast. Just something to help. Every tiny bit. Anyone got some drums? Anyone got drums gold?
They have it on Celery already. The Boots of Baron.
Right.
He's going for the Moon Shard.
What are our other value items that we need here?
Get a Bassi.
There you go. That's perfect. Just what we need this time. All right, what do we got for buybacks here? Thank you.
Legitimately a Buckler.
Gotcha. Not good.
God, we've seen so many of these fights where Quinn just gets jumped at the start and there's nothing he can do. But...
Oh, Dracho, see? He sees the value.
All right, he's 500. It's actually pretty close. If they wanted to, if they can get buyback on Quinn, baiting him out and then, like, letting him buy back and, like, set up for the refresher Faceless play might be the move.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, we got a bash. That's a good one. Dark Willow gone. Jump in Chrono onto 2. Can they do it again? Meanwhile, Quinn is getting leashed, getting laced in toxicities. A couple more hits. What do they have? It's not enough. The second round, second salvo. Quinn is gone. Duraccio can only look on in dismay. Has to jump away. But wait, he got buyback. They got that kill. The kill got him buyback. Okay, there's a lot of creeps. there are a lot of creeps causing issues, and they don't have glyph, and it's just all over. It was a brilliant thought, but in the end, GG is called. Falcons gonna move on. 3 wins, easy peasy for Falcons.
Well, continuing their streak of success here, and against some adversity there at the start of this game. Had to crawl out, stretch it out. Oh, yeah, it's another day's work here. Snaking and Amar, and yeah, you have to go back and remember this game was not looking good for them.
No.
Quite a lead. They were in a bit of trouble, but I got to say, Crit stepped up. When they needed him most on that clockwork, he did so much work for them and really helped turn that game around.
Well, you had to pick Veno to do it, but you can be disgusting for a little bit to get the W. Let's head on back to the panel, let them break it down.
We are going to be talking about everything that Falcons did right, or maybe some of the things that Gaimin Gladiators let slide that they definitely could have prevented, because for most of this game, they had the gold lead. They had Quinn, the TA, up there at highest net worth, and the impact just wasn't really felt. Anywhere between 4 to 9K, that's the lead that they were working with, and time again, just getting caught out, not winning team fights.
Getting caught or not being able to finish off the targets he goes on.
True.
Every time we're looking at a fight, it's crit. Like, he's starting things off or he's ending things for Gaimin Gladiator. Like, they go in, he cuts them off. He dies, but he cuts them off from all the important targets, from the gyro, from the razor, multiple times. And then this combo of the clockwork and Pango can kind of grief the Pango sometimes. Like, some games, you cog and you grief your own Pango, he bounces in the wrong direction, but they really made quick work of Quinn every single time. And cogs, he always cogs the TA back, but what it also does, not only does it bring Quinn closer to the team, it gives that bouncing target for the Pango, so they can continue stunning. Very nicely done.
Yeah, beautiful synergy there. Ace on the Kunkka is where I want my focus to be right now, because Kunkka gets banned out a lot. We actually very rarely see him get let through in many games, and if so, it just doesn't really feel like a Kunkka game, but it didn't have an impact I thought we were going to see finally letting it through here.
Yeah, he got all his spells off, as you can see in that last fight there, but you're playing against like Pango, who has a built-in BKB. You're playing versus Razor, who has BKB with a refresher, so he has another BKB. And then you're playing against Gyrocopter, who oftentimes either had the Aegis or had a BKB as well. So it was just a game where I think Pango in general is really good versus Kunkka, just because you have that built-in. And Razor is one of the few heroes right now that just builds BKB refresher. So they just had a lot of answers to deal with them. And if you are magic or debuff immune, Kunkka doesn't really do much anymore. He doesn't really have a toolkit.
I absolutely agree. I just love the Pango into Kunkka, because you spend the most of the fight in rolling thunder anyway, right? So you're not going to be affected by the Aghanims. Gyro, like you mentioned, has a BKB, but he also likes to just stand his spot. He's not really moving a lot in fights. And
even when he's stunned, he has the side gunner.
Exactly,
right?
like he's always doing damage. So they had the answers to the Kunkka.
Before it was even picked.
Exactly.
Before the Kunkka was even picked up. And it was a tough game, you know, not, you know, all of it being placed on the Kunkka as well. The TA had a bit of a rough start for himself as well in the mid lane. You thought of a matchup that was very heavily favored towards TA. You would have expected the lane to go that way too then.
Yeah, and this is like a redemption game for Nine, where he lost in a counterpick matchup before when he had the advantage, but this type of game, he's playing versus Quinn. This is a hero he really likes to play versus the Pango, but Nine really stepped it up and was able to just get the first blood here on Quinn. And I was talking about how Quinn never loses matchups, right? And then Nine comes out with this. Of course, later on, it's still a bad matchup. The TA caught back up, especially with some ganks, and Nine had a little bit of a rough early game, but his mid game and late game was spectacular. He was like chain stunning the Faceless Void in multiple fights. I think Nine and Crit like were the showstoppers for this game. Like, they really made all the perfect initiations and won the team fights.
Yeah, I think assist-wise, they had 21 and 19 respectively, or something like that, between the mid lane and the pos 4. So they were there as consistently as possible.
Yeah, and we talked about this Chronosphere and if Faceless Void is enough in the Chrono. In this particular game, I have to say he wasn't. Like, it wasn't enough. Like, Ratio, I'm not sure if it's the some of them were defensive, some of them were like he's completely alone and isolated, but most of the time he couldn't get the target on his own, at least that he wanted. So maybe something that they needed to adjust, maybe a little bit of a greedier build on Enchantress would have worked, some more damage, just to dish something extra into the Chronosphere.
Well, look, a lot of ifs and buts, unfortunately, though, for Gaimin Gladiators is not their series to take. For Falcons, though, they go 3-0 so far in our groups. That guarantees them playoffs. And I do know Tsunami is joined by Crit for a winner's interview.
That's right. Thank you very much. And it is a full qualification interview because, Crit, you are now full moving on to the playoffs. Congratulations. But I want to take it back to the beginning of this series because I noticed some all chat between you and Quinn. He was asking what you've been listening to recently. You said Cruel Summer. What's the story behind this?
Well, honestly, it wasn't even that I was listening to it. It's just that Melreen always like sings the lyrics to Cruel Summer in like the very broken Russian accent. So like we have a meme going on right now where like we will just randomly sing like, I'm drunk in the back of the car, and then it's just the most Russian accent we can make. It's just like a memory of Melreen. So it wasn't even that I was listening to it. It's just the last song that I've heard, you know. So
then what is with the Taylor Swift kick right now? Because you went to a concert recently, right?
Yeah, I think I don't know what happened really, because I never listened to Taylor Swift before like November last year, and then our friend group just kind of started spamming it, and then it just grew on everyone, you know. So it's just been like 5 months of intense Taylor Swift, and then it's just kind of slowly growing on the people that didn't know her before, and then obviously some like Blitz was already a big fan, so yeah, it's been fun.
Okay, so then now that you've immersed yourself in Swiftie culture, how about you describe this series, game 1, 2, 3 in different eras? So game 1, you played Earth Spirit, you ended up losing, but it was, you know, a good effort. Which era would you correspond that to?
I think Lover, just because, you know, it's Earth Spirit. It's like basically the love of my life. Even if we lost, it's still a pleasure. So, yeah.
Good answer. Okay, I like that. Game 2, I believe you played Dark Willow, and I think that was the one against the Gaimin Gladiators Pudge. What era are you going for on that?
I think Reputation is a good one for Willow. I think like lore-wise as well. She's kind of like she's like a bad she's like a thug, right? And I think Reputation's kind of like the Bad Girl album, so I think it kind of fits. Yeah.
A little bit of a reinvention. I like it. I like it. And then game 3 looked like you guys were losing. You were playing the Clockwork. I saw the net worth advantage on Gaimin for like 80% of the game. You guys still end up winning though. Which era are you going with?
It's a bit rough, but I feel like Tortured Poets is kind of like her bounce back, or like she's talking about all her past, like all her exes and stuff. So it's like I don't know, like kind of the bounce back album, I guess. So yeah, I guess I go with that.
Makes sense to me, who clearly knows all these albums and eras. Crit, congratulations on the win, but what are you going to do now for the next 3 days? Because you got some time off since you qualified 3-0.
Probably play some pubs, because I played like no pubs going into the event, so I think I need to do some catching up now.
Yeah, but you won though. Shouldn't you continue not playing pubs then if it worked?
I think I got pretty hard carried by my team that's been actually doing their job and practicing while I was slacking, you know, so now I have to kind of do a little bit of lifting as well, so yeah.
All right. Well, I hope in your pubs you don't see very much red. You got okay. Back to the panel. We'll see you later.
That was a fantastic one. Tsunami, he was ready to walk away at that pun, did not enjoy it too much. But yeah, he was talking about wasn't playing any pubs. He's going to go back to the drawing board, try and squeeze some more in. It's because he was at the Taylor Swift concert, you know? He was busy preparing for that one instead of preparing for this tournament for you.
I didn't understand 90% of that interview.
That conversation flew over my head completely.
Like,
did you take anything away from it?
I mean, he explained it a little bit at the end, so I kind of got little bits and pieces.
So you felt you at least learned something today?
I learned he's delusional for the fact that he thought he got carried today.
I was going to say that too. I think especially in game number 3 with all the initiations
He's
of
the
Clockwork.
MVP. Yeah. Like hard MVP of that
Game
last
3 at least, definitely. Maybe he could say, you know, the first series they played on day 1, he was pretty tired. Maybe his team carried him then, but today at least he definitely stepped up.
Yeah, definitely. In this game.
Yeah, great.
Number
cool.
3 at least.
I thought there was going to be more of a conversation, but there's really not. Instead, let's try and close out this day. I know a lot of people might be a bit exhausted, and you want to know exactly what has already taken place. 10 a.m., that's when we kicked it off here in Romania, and we saw what could be a pretty big upset for you Liquid fans at home. A 2-0 to Shopify Rebellion, then Spirit 2-0ing Nouns. Both of these teams were already 1-1, so it wasn't a qualification, and it was not an elimination for those 4. However, Xtreme Gaming and Aurora, that one was a qualification match, which saw Xtreme Gaming get the same treatment. 3 days off for them, guaranteed playoffs, along with Falcons, who just took it that little bit extra, decided to slide in and give us a game.
They wanted some more games, you know. They
said, we can't have you guys ending early. We can't disappoint the fans and the Dota lovers at home.
And they needed, like Crit said, he didn't play a lot of pubs, so at least he gets a bit more competitive games, you know.
He's putting in more officials, so he has to do less pubs.
Exactly, but Xtreme Gaming for me are looking extremely strong at the moment. No, no pun intended, just the word was in my head. They are, they won the Elite League, of course, in Birmingham. They didn't have as much success, but once again, they're looking like they're on their A game.
Yeah. We also had a secondary stream going on at the exact same time. If you guys didn't know, over in our stream B, that's where we saw, again, a similar start to the day with our 1-1 teams going up against each other. BetBoom came out on top over MOUZ with a 2-0. The Secret and Boom series went all 3 games. Boom eventually taking that series
From
win.
XD to the DX.
That's right. Yep. Sometimes you XD and sometimes you get DX'd, for those who know, you know. And the last two series are elimination ones, so very different to what we saw in this main stream. It's unfortunate that we see Xtreme Gaming getting a 3-0, guaranteeing playoffs for themselves, but there was going to be a China team eliminated today, no matter what, with Azure Ray and G2 IG going up against each other. And unfortunately was Azure Ray that got eliminated. And for us, we are lucky enough to have Banks, who was joined by Bark, to talk about the unfortunate loss that they had.
It's never easy in these moments, especially coming off the back of a loss. But I want to first ask about just when you're playing against G2 IG, this is a team you play against a lot. So how tough are these games, and what does it come down to in winning and losing?
We played against G2 so many times in regional qualifier.
Yeah.
It's very familiar for each other, and I think we just play bad today. They play better, so they win. Yeah.
And I know we spoke on the first day. You were coming in as a replacement, right? So you were maybe not as prepared as what you wanted to be. How much of that do you feel was the reason we see you lose out here 0-3?
That could be a reason, but I think we have time to change and adjust. Because every day we just play one game of group stage, so there is no too much excuse on this, so we just behave bad in the game. Yeah.
It didn't go to plan, but you still have a smile on your face, and you're still giving me some great content. So I just want to ask your 3 games you played here. What would you say was been the biggest frustration or the biggest reason why you were not able to show the best Azure Ray here?
It's hard to say, because I think most of games we lost, we have a chance to win, but we did some mistakes, and some of them is like different mistakes. Hard to say. It's just unlucky.
Sometimes it can be unlucky, but let's focus on the future and what could be positive as well. What's next for you guys? What are you doing? How are you going to get ready for future tournaments? What's the plan?
So we will play next Dream League, so we will keep training, watching tournaments and scrim, and prepare for next tournament.
Well, I wish you the best of luck on that. Thank you very much for your time, man.
Whilst we might not be seeing Azure Ray anymore here at PGL Wallachia, they are going to be still grinding. They got pubs to do, replays to watch, scrims I'm sure they're still going to try and organize, because they are here in Romania with all of our other teams. And it's a good opportunity to learn and prepare yourselves for what could happen.
There was a little bit of a difference when it comes to how they prepare for this tournament than other teams. Like even up until Birmingham, I believe Bach was in Germany, and the rest of his team, they were in Belgrade, so they weren't even together on the same boot camp, like practicing and working. So maybe something will change after this, because they can stay in Romania all together and practice for Dream League.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of different players the difference between having a conversation in person, being able to read that body language a bit more, just easier to convey the ideas and the message you're trying to get across to the rest of your team. All right, now let's have a look at where all of our other teams are currently standing, because whilst we've said goodbye to one, there are still 15 teams for now still left in our tournament. Like we've said, Xtreme Gaming Falcons here on the main stream, 3-0. That secures you playoffs with this modified Swiss stage. Gaimin Gladiators, Aurora, BetBoom, and Spirit Shopify, a 2-1. They're only one series away from making it to playoffs. However, in a little bit of a precarious situation, it's Liquid up against Secret. Sorry, not up against, but Liquid, Secret, Nouns, MOUZ, and G2 IG. Whereas right now, the series that is still currently going on over in our Stream B is Heroic versus Virtus.pro. One of those two teams will be eliminated, and the other one will be joining the same scoreline as those aforementioned teams. A lot of information, but you guys got it, right?
Yeah, of course. It's a lot of teams, a lot more Dota to be played, and just got to get to that 3-win mark or 3-loss mark to go home. So.
I don't think anyone's gunning for the 3-loss mark.
You're not gunning for it. It just happens, as Bach said, unlucky.
Unlucky.
Yeah, one of these two teams are going to unfortunately be as well unlucky, Heroic or Virtus.pro. A little unfortunate, because I feel, at least from Heroic, really want to see more of them on lands, on international lands. I feel that this team is, like, they have a lot of potential with something like a Coddle, and I'm waiting for them to recreate that with different heroes. When it comes to Virtus.pro, I think they've proven themselves already on the last TI, and we're just waiting for them to catch up to the same form.
To be consistent, you know,
Exactly.
you've proven yourself once on LAN. Here's your chance to show when we make it to LAN, we can have that consistency for them. And hey, look, luckily for you guys at home, even though we're ending our stream A here right now, there is still a lot more Dota to happen. So that series, I believe, is still on game 1. It's only freshly started. So head on over to our second stream. Enjoy that elimination match with Purge and OD. I know they're casting it right now. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. We're going down to 1 stream, but there'll be 3 series for you. And it's going to be a fantastic day number 4, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Be there.